and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Aiden does such a good job on the Fan Cam. Really good video.
A lot of people have been asking about Aiden.
The best in the building, some might say.
With some possible promotion opportunities around here.
Just getting stronger over here.
Won't get into what we actually said about it, but shout out to the Tolos who are already saying good morning on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Did we get a break in the weather with a heat wave?
Oh yeah, baby. Have you looked at the weather for next week?
No.
Oh, golf galore.
Is it?
Oh yeah, we got some golf. We have Christmas Eve golf. I took some screenshots to send it to some of my boys, making them jealous. But next week, Monday, 69.
Nice.
Tuesday is 80. Christmas Eve, 79.
Oh.
Christmas Day, 81.
Sucks.
Boxing Day, 80.
Boxing Day?
Why would you even reference Boxing Day?
That's the 26th. I don't know what they call it. The 26th.
It's a Canadian holiday, though.
Yeah, but that's, I still celebrate Bastille Day.
What's Boxing
They're the 51st
Day?
state.
Right. I don't know why they call it Boxing Day.
I thought that was this Friday with Jake Paul.
It's the that's right. That is good reference. It's also Big Return Day, right? You got to return everything.
Yeah.
So it's 80 degrees. So we'll golf next week.
Yeah, I do need freezer defrosting weather, as I've been looking for an opportunity. I got a new stand-up freezer.
Whoa.
I've been burned a lot recently by you get what you pay for, but I keep doing it.
Are you on your 8th slicer?
I'm on my 5th.
Oh, okay.
I tried to return this one, but they're like, "Oh, our system's down. Like, we'll just give you the refund. You keep it." So now I have got this damn thing in the garage. I'm gonna have to re-gift it to someone who either makes 400 pounds of jerky a year, or maybe it'll be a gift to Brandon Hurtado.
Out of the 5 slicers, which was your favorite? Was it slicer 3?
This one looks like a Ferrari. It just isn't large enough to it gets jammed. Like, I'm sitting there trying to put some vegetables in it. It gets jammed. They've all been bad. The first one was cheap. The second one was poorly put together. And this one, it looks like a dream.
Yeah.
It's my midlife crisis slicer where it's looking like a sports car, but it's just not operating. Yeah, so it's a pain. I've avoided, really, you got to go into like $300, $400 range if you want one that you know is really good. But I'm not going to use it that much, you know? So, but now I need to, my freezer is not sealing.
Right, now there's mine outside.
The first 2 levels are all iced. And I got to get stuff out of there. I'm running out of freezer space. You saw how much breakfast I took home yesterday from Just Love Coffee in Grand Prairie, our new coffee spot with amazing food. And I got to put this thing outside to have it defrost and then put it out on the curb. So that's the good part of the weather for me.
So you already bought a new freezer.
It's like a stand-up, narrow, 6-foot, $200 freezer from Walmart.
Okay.
Yeah, they delivered it and everything.
That'll work great for several years.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and then you buy a new one, as opposed to buying a super nice one with $3,000.
Yeah,
you just keep. That's my thoughts with outdoor TVs. I'm just gonna buy the cheapest one I can.
Yep.
And replace it more often than buying a weatherproof TV.
$5,000.
$5,000.
But isn't the cheapest TV possible? Isn't that usually less about durability, more about just the picture looking good?
I don't think. I think if we lined up 4 TVs, I don't know if you'd be that picture quality. That's the absolute best one.
See, that's my benefit of being on the spectrum, is that I do notice those little details that'll drive me nuts.
What TVs do you have? What TV brand do you think is the best?
I like the Samsung TVs, but we've got a Samsung TV. Kristen did find a really good deal a couple years ago. It's one of those Walmart had these Roku smart TVs or whatever, and I don't know why, but it's technically an ONN or something like that. It's she bought it for $200. It's 70 inches or something for $200, and then they jumped up after they sold out, and she found them when she did, and TVs last us 5 years now or whatever.
Oh, go in Walmart on Black Friday, and everyone's just hovering around the TVs.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's watching people and their strategies of getting TVs out of the store or in the parking lot. They're going to figure out a way.
Have you seen the new research that's out there, though, on that stuff, where they'll say that Black Friday is actually not the cheapest day of the year anymore?
No.
That basically they have deals, and then they spend the couple months leading up to Black Friday. Kristen hates this now. She won't participate because of this. They'll spend a couple months leading up to Black Friday jacking up the prices, and then it's a price cut on Black Friday, and it's either the price that it was 3 months ago, or it's all this research that they've done that show most stores do that.
And now a lot of these places have this digital pricing to where they're changing the boards. We talked about this with fast food. Like on the digital pricing, they're changing it. Instacart apparently just got busted for like changing their pricing. Like the same 10 people ordered the same item. 10 people ordered the same item from a store. They all got charged different prices because of the fluctuation.
See, that's crap. This
it's
is
like
not
gasoline now.
Yeah, this is not an airline. You're not buying a seat. It's not a perishable. You know, you're not buying a hotel room here where they fluctuate the price based on capacity.
I almost turned on the air conditioning last night, though. I left all the windows open with the kids upstairs. Had to make sure they weren't freezing when I woke up. But I was like, ooh, this feels like AC weather. I didn't do it. I just turned off the heat. But I was going to sleep saying, this sucks. This is not Christmas. It does not feel like Christmas whatsoever. A flurry. A freeze,
a flurry,
a show from home here and there. That gets me in the Christmas spirit. But this doesn't feel like Christmas. Does it feel like Christmas to anyone else that it's next week?
No way.
Well, I mean, winter is not until Sunday.
I slipped on ice on Monday, so there was that. I think it was Monday. Was Monday the really cold morning?
There was ice, really?
It was somebody, like sprinklers had fired off in the middle of the night, hit the road, and then it iced over, and I didn't even see it. I hit it, and I started swerving a little.
Pepe, you had the earliest decorations for the holidays, and you still don't think it feels like Christmas?
No, it doesn't. I mean, they kind of did last week, and then pray for me this weekend because I'm in a wedding, and it'll be high of like 78, 79 there. So I'll be suit and everything, outdoor.
Pray for what?
Well, because it'll be hot for me. I'll be in a suit outside.
Is Wolchuk there to film you walking down the
Probably not.
aisle?
He's probably not invited.
Bobby, you and you making up this cell phone rule that everyone doesn't hold up the phone as people
I didn't make up the rule. It was a posted rule.
Like that it's not allowed that you film people walking down the aisle, but it does not feel like Christmas.
Definitely not.
Not happy.
We'll get snow in February.
Yeah. So we had another night off. What did you do? What did you watch?
Forensic Files for an hour, and then let's go to bed. Went to bed early.
Yeah, I feel like this is my best night of sleep in a while. I have no idea if the kids woke up overnight, alternating their sickness, but I woke up ready to go.
But going to bed, it means like you go into bed at like 9 o'clock and you're on your phone till 10:45.
I was Cowboys crosstalk. That's what I did last night, and it was Brady James, former Cowboy, former LSU linebacker, and he told the greatest story about the Tennessee Volunteers.
See, Brady doesn't like me. I spelled his name wrong. It was intentional.
Well, so here's how Brady James was committed. I don't know he was going to commit to Tennessee. He was like one of the number one recruits. He was like one of the top recruits in the country. But he said, Peyton Manning, Louisiana guy, went to Tennessee. You guys had some linebacker, hard knocker.
Raynock Thompson.
Raynock Thompson, whatever it was. Raynock Thompson, he was at Louisiana. He committed. So Brady was like, well, okay, I'm going to go to Tennessee then. And he said he went there, and he said the first time he was meeting with Philip Fulmer, and he was ready to go there, he said he brought out the national title from T. Martin, and he sat it down, and then he went, you're not going to see one of these in the state of Louisiana. And Brady was like, are you taking shots at where I live? And then he was like, okay, I don't want to go here. And so he bailed because Philip Fulmer oversold it, dropping the trophy on the table.
Why did you intentionally misspell his name?
I was on the field at training camp at San Antonio, and I was I can't remember who I was texting. It may have been Galloway or somebody. Hey, he's ready, right? So I just wrote Brady's ready, but I was texting, so I was trying to do fast. So I just spelled it Brady. I know his name is Bradie.
This was the era of T9 texting.
And this is T9, right? So it was very, very fast. And then he gets on the air and he goes, this homeboy here spelled my name wrong. And I'm like, yeah, man, I was just trying to get this thing done quick.
How did he know how you spelled it, though?
Because he was texting
Galloway.
He was looking. He was like,
looking at Galloway's phone?
No, I was standing right next to him. So I had it was like I was handing him the headphones, grabbed him, handed the microphone, and he's just standing over my shoulder, and I just texted Brady's ready. And I just did it super quick. I was like, just get this thing done, just get this thing up here.
Before the era, too, of the Derek Holland, Kristen Belt side hide.
The side, you can't, the screen, the privacy screen.
Yep. How do you think Mike McCarthy would have pronounced Brady James' name spelled like that?
Brady.
Yeah, Brady.
All right, let's go around the National Football League. We got a couple different reports about Travis Kelce. One is, I guess, from the Daily Mail reporting on the NFL, saying Kelce doesn't want to go out like this. And then I think in his podcast with his brother on New Heights, he was talking about Mahomes' recovery, and he's like, yeah, he's a warrior. And I think that, the Chiefs are still going to get that guy when he comes back. And people are like, whoa, you didn't say us. You didn't say we. You said the Chiefs. So that's the latest on Kelce.
Haven't the betting odds been that he's, it's the favorite is he's going to retire at this point, isn't it? I think it is.
I have it. Oh, will Travis Kelce retire before week 1? It's yes at minus 150, no plus 110. So yes, that he retires.
So, I mean, that's nice that Patrick Mahomes is a warrior too, but I mean, I wouldn't bet on anything with ACLs these days, the way that they've seemed to kind of taken a step back.
That's weird how they have.
And Kelce has had previous quotes like a couple weeks ago, basically like, I can't get myself right. I've always found the answers. I've always figured out a way, and this year, no matter what I do, I can't do it.
He needs to go back to the buzz cut. That's when he was at his peak. He needs to go back to the buzz cut. Get rid of the long flowing locks. Softening him up too much, man.
He needs to go back to start dating the stiffs. White girl. Aiden's already shaking his head.
He needs to do the Costanza, like where he just like made every decision opposite of the one that was
opposite episode.
Joe Burrow setting Bengals Nation into another panic at his press conference yesterday.
In your mind, where you're not the quarterback of the Bengals next year,
I can't see that. No.
Have you ever thought about the possibility of not being the quarterback here during your career? Or
you think about a lot of things. Micah Parsons got traded right before the season. I think this year. That is something I hadn't seen in a long time in the NFL. So crazy things can happen.
The typing stopped.
Why is it did stop? Why is that guy typing so loud? Why is he typing that?
And
it does sound like the
who's the typer in Frisco?
There's not like who's typing on an actual laptop.
Who's transcribing like this?
Maybe me. I type a lot while I'm sitting there, and you can hear it. Like I was doing that yesterday.
I'm talking about like a team issue.
Oh, there isn't one. It's automatic transcription.
Because it's like a court reporter, that guy.
David Moore in Cincinnati now.
Yeah, that sounds very much like you're like, okay, and what are your symptoms? What's your insurance? Like it does sound very much like that. Burrow there though, he says I don't see myself playing anywhere else, and then when he does you think about a lot of things. If you zoom in, you can see the little corner of his mouth kind of like curl up a little bit, like he was smirking, and then he went back to looking all serious. He's trolling them.
You think?
Yeah. Once he said he's there, he's like, you know what? I don't want to let them off that easy. Like he's probably upset with them, but he's not going anywhere. And so instead, he was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna make it a little uncomfortable for them.
It's more. I think it's more messaging about the coaching and where the team is. I don't think he wants to leave. I think the reality is that he wants maybe a new coach.
Tyreek Hill did the deuces with the guy who fades on social media once the news was announced that Quinn Ewers will take over for Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. Tagovailoa?
Yep.
Tagovailoa. Yep.
And that's the smart move because now it's about draft picks. You're not going to make the playoffs. Right, it's about draft picks.
Zach Wilson, by the way, is now the 2.
Right, you got to do this. If you're gonna bench Tua, you got to make him the 3, inactivate him. That way, you keep him off the field because if he gets hurt, he has an injury guarantee for 2027. That would kick in if he gets hurt. So
he's got a $56 million cap number next year.
Yeah, and the reality is everything is going to get worked out in the offseason based on what happens with Mike McDaniel. Because they're going to have a new GM. That new GM is going to decide on the coach's fate, and that new coach will decide on Tua's fate. And they're stuck with him. They're stuck with him for now. I mean, they could cut him in post June 1 and split it up, but you're still wasting money. You're still wasting $40 million of cap space.
It's now 9 quarterbacks that will have started in the NFL thanks to one Steve Sarkisian.
Oh, God.
The quarterback guru.
Making it a Texas thing. Guess what? It's going to stop with the one he's got right now.
Just wait. If we do, I don't even know. Do we have Kegger later today? Yeah. If we do that later today, I'll read off why that's actually bad news for Arch.
Brian Schottenheimer responds to Jerry Jones on this show. Inside the Star with Sean and RJ next. But you got rain out there, and yeah, you got...
481-733-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
The bet is already in. I think the KNC Masterpiece were stunned by this. I'm pretty surprised. It's giving me a Patriot Bills feeling, which of course burned me, even though it shouldn't have. I should have taken home my money with New England up 20 points and then peeing away that lead against Buffalo. But the Los Angeles Chargers are actually the underdogs in this game Sunday at noon on this radio station with a 9 a.m. pregame. Who is surprised by that the Cowboys are favored by 2.5?
It's 2.5 now, so it was 1.5, so it keeps going up. Then that's surprising. I don't know.
I took the Chargers already straight up.
You can't trust either team.
Official predictions Friday at 8.
Right, you can't trust either team. Can't trust them.
I know more what I'm going to get from LA, though.
Yeah, 16 points.
16 points and probably a really good defensive effort.
Yeah, you probably are.
Their defense is solid.
The problem is that they're going to score 24 points or 28 points against this Cowboy team. And this Cowboys are going to score a bunch of points, too, because the offense is just cooks a lot of times. So I have no feel for this. I am, what did it say, the over-under?
The over-under is 49.5.
Woo! That's high for an LA game.
Yeah, the Chargers give up 20.
Yeah, it's very high
for
an LA game.
They score 22 and they give up 20.
Yeah, that's too high for an LA game. But there's nothing too high for this Cowboys team. We've talked about that. They score a lot. They allow a lot of points.
They, if you look,
out with George Pickens lately, your boy.
Lately, a good metric, a good measure, because a lot of times these teams are playing similar opponents. So when teams have played the Cowboys, they're scoring. They're right around there on the NFL schedule. They've played the Raiders as well, and they're scoring about 10 points fewer than they did against the Raiders. And the Chargers put up 31 a couple weeks ago. So about 21 for the Chargers.
I saw someone tweet that the Cowboys defense every week is basically facing Aaron Rodgers in one of his MVP years. Yeah. If you take out the average numbers of the QBs you face, now Rodgers still had like 3 points higher in each category, but it's basically prime MVP Aaron Rodgers every week in what they're doing against the Cowboys defense.
It's always a get right game. The Cowboys are the slump buster.
Yep.
And they in fact I heard Machota reference it yesterday. They've got the highest passer rating allowed in the NFL this year, just the standard across the board, and you've played some bad quarterbacks in there. It's 108. That's the passer rating that they've allowed this year.
Do you feel more confident?
Or it's 109, actually.
That the Cowboys will score 27 points against this Charger defense, or the Charger offense score 27 against this Cowboy defense?
Oh, man, that's tough. Do you have a...
Repeat it again.
27. Who do you feel more confident in? The Cowboys scored 27 against them, or they scored 27 against the Cowboys?
I mean, I think...
Probably them.
Yeah, them, probably.
Them scoring 27?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, Brian Schottenheimer was at the podium yesterday. He said, look, I'm making it clear. We want to win. Is Joe Milton going to play, Coach? Schottenheimer tomorrow at 8:30. And he said, I want to win, so the plan is to play Dak the rest of the season. He was also asked about Jerry on our show Tuesday, basically putting Matt Eberflus on notice these final 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Ed, we all understand the business is the National Football League. You know, I think Flus is a great coach. We have not played well enough in that area. But my biggest thing is, you know, I've been Flus. I've been through those people, you know, saying, hey, what about Shotty and this position? Yeah, that's part of it. We're used to it. So my job is to help Flus and the entire staff to come up with a great game plan and try to play the best we can these next 3 weeks. And that's what I'm committed to doing.
He should be fired for that alone.
Brian?
Flus.
Wow, Bobby turning on Schottenheimer.
No, Flus should be fired alone for that. The head coach shouldn't be sitting here talking about, like, I'm going to just do the best I can to help him out. That's why you're here. You're here to help him.
It's like one of those charity programs you're seeing to like give during Christmas right now, like 1-800-EBRFLUS.
It's just
the eyes of a coordinator.
For just 50 cents a day. And you can have your defensive coordinator.
You could have a Kenneth Murray replacement for just 50 cents a day.
Think about the fact
we should do an Eberflus infomercial.
Oh my God.
The fact that he's even talking about, I'm going to try to help him and, things like that. And the fact that in the middle of the season, his first coaching job, where he's also back to calling plays, the report was always about like, okay, well, now Schotty's having to spend more time in the defensive room this week. And that's probably going to be the case moving forward. It's like, this has got to be exhausting for Schotty. It's got to be exhausting for the team. That's just like, just to handle it. Why can't you handle it? And they can't. He can't.
Handle it how?
Adjust, like do the things to make the defense better. They are the worst defense in the NFL, like as a unit and statistically. Their talent is not the worst in the NFL. They should not be the worst defense in the NFL. The fact that they are, that's a direct reflection on the coordinator.
Broadus just texted, your bet is safe. Dallas has no answers in the secondary and no pass rush. I hope Brian was fine with me reading that. CeeDee Lamb, DNP, did not practice with an illness. Bland did not practice with a foot issue. Peyton Turner.
Everyone's sick.
Quote unquote. Phil Maffa and Josh Butler are all having their practice windows opened up as well.
Now, the only question is, do they know the answer to the Wizards riddle so that they can cross the bridge to being activated? Because Trayvon's still trying to figure out what the answer is. They don't know it yet.
Is that a Wicked reference?
Well, how good would that? That's just an anything reference. That's an old fairy tale reference. That would be pretty great if that was the whole reason why. It's like they're just like, Diggs, just answer this riddle and you can be. That's what it sounds like, as confusing as it's gotten now, especially yesterday with everything else that's coming out about him.
Do you remember your secret handshake from your fraternity?
No. I barely remember the Greek alphabet again, but Delta Epsilon Iota. Do you know it, Aiden? Were you in a fraternity? Do you know the alphabet? He doesn't know it. Did you say everything else that was coming out yesterday?
Yeah, I just mean with like, in general, like, because we got tagged in a bunch, obviously. Slater talking about Diggs and like, oh, rumors need to stop, and Trayvon's got his own version of it, and it's like, all right, well, I mean,
you want to recap her report?
That was her report, basically.
That's it.
And I'm not. That's not a criticism of Jane. That's a direct criticism of like, okay, Trayvon, if that's what you want to communicate to people, don't just say, hey, there's a lot of this that we need to put down, but I'm not going to actually come out here and tell any of you guys what it is.
Yeah,
and it's like, all right, well then, it's tough to just take your word for it, bro.
The quote I got on him was, he just doesn't get it. And that's what I'm going with.
He used to.
I'm going with what Jerry said on Tuesday to us about breaking assignments and not being good enough physically or special enough as a player to do that anymore, and he just doesn't get it. And he also just doesn't tell the truth. Like, Schottenheimer told us flat out, I sat down with him on Saturday and told him why he's not playing. And then Diggs after the game is like, I don't know why. No one's told me anything. I don't understand. I don't get it.
But apparently,
who are you going to believe?
So, I mean, I don't know. Apparently, he, because Jane did report that on NFL Network, apparently he said he was told. So I don't know why he's saying he doesn't know. Is that he said he was told that he was making mistakes in practice in cover 2.
We're now going to, and what would that look like from an X's and O's standpoint? What would he be doing incorrectly in cover 2?
So just in general, it could be a number of things. It could be that he's reading the flat defender wrong. It could be that he's trying to just freelance and he's not actually covering his zone. It could depend on what exactly it is that he's breaking.
Hide the fan text, because we're going to get blamed a little bit for this one. George Pickens on the criticism over the past few weeks, particularly the Detroit game. Quote, everybody has a job to do. Some people's job is to do that. Tear down character. See how many clicks they can get. I'm just here to play football and help the team, but it's starting to get kind of old. And that last part of the sentence will send shivers down the spines of the Pickens picketers, where George is getting sick of the criticism, saying it's getting a little old.
He's trying to stress him out the way Joe Burrow did. Like, guys, this is maybe I could think about a lot of other things. Maybe I could be somewhere else. He didn't say that directly, but he's look. I don't put the blame on him for the Minnesota game. Like I said, I don't. That's he got taken out of the game, and then the game plan made it difficult to work to him. The Detroit game is still something that I don't like. I don't, as much as they said, oh, he's taking accountability for this and that, I still don't like the answers he's given about it.
What's the I actually liked his answer when he was asked what has led to the lack of production the last 2 games. He said double coverage. All we can do is just try to execute at a high level. How are teams doubling him, keeping a guy inside, keeping the guy outside, or keeping a guy over the top and having a guy underneath just on one side of the ball? But CD's gone crazy. Flo has gone crazy. And I'm super proud of those guys.
If, are they just going to, are other teams just going to keep flipping back and forth between him and CD? And let's say let's say he signs like a 3-year deal. Because they were doubling CD to start. Now it looks like they've switched over to George.
Because George has shown something that he hadn't shown in previous years, which is he's going to make plays, like, consistently. And so because of that, George is the vertical guy. So they're taking away the vertical. They're going, okay, fine. Like, if we got to pick somebody to stop, let's stop the guy who's going 30 yards down the field. Let's stop giving up chunk plays. We'll just need to let's take away that and preach tackling all week on CD.
What do you think is the least amount of years Mulugeta would let them sign for?
Depending on who it is, George is a little bit of a different case. A lot of guys would like to be 3-4 years. George, they might want a little bit more certainty just because of how he can sour on people.
What if it's 3 but hard to get out of after 2? Like so it's almost like a full.
No, I was thinking more
3.
I was thinking more just after that, more like 4, but it's hard to get out of after 3.
Well, I mean, normally with a 24-year-old stud, you want to get back to the market to get the new high. So, because I would like the least amount of years as possible.
Yeah,
I would like, I like a 2-year deal. I like a 3-year deal, something like that. But I'm worried that Mulugeta is going to punish you as much as he can.
I mean, with Micah, he locked him in. Like, he got Micah locked in. He gets a lot of guys locked into where their deals are triggers for the year after, to where it's like, if you want to let somebody go, you got to make the decision a year in advance, basically, and that's tough for a lot of teams.
Kevin Hagelin, I thought yesterday, he did a phenomenal segment on breaking down the cap and the money that they have to spend based upon Jerry telling us, don't listen to anyone. It's so funny watching Dan Orlovsky try to understand the Cowboys cap. He did it the other day on TV. Bobby, you would have been so happy. Adam Schefter was looking at him like, are you a dumbass?
The boys from 105.3.
Like, what are you? Yeah, they can flip, they can maneuver. And he's like, they're 35 over. They're 37 over. And Schefter's looking at him like, do you not understand how these things work? And Hagelin basically freed up $70 million. Now you say goodbye to Diggs, Clark, Steele. I believe those were the main players. Even if you bring back Kenny Clark, I think he had about $40 million to play with, factoring in George Pickens' deal. So it was a really good math segment from Hagelin.
Ooh, it'd be tough to say goodbye to Steele in terms of financially. Yeah. Even if you post June 1 him, you don't save that much.
And you can manipulate the Pickens contract to kind of end when Dax does.
If he lets you.
If he lets you.
If they let you do that. The big thing would be Diggs saves you some money, but the big one would be Kenny Clark, because Kenny Clark is just such a massive number next year, and none of it's guaranteed. That's why Clark will either get cut or he will have to take a pay cut.
You may have had your information breached by the Hub. Look out, Aiden Butler. It's the Payload with Peyton Phillip Russell next on The Fan.
But 'tis the season.
ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday. It is time for the Payload. Every single Thursday at this time. And guys, Sean mentioned the tease. Our video guy Aiden had his personal information stolen the other night because the adult website, aka The Hub, had a data breach where over 200 million premium subscribers had info leaked from the website.
There's no way.
200 million.
200 million people paying for the website?
Paying.
Those are premium subscribers.
What do you get extra with paying? Well, for premium, what are you getting?
I don't know. Fantex 877-881-1053. Ask Aiden. Aiden, do you want to come in here and tell us? Yeah, what do you get extra?
Stop outing this poor kid. Stop putting this. Everyone in Texas is free and clear of this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, unless you had one from back in the day. I would assume that would. I don't know if that would still be on the books, but yeah, it was like this is like when the Ashley Madison stuff leaked.
But you can still get it here
with a VPN.
No, all you gotta do is show your ID, right? Oh no,
you can do that. Yeah. Nobody's giving their ID. Come on, John.
Yeah, no one's doing it.
Well, some people are giving their personal information to get breached.
They're paying. I cannot believe there's 200 million people doing that.
And it's not like it's 195 million and they just rounded up. It's like 201 and then some change too.
But there's 8 billion people on the planet. It's not just the U.S.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, half of those countries probably outlaw it to begin with. That's like half the population right there.
A lot of those people are under 18, so they wouldn't be allowed unless they had like a VPN or something. So you take out all those numbers as well. That's a lot of people for paying for this stuff.
I just want to know why. Why would you pay? Aiden, let us know. You got Twitter. You got X.
Now, I know with
I still haven't figured that Twitter one out yet. I wasn't here that day.
I know just from obviously friends and stuff, for OnlyFans, when you pay for that, you can get like private chats and stuff like that. You get a little extra when you're paying. But
would you ever get scared back in the day of initial scams when you get the email and it's like, we have your search history. Unless you pay this, we're releasing everything.
I'm constantly getting. I had somebody a person that was saved in my phone send me a Dropbox. I went back to my text. I hadn't spoken to this person since like 2017. Sent me a Dropbox, and I was like, "Is this real? What the hell's going on here?" But yeah, anything that you do, that you see, I get these PayPal ones all the time. Oh
yeah,
all the time.
The 469 says on the paid account, those ads for hot singles near you are actually true. So there you go. No longer fake. That's the 469 saying that. I don't know if they actually pay for it. But yeah, and now the Hub did issue a statement saying that no passwords, credentials, payment info, or government IDs were actually compromised in this, but instead it's just people's search history and analytics from regional views that they can use on their websites.
How fun would the job be to be in the government, to go through people's search histories? Wouldn't that be a fun job?
Yeah, because you would go to people you know.
Yeah. You go to people you know and look up what they've been doing.
Yeah, yes, that's...
Wouldn't that be a fun job?
Who has the scariest search history in the building?
The scariest?
Yeah, who would we see and just be like, oh...
Walchuk, definitely.
Walchuk's up there.
Oh, Walchuk.
Fred Davis has to be a creep.
I was thinking Fred.
Fred Davis.
A creep. Man, to me, when it comes to crazy search history, I am always going to the oldest person that I know.
Broadus?
I would think,
just because,
I would think Dawson could have some malicious stuff in there that would be a little like, oh, okay, that's a little
militia
unsettling.
Girls.
No, like him looking like I would be less worried about the adult content and more about the like. How do I open a compound?
What do you think brought us a search? How's a rubber worm different from a natural worm from a lake house? What can I get in freshwater versus saltwater? Where can I find the trout?
I mean, just on the Hub is what I'm talking about. I don't mean like in general.
No, I just mean like I'm going through your.
Your entire Google search.
Your entire Google search.
Oh.
I think Bobby's would be definitely weird.
No, pretty standard.
See if I can find the last few things.
Now, I don't want to out anyone here, but like...
You just did the whole segment. Yeah. You outed Aiden. Well, you outed Fred.
Well, welcome to the morning show.
These are my last handful. Deborah Newton kidnapping, leaded gas murder. Unrivaled Basketball League, Cody Campbell, Brendan Sorsby. The AT&T girl, her only philanthropy picks. I Googled those. Let's see, what else? What is that? I don't understand what that is.
I can't see mine because I don't save my search history.
Of course, Peyton Manning. Google Peyton Manning.
God.
Have you guys ever used the private tab on the Safari? Do you ever feel like that's a safer way to?
I don't use Safari. I'm an adult.
Oh, you have a
the
separate
private
Google?
tab on any browser.
Yeah, I use the incognito tab at least 4 times a day.
No, there's no need because I just don't save the search history.
Oh, very well. And by the way, if you're interested, we are a few weeks away from finding out the most popular categories for each state. From the hub. So, and just to warn you on what some of the search history could be like. Missouri last year had grandmas as their top pick.
Man,
2024.
come on,
So
what are we doing here?
it's Missouri. I don't know.
Here?
It just means more in the SEC, Chop. It just means more.
469 says on the paid account, those ads for hot singles near you are actually true.
Oh,
I read that.
Okay, I read that.
Yeah.
I can read though.
All right, guys, it is the Payload every single Thursday this time. BYOB for parties is pretty common, but what about BYOS? Bring your own spaghetti. Now, this is up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube right now. This is a Bears fan who somehow snuck a Ziploc baggie of spaghetti into the Bears-Browns game on Sunday. Now, I know stadium food is expensive, but this is next level. This is a fan. She's just eating away on spaghetti like she's in a restaurant. And it's like 9 degrees outside in Chicago on Sunday, and this bag looks like it has steam coming out of it. Somehow it stayed warm from the parking lot to their seat. I don't know if they had some kind of heater or something in their car. They were keeping this warm, but this fan's just eating away. And if you look closely on the bag, it has written on there Browns versus Bears 12-14. So I don't know if they're like storing away this.
Yes, and that's
it's like
the
meal
question.
prep for the Midwest.
This guy make this spaghetti in August.
Yeah.
And freeze it.
That's amazing.
I don't think that's steam. I think that it is so cold that's her breath. And I think is that a her? I think that's a her. But that means that's like just cold spaghetti, which is one of the worst foods.
Yeah. It would not be great.
Yeah, not a cold
I do enjoy some
guy.
spaghetti, just some classic spaghetti with red sauce. It's really good, but I would not bring that to a football.
Maybe they were tailgating and they had a grill, they had a warmer. But the story here is the meal prep.
I have not. I do want to do this because I'm a big fan of fried spaghetti. So like not deep fried, like you put it in the frying pan for the next day.
Okay.
Right. So you have your leftovers, put in the frying pan. I've not tried it on the Blackstone.
Yeah, that sounds like an absolute mess.
Sounds like a mess.
I don't know if I would go ahead and do that. But yeah, every time when I'm in a restaurant and I'm like, I want to order the spaghetti, I just can't bring myself to because you want to try something different in a restaurant. But I'm like, I feel like spaghetti. I have that spaghetti craving. It's gonna give me that warmth, that comfort meal, but I can't do it. It's hard to trust restaurant spaghetti, and don't ever get to-go spaghetti ever.
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah, I don't know that I would want restaurant spaghetti. Always, I feel like the sauce is never exactly the way I want it.
Watery.
Yeah, it just doesn't taste the way I want it. And plus, at home I can just pour all the Parmesan I want on it, and it's so good.
Is spaghetti the one seed of like leftovers? I know we talked about pizza, but I think pasta reheated is pretty good from the original. Yeah,
some pastas like you can't reheat macaroni as easily. That doesn't taste as good. But like spaghetti, generally, yeah. That's now. Do you separate them out? Kristen separates them out. She stores the sauce and the spaghetti separately. She doesn't just like mix all in and then store.
That's
it.
what my mom does. She separates.
We always put it together and stored it when I was growing up.
We're on today's day 5 of the soup every day for dinner.
Good for you.
Every day.
Chicken noodle?
Yeah. Yeah, every day. The amount of salt and bloatedness running through my body right now. I'm a mess.
Should have froze it. Should have frozen for Cowboys Thanksgiving next year.
Yeah, right.
Take it in the press box.
All right, we'll get to one more story here, guys. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua might have said a little too much the other night. He was on Aiden Ross's live stream. And Aiden, if you don't know, we've talked about him a little before. He's a content creator, YouTube guy, very popular, well-known in the content creator world. Puka
Which one of the kids in this video is Aiden Ross? Is it the white kid or the Indian-looking kid?
Not the guy with the glasses. So, the white guy.
Is the white guy.
Is
okay.
the white guy here. Yeah.
Why is he so big?
He created content early on. He, recorded himself doing whatever, doing pranks and all that, and so he was one of the first to do it, and he just got popular from it.
Is the other kid that Neon?
Yeah, it's Neon.
Is it Neon?
Yeah.
I'm like these are like two dorks. Like
Yeah. Neon was just a gamer, wasn't he?
Yeah, and some of these guys started out live streaming gaming play, and so
Aiden
then
Ross
they
is just a douche.
Like, what's his specialty? Like,
Aiden Ross or Neon?
Aiden Ross.
He's just a douche who makes douchey videos.
He's got to have some attraction that people like.
Like you said, it was like prank videos and like joke content, and then he's become just kind of a live stream his life kind of guy.
So Puka was talking about the NFL refs, and this might get him a phone call from the league, even if he is joking.
You think the refs be bullshit times?
Oh, 100%. I'm like, they had a... Yes, the refs are the worst because they're just some of the rules aren't. And like, these guys want to be. These guys are lawyers and like they want to be on TV too, bro. Like the game. You don't think he's texting his friends in the group chat like, "Yo, you guys just saw me Sunday Night Football." Like that was
no way.
Like that wasn't PI. Like, but I called it. I was like,
seriously, they do that?
I mean, these guys are normal human beings too, bro. Like these guys.
I mean, they
just,
do a better job than them. Dude, am I even joking? Yeah. Bro, they do. They're cheaters, bro. I don't care.
Even if he's joking, you can't say that,
That's
man.
dumb.
Oh,
that's stupid to say. You got to take him out of your top 5 receivers, Sean, because that's zero awareness.
What did I say yesterday? I said there's something wrong with Puka, like upstairs.
Something wrong with his brother too, who just got arrested yesterday.
Is that true?
Yeah.
So some Lakers rookie got his car stolen.
Adu Thero.
And apparently Puka's brother was involved. I said yesterday he did a live stream in the Rams locker room and like they were like, dude, stop. And he just like wasn't kind of getting it. And he continues to spout off with this Aiden Ross stream. They asked him who's the most overrated team in the NFL.
Who do you think's the most overrated team going into the playoffs?
Somebody in the AFC for sure.
It's
The AFC's
here. Let me show you the Broncos, Patriots, Jaguars, Steelers, Chargers, Bills, Texans. I think.
Gotta say the Jags.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, putting them on blast, and then he doesn't stop there. Which team owns LA? Two of you play in the same stadium.
What team like owns LA?
Football wise?
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely us. Like,
100%.
That's his little brother. Like we charge. Like for real, we charge them like rent. We charge them like to play at our stadium.
If you would ask me yesterday who is the last guy that you want to keep or the first guy to keep away from a live stream and these types of questions, I would have said Puka Nacua because of what he did in the locker room.
The last one I don't mind as much. That's going to be territorial, like, oh, who are we? We got, but I mean, a lot of that. The fact that he's just like, Jags suck.
That's a big problem for the NFL right now. Like, what if the Rams and Chargers are both hosting the conference championship game on that Sunday?
Is your college getting one of the quarterbacks, and the Forney legend saga has been settled? RJ Choppy with the college football kegger. We have a concert ticket giveaway. Mickey Fisher at 7:20 and Neighborhood Watch all on the way with Sean and RJ.
105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. I think The Sandlot said that best. It's one of the great philosophical movies of all time. It is the college football kegger on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go to your neck of the woods, Sean Sharif. North Forney High School. You're not too far from Forney.
No.
Out there in Sunnyvale. And Legend Bay is a player at North Forney. He's an athlete. Like, he's got about 6 positions that he is being recruited at. And this was the kid. He's a 17-year-old who doesn't turn 18 till, like, basically Christmas. And he had a setup for National Signing Day. He had Ohio State everywhere, all over his table. And then he up and signs with Tennessee.
Oh.
And everyone's like, well, what happened?
Congrats.
Because he had originally committed to Tennessee, and then he went on a recruiting visit to Ohio State, and he fell in love with Ryan Day, and he goes, no, I'm switching my commitment to Ohio State. But on signing day, he pulls a fast one on everybody and signs with Tennessee, and everyone's like, well, what's going on? Well, as the world turns...
Soap opera CBS.
Love it.
As the story goes, they believe that his mother and brother took control of his social media, forced him to sign with Tennessee. Some believe that they even forged his signature because at 17 years old, he's not allowed to sign with a school without parental consent. So the parents, one of the parents or guardians had to sign the paper, co-sign, right? Well, I guess she refused to co-sign. I don't know if they were paying her or what. So yesterday, it was announced that Tennessee released him from his letter of intent. They granted him his full release. He wanted out, he got out, and now he is going to sign with Ohio State, and all is right in the world. You should let the kid sign where he wants, not where mom and dad want him to go.
That's worthy of getting cut off. As an adult, I feel.
If it's true.
Yeah, if that's true, that's worthy
They took control of my Twitter.
Yeah, that's worthy of cutting them off when you reach adulthood.
Pat Dhoni all over the high school football scene, championship weekend, and they preview the Chargers at 8 o'clock this morning on NBC5. Nobody brings the high school knowledge more than Patrick.
Man, it is a wild, wild high school football playoff across the country. I remember I mentioned yesterday, Carrollton, Georgia lost to Buford. And that's like, Carrollton was like the top team in the nation. All right, a transfer portal quarterback coming to a school near you. Drew Mestamaker, North Texas, Mean Green. He is one of the most sought after, if not the most sought after quarterback in this portal.
By the way, where's college free agency ranking in the world of sports free agencies now?
It's ahead of baseball. That's for sure.
It's so disappointing too. Like, I mean, it's
like we're sitting here the past 2 days being like, all right, so they're looking for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Who's available?
Right.
Everyone's available.
And
it is the Wild West.
And all these schools, and there's about 16 right now. There's about 16 major power brokers in the sport that are looking for quarterbacks.
And you're saying it's disappointing, Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I don't like all the rapid changes that guys go through. It feels like
supposed to be advocating for the kids, Bob.
Yeah, I know, and you can have a good player who will play for 4 schools in 4 years or 3 schools in 4 years or whatever. Like, I mean, it's gotten ridiculous.
What I don't like is yesterday, the day before, USC, their quarterback, posted on social media, I'm re-signing. And I'm like, okay, hang on a second.
I'm staying.
I'm not. This is not. Once you commit to a school, I don't need to tell you to tell me every year that you're re-signing with the program.
That's
okay,
so bad.
I assume you're there for 3 years. These are the schools looking for quarterbacks right now. Listen, this is a list: Tech, Miami, LSU, Indiana, Oregon, Clemson, Florida, Tennessee, Nebraska, Louisville, Arizona State, Baylor, Oklahoma State, Virginia Tech, Michigan State, Cincinnati. It's a lot of cash being thrown out. And there is a report from Indiana that Mestamaker turned down $3.5 million from the Hoosiers.
Wow.
Turned down. So if he turns down $3.5 million, we are not to January 2nd yet, which is the first day you can sign. So we are 2 weeks away from that. That number, how much is that number going to go up by then? 5, 6 million?
Highest paid NIL quarterbacks reportedly. Arch 6.8 to 7.1. Carson Beck 4.3 to 5. Then Lenore Sellers, he's re-signing, I think, with South Carolina. Lagway, Underwood.
Man, maybe that's just a fit thing for him. Less than about the money. Maybe he just doesn't want to go to Indiana. I don't know, or he thinks there's other opportunities here. I have no clue. I know there was a lot of talk. A lot of people were, and I can't remember what their quarterback situation is behind it, but a lot of people were surprised that he wasn't just going to immediately jump to Oklahoma State,
right?
Because of
I don't know what their NIL's like.
Yeah. But I mean, and look, he's in a different position because Drew Messmaker, he was a walk-on at North Texas. He wasn't even a scholarship when he got there. So, I mean, this is a completely new experience for him. It's not like he was taking NIL payments directly out of high school or anything.
Let's go to Brendan Sorsby, the Cincinnati quarterback. Maybe also the top quarterback in the portal, depending on who you're asking for. His girlfriend, we mentioned this yesterday, she has already transferred to Texas Tech. He logged into his YouTube from a Lubbock Airbnb. Boy, I love again, follow the girl, follow the tail of the plane.
Follow the VPN.
Follow the girl.
Follow the premium account.
Right. So there's a lot of schools that think that they have a chance at him. I know LSU thinks they have a chance. Texas Tech thinks they have a chance. Obviously, Tech has a great chance. Tennessee thinks they have a chance because he's from there.
Here's the Vegas odds. Texas Tech the favorite at 5-2. Then Miami 3-1. LSU, Penn State, Indiana in order.
Makes sense. I mean, they're all looking. They're all looking for schools. Was Sorsby not at Indiana? I'm pretty sure. I had to go back and look. I'm pretty sure he started. Yeah, he did. He was at Indiana before Signetti got there.
Baylor's the favorite for DJ Lagway. It's Baylor at 3-1, then LSU, Miami, Texas Tech.
He's from Houston, so he was a Texas school has been thought to be where he could end up.
So we're going to see a lot of quarterbacks move, obviously. But again, Sorsby's the big one. Rayola's another big one.
Rayola's favorite is Oregon, then Miami, Bama, Arizona State, and your Vols.
Why is it that Rayola, Sorsby's another one? Why are they all doing this, like, I don't even know, like modern, like scruffed up McMahon look, like Jackson Dart has started to put out? Like they're all doing this, like kind of shaggy hair with the thing on there. Yeah. It's just they're like quarterbacks. I don't remember quarterbacks all universally doing this, and now like all of them look like this.
Where are you on Sam Leavitt at Arizona State? Because he's another big one that's being thrown out there
in terms of like would I want him?
The LSU's big high on him.
He's fine. Like, I mean, he's not anybody. He has a really good receiver there that, like, I don't know if once he splits from him, how much better he's going to be.
College football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. So every day there's just something new about Sherrone Moore that comes out. The latest, his mistress, the school is not allowed to fire her.
What?
Makes a ton of sense.
Due to school policy from the previous scandal. That states that a supervisor may not initiate or attempt to initiate an intimate relationship with a supervisee. Moore was a supervisor. His girlfriend or mistress was the supervisee. So now it's unclear who initiated the relationship, but it is on Sherrone Moore, if he did not initiate, to disclose that to the higher ups. And since he never did that, apparently she cannot be terminated. So she's basically protected with a now $90,000 paying job into eternity.
Power dynamic and whistleblowing. That's why. It's so like Moore would be considered a powerful person. How are you supposed to say no to your boss? That would be the thought process. And then because she did technically whistleblow, like that would be what protects her.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know if I don't think she can stick around there anyway. She's going to have to leave.
I mean,
everyone's going to look at her a certain way within the building.
Oh, nobody would trust her. Not a single wife of a coach.
Yeah.
Would trust her. Like, right. That's just the way it is. Players
would love to have her around.
But yeah, I mean, it's a stain now. Like, obviously, she could sit here and say, "Tough. I ain't going anywhere. Right. I'm going to stay."
You messy.
You know, there are some people with amazing willpower. They're like, "Yeah, sure. I'm just going to stay out of spite." Nico
tried.
He did. Here's the College Kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. Dabo Swinney. This is the admirable thing to do, but admirable and stupid sometimes are first cousins. All right. This is Dabo talking about the transfer portal, which, again, opens officially on January 2nd, but players have already declared, and we've already seen on social media who is going to be in the transfer portal. This is Dabo saying, we ain't doing it that way.
I mean, the portal opens on the 2nd. I mean, I know everybody's working all these deals. We don't do that. So, there'll be some of the best players out there. They'll go in the portal, and 10 minutes later, I'm committed somewhere. That ain't how we operate here. We're going to do it right. We're going to do it right, and we're not going to cut deals with people and all that stuff. I don't care what other people do.
All right.
This is actually a likable thing from Dabo.
It is. It's likable. It's stupid, but it's likable.
It's stupid. It's stupid, but it's likable.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
it's honorable.
What other advice would you tell your child? All right, if you get into this, you got to be a little crooked. Mm-hmm. You have to be a little seedy here, and Dabo's going to try to go ahead and do it the right way.
Listen, I honestly, if I was a hiring manager and that's non-sports,
an agent, a sports agent.
Yeah, if I was I'm looking at Dabo's players. You come from Clemson. You probably have been instilled a little bit of honor.
Right, Deshaun Watson.
Well played. But it's like all right. So the way Dabo's doing it, there's an honorable way to do it. It's just not winning football in 2025. I mean, this is perfect for D2.
Yeah.
It's just also there's a little bit of what you're publicly saying and what you're privately doing as well that I guess could exist. I don't think Dabo's being phony about that. I think he's absolutely serious that's how he's approaching it. But this is why this is what had led to Clemson having issues in the first place. Is they wouldn't play in the portal at all. Now they're going to play in the portal, but they're like, we're going to make the portal upright.
Would this be the way Jason Garrett would operate if he was in Denton with those rumors?
It's the way he would present it. I don't know if he would actually do it, but he would present the same way.
I think he had to get his hands dirty sometimes with the Cowboys. So,
all right, one more thing here. This is maybe the call of the year.
Oh,
Nebraska basketball.
Oh,
didn't know they had one.
Okay.
Nebraska basketball.
14 seconds, 13 seconds. Hoiberg across the division line. We got 10, 9. Everybody flat along the baseline except for Sam out into the timeline. 5 seconds to go. Sam drives the ball, kicks it. It is Lawrence, puts it up. God! 2 seconds to go. Inbounds play. I'm going to pass out. The game is over. Nebraska wins it. Nebraska wins it. Nebraska wins it. Jamarcus Lawrence hits one with 2 seconds, 2/10 of a second to go. And I'm not going to last this year.
He's been doing games since 1974. He might not last. He's right.
It.
Ken Pavelka.
Well done.
Oh, my gosh.
The College Kegger here with RJ Choppy on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We're going to go commercial-free with the Expressway next with an Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte ticket giveaway, 7 o'clock hour and the 9 o'clock hour. Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. Chargers preview and high school state championship preview with Pat Dhoni at 8 o'clock from NBC5. But as requested, Atolo hit me up and said there's only one person that can make me feel good about the Cowboys having a 1% chance. Why missing the playoffs would not be a failure, and why Matt Eberflus should return. Who would ever say those things? He's not our Cowboys insider. He is Mickey Fisher, joining us next on 105.3 The Fan.
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Just a small way for us to hook you up for doing just that is to have a concert ticket giveaway. So it's going to be Avenged Sevenfold tickets and Good Charlotte at some point in time right here on DFW Sports Station. All the local stories and scandals in Bobby's Neighborhood Watch. And Pat Dhoni, NBC5, previews the Chargers and the high school state championship games at 8 here on 105.3 The Fan. But I got a message from Atolo yesterday saying there's only one person who can turn around my mood, one person that can look at the Cowboys missing the playoffs as a positive, one person that could defend the status and future of Matt Eberflus. He is not our Cowboys insider, Mike Fisher. He is not our Cowboys homer, Mickey Spagnola. He's Mickey Fisher, the combo. On 105.3 The Fan on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Mickey. If the Cowboys wind up missing the playoffs and they have fewer than a 1% chance to make it, will this year be considered a failure, Mick?
Well, I mean, who says they have less than a 1% chance?
The computers do, Mickey.
Well, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I mean, have you seen Philly play recently? Have you?
Yes.
I don't think you have.
Oh.
If you did, you'd know that right now it's at least a 50-50 chance they make the playoffs. Maybe even 65-35.
I'm Mike Fisher here. We've got some breaking news, exclusive. Trayvon Diggs says he is healthy enough to play this weekend. And it's information he told me and only me. Why he hasn't played, we may never know, but I can report to you that your trusted and trusty Cowboys reporter, me, says Diggs is healthy enough to play. By the way, Adam Schefter sucks as an NBA reporter.
Wow. Always got to take the shots at Schefter and Mike Florio from Mike.
So aggressive. Mickey, do you think the Cowboys should play their starters if Philadelphia wins this weekend and they're eliminated?
Well, of course they should. I mean, why wouldn't they?
Well, you play for the draft pick, Mickey.
I mean, where's the integrity in that? You owe it to the rest of the league to try your hardest to keep the other teams out. Yeah, there's more joy in spoiling a season than there is in getting that next big player in the draft. Besides, the higher pick, it just means more money it costs you. It's chestnut checkers.
I'm Mike Fisher here in the Words with Friends of me, the 105 to the Fan newsroom. I got some breaking news. Another exclusive. The Miami Dolphins have benched Tua Tagovailoa.
Mike, that's not an exclusive, Mike. That happened yesterday during our show.
Yeah, well, you know, one of my 36 paywall sites, I'm also your trusted and trusty Dolphins reporter. And it's news that you can only get from me and not from that hack, Adam Schefter. Hey, Shefty, got any more takes on Sherrone Moore?
He is Mickey Fisher joining us here on Sean and RJ on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Mickey, will Matt Eberflus return next year as defensive coordinator?
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
We will. Just ask it for a prediction.
If you ask me, I think the teams in the NFC North all colluded with the rest of the league to give away his secret.
What a homer.
I mean, this is one of the best defensive minds in the history of the NFL. There are quarterbacks in this league who've never seen these type of defenses before, so I blame the Bears for giving away his playbook to everyone. You know, they're known to cheat in Chicago. If I were Jerry, I'd sign him to a lifetime contract. He's that good.
Good. Ben Fish here one last time. We got a bit of more breaking news. Another exclusive. I did some math, and if the Eagles win on Saturday, the Cowboys season is over. That is breaking news right here on The Fan. You can only get from me and not from someone just listening to Jerry Jones, Dr. Sean and RJ and Bobby. I'm talking about you, Werner. One more thing, men. Before I let you go, not sure if you got your ladies for Christmas, but I'll tell you what I got, Marcia.
Oh, no.
A double dose of testosterone shots this week. Let me tell you, I'm not the only one who's going to be getting an injection Christmas night.
Get out of here. Mickey Fisher, our Cowboys Homer insider on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Like that testosterone's been working for Mike. He's been lifting those 100-pound dumbbells in the gym and everything. It's working out for him.
You think today could be a little rough for Eberflus at his presser?
Yeah. I think this is going to be. Look, Matt Eberflus has seemed very uncomfortable sitting up there the entire season. Today's going to be the toughest way. He's going to be asked repeatedly about, hey, so what did you think about Jerry saying this about you? What about this about you? This about you? And that's not even getting into just direct questions about how he called the game the other day. So, this is going to be I'm going to be very fascinated to see what kind of energy he has at this thing today.
And Choppy, might as well bring you in. You've been quiet this segment.
Yeah.
You're always talking about facing the division, outside of the division. That's happening, and outside of the conference for Dak on Sunday. 9 a.m. pregame, noon kickoff here on The Fan.
Yeah, so every year we lose a random game. And that I think this year was 2 random games. It was Cardinals and Minnesota. That was a
Panthers.
Yeah, Panthers. Road game, but these are the home games. Those hurt. But they're always against non-NFC East teams. Like Dak at home in his career has lost 2 games to the NFC East.
2 games.
And one of which I think was his first game ever against the Giants. I think it was his career opener.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about, since then, 1 game. So needless to say, he knows how to beat, and he does beat those NFC teams, East teams, and the Cowboys too. Even when Dak is hurt, the Cowboys seem to do still pretty well against the East. But what about the 11 other games of the year that really, really matter? So I went back to 2016. And for the record, Dak in his career is 82-53-1. And that's just Dak. 36-9 against the NFC East. 10-9-1 against the NFC North. 9-8 against the South. 6-10 against the West.
Those damn 49ers.
6-2 against the AFC North, 5-5 versus the East, 4-4 versus the South, 6-6 against the West. So winning records against 4 of the 8, including the East. So now here's what it's the overall Cowboys problem, because as a franchise, including the injuries, they're 70-33 as a favorite. But as a dog, since Dak became the quarterback in 2016, 26-36-1. Now he's missed some of them. But in that same time frame, with or without him, they're just 2 games over 500 against non-NFC East, 56-54-1, and that tracks with Dak, who is just 1 game over outside the NFC East, 1 game over 500. But the real problem, back in 2016, they were 9-2 as a favorite, 4-2 as a dog, 10-1 against the rest of the teams in the NFL. Against the non-NFC East. After that 2016 season, you had to get all the way to 2022 until there was a season where the Cowboys had a winning record against teams outside the division.
Wow.
So 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. That's 5 years. And they made the playoffs in that time. A couple times. Still losing record against non-Eastern NFC East teams. And 22, they went 9-4. Since that 1 year, they're 4 games under 500 against non-NFC East. It gets worse. In 2016, they were 4-2 as a dog. They have not had a winning record as an underdog since in any season. 1-3, 5-5, 0-1, 3-4, 2-2, 3-3, 0-4, 5-9, 3-3-1. They've not had a winning record as an underdog. They do not beat good teams. And this is not just a Dak thing. It's that Dak's not there. They're still not doing it. This is I don't know what it is. Honestly, I don't know what it is. They never beat good teams. Now, I have to go look and see
the rest of the league.
What's the Rams record? What's the Patriots record? During, when Tom Brady was there, I think the Patriots record was pretty good.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to think of the signature wins that immediately just jump out in my mind over the last 15 years, where I came in here on such a high, and it's all right, I believe that they're a legit good team. I always talk about the Seattle game on the road. The Pittsburgh and Green Bay games.
Yeah, first year. Philadelphia.
In the rookie season.
Philadelphia this year we talked about, the Chiefs.
Philadelphia and Kansas City. And I think that's basically it. Those are the games that immediately, over 15 years.
New Orleans. 2018, where that was kind of the culmination of the Cooper got traded here. They went on a winning streak, and then New Orleans came in here and they beat them.
Yeah.
That was probably, and then the next week was the Amari Cooper 3-touchdown, 200-yard game against the Eagles in overtime. That little section was pretty big.
It just feels like, I mean, it doesn't feel like, it should be more than 5 or 6 over 15 years. Yeah. When I've come in here and it's like, you can feel the mood change in the city. You can feel an over the top, okay, here we go. And this year, yeah, they beat the Chiefs and the Eagles, but it was at a point where you were still up against it. And I think I was more certain about that team that beat Seattle, maybe that team that beat Pittsburgh and Green Bay, even in their rookie seasons, Dak and Zeke, because we had already seen what they were this year. Now, the curiosity and the wonder and the question was, did they turn a corner? Did they turn a Quinnen Williams corner by beating those two, and then we came crashing back down against Detroit and Minnesota? But it should feel like more than 5 or 6 signature wins in 15 years.
Should.
Yeah, I think, because I'm just scanning over, and I couldn't, like, off the top of my head, there wouldn't be necessarily one that would stand out as like, oh, yeah, that was, like, a big thing when they won that game. But then, like, you also scan over it, and I start looking at it and go, like, yeah, there were, I think any year that they're good, there's usually 1 or 2 games during that season where you're like, okay, there it was. So, like, 22, it was when the Eagles rolled in here at like 11-1 or whatever, and that was the T.Y. Hilton 3rd and 27 throw. That one, they beat them 40-13 or 40-34 in overtime. That one was a big win for them. There was the one 2 years ago, I think it was.
2 years ago, I think it was.
Yeah, that's what it was. They beat Detroit at the end of the year, obviously. That was a big one. With the whole Dan Skipper thing.
Oh, yeah. You were there?
That felt like luck.
Kinda.
But I mean, like, it's a game. Like, if you look over the course of, like, when they've gotten like big matchups, they're usually like 500 every year. When they're good, it's like 500 in those big games where it feels like they'll win one and lose one. They never just sweep though. They never win like 3 out of their 3 big games. They don't do that.
A lot of the fan texts, guys, 877-881-1053. Tampa Bay playoff game from 3 years back. A lot of Tolos are pointing to that game when they knocked Brady out of his career.
All right, it's a playoff game. Yeah.
Patriots 2022 on the road. Diggs pick 6. They had the game-winning CD touchdown in overtime.
That was
against Brady?
That wasn't against. It wasn't against Brady.
Mac
but it was Mac Jones. But that was the whole thing of just like them going in there and doing it on the road against Belichick was a big deal.
Okay, I mean it was Mac Jones. So.
I mean, I'm certain if we go back and pull how everybody talked about it the day after, it was a huge win.
Yeah. Okay. 8-7 maybe on your podcast.
I mean, that could be. I was working here by that point.
Yeah. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
Dak got hurt in that game, right? That was the
that completely changed the season because Dak was playing really well up to that point. Then he had the calf strain at the end, and when he came back from the calf strain, he didn't play the same the rest of it.
Next Gen came out with most passing yard. We're talking about Brian Flores and all these different coverages and what Trayvon is trying to stray from in terms of the system. They can't get him on the field. Most passing yards by coverage this year versus 2-man. Dak Prescott leads the way with 263 passing yards. Versus cover 0, Jalen Hurts at 232. Versus cover 1, Jordan Love, 921. Versus cover 2, Dak Prescott, 667. Versus cover 3, Stafford, 1467. Versus cover 4, Sam Darnold, 848. And versus cover 6, Dak Prescott. So Dak leads the way in 3 different categories against certain coverages this year.
Yeah, that would also say to me he's seen I think he leads the NFL in attempts right now. But what that says to me is that there are just particular ways that teams like to play him. And so volume-wise, he may be getting more. Like, I mean, the fact that in 2-man coverage was just a very specific type of basically cover 2 with man-to-man, like press man-to-man. But that to me says that, like, for instance, the cover 0 stuff, Dak has seen a lot more of that than other people have. Cover 6, he's seen a lot more of that than other people have this year. But that makes me think that some teams feel like this is the way we got to play him, and that he's been able to just have a lot of volume opportunities with it.
Jalen Hurts impressed you yesterday at his presser?
No, he impressed everybody else, though. This was my favorite clip. So this was yesterday. People were talking about this like, what a mic drop moment. Listen to the way that he just answers and crushes this question. He doesn't have it. We don't have it. But either way,
where's the clip?
I thought I sent it. I guess I didn't. Did I not send it? I thought I did.
I'm trying to look through the group chat. Did you send in there?
Yes, I did. But that's fine. He didn't know what perceived pressure meant. That was it.
Perceived pressure.
Wow. What amazing radio payoff right there that was. That was good. That was good. Too busy with Brady James. Commercial
I
free.
said it in the group text.
Hey, group chat.
Oh, you could recap it a little bit better. He didn't know what perceived pressure was.
That was literally what
That's
it. He kept saying it's perceived pressure. It's perceived. It's perceived. It's
not real.
It's perceived. And then he finally just went, it's you. I'm living it. And that was it. But he did it for 30 seconds. It was good.
What does that mean? Perceived pressure is perceived pressure. Yeah. Does that mean that you feel it, or does that mean that it's external? I mean, it's perceived.
You guys haven't seen the Commanders. Excuse me.
Isn't that like like the root word for perception in some regard? Yeah, perception by those who are watching. I'm not watching. I'm living.
You guys haven't seen the Commanders since the NFC Championship game last season. I assume there's probably not much you can take from them.
He just starts answering it's perceived, and he doesn't know what he said, so then he has to like interrupt the question twice to then circle back and go, isn't that I'm doing it? I'm living it. And then the guy just starts answering, and it's like 10 seconds later he goes, doing. Like, yeah, doing that. That's what I'm doing. And people were like trying to quote that yesterday and be like, look, what a great answer. People perceive my pressure. I'm living it. It's like, well, yeah, he got to that quote after 40 seconds of trying to figure out what perceived meant.
This guy in Philadelphia, this Elliott Shore Parks, I don't know whether he's an insider or what, or whether G-Bag gets him on, but he tweeted that Jalen Hurts wears the heaviest crown in sports as the Philadelphia Eagles quarterback.
Hey, no, he does not. I do not believe he does.
Who is this guy? Is this guy a troll?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, I think he is. He's a homer, that's for sure. But he's he says some things that have to be trolly because, like, there's so many other ways that when I see him talk or we've interviewed him before, he clearly has like rational thoughts. So I think he's just got to be screwed.
I think the thing to say is Jalen Hurts or the Eagles quarterback should wear the most bulletproof vests in sports because of the members of their own fan base that want to take them out even after winning a Super Bowl the year prior.
Yeah,
it's not the heaviest crown. It's the most vests.
Heavy lies the vest.
Heavy lies the vest. Because it's not the most popular position in the sport, right? You know, obviously being a Cowboys quarterback comes with much more awareness, attention, scrutiny. But that fan base is sick. They're sick.
Yeah,
they're sick people.
Let's hook you up, our fan base, for turning it on, leaving it on, 105.3 The Fan, and this morning show.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Avenged Sevenfold in Good Charlotte at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
RJ Choppy's loving this giveaway this week. We'll have another one in the 9 o'clock hour.
Better play Good Charlotte next time.
Dhoni.
One song.
Your music's trash. That's not good.
Let's talk about the giveaways like that, Bobby.
No, I'm saying his taste is trash in general.
Oh, it's still talking about the music. Pat Dhoni, NBC5 at 8 o'clock to preview the Chargers and the high school championship games. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, school's out for Christmas.
Oh, it's a good play on the song.
Yeah, I just changed one word. It is that time of year where the schools start closing down for Christmas, but it also, a couple people have had some issues keeping their schools open with illnesses right now. It's not just been Christmas, it's been sickness. Cushing ISD in East Texas, and then there was another one as well. They have shut down for the rest of the semester because of illnesses that have hit the
semester.
Yeah, now that's East Texas. It's a little bit further from us, but this whole thing that the illness that hit your house, Chop, that hit my house, that inevitably is coming for Peyton, no doubt. He'll have to take off more than just the day after Cowboys games. It's like really starting to just. I don't know. I think there's not really a single family unit that I know that hasn't had some sort of illness in the last month. This has felt like the most widespread community illness since like COVID time.
Boy, that's a good point. I feel like we get one of these every year. This one seems a little bit worse.
It's been like 3 weeks. It feels like where this has really just been kicking everybody's ass.
Yeah, need to get to the break. Need to get to the Christmas break. All these kids go home, sequester. 2 weeks to flatten the curve, Bobby.
Yeah, that's all it takes.
And,
2 weeks,
and we'll be there. So, and they'll be out for 2 weeks, and then we'll be good. Because today, for my kids, is the last day of school for the semester.
And you were feeling a little emotional during one of the breaks
because my oldest gets his license over the break. So this is the last day. This is the last drop-off pickup day for him ever that we're gonna do. Unless he fails his driver's test, which is not out of the realm of possibility here. Okay,
right.
But there's an emotion. I'm thinking about like changing my schedule today and going to pick him up. Thinking about doing that.
Which you've never been. You're not usually that sentimental, but I've noticed it has kicked up the last year or so. Like there's certain trigger dates or things happening in their growth that you're getting a little.
I am getting a little sappy.
Misty-eyed about.
They say men over 40. That's when the emotions start to roll.
It starts hitting you.
Pre-menopause.
All right, which state do you think is doing the most loving this next year, Sean?
Vermont.
In 2026?
Vermont. Why Vermont?
Because there's nothing to do there.
That's true. Good point.
In 2026?
Yep, 2026.
The most I'll go Vermont.
You go Vermont? You go Vermont? I'm going to go Wisconsin because that's where the highest level percentage of drinking is.
Neither of you are correct. Dual Bits, which does weird prop bets and puts odds out on different things, has decided to take odds on who's going to be doing the most loving in 2026. And they say everything's bigger in Texas, including your chances of getting lucky.
Oh.
Because Texas is not number one, but Texas is in the top 10. Their odds are plus 6,000, which doesn't feel like great odds. They're the 8th best odds, though, to be doing the most. There is 2 runaway favorites.
You can bet on this?
Yeah, you can bet on this.
How are you going to get the results and prove it?
Because it's something that it's, where was it? They've got the reference here. Dual Bits, it's a reference back to whenever a study comes out at the end of the year. It's a certain outlet that does a study and then releases who's done the most of it. So it's basically betting on what that outcome is going to be for next year. Now, the top 2 are way ahead of everybody else. And I don't know that I would normally think of them. Second best odds, Utah.
Oh,
plus 275. But
they're rebelling.
Does it
is
count,
that what
though?
it is?
Yeah, all these.
But would they report that?
All these reality shows, they want to get kicked out of the church. They write a book about it.
The polygamy. So it's like you've got different opportunities all the time. That's what it is.
What'd you say, Peyton?
Does it count in Utah though? It's not really.
What?
Yeah, does it count?
For the BYU students, no. We're talking about the the people who run the polygamy farms or whatever.
I think the TikTok mom
special alarm clock.
The TikTok moms thing. I think they're all out of Utah. You just got those women who are suppressed and they're just trying to break out.
Yeah, they are.
They just want that freedom.
RJ's so excited.
I dated a Mormon girl in high school, and
you broke her sanctity.
No, her boy. We were just sitting on the couch one day. Literally, we were laying on the couch, and her dad. He came downstairs in the basement, and says, "You guys are sitting too close together." It's a sexually aggressive or a promiscuous way that you're sitting, and I'm like. We're literally like knee to knee, touching knees. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
The only thing he wants to see with knees is some aspirin between them.
Right.
That's what he wants. All right, 210, by the way, on the question about the virus right now. I work at the Children's Hospital. ER is slammed with this virus right now.
Yeah.
Walchuk was talking about they took the little baby, the youngest one, to the ER the other day because they were worried it was not RSV. That's the one. They were worried that it was RSV. The number one state for loving in 2026 is apparently going to be South Dakota, which I think is the Vermont theory there. What else are you going to do in South Dakota?
Never been to the Dakotas.
No, that is. I think if I hit all 48 of the 50, I'll be fine without the Dakotas.
South Dakota, Utah, and then North Dakota is the top 3. Aren't those kind of like mountainous areas, all of them? Like that just feels very. I would think there just wouldn't be as many opportunities, but
it sounds nice, like the Dakotas.
The Dakotas.
I want to go to the Dakotas.
We should just make them one.
We should. That would be much better. Have you seen the Netflix house here in Neighborhood Watch?
No, but my wife has talked about this a lot.
So This is something that when I first started hearing it open up, I thought it was like the pop-up shops you get at like Grapevine Mills sometimes. So a couple years ago, they had like this pop-up shop for Stranger Things. So like you would go in there and it's like they have different merch and there are a couple little small experiences, but that's it. Apparently this is a much bigger deal in terms of this specific one. This is from Dallas Weekly. You can step into the Netflix universe at the Netflix House grand opening, which they just opened one in Philadelphia. They opened one in Dallas. The one in Dallas had, I believe, David Harbour came through, who plays Hopper on Stranger Things. And then KNC had the mom from Stranger Things in here because she was here for that opening.
Man, the photos that some of these guys in this building posed for with that, they were so excited. They were cheesing.
Did you see Adrian's comment on Corey's post?
No.
So you saw, they were very, very close.
Yeah.
So Adrian commented on it, and she said, "This is when I knew you were going to leave me." And then Corey did like the eye roll, but I was like, I like the bit. I like the troll bit.
Did he fail the green line test during the photo? I don't remember.
What's that?
He did.
Oh,
he did.
That's
what's a green line?
Who leans in the photo?
Does
Who
the guy
leans
lean? If the guy leans in, the relationship's doomed.
Oh,
doomed relationship.
It's like eating the taco, like Scatterbill.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's the same sort of thing.
You're not submitting to the taco.
So they say the Netflix house is
a lot
Netflix.
of times you got to lean though if it's a shorter person.
I think you get a pass if you're like 6'7" and she's 5'2".
6'7". But look at the gaps like between Corey and Tim's photos, and like I think their hairlines are touching.
Oh yeah,
Tim's?
dude,
Tim was geeking out.
They look like a couple. Tim and her in the photo look like a couple. That one is it. Like if you would have seen that, somebody would be like, "Oh, what? Like is that his wife?" What is the Netflix house? They say Netflix house is Netflix's first ever permanent playground for fans and all your vibe, where you can eat, play, wander, compete, and step right inside the worlds you've been binging. So it's a lot of different. It's very Stranger Things heavy, but apparently they have some stuff, various things with like K-pop Demon Hunters, which continues to just
that's your girls.
It's overwhelming. We got the note the other day. So I use Spotify, the girls use the Amazon Music. And so we got the Amazon Music notification that like the top 5 songs for the entire year were all from that movie because they just play it nonstop and loop it. But it's a whole bunch of like interactive stuff. It's themed like food and games and different things like that. And it's very like 80s centered and different things like that because a lot of it centers around Stranger Things. But I don't know, looking at it, it looks very nice. It's cool, whatever else. I don't know that I would ever want to walk inside this, though. This looks very overwhelming and something that I don't think I'd want to play.
I thought this was like a house where influencers all went and lived together. Maybe that's TikTok house. Maybe I have it confused.
Like the Big Brother house.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
And that show Traitors that everyone loves that I can't get into. Like, that's another show of our house where it's like, it's a bunch of reality TV people and they're playing like a who got killed last night type of game.
Oh, yeah.
And people love this show, but I can't do it.
Yeah, no, this is not one that I would. I don't think I would be able to handle this one because especially just with all the things that Kristen wouldn't want to leave. We went just to that Netflix pop-up and she didn't want to leave. Biscuit Bar. Are you familiar with Biscuit Bar?
Heard of it, yes.
It's a very popular spot around North Texas. It's like comfort food and obviously, I mean, with the biscuit, the whole thing, but it's like comfort food and different things. You can get like biscuits and then the chicken fried steak and different things like that. People love it. There were a couple different locations here. They announced, sadly, to everybody, all the big fans out there of it, that they were closing down. Said that they're not going to be able to keep it up. They had a loyal following across Plano, Deep Ellum, Fort Worth, and beyond, that from WFAA, but founder Janie Burkett was deeply personal, said our mission statement was to provide comfort and inspire people to come together, said that we really all as a family came together, tried to, keep the restaurant open, and they've opened a GoFundMe, just didn't work out. They're not going to be able to keep things going with costs rising. And this is the next in a long line. I feel like of the last year, we've had like a dozen of these longer term spots, these kind of popular spots, places that you would think if anybody's going to survive, it'd be one of these that have shut down. And it's really hard for anything to say. Even some of the more casual dining stuff is just not staying open anymore.
I think go ahead, Choppy.
It's just like the cost for food. It's over the last couple of years has been out of sight. I got a buddy, he owns that Old South Pancake House in Fort Worth, and he was saying like I used to spend maybe like $30 a week on eggs. Like that's now it's like or a day, and now it's like $150 a day. Just your margins are gone.
We have a replacement for you because yesterday I think I found my new #1 seed for biscuits and gravy. Now I will say, this is not something I order often, But
Same, yeah, I don't either.
Choppy and I went to Just Love Coffee in Grand Prairie. They have another location in Arlington. And I told them, y'all are practically giving this away. That's what made me think of it, the food costs. They had a biscuits and gravy with a little spice on it, a homemade biscuit. It was like $10, and it was amazing. I think it's my one seed. Just Love Coffee in Grand Prairie.
Is it sausage gravy or just white gravy?
Sausage gravy.
So is the sausage where the spice is?
Yeah, I don't know if he added a pepper.
So that to me is what makes biscuits and gravy like really good. Is that if you get if the sausage gravy has kind of like a kick to it, has sort of that little spice, like just a little bit of heat, that's when biscuits and gravy is done really, really well. But that's good to hear because that's not an easy one to get right on the menu.
It's hard with a biscuit. Very challenging
it's
with
all
that
about the
biscuit. Yep.
Yeah, so to get, I mean, that's such a easy thing to mess up any of the like three things in there, whether it be the sausage, the gravy, or the biscuit itself. You can ruin that. Kelsey Erickson, talking to WFAA, she's with the Texas Restaurant Association. She said that operators are being squeezed from every direction. She says, quote, wages are up significantly, credit card processing fees, utilities, rent. She said higher food and labor costs paired with fewer customers are creating an industry slowdown that's putting intense pressure on local restaurant owners. She says when we can lean in and support a local restaurant, that really does uplift the whole community. But it does feel a little bit like some of these places, in order to just start staying open, they have to be subsidized almost by the community.
I will not go and order delivery unless it's like a deal special. I got to get a buy one get one for wings and sushi. I won't order it without it.
You won't order any delivery?
I won't order those two things. Hell no, I'm not picking it up. I cook. That's why you need to sit there and cook more and freeze it for your future Bears games to eat spaghetti in the stands. But that's why, you know how much money you saved this week eating that chicken noodle soup for 7 days in a row? Props to you guys.
Man,
well done.
It was a lot.
Got to cook, got to have the leftovers, but I go on that app and I do the buy one, get one, at least for wings or sushi. Otherwise, I'm not getting it.
One more quick thing here in Neighborhood Watch. KERA wrote about the Frisco ISD school closures, which have started taking over. It's a lot of the, like Frisco, McKinney, and all those spots. They've started having some school closures there, but Frisco's been the big highlighted one because that was the exploding school district that nobody thought was going to slow down. KERA says that a lot of things have happened. They've lost 3,000 students in the last few years, and they said a lot of this is about, one, housing turnover slowed. They've got declining birth rates in Frisco. And there's a lot of funding pressure now, so they've lost a few different middle schools now.
We're in the same boat in Grapevine, Colleyville. They like nobody can, like, people can't move into Colleyville with young kids. The houses are too expensive, and then nobody's moving out.
Yeah,
so they've grown. Their kids have grown out of the district. They're still in district. Southlake is thinking about closing a school. That town never stops growing. And it's just like the amount of closures are going around.
Neighborhood Watch every Thursday at this time with Roberto, commercial free in the Expressway. Congrats to the concert ticket winners. We have another one at 9 o'clock along with Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. But let's preview the Chargers and high school state championship football week with the great Pat Dhoni, NBC5. Patrick Dhoni joins us next. But I'm sitting there.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
4th and goal. Southlake Carroll at the DeSoto 2-yard line. To throw Renda. Looking. Now he'll run. Renda hits and stops short.
Victory Plus with the call. How is this week and weekend of high school football going to top what happened last weekend? We ask Mr. Insider, NBC5, Pat Dhoni, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. We will also preview the Chargers, who Pat is very familiar with. Good morning, sir. How you been?
Man, I'm doing great, boys. Great to be on with you this morning. It is one of the best weeks of the year, man. Love this week. State championship week out there at AT&T Stadium. Cannot wait to be out there.
How is last week going to be topped?
I don't think it can, man. I mean, that's a high bar when you're talking about, you just played the great call there on Victory Plus of the finish between Southlake Carroll and DeSoto. I'm not sure anybody saw Southlake Carroll going down in that game. And Claude Mathis, the coach at DeSoto, made sure everybody knew about that after the game with that viral interview, spiking the towel, saying it's a dynasty. I mean, there's just I was fired up watching Claude, my guy there at DeSoto, so happy for him. And what a huge win. Their running back, Sherrone Baker, what a story, man. Guy plays quarterback to start the year. And then they're like, let's try it out at running back full time. Turns out to be a good call. He had 7 touchdowns in the quarterfinals. 366 yards and 4 touchdowns against Southlake Carroll last week. Now they're playing for a state title. That doesn't even count the game on Friday night, the Frisco Lone Star Alito game that we were at for our NBC5 Big Game Friday coverage. Frisco Lone Star down 17 points with 5 minutes left, and their stud receiver, Davian Gross, and this sophomore quarterback, Trey Wright, who turns out he's pretty good. He got offered by Texas right around the same time this happened because he let him back. And they beat Alito to get to the state championship game, and they're trying to become the first Frisco ISD team to win a football state championship ever. So just so much happened last week that was awesome, but you know how it is state championship week, man. You have no idea what's getting ready to go down.
Pat, you brought up the upset, if you want to call it that, the DeSoto Southlake game. Put it in NFL or college terms, in terms of the surprise of that. That's like who beating who.
Well, it's kind of hard to do that directly, Chop, as far as like which team is which, but I'll just give you an overall feel for exactly what was going on. Early in the season, DeSoto was not playing up to DeSoto's standards. I think Claude Mathis would tell you that. The players on that team would tell you that. Every year when you're DeSoto, you expect to contend for a state championship, and they did not look like a state title contender. But something clicked, and this Southlake Carroll team that some rankings had up as high as number 3 in the nation. I mean, undefeated. This was the team there that everybody thought was going to win a state title. Their wide receiving core is maybe the best in the state of Texas, one of the best in the country. They've got a stud named Brock Boyd, who's a wide receiver who we had on our Whataburgers Inside High School sports show a couple weeks ago in studio getting a bobblehead. And he's headed to Ohio State, takes over games all year, undefeated. It felt like this was the team, and they were winning. And then DeSoto comes back and just hangs in there, and then finds a way to win the game on a very, very close call where the Southlake Carroll quarterback, Angelo Renda, gets tackled at the 1-foot line. His head was across the goal line. The ball was not. That's how close it was. Had Friday Night Lights, the movie, and book vibes, of being that close to scoring there. And that's how DeSoto advances to the state championship game. And, I mean, look, it's not going to be easy for them going into this matchup that they've got, coming up against Sheldon King. Sheldon King's a good program, but I think most people would say the winner of that Southlake Carroll and DeSoto game would be the favorite in the state title game. So now you have a chance for DeSoto to potentially win a 3rd state championship in 4 years. So I guess maybe the best way I could describe it in NFL terms would be if the Chiefs had turned it around and made the playoffs as a wild card team and then knocked off the Broncos, even though the Broncos are not really a juggernaut right now. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying it would be like that if they had gotten it done and then found a way to get it done in a game they were heavily – I wouldn't say they were a heavy underdog, but most people were picking Southlake Carroll in that game.
So, Pat, stop me if you've heard this before. Duncanville and North Shore are going to play each other for the state title. This is kind of what they do. This is what we get every year. Preview that game for us a little bit, and is this going to be the final game for Reginald Samples?
It sure feels that way. He's deflecting a lot of questions about that, Bobby, regarding his future. And you know how this goes. Typically, if a coach is coming back, he's going to let you know he's coming back. And if he's not coming back, he's going to say, well, we're focused on the game right now, and we're focused on this season. So I think it's been a legendary run there for Coach Samples. We'll see if this is his last game there or not. But you're right. It's another matchup, once again, between Duncanville and North Shore. Two powerhouse programs. Man, Duncanville is absolutely loaded. They have so many good players on their team. They've got a defensive lineman named KJ Ford who's headed to Florida. We had him in studio a few weeks ago. He is awesome. Like that typical 3-4 defensive end, I think, would be a great description of who he is. And he's just powerful and fast and strong. And then they've got a wide receiver / tight end, Zach Turner, who's going to SMU. We're going to have him in studio in a few weeks on NBC5. And then they've got a junior named Trenton Yancey, who's a wide receiver, and they line him up at quarterback in the Wildcat and run the ball with him and throw it to him. I mean, he's choosing between Texas and Alabama and Georgia and Oklahoma and A&M. I mean, everybody is on this guy. They're loaded once again. North Shore's really good, but I would be surprised if Duncanville doesn't win this game and maybe even do so by a few touchdowns, because I think this Duncanville team is really special. I think this team wants to send Coach Samples out with a win. And on top of that, too, you're going into the matchup and you're looking at it, you see North Shore lost to South Oak Cliff earlier this year. And so I'm not quite sure this North Shore team is quite as good as the Duncanville team, but you never know in high school football, man. Upsets happen every year in the state championship game. And so that's why they'll play the game this weekend, but I'm picking North Shore or Duncanville to win that game.
So we've got plenty of 6A, 5A interest. There's some 4A interest too around here. You got Carthage, which I know is in our listening area, and they're I think generally considered to be the favorites over West Orange, which is a historic Texas program. Kevin Smith, Earl Thomas, a bunch of different guys have gone there. But what are some of the other matchups that kind of are drawing your attention underneath the bigger programs?
Yeah, I would expect Carthage to win that game. That program is unbelievable. I mean, every single year it feels like if they're not winning the state championship, they're either in the game or contending to be in the game. What a powerhouse program they've got rolling there. South Oak Cliff, playing on Saturday. I mean, what a job Jason Todd has done there once again. That team is loaded. They don't have anyone on the team that's like the 5-star guy, but they have multiple 3-star guys, including this corner, Marcel Gibson, going to Clemson. And I think South Oak Cliff, they're looking for revenge. They're taking on Richmond Randall. That's who won the state championship last year against them. And so they'll be motivated and ready to go in that game. Jason Todd, I cannot say enough about what he's done at SOC. And then how about the games we have going on, today? I'm talking about Munster trying to go back-to-back. Munster taking on Shiner for a second straight year. Last year they played. It was a great game, one touchdown game, and Munster gets the job done. And they're going to try to go back-to-back. And then Grandview. Playing Yoakum. Grandview hasn't been great uniforms. They're the zebras. They look kind of like the Bengals, but it's white and black instead of orange and black. And they're trying to win their first state title in a couple years. They're a great, consistent program as well. So, and then I mentioned Frisco Lone Star. They are absolutely loaded. Jeff Rayburn has been on the doorstep so many times with that Lone Star team, and now it feels like with an undefeated 15-0 record against Smithson Valley, the defending state champs. I think Lone Star gets it done on Friday night. I can't wait to see what happens in that game, but I think this is the Frisco Lone Star Rangers moment.
Pat Dhoni, NBC5, right here with the local coverage like nobody else on Sean and RJ. That includes coverage of the Dallas Cowboys, and they're taking on the Chargers on Sunday. How surprised are you that the Cowboys are in the position they're in?
I'm a little surprised. I heard you say the other day, Sean, that they fooled you. I heard you talking about that the other morning, that they drew you in.
Yep.
And I think that I'm there with you. When they beat the Eagles with the comeback, when they beat the Chiefs on an international stage, and Post Malone's performing, and I'm standing outside the locker room, and Posty's going crazy with all the players and stuff, and there was a vibe and a feel with this team, with everything, the tragedy with Marshawn Nealand. It just felt like this team had a little something more, and it was going to be able to maintain that. Even with the loss to the Lions, that didn't really shock me that they lost to Detroit. Tough place to play.
Yeah.
Thursday night football, good team there. But to come back with the performance that they had this past week was just shocking to me. It caught me off guard. The first month or so in the season, though, I think we saw it's hard for teams to do a full flip from being a not very good team to being a really good team. And I think they've gone from being a below average team to being an average team at this point. And, it's disappointing that guys like George Pickens haven't been able to take over the game in the way that we saw, over that stretch. And I'm not sure what's going on there. I know Dak was talking about the cover zero stuff and being under pressure, and then it puts a lot on the quarterback to make a quick decision while guys are coming unblocked and the tackles aren't playing great, and all this is going on. But I really thought they were going to come out and take care of business against Minnesota. I thought they were going to make the final games of the season matter a little more. And, it is disappointing from a Cowboys fan perspective. So many of my friends are big fans of the team, and we're talking about belief, and they were in, and the flags were going up on the cars and all this kind of stuff. And so to end the way that it did, it just happened a little more quickly than I expected it to. Might they have missed the playoffs? Of course. We knew the situation they were in 3 weeks ago, but I thought it would last until past Christmas time, or right around Christmas, as opposed to this game on Sunday feeling semi-meaningless going into the game with that 1% chance.
What's on your off-season to-do list for them?
Well, I think they need to figure out, the tackle position on what they're going to do long-term because, they need Tyler Guyton to take a big step forward, and it didn't happen this year. And so then they've been plugging in Nate Thomas, and then he hasn't played great. And then right tackle, Terrence Steele has been, pretty hit or miss. Obviously, they need a lot of help on defense, and I'm not sure if that's schematic or if that's, obviously they need some players too. I would draft heavy on defense, and then I would make sure that George Pickens is back, even though it's been inconsistent with the attitude standpoint. I get that. But then you're in a really tough position because what if you have to franchise George Pickens and then Brandon Aubrey is asking for a number that is way out of the range that you're comfortable with? What do you do? I mean, that to me is a predicament that they could find themselves in that I think is something I'll be monitoring closely. So, I think they're in a tough position where the window is now, and they didn't capitalize on that window, partially because the NFC is tough this year. We need to remember that as well. Most 10-7 teams get in. Last year, every 10-7 team but one, I think there were 4 of them, got in. And so most of the time, if you're in this 9-7-1 range, you're probably a playoff team most years or on the verge of that. But it's disappointing, I know, for this organization, especially with the games that they blew the way that they did. I cannot get back. I keep remembering back to that Eagles game and to start the season. And if CeeDee Lamb hangs on to those passes, I think they win that game. And I think it might be an entirely different season. So it's it's frustrating for sure for Cowboys fans and to be that close. And it's got to be frustrating for a guy like Brian Schottenheimer, who I think is a great leader and has done a really solid job overall, in his first season with all of the things that this team has faced from an injury standpoint and from losing Marshawn Kneeland. And are any of us saying that there was not a deficiency in talent on the defensive side of the ball, too, to start the year? I mean, all these things are true.
Yeah.
And so I think he's handled that pretty well. But here we are now, and they're probably out once again and watching the playoffs at home.
Okay, Pat, so Choppy would tell you that the Chargers have 10-month calendars because they don't show up for December or January ever. Right. What impresses you about the Chargers, and are they any different? Are we gonna see December Chargers here?
I mean, I'm always a little tempted to go back to that, to think that there's a chance that they're going to revert to chargering, as it's now officially known as and called. But, Jim Harbaugh's he's Jim Harbaugh, man. He's a guy who kind of finds a way, and he's gritty and all this. So, I would not be surprised if this Chargers team exceeds the expectations of the previous regimes and the teams. Justin Herbert's awesome. He's inconsistent sometimes. I understand that. But some of the throws that he makes and the way that he's able to avoid defensive pressure and things like that is just mind-blowing when you see it sometimes in person. So if you haven't watched him closely, and I know a lot of football fans don't watch the Chargers closely, he's a guy who's pretty special, and he's doing a lot with a lot missing on their offensive line. So I think he'll be the key. He can have some games where he turns it over more than he should, but I think that'll be one of the biggest keys is can the Cowboys put pressure on Herbert which every team just about has, it feels like, most weeks. And then will he make mistakes in those moments, or will he be, Superman, which he's also shown the ability to do in those games as well, and some games as well. And so that'll be the biggest key to me is, can they get to Herbert, and then does he not fold under the pressure in those moments?
Remind us about the coverage and where you guys going to be this week and weekend.
Absolutely. Big Game Friday on NBC5 every Friday during the football season. Our game of the week, of course, will be out there at AT&T Stadium covering the Frisco Lone Star game. Stephenville also playing earlier in the day that day. And then Whataburger's Inside High School Sports, now year-round, boys. Year-round on NBC5. Sundays at 10 a.m., 30 minutes of high school sports coverage and action. Love it every single week. Love this week every year. Cannot wait for the state championships at AT&T Stadium.
Thank you, brother. Fantastic as always. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys as well. Have a great weekend. Talk to you later.
Pat Dhoni, NBC5 on the D&M Leasing Hotline. The details on what happened to Rob Reiner and his wife, and Choppy has your third airport and DFW. That's next on Sean and RJ. After.
been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-481-7333 with Frankel & Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Hey, it's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have another concert ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour tomorrow at this time. Brian Schottenheimer, I will try and beg and plead with him one final time to have this week be Dak Prescott's final game of the regular season.
I'll put in a good word for you.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
Please do. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. And again, those Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte tickets in the 9 a.m. The update on Rob Reiner with the details along with his wife.
Yeah, so his son Nick was arraigned. He did not make his first court appearance, but he was arraigned. No plea was entered. I guess they asked for a some kind of a delay to get everything sorted out. So no plea was entered, but he did make an appearance at court. He had on what looked like to be one of the, like when you go to the dentist and they give you that like lead cover.
Yeah,
it looked like one of those that was full body. Right, it was just like kind of like a. I don't know if it's to keep you from self-harming.
Yeah,
or
could
what?
Be.
It could be.
You sent the ruthless opening to the New York Post article. Rob Reiner's drug-addicted son, Nick, hacked his beloved director, dad and mom Michelle, to death after a massive blow-up at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party on Saturday, where the Nepo baby freaked out everyone and left Reiner terrified of what he would do next.
How does the Post exist?
There's another article where they called him a junkie. They said his junkie son.
The Post is
they're so
the 1 foot in like news, 1 foot in the Inquirer.
Oh yeah,
like that.
Oh, yeah.
That is their entire writing style.
Yeah.
Apparently, his son had at least 17 stints in rehab since age 15.
Yeah. There's a really good timeline that was put out on social media yesterday. I posted it on my Instagram. But they were at the holiday party, the Conan O'Brien Christmas party, right? So it was Rob and his wife Michelle.
And the other sad thing about this, man, it seemed like Rob took him everywhere.
Everywhere.
Rob took him to every dinner, all the premieres, all the events. It wasn't like,
he was doing a really good job of trying to keep an eye on him.
And keep him included. Support your film venture, live in the guest house. It wasn't like they had this crazy distant. I don't know what it was like behind the scenes,
right.
But there's like 5-7 different events in here where Rob Reiner is trying to bring his son and the family around. These family pictures in Tahoe.
Yeah, everywhere. So he's
and Nick is the kid. Nick.
Yeah, Nick.
He's like, I would get methed up. I would get on heroin and trash the guest house.
Yeah. And he was still living there apparently, and. But there's the detail on this. So he's at the Christmas party. He's in a hoodie. Everyone else is in tuxedos.
Bobby.
Yeah. At the party, he reportedly, according to the Wall Street Journal, was approaching A-list guests saying, "What's your name? Are you famous?"
Me too.
Okay, that's what Bobby would do. Rob introduced him to Bill Hader. Nick interrupts Hader, who said he's in the middle of the conversation. NBC says that Nick stared at Hader before storming off. Nick was then asked to leave the party. Sources say that Rob and Michelle brought Nick to the party to, quote, keep an eye on him about concerns about his drug addiction. According to the district attorney, they're killed in the early morning hours. Sources say the couple was found in bed with their throats were cut. And they may have been asleep at the time. So he may have broken into the house. Not broke in, and he's got a key, obviously. And then they had been,
and the daughter found him.
The daughter found him. So Nick returned home
and
after the
she
party.
told the investigators that the brother should be a suspect because he's dangerous.
Mm-hmm. So he checks into the Pierside Santa Monica Hotel with his own credit card. Okay, and witnesses describe him as looking all like kind of tweaked out and everything. And hotel staff discovered a shower that was just covered.
Oh no,
covered in blood. Blood trails leading from the bed to a window. A massage therapist shows up at their house, cannot get in. She calls the daughter, Romy, who lives across the street. She's 27. Romy gains entry, goes upstairs, and sees her dad. Immediately calls 911. Then immediately calls Billy Crystal, who's a very close friend of the family. right? Obviously, when Harry met Sally, paramedics arrive. Billy Crystal goes into the house and finds Rob and Michelle. Larry David went into the house and found Rob and Michelle. I could not imagine being called that my neighbor had this happen to him and then say, oh, you know what? I want to go look at this. I want to go inside and see.
Yeah,
I could not imagine.
I feel like
that.
just one person has to find them. And once one person has to find them, I feel like they would tell anybody else coming over there, like, don't go in there. I don't know why you'd go look.
Paramedics arrive. They find the mother also passed away. This is when Romy learned of her mom's death. First responders attempted to render aid, but they were both pronounced dead at the scene. Romy tells authorities, like you mentioned, the brother lived on property. Nick was not found. LAPD issues an alert for Nick at about 9:15 p.m. on Sunday. Nick is arrested about 15 miles from the house. Police surrounded him. Nick appeared calm, raised his arms in surrender. And he's charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous weapon. Faces life in prison without parole or the death penalty if convicted.
Bobby, I usually ask you these things off air, and if you need to think about it and don't want to answer it,
hit me.
It's deep.
Oh, hit me.
It's really deep. But I was wondering this to myself.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think God does with a situation like Nick Reiner?
What do you mean? What does he do? Like does he get special punishment?
His act, along with mental illness, that maybe is contributing. Obviously, I think is contributing to killing his parents.
So it would.
Is he going up, down, somewhere in the middle? Well, what's that judgment?
So you are not going up or down for your actions, according to God. Like your actions change with the change of your soul or of your heart is what it would be. But no, they would. There's the default, so to say, like, well,
what's the committee deciding?
If it's mental, when somebody says, like, well, what about mental illness or whatever else? Doctrine, the theological doctrine would say that you begin life as you're going to hell. Like, that's the default. And then you need salvation from it. So if there's never salvation, like, that wouldn't change anything until you were saved. That's what the theology would teach.
So down.
It does not sound like he's had his heart changed, I don't believe.
Okay.
So.
All right. Thank you for that.
Look, his heart could change all he wants. I will never believe that dude goes to heaven. Ever.
Well, you've always said that you don't hold people.
There's only one thing that's taught as being the unpardonable sin, and that's blaspheming the Holy Spirit.
I get you,
but
that's where I kind of split with you.
I'm just saying.
But you've always kind of excused some CTE actions of behavior.
For sure, absolutely, yeah. From I do, yeah. There's
how's this much different?
Well, I don't know that this is what it is. Maybe it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying CTE, but brain chemical imbalance, whatever it is, wires crossed.
Totally get it. Because CTE is a frontal lobe thing, and there are frontal lobe issues that could really impact your decision making. For sure. I'm just talking about in the general sense. Like the whole idea that murderers and stuff and rapists are just destined for heaven because they happen to believe. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm a full-on works guy, baby. I'm a works guy.
All right.
Catholic.
Speaking of Hollywood, I don't know who actually cares about this, but I guess it's going to be big news in Hollywood that the Oscars are going to be broadcast on YouTube.
Yeah, that to me is significant news. They announced yesterday Oscars are going to YouTube starting in 2029, which is. That's a significant pull for them. Now we're starting to talk about moving away from television for something that is, that's entertainment. Super Bowl has always been for years. So it's like, imagine if they're like, yeah, the Super Bowl is just not going to be on your TV next year.
Crazy, right?
And for entertainment, that's what it is. So, Oscars it starts in 2029, so we're a few years away from it. But, man, I don't know how that's going to work in terms of with advertising. I assume it's just going to be the same advertising. It's just going to be on the live stream. You're going to watch it that way. But YouTube is definitely trying to become like the Amazon of entertainment, where it's just we own everything and we operate everything.
We got a third airport in the Metroplex.
McKinney, we do. Velo Airlines. They're Houston-based. They're like a low budget. They're like a budget carrier. They're one of the low-cost carriers. They signed a 5-year agreement with the airport. That includes an optional 5-year extension established use of the runways and taxiways. So this really is kind of awesome if you live on the northern side of DFW and you're sick and tired of driving to Love or DFW Airport, that you could just be able to fly out of McKinney Airport now. So they've got this agreement, and they're going to start slow, but I don't know where they're going to have flights to. I know it's a Houston base, so I imagine a lot of flights to Houston, but this is like step one of creating a third airport. And look, New York City has 3 airports. LA's got like 5. San Francisco Bay Area's got San Fran, Oakland, San Jose. They got a ton. All right. So we have kind of eclipsed the size of just 2.
Well, and it's the more the Metroplex goes north, the more it's like if you're technically in the metropolitan area and you're up near the Red River, that's going to be a pain to have to drive down there to you're going to have people who live out there who need access to airports. So I would guess McKinney would function in a large part for those types of people who live there.
What's your weekly AI story, Bob?
Okay, so have you guys ever used ChatGPT or anything else? I know we've talked about it.
I've been using Grok a lot more.
Okay, so you use Grok a little bit, right?
I use whatever Google AI is.
Oh, Gemini. Okay. All right. So one of the things is there are limitations, not so much on Grok. Grok will basically let you do whatever because they're wild. But on ChatGPT and other things, which are more powerful resources, they will limit the way you can do things. If you ask things about violence, if you ask about, hey, create a AI girl for me and have her do all sorts of crazy stuff on the screen.
Check Bobby's history.
It's not going to let you do it. But there is apparently a jailbreak system that researchers have found. Wired.com wrote about this. You can get ChatGPT to help you build a nuclear bomb.
I don't know if we should even be relaying
Unethical life hacks. Warning.
No.
If you simply design the prompt in the form of a poem. So I've noticed that on some of these prompts, if you use really awful spelling or you use really bad grammar and just kind of almost talk like a caveman, the thing will spit stuff out because it doesn't register that you're making the direct request. It tries to just interpret what you're saying, but because you didn't make a direct request, it doesn't flag you right away and it generates what you asked for. So apparently poems are the same way. They're like, oh, what a beautiful poem. By the way, here's your nuclear bomb.
Did you see Kyrie knock over the robot yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. It was a little, when he did it, I was like, is that thing expensive? Could he have broken?
Yeah, I think those guys. I don't know. Those guys were thrilled with Kyrie.
No, I don't. But
that robot was down for the count,
which doesn't. I mean,
he got everyone golf carts.
Yeah,
Kyrie's very spiritual, very, very human connection. So I could definitely see him being like, "Get out of here! I'm not going to get iRoboted here. We're not going to have this."
Yeah, good. We need to keep the robots in the place anyway.
You check them.
Yeah.
Would you like to see the NFL add an 18th game? Why Micah Parsons may have put that in jeopardy? Next on the home of the Cowboys in Below.
Bell.
market. Upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Micah may have just robbed you of extra football. Or actually, Bo Nix did.
Yeah.
Because he's the reason that Micah got hurt.
Point.
Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. I believe both of you are on board with the 18th game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you definitely are because you just, more football the better.
Yep.
You?
I'd rather 18 than 17. I hate odd numbers. I'd also rather 16 than 17. It's either 16 or 18. I hate.
Would you rather 16 or 18 then?
I have zero opinion on that. I'm fine with either one.
So
I think 16's great. I think 18's fine too.
Mike Jones, Mike Jones from The Athletic wrote this week about the injuries to Patrick Mahomes and Micah Parsons, and said that as Patrick Mahomes and Micah Parsons hobbled to their respective locker rooms Sunday evening, moments after each tumbled to the turf and writhed in pain while trainers and team doctors rushed to their aid, a sickening feeling settled over all who watched. Two of pro football's brightest stars, we soon learned, each tore on an ACL in an otherwise spectacular day of late-season football. And he starts quoting statistics and pointing to just various injury notes that occur later in the season. And he says that this is the proof of like the whole war of attrition thing. And the longer you go on and the more you jeopardize injuries, the more you're going to start taking out stars. And so he says that this is the biggest argument we have right now for this is why you should not go to the 18-game schedule. You're going to potentially end up you're increasing the odds that you're looking at postseasons without big stars, or those teams are in there, and that, the Jordan Travis situation at Florida State, where Florida State's really good, then at the end of the year he gets hurt, and now you're looking at putting a Florida State team in a bowl game that doesn't have their quarterback.
Yeah.
And it's like, this isn't very good at all. And this has become...
It would mean a lot more to me if they got hurt in week 17, like... Hey, this was after the 16th game.
Right.
But it was before week 16 even.
Right. And here's the thing, and this is why I don't think this ends up being a compelling case. Now, there have been a lot of injury issues in 2025. Sports Info Solutions had done a write-up a couple weeks ago of the teams that have been most and least affected by injuries in the NFL. And Dallas actually they basically created this formula where it's similar to EPA, expected points added. And you're trying to determine how many points have been lost by the players you're missing that season. So they don't want to grade everybody equally. You losing 5 backups is not the same as losing 1 Patrick Mahomes. So that's supposed to be like, all right, how much does that total up to cumulatively? And so when they took a look at creating the score or the total points missed, you start going down the list, and you look, and you look, and you look, and as many injuries as the Dallas Cowboys have had, they're in the back end of points missed.
Yeah, the other day, and this is another unfortunate thing, we could do this every year with them, an opportunity missed that the league presented you. And this year it's Dak's health. It's Dak's year and Dak's health. I was waiting to see how much Jerry used injuries as an excuse when he came on with us the other day. He mentioned it a little bit, but for the most part, he called out his own defense and Eberflus, and it may have been the most forthright Jerry interview of the season with us on Tuesdays, but I'll remember this year for screwing up Dak Prescott's health when a lot of us would have bet a ton of money on him missing at least one game.
Who are the favorites right now to meet in the Super Bowl that you quoted yesterday?
The favorites were
the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
And
is it Buffalo?
No.
I don't even
It was
remember.
the Patriots. Patriots and Rams was like the betting favorite for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The two teams with the fewest points lost to injuries this season, according to Sports Info Solution, are the Patriots and the Rams. Next is the Eagles. Next is the Broncos.
Yeah.
You start looking at it and like, okay.
And the Rams have gotten lucky a couple times. With the F them picks, no depth, they got lucky with injuries. And then you got Matt Stafford and you got Devontae. Who you think would be, not Devontae's hurt now with the hamstring, but Stafford's going to win MVP.
Seahawks are just outside the top 5 here, too, and they've been one of the better teams. And so it definitely is the whole war of attrition argument. Right. They've been preserved by that.
But unlike Denver and New England, the Rams have played a brutal schedule. Like their opponents' winning percentage is like .570, whereas New England and Denver, it's at or below 400.
And they got another one tonight. At Seattle.
Stupid.
The most brutalized team by injuries is the Cardinals in terms of points missed.
Tyler.
So second worst in the NFL is the 49ers, who are at 162. Wow. The worst is the Cardinals, though, at 195. They've lost essentially 33 expected points added to injuries this year. But impressive, the Bills are one of the 5 worst teams in terms of points missed, and they still continue to play better as they go along. But kind of a cool way to just look at the way that injuries affect them. Dallas has lost some of the most games in the NFL, but they're way lower on the list in terms of points missed. So they're missing guys that ultimately don't matter as much. But this injury issue and the stuff that stacks up, this is becoming the one that they think is like, that'll be the most compelling way to be able to fight it. And you're not going to win because this same argument came up with 17 games, and I don't remember the examples they used.
They won't even listen to every player saying we prefer grass over turf, and they won't listen and believe them on that. They may believe them. They don't care.
Right.
They don't care about the players on the field saying we don't want artificial turf. They're like, no, our research and studies say that you are wrong.
Right. And they're going to look at last weekend with two guys on grass, or even they're going to be more. I've proved it to myself. I don't need to hear any of the data. Yet here we are, a handful of months away from the World Cup, and every single stadium is putting grass in.
Are they?
Every single one.
And then you'll have Jonathan Gannon and every other coach complain about lack of practice time. Gannon was asked, why do you guys miss so many tackles? And he blamed the practice schedule. Well, that's what the players get in exchange, and I don't blame them at all. I'm amazed. I'm amazed that these football players can go to the training camps that we watch in Oxnard with 0 tackling and then go from 0 to 100 with week 1. How can your bodies take that? You're not tackling in practice at all, or mini camps or OTAs, and it's amazing to me. I don't know of any other sport if there's a 0 to 60 thing that is not practiced before your season begins than tackling and getting hit.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
Dallas certainly looked like they didn't practice it this year.
Hey.
All right, let's go to some Brian Schottenheimer audio from yesterday. First, did you guys see the viral clip of what looked like
thank you,
Brian Schottenheimer asking, what the F are we doing to Matt Eberflus when they had to call timeout in the red zone?
Yes.
So Brian Schottenheimer was not asked specifically about saying that because, that would take a lip reading. Instead, he was just asked, hey, there was a situation down in the red zone. What is it that you guys have had so many issues getting personnel on the field? This is what Brian Schottenheimer said.
Well, every once in a while there's headset issues. Those do happen. I mean, they happen on offense. The headsets don't always work perfectly. But the biggest thing I think is just the urgency of the call coming in from Flus and then getting communicated from the green dot and then getting lined up. It's not been perfect. We need to be better because if you're late to get lined up, which we were, it makes the players uneasy, certainly. And then we were doing a number of things, Todd, where we were trying to match certain receivers on guys. And looking back in hindsight, probably tried to match too many guys. And so a number of things.
It sounds like 2 areas of criticism right there.
He's so great at answering it. He addresses it honestly without destroying Eberflus, but the world is going to point to that as the final breaking moment. Like, that's the lasting image of Schottenheimer yelling at Eberflus on the headset.
And he's just told you 2 different ways he disagreed with him. He goes, the urgency of the call getting in from Flus.
Yeah.
And then he said it's a line of communication, but all those things need to be better. But then at the end of that say, Flus was probably trying to match up too much. Like, he didn't need to be doing that.
This happens. I know receivers and players go, these disagreements and yelling and screaming at each other happens 10 times a game. I don't believe that. I think the cameras would pick that up more often than not. This does happen 3 to 5 times a game at least. So I'm not making the big... maybe he did snap and he's done with... But, Brian Schottenheimer has been yelled at a ton like that, too, throughout his assistant career.
Yeah. Now, we always enjoy... Football 101 from Brian Schottenheimer.
Oh, yeah.
we enjoy when Schotty gets into specifics or decides to teach a little bit. So yesterday he was asked a question near the end of his press conference where I thought he just gave kind of a cool answer, and this will just be a nice Football 101 thing for people listening. But he was asked about when you're in the shotgun, and sometimes running backs are even with the quarterback, sometimes they're a little behind him, sometimes they're standing like up in front of the quarterback a little bit. And he was asked about the running back depth and specifically when the running back is standing in front of the quarterback and why teams would do that.
There's different philosophies. The number one thing you would say is, obviously, I've always talked about how you want to create the depth of the pocket starts in the A-gaps. when you keep your back at depth, if the guy blitzes, there's a collision that usually happens about 2.5 yards deep in the backfield, and the quarterbacks are trusting that the back's going to get there. That's one reason. The bigger issue is now there's so many pick stunt side that, like, they pick the guard or they pick the center or they pick the guard and they'll wrap the defensive lineman with the backer. When you're at different depths, it's almost impossible to pass that off. So by moving them up into location, they can work together. It'd be like Tad and I working together to pass a game would be a lot easier than me and you working on a game because of the proximity to one another. So that's one of the reasons why we do it.
And if your back is there and if you need help on the edge, is it still possible for the back to get over and help the tackle on the outside?
That's why people do it, because they know when you get stuck down in the A-gaps right there, that's why they know, hey, you can't help the tackle. So we do a lot of our chips with tight ends and things like that on the edges. So it's just different philosophies, and not right or wrong, but again, it's designed for a reason, and everybody has it.
If coaching doesn't work out for him, I do want to see him do broadcasting, like do color analyst for a game. I think him breaking down plays right after they happen, I think he'd be so good.
There's been some great football 101s this week. Kevin O'Connell had a tremendous clip, and yesterday the big one was Cousins.
Yeah, Cousins talking about the different progressions.
That's what Amazon basketball is doing. Orlovsky will do a little bit of it, and I've enjoyed that, but you don't see Jason Garrett. Like Chris Sims, Jason Garrett, they might do it for one big play. But the big question in broadcasting has always been, how much of this should you give to the audience? How many understand it? How many just want to feel like they understand it? And does it matter if it's going over their heads? How much of this should you actually give, or do you save it for your Peyton Manning detail shows? Tim Legler is doing a great thing right now, where he's breaking down NBA plays. You know, I watched one with Carlisle recently. So this is kind of what Dirk has gone viral for teaching
finger placement.
Anunoby how to shoot. And he's sitting there showing you how the last two fingers, what they should be, and the guide, and the railroad tracks, and all that. So that's what Amazon is getting praised for.
And then when you see something like that Dirk was doing with the basketball, you see a correlation for all the sports. The three-bit, basketball, football, and baseball. The power finger is the one that you want to touch the ball last.
That's what she said.
Whether it's the football, you're flicking the booger, right? Or the baseball, the power finger when you're throwing, you get the most spin on it. In basketball, and like all these things kind of come together.
Below on the home of the Cowboys here with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We have our final concert ticket giveaway of the show. Tommy Yarsh at 9:20, but it's not stranger danger. RJ Choppy has Ranger anger. Next on the home of your Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you on.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about already being depressed about the next year? And we're not even in literally the next year yet.
Oh, RJ's about to have a fan base call out here. I can feel it coming. Another one.
Oh, don't say it. I'm not going after UNT anymore. We've done that. But
yeah, the Power 5 programs have gone after him enough, stealing their roster.
Starting to get a little depressed. And what bothers me is I haven't heard enough people being angry and upset about it. I just haven't.
Yeah.
I think people are still riding high off a title. And I just have to say, that is unacceptable.
We need a Wolchuk rant.
That is unacceptable. Well, I don't know how to splice it myself and then post it for everybody without a caption or anything, but whatever. And the thing is, this team knows that we're letting them get away with it. Because they're again, another what I'm hearing article of yesterday about the what's happenings around the sport when it comes to trades and free agency. And this isn't just one publication. This is the two biggest publications out there in the sports world, ESPN and SI. Do we consider SI still a big public? I mean, it's got a name.
Yeah.
It's got a name.
I don't know.
You what?
I don't. No,
you don't?
No,
Okay.
I do not.
Well, I still do.
Okay.
Because, they still, Tom Verducci, is he Verducci? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But all these trade proposals, Dodgers getting Tarek Skubal, the Mets getting Mason Miller, right? Rangers not a part of it. My favorite pastime is this time of year, Command F, which is the find on Apple, and then type it in Rangers or Ranger, and the only thing that comes up is Ranger Suarez. Because the Rangers are never involved in any of these. And it's very, very bothersome to me. And to be completely non-competitive in the 2 years after winning not just the only title in franchise history, but maybe the most improbable and out-of-nowhere World Series title since the 91 Twins, who went from worst to first. The Rangers title came literally out of nowhere.
Yep. Yeah, were the Royals that way? I can't remember.
Maybe. Marlins in 03, maybe.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Whatever. But still, out of nowhere. And then in the year 3 to do absolutely nothing to get better. And I like the Brandon Nimmo thing. I am all on board with the Brandon Nimmo signing. But to do absolutely nothing.
Especially after his fight with Lindor.
Yes, huge, big time. How to get Matt Shaw now.
Gonna get a weekly with him.
Yeah. But
on 1080.
Yeah. But, it's just it's disappointing to see.
Yeah, look at the different fan bases. So the Mets fan base is freaking out. Now, I guess I can counter you and say, well, the Mets fan base is freaking out, and they're not doing anything because of it. They're continuing to lose people.
Right.
The Boston fan base is putting heat on them. Philadelphia, you better re-sign Schwarber. So the Yankees, all the time. But
every day I see hey, by the way, the Yankees have signed $0 worth of free agents this year. It's people are, they're upset. There's no doubt.
But I agree with you. The Texas Ranger fan not freaking out loudly. I mean, the biggest freak out was about the White Sox moving here. The white team. All whites.
Oh, the all whites.
The all white lineup.
Yes, the sounds about white lineup.
Yeah. But we've not talked in detail about Danny Jansen, Alexis Diaz, Tyler Alexander, Tyler Wade, Andrew Velasquez. Let me say that last name again. Velasquez. So they're adding minor. They're adding.
Sounds like a World Series to me.
Sounds like a World Series to me.
Yeah.
Holy smoke!
Now, why do you think that is, Josh Hamilton?
Well, why are they not?
Why are we not loud? Why are we not blasting them? Why are we not going off? Why are we not talking about this like a Dallas Cowboys off season?
Because it's the Dallas Cowboys that are still on top of mind.
Mm-hmm.
And that takes up our bandwidth. And, this is not, I don't know that I've known anybody. I've lived here 30 years. I don't think I've known anybody that has done the old Cowboy game in the afternoon, Ranger game at night, big day, set it all up. I've never seen that.
I mean, going to the stadium.
Yeah, just going to both games, right? Or go, like where it's like, hey, it's an event. I'm going to this one. No, we
Probably
are
ticket broker Mike, but that's it.
Our bandwidth is such that it's like we have one. All of our eggs are in the Cowboys basket until the season's over, and then we move on to the Mavs, then we move on to the Stars, and then we move on to the Rangers, and we never kind of cross-pollinate.
It's a little like when the politician tells you they're going to do something and they don't fulfill the campaign promise, then they give another promise and they don't fulfill it. Then by the third time, I'm not like mad about it. I'm just like, okay, like I just know you're not going to do it. And that's the I've heard for like 2 off seasons in a row, like just get us through this time, and then boy, we're going to be spending again. And then it's like, oh, look, you're not spending again. Other than whatever capital you're going to send away for the next, like, 4th starter that you want to add to your rotation.
You mentioned Danny Jansen. There's a fan account. It's called Right on Rangers that did some really good stuff the other day. They talked about him being an upgrade from an offensive standpoint at catcher from Jonah Heim, which isn't really saying a ton because Jonah wasn't, like, the greatest offensive player at all last year, maybe one of the worst in the entire sport.
Yep, pretty bad.
And he's really, really good at blocking, right? So he's a good receiver. But while Jonah Heim had a really good frame rate, especially in the World Series year, Jansen's frame rate is not nearly that good. He's in the bottom 10% in the sport from a frame rate perspective.
Ain't gonna matter, baby. Automatic balls and strikes are coming. We don't have to worry about frame rate.
But the other thing is he's also in the bottom 10% of pop time.
Of what?
Pop time. So when you're a catcher, right? The pop time is how long basically it takes from when the pitcher lifts his leg for that ball to get down to second base, right? So that's the pop time. And like
throwing guys out stealing.
Yeah. So you want it.
We've named that pop time.
It's called pop time.
Okay.
So at the major league level, 1.8. Somewhere 1.8 seconds. You're looking at a very small amount of time, right? At the high school level, like an elite high school players, maybe like 2 seconds flat, right? And he's in the bottom 10% of pop time. So we're going from Heim and then previously Jose Trevino, who had a really good frame rate, to not a great one. And if you're going to lean into run prevention, part of that is stopping the actual run, the running game of the other team. And they've added some good arms. Like we said, they're obviously not good arms. They've added some arms. They're obviously leaning into the run prevention, but there's still a lot of guys out there. Everyone's waiting on Bregman. Everyone's waiting on Tucker, Bellinger, where they're going to go. But if you just sit around waiting for everybody else, you might lose out on guys. You might have to pay more for them. And there's still guys out there that we can get.
Danny Jansen's bat speed is slower than Jonah Heim's. His average exit velocity is slower than Jonah Heim. His
Higgy
strikeout percentage is about the same. His hard hit percentage is about the same. So looks like he's pretty similar. He just had some of them fall into open grass a little more frequently.
All right, Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers here with RJ Choppy. Ranger anger that we're not blasting them and putting enough pressure on them, whether it's through the fan base or the media. I got to know the wide receiver chat that has to exist on all levels of football. I'm watching these games on the college level and the pro level, and they all are coming up with like their little celebrations. And I'm like, how are you all? Who's starting it? Like, how's the trend getting out for you to do the CeeDee Lamb pot stir or the George Pickens peekaboo, Pickens boo? I don't know what, but I'll see it on Saturday and then I'll see it Sunday, and then I'll see it on a Sunday and then I'll see it mimicked on a Saturday. So I'm like, how? Like, the network that the wide receivers have is super impressive. Well, the latest celebration was from the Detroit Lions, and Bobby was talking about booger picking.
No, he was, and it's gross. There's the flicking. You were talking about flicking the booger last segment.
Sorry, Choppy was talking about booger flicking.
I used to do that with my blinds.
I know. And the bottom of your car?
That's nails.
Your floor mat?
Those are my nails. Those are fingernails.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams in the Lions' last game were apparently told by the referees, stop with whatever you're doing as this celebration.
I want to know what happened to your booger first down celebration. You guys stopped doing it. What is that?
Did you see me do it?
I saw you do it. I saw like 2 other guys do it. Like, what happened?
What happened, bro? We do it the first drive. Our receiver coach comes do it after the first drive. Hey, man, ref said you guys can't do that no more. I'm like, what the f***
Really? You can't dig in your nose and flick it? That's crazy.
Why is that bad? I want to know, NFL, why can't I dig in my nose and flick it? Like, there's no way. What is bad about that? Is that disrespectful? I'm confused.
No, but, you know, is
that derogatory?
They're anti-fun. I don't know, man. It's not like you're flicking an actual booger on somebody, but that was great.
It's flicking, but
yeah.
Not like, bro, I want to do that all game so bad, bro.
Yeah, no, that was good.
I'm sick.
Number one, Bobby. This is another guy that I'm aligning myself with you. I'm not liking Amon-Ra St. Brown.
No.
He's annoying. Number two, what a disgusting, nasty, childish celebration.
Disgustingly
Awful. I would punish my kid.
Messy.
I would punish my kid for a week if they were out there doing this in youth sports. With that said, there's no reason for the NFL not to allow them to do it.
Right. It's not. There's like
FAF objective.
Is there a?
It's stupid. It's childish. It's disgusting. But what's wrong with it?
I understand if there's some kind of gang affiliation or whatever. You know, the leagues are always very. They're
the booger pickers don't go to South Dallas because like
he's
the
talking about
BP.
booger sugar. That's what it is. It's a drug reference.
The nose wipe is could be seen as a
cocaine.
No, more like, you know, that's like the to take them out kind of thing.
Oh.
Wipe your nose clean to that person.
I was thinking
it's a Boosie reference.
Sexual.
So, you know, I can understand that one. The bug, I mean, wit and tested bug. You know, it was just, you know, it's just paying homage.
The NFL stopped that.
They're paying homage to that. I don't get that. And plus, Jameson had a shiesty on anyway. You can't pick your nose through that.
The shiesty. It's another thing. Schottenheimer. They tried to make Schottenheimer wear the shiesty at practice. He couldn't take it.
Yeah, we got to retire the shiesty. I don't like it.
Why?
I just don't like it. It looks like they're going skiing.
All right. Odds from Bet Online. Who's going to win the AFC North?
The Ravens.
No. Pittsburgh minus 140.
Oh, good for them.
58% chance for Pittsburgh. Will Myles Garrett break the sack record in Week 16?
Yes.
No, minus 200.
Well, you're wrong, Vegas.
He needs 1.5 sacks.
Hey, if you don't shut the hell up.
That's not me doing it.
And I hope Myles gets it before the Week 17 game, too, so we don't have to say.
Asterisk.
Over under 24.5 sacks for Myles. That's whatever you think, but that's where the over under is right now. Will the Chiefs make the playoffs next season?
No.
Yes is minus 180.
Vegas, you have not learned your damn lesson yet on the that's fine. I'm going to go back and cross-reference all the things I split with Vegas on before the season and prove them that they don't know what the F they're talking about.
That they won't make the playoffs?
They're not going to make the playoffs. No, hell no. Patrick Mahomes will be back after like a month, and they're old and trash anyway. They had Mahomes this whole year.
Phillip Rivers passing yards, Week 16 against San Fran Monday night. The over-under is 160.5. He threw for 120 last week.
I'll take the under.
Phillip Rivers passing touchdowns, over-under 1.5.
Under.
Under's minus 250. Longest pass completion, over-under's 19.5.
Is that air yards question or with the run?
I don't know. His longest in Week 15 was 17 yards. They're probably going to take not the air yards.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take the over.
Over.
Which will be higher in Week 16? This is from Bet Online. This is not Sean Sharif. Colts total yards or Rivers' weight?
How heavy is he?
His weight is being estimated by odds makers at 260. The Colts had 215 total yards in his first start.
Who are they playing?
San Fran.
Under.
Will Rivers win a game this year as starting quarterback of the Colts?
Yeah.
They got a tough schedule.
No is minus 140. You've literally missed every single
I have no
one.
idea who they're playing. I'm just assuming.
Oh, they play Houston still, like the Jags twice, and then San Fran. Or no, they play Jags and San Fran. It's crazy.
Will Tua start game 1 next year of the NFL season?
For the Dolphins or just with anyone?
Period.
Yes.
Yes.
No. It's
Again, they're wrong.
He's
when
going
I
to
go
start
back,
Miami.
no, this is the same thing. This is like when Choppy has referenced what the sharps are telling him and stuff, and how I've been right every time. This will be the same thing. We're revisiting this. Peyton, mark it. Put it in a folder. We're marking all this.
Will he start for Miami?
No. He'll be gone.
Game 1?
No, he'll be gone. He'll be somewhere else.
Tommy Yarsh.
Someone's going to take on that contract and
He's going to
trade?
get cut.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Then crosstalk with KNC after this.
After we get you to Underdog Fantasy, boys and girls, we have...
or 817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
We have another Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte ticket giveaway coming up here in the final hour of the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And every Thursday at this time, Tommy Yarsh joins us from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Tommy. Who was missing at practice yesterday?
Good morning, guys. Well, CeeDee Lamb was probably the biggest one that popped out to us, but it was just an illness, so certainly hope that he's able to come back either today or tomorrow and be ready to go for Sunday is what the Cowboys are hoping. And then Deron Bland missed with a foot issue. It's something that's kind of been in and out all year. It's something that kept him out last year a little bit, so we'll see how much that affects him and if he can practice today. Obviously, if he doesn't, that definitely puts his status for Sunday into even more doubt. And then Hunter Lipke, Elijah Clark also out, and then Quinn Williams out, still in the concussion protocol. So we'll see if he can get to practicing today. He couldn't practice yesterday because they were in pads. So obviously with the concussion, you can't, if you're in the protocol, you can't be hitting at the stage that you're in right now. That should be your injury roundup.
Do you know the spread for this game?
I don't.
Guess it.
Chargers 2.5.
Well, that would tell you are just as surprised as me to know that it's the Cowboys favored by 2.5. So you're surprised as well.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Chargers are a really good team. You know, their record speaks for itself, obviously, and they do a lot of things defensively that I think Dallas might have some trouble with. But at the same time, they've been kind of inconsistent this year, and they've come out and played some games where they can look like the best team in the league, and then they come out and play some games where you just kind of wonder what on earth's going on. But, yeah, I certainly wouldn't have imagined that the Cowboys be favored in this game.
You know, Tommy, yesterday Schotty was talking about the way that the Chargers play defense. And he's like, you know, they're really good, but they don't, you know, it's not like super complicated. They just kind of put it in front of you, and they're really strong at executing some of the different things that they do. Is that going to be sort of a get-right aspect of this game for the fact that the Cowboys offense struggled so much with a lot of the identifying things with the Minnesota game?
I think it certainly helps in terms of you don't have to, like against Minnesota, you go back and watch the film and look at how much pre-snap motion and checks and things like that the Cowboys had to do to try and identify what's going on at the line of scrimmage, who's blitzing, who isn't. And the Chargers, there isn't as much of that. They kind of what they show you is what you get, and they just do it, like you said, Bobby, really well. And they're a physical football team. They've got talented players all over the place. Tuipulotu, I hope I pronounced that right, is fifth in the league in sacks, and Derwin James is still playing really well because they move him around a lot. And Brian Schottenheimer called him one of, if not the best box safety in football yesterday. But yeah, I think that it I'll say simplifies for lack of a better term, but it makes it a little bit easier on this offense to not have to account for so many different things before the snap and just kind of be able to go out, look at the defense, read it, and make decisions based off of that.
Tommy, the Chargers play, their offense doesn't score. They're not putting up Cowboy-type offensive numbers. Their defense is what's leading it. The Cowboys' defense obviously stinks. Your confidence level, what's more likely, the Chargers' offense gets to 27 on this Cowboys' defense, or this Cowboys' offense gets to 27 on the Chargers?
I would say that the Chargers' offense gets 27 on the Cowboys' defense. I mean, going into last week, I thought Dallas was going to blow the Vikings out. I thought it wasn't even going to be close just because everything that I had read and watched up to that point showed me that, yeah, I don't know if J.J. McCarthy if this is the best defense for J.J. McCarthy to play. He struggles against zone coverage, which they run a lot. He makes some errant throws, bad decisions, and that was obviously the polar opposite of what happened. So, you know, Justin Herbert, even with a broken left hand, has shown that he can still operate the offense effectively. They run the football really well. Now, Dallas has done a good job of stopping the run, but who knows what's going to happen with Quinn Williams. I think today's going to be a bigger tell for us. So if he can't go, then that also changes things in terms of what Dallas can do defensively. But they've got good playmakers. Keandre Lambert-Smith was a guy that I liked in the draft process last year. He's played well for them this year. Rondé Gadsden, the tight end, has kind of emerged as well, too. Quentin Johnston's having the best year of his career, and then they've got the Amarian Hampton in the backfield. So I think there's a lot of weapons for Justin Herbert, and this Cowboys defense has shown that a lot of offenses can. We talked about get-right games for Dallas's offense. Dallas's defense can be get-right games for certain teams' offenses this year.
Tommy, we were talking to Pat Dhoni earlier, and Pat was talking about, as the Chargers fan that he is, people can get to Justin Herbert. Like there have been instances this year where the Chargers have allowed a lot of pressure and been able to get to Justin Herbert. The last 2 weeks, the Cowboys have gone up against interior offensive lines that were supposed to have problems, and even when Quinnen Williams was in the lineup, they had trouble with that. Any anticipation that that's going to be better this week, or could we see some Matt Eberflus blitzing? What are you expecting?
Until I get proven otherwise, no, not really. I would, just in my opinion, you can think whatever you'd like. But yeah, Justin Herbert's the most sacked. I think he's tied for the most sacked quarterback in the NFL. And their offensive line is not great. Obviously, when you lose both of your high-level starting tackles and Joe Alt and I'm blanking on Rashawn Slater. You're going to expect some sort of step back, but they haven't been able to hold up all year. And I mean, Dallas has not really been able to rush the passer. When we talk, I've seen all the talk about, since we're already on to draft season mostly on social media, all linebackers and corners for Dallas. Man, I think they might need a pass rusher, because I don't know if they have one right now that's just straight pin your ears back, get after the quarterback, and create pressure. We only had 6 last week against McCarthy, so it's tough. They're having a tough time doing it, and I don't know that this will be the week where it's all of a sudden now we're going to get 4 sacks and everything changes. I think back to that Jets game when I think they had 5, and I thought the Jets had a better offensive line than what the Chargers do now. So that tells you never know, but I'm not expecting some sort of sack fest or anything like that from the Cowboys defense.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Yesterday, George Pickens said that the criticism was, quote, starting to get kind of old. Was he irritated? Was he calm and cool? Have you gotten any sense that George doesn't like a lot of the spotlight and noise that comes with being here?
No, I didn't get that sense at all. He was pretty calm and cool about the entire thing, and I think it is... For him, it is to a point now where it's like, all right, I get it. Everybody's trying to come after me because of the reputation that was made for me beforehand. And obviously, playing for the Steelers has a bright spotlight, but so does playing in Dallas. And maybe it's probably much brighter down here than it is up there. So I think for him, it's just he said, I'm just here to play football. I'm not really worried about what other people have to say. Other people have jobs to do, and he said their jobs are to create clicks and all that stuff that we hear all the time from athletes. And so I think it's happened to him so much over the course of his career that I can see why it's kind of just at this point like, okay, like I get it. This is what's going to happen to me for, and he said people were kind of waiting for him. He felt people were waiting for him to have a bad game.
Yeah.
And, so, yeah, I think he's used to it at this point, but I didn't sense any sort of frustration or anything like that would boil over into anything. I think it's just an understanding of where he is in his career.
I love that you did a piece on Ryan Flanoy, 9 for 115 against Detroit, had another 4 catches against the Vikings. I think it was Schottenheimer who said or told Collinsworth on the broadcast, like, Flanoy thinks he's as good as Pickens and Lamb. Take us inside the awesome month of December for Ryan Flanoy.
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, if you're a wide receiver in this room and you don't have the mentality that, hey, I'm as good as these guys, whether or not it's true, then it's going to be tough to make an impact. And Ryan Flanoy has used that mindset well, and he's stepped up big time for Dallas in a year where, coming in, we kind of thought Jalen Tolbert was the wide receiver 3 based on what he had done last year, and then Ryan Flanoy comes out. I thought he had a great camp. He's played really well over the course of the season. Obviously, the New York Jets game was his coming out party. And then he comes in against Detroit when CeeDee Lamb goes out with a concussion, and it's no big deal. He's playing. He was playing at that level in those games. I'm not saying he's comparable to either CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens, but for a guy to make the 53-man roster, be cut essentially the same day, and have to clear waivers to come back on the practice squad at the start of the season, and then emerge for you the way that he has offensively, it's a pretty cool story, and he certainly has done an excellent job, and the Cowboys are better for it.
Has Flanoy's emergence recently made you more think, all right, he's the locked-in number 3 next year? Or how much of your mind has wondered, all right, do we really need to sign up Pickens for this, or can we get someone as good as Flanoy or even better that's cheaper and can still be your 2?
I don't think for a second that you don't sign George Pickens because of what Ryan Flanoy has done. What Ryan Flanoy has done has been awesome. It's been great. And if he's doing that in a third wide receiver role, then that's even better for you.
But Tommy, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he can be the 2 or Pickens. I'm just saying if you get someone that's better between Flanoy and Pickens with Dak, the quarterback making the receiver better, would that make you have pause?
About re-signing Pickens?
Yeah.
No. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm re-signing Pickens as soon as I can. I think what he's able to do for this offense, even the last couple of games, really he's done this all season, but when you watch things back on film, just the attention that he gets and what it can open up for CeeDee Lamb or Ryan Flanoy or Javonte Williams in the run game.
Yeah.
Even when he doesn't have the ball in his hands, making plays for the offense, and I think that's very tough to find.
Great stuff, Tommy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Tommy Yarch, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with Kevin.
Me.
Where's Corey?
He says he's sick.
So it's me and Hagee today for 4 hours.
Oh man, you want to stick around?
That's what that was the plan.
It's supposed to be Fred. I haven't heard from him.
Well, all right. Well, what's with these guys?
You want me to call him?
I sent Fred the run sheet last night.
Is it Fred or Blake who's always late to their crosstalk, or both?
Correct.
Blake.
Blake?
Yeah.
And I thought Blake was on here. Someone told me Blake was chirping about taking over for the morning show and these little side comments. You calling?
Hey, where you at, Fred?
He's on.
Oh, okay. All right.
The show starts at 9:40.
These guys, what are they going to start the show at like 6:15, 6:20 when they take over in morning
you don't
drive?
have to worry.
All right, Fred. We'll see you soon. Love you. Bye.
All right. See you, Zach.
He had time to answer his phone. He's coming.
Do you consider that as okay?
He couldn't text because he's driving. He's focused on driving. But answering, he doesn't have to type and look away.
That's true.
Kevin, I thought you did. I can't cross-reference you because I'm not smart enough, but
that's right.
The Cowboy math segment was fantastic.
Oh, thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Summarize it quickly for Choppy to see what his final decision would be.
Essentially, you're theoretically $49 million over the cap next year, but I can pretty easily carve you out $119 million to put you in plus $70 million territory, and then you have decisions to make about Pickens, Clark, and whatever else you want to do.
Okay.
Steele.
Oh, yeah, Steele and Diggs are out.
Perfect.
So,
I want them here anyway.
Okay, well, there you go. Then you need to decide about Clark and Pickens, and then the rest is up to you.
Decide about Clark first, because we know you're bringing back George.
I already have two guys that are either better or younger, locked up at the same position.
Do you think the five-man front? Sorry, do you think the five-man front is played out, or that's just a rarer occasion?
Well, look, as it happens in all sports, the trends go from the bottom up, right? So the youth or college level up. And when are we going to have a 3-3-5 in the NFL, Bobby?
Probably not ever. Teams don't like to give up the trenches. They don't like doing light boxes anyway.
Are you bringing back Kenny Clark?
I love it.
If he takes a pay cut. Otherwise, he's not playing for $21 million. You can also save $16 million if you cut Quinnen Williams.
Actually, I went a different direction, and we didn't dive into this. If you wanted to extend Quinnen Williams, I think you can cut that number. 10 to 12 work for you on Kenny Clark?
Quinnen Williams, you can get up to $15 million with an extension.
So if I re-sign Pickens and let Kenny go, I have what amount?
Well, that depends. So if you give him long term, I think you can hit about 18 next year, whereas franchise is stuck at 28.
So if
it could maybe go lower than 18.
If Kenny Clark is interested,
Kenny Clark has been what this year? Give me a grade.
C+.
Oh.
Probably something like that.
Is that worth 10 to 12 for you?
I don't think it's gonna. I don't know that it'll cost you that much. So here's the thing: he's got no guaranteed money.
Yep.
So regardless, he's not getting that $21 million. So it's not like he can go, I refuse to take a pay cut, because it's like, okay, well then we'll just cut you, and no one else is giving you 21 either.
And that's what I did. I just backed out all of that.
So
money.
I would say that it just comes down to, does he want to be here? If he wants to be here, then he'll figure out. I would guess that for them, they would, probably more around 10, I would guess. So if he wants to do like 2 years, 20, and
then you'd be in.
15's guaranteed or something.
Okay, you'd be in on that.
RJ Choppy is vigorously working on the great Christmas movie bracket of 20.
He's got some offsets, I know. Did you fill out the whole thing already? The defending champion is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It defeated the Santa Claus in the finals last year.
Tim Allen?
Yes.
What is your early read on the seedings?
Okay, so the early read of the seedings. One, I love where Elf is placed. Elf is at the 8th seed.
Can I tell you, it feels like over the years, Elf has really started to fall.
Because it was never a good movie to begin
admiration.
with. It was never good.
He puts the hate on Will Ferrell.
I was going to say it's Will Ferrell fatigue.
James Caan is absolutely right about Will Ferrell.
What did he say?
It was like he couldn't stand him in the movie. He was like such a He's just a jokester, right? He took nothing seriously. And Caan is like this.
The hell, it's
trained
not the
actor.
Godfather, James Caan.
You know what? We accept James Caan as Italian, even though he's not Italian. We accept him in the community.
That makes James Caan to sound like a loser.
No, it's because he's
like,
sunny.
hey, this wasn't Brian's song.
Okay. So, Elf stinks.
That is
I'm
a
glad
great
it's
movie.
the 8th seed. Bad Santa, entirely too low as the 12.
Oh!
Entirely too Bad Santa.
You didn't even vote. Did you vote for Bad Santa?
Yeah, that was my number 2.
Okay.
Bad Santa is a great
These
movie.
idiots in this building had it as a 12 seed. People didn't put that as their top 3.
It didn't.
Obviously-
I think you were one of 3 people who voted for
Obviously-
Bad
Did you?
I don't remember. Obviously,
I didn't put it on
the
there.
people who have seen the movie in this building that put it that low never saw the unedited version of the dressing room scene. Okay,
I remember.
Yeah. So
You don't think it was good?
It was fine. It just wasn't one of my top 5.
and it's a brutal draw. It's a brutal draw, but they're going to win. Scrooged being number 11, entirely too low.
You know who loves that movie?
Me.
Yes, and Lucius.
It's a great movie. As a matter of fact,
Where's Fred?
it is.
That parking garage takes 10 minutes to get up
that
here
is
from.
a fair point.
Does 10
It did
minutes?
make the finals.
10. It does take. It can
Okay.
take 3.
Hey, look who it is! No computer. Wow, congratulations. It does come in to the national championship game.
What's your finals?
Home Alone and Scrooge.
So these are your picks, not what you think everybody else is going to vote, because there's no way Scrooge gets
I don't
there.
care what the other people say. Home Alone 1 beat Home Alone 2. It's a Wonderful Life beat Elf. Bad Santa beat the animated version of How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Die Hard beat Gremlins. Scrooge beat Love Actually.
No.
Santa Claus over Polo Express.
You
Charlie Brown
love
over the
Love
Holiday.
Actually.
I
And
do.
Christmas Vacation over the live-action Grinch. Then Christmas Vacation beats Charlie Brown. Scrooge beats the Santa Claus. Die Hard beats Bad Santa. And Home Alone beats
It's a Wonderful Life.
It's a Wonderful Life. And then Home Alone beats Die
Beats
Hard.
Bill
Scrooge
Jones.
beats Vacation. And then Home Alone wins it all.
Okay, 12:20. We will
Which
have
way to Ireland?
Fred in here.
Hey.
Wolchuk will be here. Eric Chiafalo will be here. So we'll
Have they even seen half these movies with their age?
Yeah, and then the Tolos will get involved in the voting as well. So we'll see. Defending champion, Christmas Vacation.
Pick apart his takes or your predictions, Bob.
I zoned out as soon as he started doing his thing. So as soon as he started doing that,
His radio?
just as soon as
Jimmy Stewart?
as soon as he started launching to the bit of why
Hey,
his
movie
trash things
theater.
are better than the things that are actually better. It'll probably be. I imagine this will be another Home Alone versus National Lampoons, probably.
That's fine. I got no problem. I got Lamp. I got Lamp in the Final Four.
What are you saying there initially, Fred? What's jumping out? And what did you vote as your 1, 2, 3?
Oh, here's the thing.
I mean, I'm just seeing this for the
Fred.
first time, so.
Well, so are we.
Fred did not get a vote. I had enough white males
Wow,
represented.
disenfranchised.
already,
What are you
so
saying?
Wow.
Opposite of the Rangers.
Yeah, I knew
Dominion Hageland over here.
Wow. You didn't hear us 640 yesterday?
No, I heard you yesterday, and y'all made reference to it in the crosstalk
I
yesterday.
cannot believe Josh
as
Clark
well.
or Carter did not send out our segment of the Rangers Too White.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had Home Alone, Die Hard, Scrooge, Christmas Vacation, Christmas Story. Christmas Story didn't make it.
Yeah, because that movie's trash.
It's not trash. It's on.
It's
Yeah,
trash.
It's on 24 hours straight.
No, see, my theory. It's not on 24 hours straight. It's on one time. It's just so terrible and boring and
But it's not-
racist
yeah, they would-
that it feels
Racist.
like it's 24.
Racist.
Are you kidding me? I probably shouldn't repeat the parts of it that are racist, so I will stay away from
Fragile,
that.
making fun of the Italian word fragile?
No, take a look at who's running where they're getting food from. Okay, that is not
don't
The ending
remember
scene?
That is not appropriate.
I don't remember them getting food, and I don't remember what this even is.
What
you
song were
love
they
to
singing?
look. You love to look things. I can't repeat it.
I haven't seen
Deck
it
the
in-
halls. I think it is super duper offensive.
Okay.
Bobby, you can find everything in the internet.
looking
You
it
can
up
find-
right now.
I just think that movie sucks. Nightmare Before Christmas was never made.
Yep, I just remembered.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Fred, what's jumping out on there?
Stop the hate.
I appreciate Scrooged being on here.
Yes, that's right.
Love me. I actually just read a little snippet on Scrooge this morning. Apparently, that was the first time he'd done a movie in 4 years, talking about Bill Murray. I'm glad you see Die Hard's on here, correct?
Yep, of course. Christmas
okay,
movie.
just making sure.
It's going against Gremlins though.
Bad Santa, Fred? Don't you love it?
I'm not a huge Bad Santa guy.
That surprises me a little bit.
I'm not a huge
Why?
Bad Santa
Because
guy.
Fred has a mean-spirited sense of humor like I do.
No Goodfellas.
We're not calling Goodfellas a Christmas movie?
No,
Because it has lights at the restaurant.
I will say,
Most overrated mob movie ever. But
in your face tracking shot.
Casino is so much better.
Nobody voted
Casino
for
is so much
Goodfellas. We did get votes for Eyes Wide Shut and Batman Returns, but not enough for it to make the bracket.
What about Lethal Weapon? Because he changed the Christmas lights at the end.
Nobody voted for Lethal Weapon either.
That's a good one.
Do we have the clip from Peyton?
No, he wasn't going to pull that of himself.
All right, reset it, Bob.
So we were talking earlier today about the hub, how their information has been hacked. They've got the stuff, and that led to another discussion about whose Google search history at the station would be the most concerning. And Peyton Russell's vote. We all jumped to Zach at first. Some other things. Peyton Russell said, "What about Fred Davis? He seems like kind of a creep."
I said kinda.
Yeah. But then
he said kinda. He said kinda.
Kevin just followed up and goes, "Oh, I'm surprised you wouldn't like Bad Santa." Because that makes me think you're also calling him a creep.
No, but did you not hear what I said after that? I said, it seems like you have a mean-spirited sense of humor, just like me.
Yeah, go at it. Get him, Fred.
I'm with that. A creep.
Get him.
You went after the main green. Hey, you went after the main green.
You're not even a big fan. You're a Texas Tech fan, baby. You're a Longhorn fan.
That makes me all these fraudulent UNT fans. And you already know. I've said this. I've said this to G-Bag. I've said this to Blake.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all don't give a damn about UNT 9 times out of the year.
Yep. True that. He's a Longhorn fan and then a Texas Tech fan.
I loved you up the other day too, Peyton. You know what? I'll remember that.
Get him.
We're just talking about producers, and I think I said something nice. Hey, I mean, I know this.
No, you didn't. What did you say?
I didn't call him a creep. I know that much.
I know he has the creepiest Snapchat history.
And the creepiest facial hair.
Yeah, that's true.
Who, me?
No, Peyton. No, you're just late.
First of all, I just found out yesterday.
I thought you were going to say yesterday.
Let me finish.
I was going to apologize.
I had a doctor's appointment at the VA this morning.
Oh, the VA!
Yes.
How about that? He went to the VA.
Hey, you photographer in the military? SAR swimmer and helicopter mechanic. Thank you very much.
Swimmer?
SAR swimmer, search and rescue.
Oh, SAR.
SAR, yes.
Say something about
SAR.
that. Like the SAR, like it's the masks.
He dropped the VA on us.
SARS.
We're back tomorrow. Buckle up. It's Fred and Kevin next on 105.3 The Fan.
K&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got the famous Alec Medford. And joining us for the day, ladies and gentlemen, it is Fred Davis. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
I was doing great until I found out that Peyton thinks I'm a creep. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Peyton. I thought we were boys. I thought we were boys.
There's no way he thought you were going to be here today.
Apparently not.
Hence the free ability to speak out.
You know, look, I'm a lot of things. Creep's not one of them.
What other things would you say that you are? And if you don't have anything, I can answer for
you. Genuine, friendly, outspoken.
Okay.
Let's see. Misunderstood.
Is that right?
Just to name a few. But
I don't know about that last one.
Creep? No.
Okay.
That's all right. You know what? We'll let Peyton slide on this. And look, I'm just glad to be here today.
Is there a system? Does he get to slide 3 times, or what's the? He had the one. You're going to let him slide. If it's a continual offense, is there a system?
I really just want to know what made him say that. That's really all I wanted.
Okay. I mean, he's right there. We just bring him in.
Yeah, let's bring him in. Let's find out real quick. Let's find out from Peyton. I want to know so I can go on with the rest of my day.
Here he comes. And I promise we have sports stuff.
Because I have been nice. I feel like I've been pretty cordial to Pepe. So for him to call me a creep, that hurts.
Well, Fred, did you listen to the segment? Did you listen?
I didn't.
You did not? Okay. Well, 640. We were talking
Much like many complainers about this station. Did you listen to the segment?
In fairness, I usually am asleep at 640.
The whole thing was we were talking about the history of the hub. And I said, your search history would make you look like a creep. You're not a creep in general. It was just Now, Bobby spun it and just said, Peyton called you a creep. And you guys bought it like you usually do.
Well, you know, Bobby's right here, too.
Yeah, Bobby
he can just pull up the mic. I think he is searching out this segment right now to dispute.
Okay. So you're saying that my X-rated search history may be kind of creepish.
Just a little bit.
You're not wrong.
Okay. There we go.
You know what?
But I love you, Fred. I love you,
we
Fred.
bring it full circle. You know what? See, there's a reason why I like
pull it
Pepe.
up right now. We'll read it. We'll read it right now. Come on.
No, I have abstained. I've abstained for a while.
You know what?
Seriously.
I really like this. From the 972, you can't self-identify your creepiness, Fred. That is for us to decide.
Well, that's true.
And then first vote comes in for you. Fred is not a creep. Glad to hear him back in the midday show. Got your back, Fred.
I appreciate that, whoever that is.
Thank you. Lovely.
Thank you.
And then this one's kind of hurtful for you. From the 214, Kevin is Dak and Fred is Eberflus.
Wow. Wow.
Okay,
that
Bobby,
hurts.
I don't know how this is going to translate. Bobby
I'm
going
to turn it up as loud as I can.
Counterpoint.
Alec, you see if you can pick it up.
I don't know if this is good radio.
This is a clip of Peyton saying it. I want you to hear how he says it.
Definitely. Wolchuk's up there.
Oh, Wolchuk.
Fred Davis has to be a creep.
I was thinking Fred.
But again, listen to the segment.
Fred Davis has to be a creep.
Now play 5 seconds before that. We were talking about the search history. Come on.
You said who has the scariest Google search history, and you said Fred Davis has to be a creep.
Yes, because it has to be in his
doesn't
Google
make
search.
it better.
Yes, it does. Shut up, Bobby.
Wow. You know what? Hey, I've been called worse.
I'll bet. I have thoughts about who called you worse, but we'll just keep that.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
We'll keep that off the air. All
I'm
right.
surprised Blake didn't get a vote. We don't think Blake's a creep?
So that's an interesting pivot by you. Peyton calls you creepy, and your thought is, you know what I'm going to do to defend myself is call my co-host creepy.
I'm bringing my co-host down with me, too.
I feel like you can't be mad at Peyton anymore if you're going to throw your co-host under the bus.
I'm just mad he didn't get lumped into it as well.
Okay, well, that is an interesting way to process that information.
Misery loves company, you know that.
And then that's so true. From the 972, Fred is about to drive the ratings up. Let's go. You love to hear it. And then at 12:20, we've got the great Christmas movie bracket coming up. But I want to start with this. If you can go ahead and give me cut number 1, please, Alec. Who do you fear on the Chargers, and where do you think the Cowboys hold an advantage?
Herbert rolling, looking, throwing, and that's going to be caught for the touchdown by Trey Harris.
Man, Al Michaels sounded kind of bummed that was a touchdown.
He sounded that way. I mean, you know this.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been this way all year.
Yes.
Can we retire him at the end of the season?
Don't you think he's done enough that he gets to decide?
Well, I mean, he does get to, but that's the problem.
You think he should have decided like 3
I
years
feel,
ago?
I mean, because Kirk Herbstreit sounds terrible on Amazon.
Oh, because he talks about his dog too much, or just in general?
I just feel like he doesn't have, obviously, clearly he doesn't have the same energy that him and Chris Fowler have.
Okay.
All right. And, I mean, it's him talking to Al Michaels. Like, Al's just waiting for him to hurry up and get done. Okay. Whereas Chris Fowler, like, genuinely engages with Kirk Herbstreit.
I get what you're saying.
Anywho.
We'll put that on the docket.
Just something to file away later on.
Fred and Blake's creepiness, followed by the retirement of Al Michaels.
Needs to go.
That's what I've got.
That's
all right.
exactly right.
Who do you fear on the Chargers, or do you want to start on the flip side? Where do the Cowboys potentially hold an advantage?
They don't.
Nowhere?
They don't. No. I mean, okay.
Why do you think they're favored then?
Because, I mean, for the same reason Vegas has favored the Chiefs in the last 6 weeks.
Cowboys and Chiefs tax?
You know, they just don't. I mean, it's at home, so I get that standpoint. You've got a Chargers team that is beat up a little bit, and they've played some really high-leverage games over the last 3 or 4 weeks. So we said this last night. Would I be at all surprised if the Cowboys won on Sunday because they have 0 to play for and you've got a beat-up Chargers team? No, I wouldn't. That said, that Chargers defense, I've watched them play the last few weeks. They are uber physical.
Agreed.
I think that's going to be the difference for them. If the Cowboys had a pass rush and, blitzed more than 4 or 5 times in the first 10 minutes of the game, it would be, I would think you'd have a little bit different, impact defensively for the Cowboys. But this game screams to me 23-16, 23-17 Chargers.
Because that is the way the Chargers have been winning, like kind of ugly.
Oh, they muck
games.
it up. I mean, it's Jim Harbaugh all day.
They continue to win. All right. So
absolutely do.
You just brought it up. Do you anticipate a change in the blitzing philosophy? Because you've seen it for, like you said, about six plays to start off the game.
Yeah.
And it's usually pretty effective.
Yeah.
And then they're like, meh, pass.
I mean, if he watched, I was listening to you guys, I was listening to this morning show on the way in and about, his blitz. The blitz got to Herbert last week, all right? And you can affect.
And the week before.
Right? So you can get to Justin Herbert. Obviously, that offensive line is beat to hell. I think, they're missing both tackles, I think.
Yes.
That was the one thing. I mean, the Chiefs have to blitz, right? Because they can't get any pressure outside of Chris Jones. So same way with the Cowboys, right? You're going to have to blitz. And look, I think we've kind of realized after earlier this week where Jerry, in not so many words, basically said, look, you got 3 games to prove yourself.
Yep.
All right. So Eberflus is on the hook for the next 3 games. I think but again, it's much ado about nothing at this point, right? I mean, ultimately, you want to lose if you're the Cowboys. So I mean,
wait. You want to lose.
Yeah.
I want to lose.
Yeah.
That is not the message that we're getting. And I don't think they're BSing about that. As I hate to say it, I think Schottenheimer, you heard him yesterday, and Jerry, you heard him Tuesday, that I don't think they're just publicly spinning that. I think they really, really want to win.
I think they do. I mean, I think they say they want to, but I mean, it's one of those things where if they don't, it's kind of like watching the Mavericks right now. Yeah, it's cool if we win. Hey, all right, great. Cooper Flag was great.
More losses get us closer to Peterson.
Yeah, and his bum hamstring. Don't get me started on that. Don't get me started. But you know what? I appreciate you bringing up college basketball.
You're welcome.
You're you and you and you. And me. I think we're the only ones that watch college basketball here.
I've talked a lot about DeBonsa. I have pointed out some of the flaws in Boozer's games, so don't worry about it. I got you covered.
I like it.
All right. What about Justin Herbert? Justin Herbert is, statistically at least, although I'm sure they don't care because they keep winning. They have an excellent record. Justin Herbert is having one of his worst seasons, both in terms of turning the ball over and then partially, as you just were talking about, their offensive line is wrecked, and I'm sure that doesn't help.
No.
Have you seen anything from Herbert that you think has lended to that, or do you think it's just a product of the banged up offensive line? Because they have lost some elite players across their offensive line.
They have, and I mean, Justin Herbert, I think he's kind of Dak-ish, if we're being honest.
Look, I have talked about it. Justin Herbert looks like the lab-built perfect quarterback, and people hype him up accordingly.
Yeah.
What has he ever accomplished?
I mean, nothing. I mean, from a postseason standpoint, I mean, if we're going to hammer Dak for, his postseason failures, you got to do the same thing. And look, at least Dak doesn't have a catastrophic meltdown on his resume. I mean, if you watch, Justin Herbert was a disaster against the Texans last year. What did he throw? 4 picks in that game? And then, of course, they were up, 28-7, whatever it was, a couple years before that to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, think about it this way. Justin Herbert's 2 losses in the playoffs are to Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud. So that tells you all you need to know about where Justin Herbert is at in a postseason standpoint, right? And, again, looks the part, plays the part during the regular season. But the one thing about, and I've watched Justin Herbert over the last, 5-6 years, whatever he's been, being a Chiefs guy, is he will throw up. He'll throw up some burgers now, okay? You can affect him. You can get him off his spot. You can turn him over, all right? You can rattle him. Now, is he a gamer? Will he take hit after hit after hit? Love that about that kid, all right? You can beat the you-know-what out of Justin Herbert. But at the same time, you can also force him into bad throws because he will make some dumb decisions. So, but you need a defense that can make people make dumb decisions, and unfortunately, this defense doesn't do that.
Now, you made reference to it. I firmly believe the same thing, as losses are better long-term for the Cowboys. How do you think I realize the job that you have impacts this a lot. How do you think you will watch these games, and how do you think the fans will watch these games knowing the season is essentially over? I know 0.6% chance of the playoffs, all that.
Yeah.
But, how will you watch these games knowing that a win doesn't necessarily help you?
Well, if it makes any sense, and Kevin and Alec Medford, I know you guys can appreciate this, and Bobby appreciates this. So home games I watch differently than away games.
Okay.
Right? Because home games you're watching to see, okay, what do we think the mood in the locker room is going to be after this?
Oh, yeah, because you have to deal with that, yeah.
So we got to go in there and do the damn thing. I don't know what you're watching for, to be honest. All right,
yeah.
I mean you're watching for. I know one thing you're watching for. You're watching to see what George Pickens is going to look like over the next 3 weeks. I think you're watching. I don't know how much you're going to play Javonte Williams over the next 3 weeks. I mean, defensively, you hope Ezeraku looks a little bit better. Maybe you throw Shamar James in there. I don't think Logan Wilson's going to be here next season. You hope to see Siobhan Revel make some strides over the next 3 weeks. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Can we pause on Logan Wilson for just a second?
Yeah.
Because then I don't entirely understand. I realize they didn't give up much, if realistically, hardly anything.
What, a 7th or something like that?
Yeah, for him. But why not give him more run
I'm
if
with
you're
you
not
on that.
really going to try it out? He's not the long-term solution.
No.
But why not give him a little bit more run?
Because I don't think they seem that interested in doing it. I mean, they what did you say, Bobby? He played 7 fewer snaps even this past week?
Through the first 3 quarters. He ended up playing
I don't think you're Mike. Yeah, okay. Say that again.
There's 3 quarters he had played 7 fewer, but then he ended up playing the most after that. You've got to get past Eberflus on that.
Okay.
Eberflus wants. He thinks Kenneth Murray knows the system, and if he doesn't think Logan Wilson's there yet. So a new scheme, Logan Wilson having a whole offseason to do, I think they'd be more interested in having him.
Okay. That makes – look, again, Bobby talked about this. I heard him talk about this the other day on y'all's show, as a matter of fact, talking about, this is not the same Logan Wilson from 3 or 4 years ago, the Cincinnati Bengals. But at the same time, I mean, he you don't lose. I mean, you don't lose the ability to process and cover and what have you. Now, physically, you might lose a step, and there were a couple times when you watched that game the other day where he did seem kind of lost and get caught up in blocks and what have you. But again, he's been here 4 weeks, and we got an Eberflus system that, let's be real, I don't think anybody's figured out.
Yeah,
and I mean, the same mistake. Think about it this way.
That feels like that should speak to your coordinator.
I mean, the same things we were saying in weeks 3 or 4. Well, let's just give it some time. We're still saying the exact same thing in weeks 15 and 16.
Yeah.
Well, these guys will figure it out. Well, no, it's just the scheme sucks.
You mentioned another player that is really intriguing to me, Shamar James. I feel the same way about Maris Leofau, but then Bobby just said something. It's about getting past Matt Eberflus. What do you think we could or will actually see from players like Shamar James and Leofau? Will they even get up on the field enough to be able to watch?
I mean, Leofau's played more. I don't know about Leofau, though, right? I mean, again, he's another one that
neither
maybe...
do I, which is why I want to see him.
We talked about this last night. Would you bring back Donovan Wilson? And I think if you had a coordinator that actually blitzed, I think Donovan Wilson would probably be a damn good blitzer in a lot of cases. He's a good box safety, right? I mean, he's not afraid to go up there and hit people. Now in coverage, he's a little bit desired. Sure. I get that. But I just feel like for whatever reason, and I mean, didn't we all think Eberflus was going to be a halfway decent defensive coordinator coming into the season?
I don't know if everybody thought that. I probably thought that.
I mean, I did. I mean, he was good in Indianapolis. I guess apparently he just fell off in I don't know, in Chicago. But I mean, the thing that bugs me the most about Eberflus is that you knew the NFC North better than anybody.
Yeah.
Ideally, you should know the NFC North better than anybody on the Dallas Cowboys coaching staff.
Run by them.
And the NFC North, I'll tell you what, he'll be getting gift bag, Kwanzaa bags, and Hanukkah bags for everything he did for the NFC North. He was a disaster in the NFC. I mean, let's call it what it is. That Minnesota game was a fireball offense.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, you let J.J. McCarthy, all right, look like, prime Kirk Cousins from a couple seasons ago. I don't understand it. I mean, I don't know. I just hope that they let Shoddy make a decision, or at the very least have some input or a majority of input on a defensive coordinator.
All right, there we go. That's how we're starting things out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we might dive into some more Dallas Cowboys because I want to talk a little bit more about which players you're hopeful to see in the last 3 games of the season. Or we might be prepared to talk about some TNA Wrestling. That, I feel like, is why Fred is here, and that is going to make my day all the more delightful. Next, right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Let's talk about Platinum Chevrolet. My family has bought not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet in the last 6 years. And you know what makes the process all the more easier right now? That brand new 80,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility at Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. All kinds of extra buying options, extra selection. Still the same great people, still the same great service. You want to dive into some of the specifics right now? You can get the 2026 Traverse. It is in stock, up to $4,000 off MSRP. If you want to go with the 2025 Tahoe, up to $7,000 off MSRP. Plus, when we talk about the buying process at Platinum Chevrolet, you can go see that lovely showroom in Terrell, or you can do everything at PlatinumChevyTexas.com. That's how we did the entire process for buying that 4th car. And then they drove the car, boom, to our house. That's the kind of service, and of course, those low, low prices from Platinum. They're called Platinum prices for a reason that we always talk about. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454. Celebrate.
came off the block, threw him for a yard loss.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to talk just a little bit more as Bobby and Fred are definitely going to drive me insane.
Come on now.
We're going to talk a little.
How's that new roof, by the way?
It is fantastic.
You're welcome.
You know what? I will say, if you need... I hope this didn't hurt your feelings. If you need roof work done, you need to go to Greystone Roofing.
Absolutely.
But
absolutely.
Fred was super duper helpful in helping me figure this out.
Just leave it at that.
And if you have a second choice, you need 2 roofs done.
That's all good. No. Hey, look, I am glad that I was able to educate you.
You were.
And help you get the proverbial most bang for your buck.
I really appreciate it. I could use some education today because I've already screwed up with one of our bookings. We are going to have from TNA Wrestling, Mike Santana and Ash by Elegance coming up. We've got 2 huge events in Garland for TNA Wrestling next month. We will talk with them in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, you mentioned a couple of the people, a couple of the names that I'm intrigued by. My question for y'all right here, and the people on the fan text, 877-881-1053, which Cowboys players are you hopeful for in the last 3 games? You mentioned Revel.
Yeah. Revel.
Sorry. I always do
He corrected me on that.
I always do that.
Yeah.
Ezraku makes a lot of sense to me. DeMarvion Overshone is on the list just because, and look, it was always going to be difficult coming back from the injuries that he did. He's been fine so far, and I would like to see a little bit more. Who is it, or are there players that you were excited to see?
Jaden Blue.
Do you think that's going to happen?
No, I don't. If there's a...
You think there's a better shot we see Phil Maffa than Jaden Blue?
I mean, might as well. I think we probably got a better chance of seeing Miles Sanders at this point than we do. We probably got a better chance of seeing Zeke than we do of Jaden Blue. I'm uber disappointed in Jaden Blue. I really, really am. I thought that kid could have been a difference maker for this team, especially when you consider Javonte Williams. I mean, they have just beat the hell out of this poor guy.
Right.
And hey, he's been everything you could ask for and then some. This will sound crazy, and if Blake was here right now, he would roast me for this, and you guys can certainly roast me for it as well. Luke Schoonmaker.
Really?
Luke Schoonmaker. Call me crazy, and maybe this is way. And you guys, look. I've already been called a creep today, so it's par for the course. And maybe it's because I rewatch the games late at night, and you're in a different mind state at 1 o'clock in the morning than you are when the game's actually playing live. Scooney might be the most athletic of the 3 tight ends. Okay, I firmly believe that. Okay, I've watched enough of this Cowboys football team. I'm not don't mistake that for me saying he's the best tight end of the group. Okay, but I think he's by far the most athletic. Like, he's the guy that if he, God forbid, if he ever caught the ball in a regular setting, could make a move. Okay, like, there is athleticism to him. I just wonder, what is it about him that he just can't figure it out?
Yeah.
And so, again, it was just he made a play in that last game where he caught the ball one-handed, did a little shimmy. He had that game against the Commanders last year where he had probably the game of his life from Cooper Rush. And those 2 highlights are about all you've got out of Luke Schoonmaker.
I'll tell you what, quid pro quo. I'm not calling you crazy for that. Don't call me crazy for this.
Okay.
I want to see more of Dante Fowler because slowly but surely I have understood some more of his impact, and I was worried about that pushback. I want to see what's there in terms of next season.
Who would you rather have next year, Fowler or Clowney?
Probably Clowney. Yeah, probably Clowney.
Fowler.
But I think Fowler has made some plays that don't always show up nice and pretty in the stat sheet, but if in the game, like you said, I think I could see the impact there.
Look, I certainly appreciate you bringing that up. For one, he's a great locker room quote.
Okay. Yeah.
Great locker room quote. The one thing I love about Dante Fowler, he will talk to you after a game, win, lose, or draw. And we have had draws, he will talk to you, all right, which you can't say for everybody. And I'm talking about not just Cowboys, but I'm talking about all NFL teams. So, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I'll start paying a little bit more attention to our boy Dante, because I think we got caught up in the idea that, look, he's going to come in here, he's going to get us 8 to 10 sacks.
And I fell into that trap.
And rightfully so. And, oh, by the way, especially after Micah left, all right, you thought, all right, well, this is prime Dante Fowler season. I mean, this is what this guy does. And so You saw it after in the the opening game of the year where he just kind of looked like he didn't have his footing. And this is a guy that's been in the league 9-10 years,
right?
All right, or as Dante told me, I'm in this bleep, so he knows all too well. I don't hate that take. I guess I'll tell you what. I'm glad you mentioned it. It'll give me something to look for over the next 3 weeks. Again, because you got to think about it, what are you going to do at the end?
Well, and that's the way I think about it.
Would you bring back Sam Williams?
Not necessarily, and I love talking to Sam Williams. But the way I've been thinking about when you just mentioned the defensive end, or just honestly the defense in general, I've been thinking about it in terms of the Rangers bullpen. Is people got irritated or thought we couldn't afford so many people, and I'm like, well, at some point you have to reconstruct the bullpen, and so for me, whether it's Clowney, Fowler, Williams, at some point you can't just say, well, I guess you could, but it feels problematic just to say, no, we're not bringing anybody back and we're just going to rebuild it. I'm like, okay, great.
Is Dante Fowler the Robert Garcia of the
Okay.
Cowboys DNs?
All right. See, and
shown flashes.
Exactly.
But left you scratching your head more than once.
And then I will go along with that and say sometimes I believe unfairly criticized too much.
Ooh, you know what? Look, I'm a Robert Garcia guy. And is Clowney Chris Martin?
Oh yeah, older fella.
Okay. Know what you're going to get with him?
Yeah.
All right.
Prefer not to be in training camp. Although I don't think Chris Martin fits that bill necessarily. 2 more questions for you.
2 more answers.
Kalen Carson and Javonte Williams. I know Javonte Williams is a lot different than some of these other players, but I wanted to see how he would finish the season because he's 25. It feels like he's like 31.
He feels like he's been in the NFL for a long time.
But he's going to be 26, and I know the Cowboys are not about to get in like a running back bidding war, but I would really like to see how he finishes out the season to be like, oh, yeah, okay. Come on back. Because I think he's been tremendous this year.
I think he's been great. I think the problem with Javonte Williams, though, and I said this at the very beginning of the year, and people laughed at me. First of all, I thought he was going to be I thought he was going to be okay. He had 2 years to come back from that knee injury.
I thought he was going to be worse than okay.
So he came back. He showed us, all right, our boy got us 1,000 yards. I think what's killed, or not killed, but what's hurt Javonte is the fact that you had nobody to help him, to spell him, all right? I thought, I said going into the season, I got laughed off the airwaves, was you could have a poor man's David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs with Javonte and Jaden Blue.
Right.
That was my hope, that was my goal, that was my aspiration going into this 2025 Cowboys season. Javonte upheld his end of the bargain. Unfortunately, we didn't have anybody to play poor man's Jahmyr Gibbs.
Miles Sanders got hurt. Jaden Blue wasn't ready professionally. Phil Maffa got hurt. It was just
Malik Davis is just Malik Davis.
Yeah.
Great last name.
Yeah, and Malik and Fred Davis. I would listen to that show. And I do think Malik Davis has been really good.
He's been everything you could ask for a guy that's been on the practice squad for a decade.
Exactly. And then Tyler Guyton. Now, I know part of that is return from injury, but I do still feel like there's a lot of potential and a lot of questions.
I'm right there with you. I mean, look, I think he's been pretty solid at left tackle. Do we think Terrence Steele's going to be here next year?
Nope. In fact, yesterday I went ahead and cut him from the team.
Okay.
I'm sure the Cowboys are super pumped about that.
I mean, I think with Tyler Guyton, and I can't remember, I think it was Broadus who was telling me this, or maybe it was CA. We thought that, okay, he was a big right tackle coming out of college and what have you. He only played that one season at right tackle. Right. So he doesn't have, it's not like he had this extensive 3-year history at right tackle at Oklahoma, and then boom, you moved him over to left tackle. So I don't know that it makes as much sense. I was always of the belief, if you had a left tackle fall in your lap, like a la Josh Simmons or something like that,
right?
Okay, you'd move Tyler over to right tackle.
I could see
Which
that.
I think you could still do.
Yeah. And I was kind of hoping they would have tried it out. Like, I was hoping you'd see more of a mixed match, and I know why they didn't do it, because you were, like, still trying to win games and make the playoffs and stuff. I wanted to see Nate Thomas there. I wanted to see Tyler Guyton there. Like, I wanted to see sort of an in-game tryout. I understand why that didn't happen.
All right, here's my question for you then. Are we less concerned now about Tyler Guyton, or let's put it this way, not less concerned. What's our bigger concern with Tyler Guyton moving forward? Is it A, his ability to play tackle?
It's B then.
Get healthy, health-wise.
I think it's health-wise, because I think you have seen some strides, although obviously some valleys too, but I think you've seen some strides.
He did try to kick a guy once, so there was that.
You need a couple players like that on your team.
Mad at that.
I think you've seen some strides in terms of his play, but it's been derailed by the injuries now.
He can't stay healthy.
Yeah, so if I have to go A or B, I'm definitely going B.
I like Nate. Look, I like Nate Thomas. Good dude. Good kid. works his tail off. I think he's going to be he's going to be your Brock Hoffman at the tackle position.
Okay, I like that.
Okay.
I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. Coming up next, I am excited for this segment, and I know Fred is excited as well. We are going to have Ash by Elegance. We're going to have Mike Santana in studio to talk some TNA Wrestling. They will be here in the Metroplex at the Colwell Center next month. We will talk with them in studio next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll talk with Shireen Williams at 3 o'clock and the Jake Ferguson Show at 5:15. Nation 2 to 7 in The Fan.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could
TNT Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now in studio. And he has already approved of something that we have done. Former TNA World Champion, it is Mike Santana. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Well, it's not going great, Mike, because I told you to go to the wrong place. So I just want to be really honest, because we're going to hype up the debut on AMC next month, which is going to be at the Colwell Center, and I live in Garland, so I'm really pumped about that. Perfect. And then y'all got the pay-per-view a couple days after that. But will you please forgive me for sending you to our old address, as we have clearly moved to a new studio?
It's all good, man. We got here. It's a great morning. We're in studio. Let's get it.
Okay, and you have, I believe, approved of the bracket we have put together for 1220 for the greatest Christmas movie of all time.
Yeah, you got some classics on here, man. Like,
what is your favorite Christmas movie?
Oh, man. I would have to say, only because it's a big piece of my childhood and just the nostalgia, and also it being a huge I guess tradition for my dad and I.
Okay.
That we watched, and A Christmas Story.
Okay.
Yeah. So like every Christmas Eve, since I could remember my first memories, my dad and I would watch A Christmas Story for 24 hours on TNT.
You should probably beat up the morning show then, because they said some very unscrupulous things about The Christmas Story.
But they would have sent you to the right studio. So I don't know. I don't.
That's fair.
I don't know.
Fair.
So there is so much going on with TNA. There's so much going on for you personally.
Yes,
I guess we need to start with what's most immediate. Top of mind is the partnership with NXT, and then I guess, or the WWE, and the TNA NXT cage match that people can check out tonight, I do believe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where can people find that, and what are we looking at this evening?
Right now, it's going to air on TNA Plus and on Access TV for now. And, man, like, what a ride it's been working with NXT, right? A lot of great moments, a lot of things that fans have been excited about, and it's been a wild ride, to say the least. But as you know, if you've been following the show, they got a little price to pay. So now they're locked in a cage with me, so poor them.
What? Yeah, exactly. What? I know people will watch and you might think you understand, but what are the actual ramifications of going through a steel cage match and how your body feels, and maybe mentally too, I guess?
I definitely, for me personally, whenever I go into any match, especially a match that I know it's going to take its toll, I put myself in a different space mentally, and I just try to think of the guy that I used to be before I got into wrestling. You know what I mean?
What was that guy like?
Oh, it's not
for
a good
people
guy.
That don't
not
know.
Not a good guy. Not a good guy. No, I as a kid growing up in New York City, my life was a whirlwind, to say the least. Especially as a kid coming up, I did anything not to be home. My home life wasn't the greatest, so unfortunately, a kid like me, he tried to find love in the street, where that's the worst place to find love, right?
Yeah.
And, I got into some trouble. I did some things that I wasn't so proud of, but overall, I'm thankful that I learned from it, and I saved my life, and I'm here now. So,
do you feel like you've been able to use your popularity and platform over the years to kind of spread that message to a lot of people who probably need to hear it?
Absolutely. I think one of the biggest, ups about what I've been doing and just the trajectory that I've been on is that I get to help people with my story, and I always said if I didn't get into wrestling, I wanted to do something that was going to help people, and thankfully, fortunately, I was able to realize that wrestling is my platform to help people. So whenever I can, I try to do that, and especially my time in going through rehab and just working through myself, I learned that the greatest gift that I could offer to someone is the gift that was freely given to me, and that's hope, and that's all the things that help build me.
It feels like sometimes, unfortunately, hope can be in short supply.
Of course.
For so many people out there.
I mean, there's just so much negativity in the world.
Right.
If there was more people that spread positivity, then it would be all right.
So how do you deal with that? So, for example, because I know you deal with it on a far broader scale, but whether it's Twitch, YouTube, or we have a fan text right here, people will say things that face to face you never say to me. I slap the taste out of your mouth. But, like, how do you deal with that you want to know how fans feel about how you're doing, how about the product, the company, but there's a lot of crap in there, too.
I always say everyone is entitled to their opinion, right? Like, a wrestling fan, you're a paying customer. So you could cheer, you could boo. That's your right. So I just see it as such, and it is what it is. Not everybody is going to like everything, and I take it as it comes and let the negativity just, it's noise. So.
Yeah. I don't want to.
Well, you said rehab. Was that what kind of rehab? Was it physical rehab or?
No, it was for drugs and alcohol.
Drugs and alcohol. So what's because look, we hear about that. Sports not so much as we used to back in the day. Wrestlers, we hear all kinds of stuff. What was kind of the, because we don't really necessarily see the stuff that goes on that you guys do. Yeah. The painkillers, the beating y'all take on a regular basis to do the stuff that you do. What was your rock bottom, and when did you know, all right, I got a problem, I need to do something about this?
My rock bottom was right before I went into rehab. My daughter wrote a Christmas list to Santa. And on that Christmas list, she asked for her dad to stop.
Really?
And that was
how old was your daughter?
My daughter at the time was 8 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was to me my rock bottom. Yeah. That was when I realized, okay, I had realized I had a problem way before that. I was on a 3-year spiral since my dad had passed away in 2020.
Okay.
And like I said, when I was a kid, I dealt with many things, and we're not taught how to properly deal with them.
You just push through.
Exactly. And my mom, single teenage mom, I grew up with the mentality of like, you go through what you go through, you keep it pushing. That's it. Right? And there's no other option.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it'll catch up to you.
Yeah, it will.
So that's exactly what happened. When my dad passed away, I felt like the soda bottle that's been shaking finally popped.
Yeah.
And all those things that I went through that I didn't deal with came to the surface, and now it was like, I didn't have the tools to know how to cope and know how to deal with them. Yeah. So what did I do? Something that was normal for me, and that was drugs and alcohol, right? Addiction, unfortunately, runs in my family.
Sure.
And knowing that it's a hereditary disease and stuff like that, so that was what I turned to, unfortunately. And, I went through what I went through, and then the injury happened. I had a knee injury, and I had to get surgery. I was out for 14 months, and that was like the toughest 14 months of my life.
So you're trying to get sober, and your career is on pause, and I'm sure wrestling's the same way with professional 100%. Sports, where they're like, look,
out of sight, out of mind.
Out of sight, out of mind. No one wants you around. You're in the training room by yourself. So what did you take away? Like, because look, you could have relapsed, and I'm sure 100%. They're giving you, and plus they're giving you pain pills, I'm sure, on top of that. So how did you get through all that?
I knew that it was going to get worse before it got better.
Okay.
Right? And during that time was when I hit the darkest time of my life.
Yeah.
And but once I got into rehab and I went through the detox, I was like, first and foremost, I never want to go through that again.
Sure.
That was probably the worst pain that I've ever dealt with, right? But I wanted to get clean.
Yeah.
And that's why I got
That's a big
clean.
difference, right?
100%. If you don't want it, it's not going to happen.
Make a lick of difference.
Yeah.
Do you think people get confused about that? Because I feel like people will be like, oh, you got to do it for this, you got to do it for that. And
you
can't. Like, if you're not doing it for you, it's never going to work.
It's not going to work. And that was the thing. Like, yes, my daughter writing that Santa note was my rock bottom. And of course, I wanted to get clean for her.
Yeah.
And a bunch of other, of course, my career and my life. But ultimately, I wanted to do it for me. Because, like, her mom sat me down before I went into rehab, and she pretty much gave me a kick in the butt, and she was like, "Listen,
baby mamas will do that now."
Oh, 100%, 100%.
I got two. I got one.
Listen, and she sat me down, and she was like, "Listen, you were a poor Puerto Rican kid from the projects, and look what you were able to do with yourself.
Yeah.
Like, she's known me since I was 16 years old. She saw me at my worst when I was out there. So she was like, yo, you're going to throw it all away for that? Like, you created an amazing life for yourself.
Yeah.
Like, your daughter doesn't have to worry about going through anything close to what you went through, and you're going to throw it away because of that? Like, come on.
Question I got is, how did you shift from survival mode to I deserve and belong here mode?
Man, by learning how to love myself.
Okay.
Yeah. I lived my entire life in survival mode.
Yeah.
And I thankfully got to a point where I realized I don't have to anymore, because I made it. I'm here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now it's just maintaining, and it's enjoying what I've built and what I've been able to do. You know, like, for so long, especially in wrestling, I've accomplished so many things that, like, I'm not one to brag, but I've done some pretty amazing things and accomplishments in my career.
Yeah.
And but I feel like during that time I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah.
Because I was just caught up in the what's next, and also dealing with my own personal stuff, right?
Yeah.
And thankfully now I make sure that I take the time to look back and reflect and be in the moment, you know, and that's been such a difference.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's great.
Now, if you don't want to brag on your accomplishments,
I'll let you do it.
Yeah, we
please.
can most certainly do that. You had a ton of tag team success for years and years and years. The transition over to being a singles wrestler, former, sorry to say it like that, TNA World Champion, not too far removed from that. Yeah. But what is that like in terms of shifting your cardio, but also shifting your mentality to know, like, in a match, there's not just somebody you can reach out to, maybe?
Yeah, so when I knew that I was going to take this leap before I even got hurt. So when I got hurt and all the things happened and I finally got clean and I got myself together, I got myself in that gym and I got myself in that ring. And once the doctor had cleared me with my knee to get in the ring, literally the next day I started training.
How long till you, because this is a question we talk about a lot with, like, the Cowboys or whoever else, how long until you trusted that knee? Like, I know you're cleared physically, but how long until you were like, I could do it?
So my surgeon, he's a great guy. His name was Andrew. He dealt with the Eagles and the Mets, so he was like top of the line, right?
Yeah.
So he would say the same thing. Like, it's going to take you a while before you start to trust yourself. And he's absolutely right. I think for me, it took about a year before I was like, okay, I got this now.
Yeah.
Because in the beginning, it was like I was constantly worried about, oh man, I don't want to slip up. I don't want to, and I had that big brace. I was wearing that big brace when I came back. But after a year, it was go time. Like, and it was weird because it wasn't something that I was like, woke up and I was like, oh, I'm good. It was like, there was a match where I was in and I was like, oh, let's go. It's a wrap.
We hear that if players will say they made a cut and didn't think about it.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
they're like, oh, I'm good.
I'm back.
All right, we're talking with Mike Santana from TNA Wrestling right here on 105.3 The Fan. You made reference to Impact tonight being on Axis, TNA Plus, but this is a big transition kind of period for the company as well. You guys are about a month, actually maybe exactly a month, from moving over to Impact on AMC, and that starts here in the Metroplex at the Curtis Culwell Center in Garland, and they all have the Genesis pay-per-view 2 days later. How is this an awkward time for the company, or is it just a time of excitement that, hopefully we found our new TV home and we're going to be doing some live stuff and everything like that?
I think it's probably the best moment in the company's history.
Wow.
I'd honestly say that.
And it's a storied history with TNA.
100%. Ross and I were in the car and we were talking about like almost 25 years, right, of greatness, but also, is this company going to survive, right?
Sure.
Like a lot
like every year.
A lot of that. But yeah, it's definitely an exciting time, and everyone is excited, like, at the company, and everyone. I think what's the beautiful thing that's gotten us here is that everyone is working towards a common goal. Everyone has the same mindset, and that's to keep this growing. When you're at a TNA show, especially in the back, like, everyone is working.
Yeah.
Like, there's no one sitting down.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that us being in the position that we're in and going into this new year and this new TV deal is just a testament to all the hard work and dedication that we've all put in, you know. And I'm excited, and to be in the position that I'm in within the company and just like be one of the guys that's spearheading this into the new era is a huge deal for me.
And then from a professional standpoint, you get your crowning moment at pay-per-view, world champion, and then not that long afterwards, it gets taken away from you. How does that drive you personally, professionally?
Oh, it makes me want it even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's one thing that I've learned about myself in my life and just going through the things that I've gone through is that I thrive in the trenches. Like, I live in that pressure. So I don't look at obstacles as blocks. I look at them as opportunities to grow and to learn, and that's exactly how I'm looking at this situation, you know.
Now, we've had a ton of TNA wrestlers on the show over the years, and I always love their answer to this question. We talked about it, Caldwell Center, January 15th and January 17th for Impact Live for the Genesis pay-per-view. You can go to CurtisCaldwellCenter.com for tickets. You can check out TNAWrestling.com. That will guide you right to the spot to buy tickets. A lot of people, I know y'all are making progress, will think wrestling, WWE. What would you tell people that have never been to a TNA wrestling show why they should come check it out? Be at the Caldwell Center. Maybe both nights.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting the best of every world of pro wrestling, I feel like. TNA offers something for every kind of wrestling fan, I think. And not just speaking because I'm there, but it's the truth. And I feel like it's always done that, right?
Yeah.
There's a little something for everyone. And I think, especially because of what we've been through and just all the hard work that it's taken to get here, everyone is just so driven, right? And I feel like every match on the card is trying to top the last.
Yeah.
And that's so important. And
Well, I was going to say, I'm so sorry. It is worked. Our former co-host, Mike Bassick, who is now one of the play-by-play guys for the Texas Rangers, he went to the pay-per-view last year, took his nephews, and he freaking loved it.
Yeah.
And then he started asking me questions. He's like, have you heard of this person? I was like, yes, Mike. I'm the one who told you to go to this show. But, like, he just caught not wrestling fever, but TNA fever.
Yeah.
And I imagine that's got to be cool to hear. And that's, like, the hope, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think the beauty of this whole AMC deal is that we're going to be in more homes and more eyes are going to get to see all the hard work that we've been putting in.
Yeah. So you can watch Thursday Night Impact on AMC January 15th and every Thursday going forward. But I would really recommend going to the Curtis Caldwell Center. That is a great venue for wrestling
Yes, it is.
as well.
Yes, it is.
And I know you guys have been there before. That Thursday, January 15th, the Genesis pay-per-view, January 17th. Fred, you need to see both so you can see the continuation.
It's Garland, right?
That's right. That's right.
Shout out to Garland.
CurtisCaldwellCenter.com, TNAWrestling.com for more information, or if you want to buy tickets. Anything else you want to add?
Is Big Pun the greatest Puerto Rican rapper of all time?
Absolutely, there's no question.
Fair enough.
Who else?
Where are you at on King of New York?
King of New York?
Yeah, the movie.
Oh, the movie?
Absolutely.
I thought you meant rappers.
No.
I was going to say the King of New York
That might be a
always,
good question for a separate segment.
The King of New York will always and forever be Nas. But
Okay.
But,
I appreciate that.
But the movie, I mean, come on.
You'd be amazed at the number of people that don't know that movie.
Come on.
You'd be amazed at the
They're
number of
not-
people that don't know King of New York and who Frank White is.
Yeah, come on. Get it together.
Just saying.
Put that
Just
on the
saying.
list.
Yeah.
Watch King of New York.
I mean, Homicide used to always call himself the Latin Frank White. So.
Okay.
And I would never, ever run afoul of Homicide. So, never, ever. Man, thank you so much for jumping on with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you guys, man.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you having me.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we can... studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What's going on?
Well, obviously, we are gearing up for the Chargers game. And one of the things I wanted to start with you about that is the Chargers, I saw in the release, they have 5 players with multiple takeaways this season, and that's an overwhelming sense of a defense that is able to turn the ball over. What do you see when you look at that defense going into this weekend?
Yeah, I think that they've been able to play well enough to offset what they haven't been able to do offensively, right, even though they've won, 3 of their last 4 games, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, they've played well, but I don't know that they've played well offensively. If you think that, and I know how good Justin Herbert can be, he's been sacked 49 times. Mm-hmm. And I've looked at it over these 4 games, these last 4 games, 16 sacks and 33 quarterback hits. That last game I watched, I thought he had just fought a war. He got beat up so bad, but they won.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they need that defense to play well to offset what they haven't been doing offensively. Not scoring more than 22 points in 3 of the last 4 games.
And we talked about it this morning. Do you believe the Cowboys, whether that's either a talent thing or a scheme thing, can take advantage of the battered, bruised, and broken Chargers offensive line?
Well, they need to.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Some way, right? Because that's been their problem in these last 2 games. They've only have 1 sack and only had 1 quarterback hit in the last game against the Vikings, turning J.J. McCarthy into a Pro Bowler. So
that's what we do.
They better get after them. Otherwise, they're gonna, it's gonna be the same struggle having to outscore the opposing team.
Mickey, Fred here. Good to chat with you again.
Yeah.
Having watched the Chargers a little bit, I am a Chiefs fan. Don't hate me for it, but I've been able to watch the Chargers for the last few years. And one thing we know about Jim Harbaugh, look, he's a meathead, but the guy loves football, and his teams certainly embody his approach to the game. And I think we could all agree that this team's over playing or over its skis, I guess you could say, whatever you want to call it, overachieving, being 10-4 considering the injuries they've had. That said, have the Cowboys embodied Schotty's personality, and what would you say that is?
Compete awfully hard, play as a team. I think that he has developed that personality with the locker room and being I mentioned team, but just kind of being together, staying together, no matter if they're winning or if they're losing. And I think that's a good way to set a tone when you're a first-year head coach. I think the other thing, because he shows he cares about every one of them, I think that gets reciprocated by their effort.
Does that strike you as particularly different at all from McCarthy or Garrett or whatever coach you want to throw in there?
No, I think he's kind of an offshoot of Jason Garrett, because I thought Jason Garrett was the exact same way. McCarthy was a little, what's the word, stuffy maybe?
Okay.
I don't know if he was as personable as Garrett or as Schottenheimer. And so I think that and like I said, if you're that way, then that's what you get back from your players.
Oh, interesting. I like that. Now, Sorry, go ahead, Fred.
No, I was going to say, so, we've been sitting here talking all this week. I mean, again, the Cowboys need, all sorts of
a miracle.
Help. I mean, let's call it what it is. They said Joe Milton's not going to play. What do you
Well, at least not Sunday.
At least not Sunday, right? And so, we joked around, do we, and I'm guessing it's too late to activate Phil Maffer. I think they have, one IR spot that they can elevate? I mean, who are we going to see? I mean, offensively, I don't know that there's a whole lot of guys. I said I'd love to see more Scooney because I think at some point you got to get on and decide, okay, is this guy part of the future or not? Who are some other players that maybe we're missing on that this team's going to be intently focused on over these next 3 weeks?
Well, here's the deal on that, because I don't know that you can have it both ways, right? Sure. There's a segment out there that are hoping the Cowboys don't win.
Right.
But then if you want to see guys play and you send a message in practice or who you do play that you don't want to win, what chance do those guys have to stand up and have a good performance if they're basically playing in a preseason game, right? So it's a difficult juggling act to do that. Now, if you don't want to win, don't play Dak Prescott.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying Joe Milton can't come in and play well, but then the message to the rest of the guys is, well, if they don't care about Dak playing, what about me? Do they care about that? Do you sit CeeDee Lamb? Do you sit George Pickens? And like I said, play a preseason lineup? Or are you going out there and play? Now, I think if you get down to, I don't know, maybe Christmas Day or the next game, and you want to take a look at Milton once everything's said and done, I don't have a problem with that. The Cowboys have done it previously. Hasn't turned out real well with the backup quarterbacks not playing all year, and then you say, okay, big boy, you got the last game. Let me evaluate you and see who you are. And hasn't turned out well. And here's the other thing. They're not sitting anybody. I know they may not be getting the number of reps, but and I told Kevin this earlier, the only guy that didn't play last week was Joe Milton. If they had 40 guys active, 47 of them did something. So they, it's not an extensive interview if you're a backup and, I got 10 snaps or I got 12 snaps or most of my snaps were on special teams. But they're kind of using these guys. And, if the owner says we want to win, well, do you try to lose on purpose for a draft choice? Or how about with what he said about Matt Eberflus? If these 3 games have an evaluation input on him, what if you're not playing his guys and you don't play well? What's the reflection? So it's a tough juggling act when you get in this situation, and the Cowboys will know right on Saturday if the Eagles win or they lose, and there's still a slim chance.
Yeah. Now, we talked about the struggles of the Chargers offense versus a struggling Cowboys defense. But on the flip side of that, you have, it feels like best versus best. You have an excellent Cowboys offense against what has been an absolutely tremendous Chargers defense this season. Yeah,
it'll be pretty interesting because I think, from a health standpoint, offensively, the Cowboys should be pretty good, with the exception of, I don't think Guyton didn't practice yesterday, so I don't know that he practices. And then you remember for, I don't know, was it about 13, 14 snaps at the end, Nate Thomas wasn't in there either. They had Adeniji at left tackle. So that's kind of an important position, even though everybody else is out there. Right. If you start running out of left tackles, what do you do?
Right.
But yeah, I think from a health standpoint, and I know CD had, an illness, but I would imagine he's going to be good to go. Guys that are listed as limited usually end up playing. They're just trying to get them to the game. I think the 2 guys that probably are in a status right now, unless something turns around, are the two concussion guys, Quinnen Williams and Lipke. And if Lipke's not in there, then you got to have another running back available, along with Malik Davis behind Javonte Williams. But having said all that, yeah, your offense has got a chance, and it'll be a good test for them to see what they can do against a what looks like a pretty talented defense. Can you go out there and score your 30 points? Can you score touchdowns and not kick field goals?
Right.
I think that's got to be their challenge, right? Because I think we've seen enough threes, and you know what I say, that'll get you beat real quick.
Although this does appear to be a matchup of the two top kickers in the league. I'm guessing that probably doesn't move the needle for you, though.
No, Dicker the kicker, right?
Yes, that's right.
So, and he's been pretty, I mean, he's the most accurate guy now.
Correct.
So, yeah. Although I don't know that I want a soccer match out there and everybody kicking.
Fair enough. We don't want to see the Colts and Seahawks.
No, we don't.
From a week ago. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Have a good day. See ya.
There you go.
Sir.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus does the owner of the Warriors hate his coach? Next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to remind you, tomorrow we are going to be at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound, 4500 Long Prairie Road for the KNC Christmas party. If you want to come out and party with us.
You know what? I'm going to stop by because you guys know I live in Louisville, so I'll roll through.
Well, that would be tremendous, and I might just have a little something for you. We're going to have giveaways.
If you tell me you're going to have something for me, I will definitely, and it better not be just a taco burger.
I'll buy you whatever the hell you want if you show up.
Done.
That could be a mistake. But yeah, we're going to have giveaways all day long. We're going to have a party. Apparently, Fred's going to be there. He might find out he's going to be there longer than he thinks. We'll find out. But right now,
I got to get blood work tomorrow. So after I get done with my blood work,
that's always probably
swing
a sweat
through.
For you, huh?
What's that? Huh? Blood work?
Right now,
specimen.
It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah. I call him the Pride of Mansfield as well. I want to make that clear to everybody.
Thank you so much. And I heard you this weekend.
I loved you up.
Yeah, and your fraud of a co-host, Blake Elliott.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, it's been a tough day for Blake.
Blake's catching strays all over the place.
Yeah. See, I have the right to do that because he is my proverbial radio son because his first ever show was with me. So
count the numbers on that.
Yeah. So I take claim for any responsibility that he does not show.
Man,
it's a reflection of me.
Well, that's tough
because I remember it like it was yesterday. It was last year, the Carolina Panthers game for the Cowboys. We had the post show.
Yeah.
And that was his maiden voyage here on 105.3 The Fan with me driving the ship. So I got to take responsibility for that, and I get to call him a fraud whenever I want. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line.
This is such a spicy show today.
Yeah, it is.
It is. That's the way you can answer the question of the day, and you can tell me if you think that the Warriors owner hates his head coach. We'll get to that here in just a little bit.
Alec, can I tell you something?
I'm scared.
I have breaking Taco Bueno information, which is a weird thing to say.
I've never heard
I know that's a weird thing to say. I have just been informed, since you mentioned this earlier, at Taco Bueno tomorrow, we will also be giving away a couple pairs of tickets to the Texas High School State Championship games, which will be going down. Obviously, they're going down right now, but also for Friday and Saturday. So those are your breaking Taco Bueno news.
Well, if you win those giveaways, you might want to run away quick because I might try to rob you.
Oh, and today is the final day to jump on Taco Bueno's socials and enter for a chance to win Cowboys-Chargers game. Chargers tickets this weekend.
We can't, though, correct?
No, you are ineligible.
And plus, I've got a press pass.
Well, so do I.
Well, I know you do. I picked yours up.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. You're clutch.
Really took a lot of steam out of that argument, didn't it?
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to one-up him. I'm just saying I do, too. Look at us. Appreciate that, Fred. That's very kind of you.
You're welcome.
Today is National Holidays, gentlemen. Today is National Bake Cookies Day. So make yourself a little sweet treat if you want. It is also Snowflake Appreciation Day. We're not going to be celebrating that here because it's going to be, 70 degrees today, pretty much?
Politics.
All right. I knew that was going somewhere. Yep.
That's where I was kind of hoping you'd go with it.
Yeah.
See, it is also...
Do you bake cookies? I know you used to be a baker.
I've never been a baker. I mean, what other kind of cookies are there?
That's not what I heard.
Well, you can hear whatever you want, but no, I'm not one. Culinary and me aren't friends.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can eat. That's about it.
Me too.
Okay.
Makes two of us.
It's also National Regifting Day.
I'm here for it.
Are you guys big regifters?
Yeah, I think you can always repurpose something into something more useful for somebody else.
I'm not, because I don't I like to keep things. Now I'll tell you who is it. Speaking of, since we're bagging on Blake,
It's gonna be Blake. You just know it.
He regifted me a World Series hat last year for Christmas.
Did you like it?
Tell you what, it's prominently displayed in my living room.
Then what's the problem?
I just didn't appreciate that it was regifted.
But you said you liked it.
I mean, I do. I mean, I won't wear it out in public, but I will keep it,
Because you still love Houston.
No, it's a Texas Rangers hat. It's not the kind of hat I would wear in public.
What kind of hats would you wear in public?
Black
nondescript hats?
The kind I have on my head, rock chalk.
Rock chalk, kids. This absolutely sucks. Sorry. I couldn't help it.
I like this.
You can't help it.
I like this breed of chaos. But in honor of National Regifting Day, what is the gift that you have given that you're most proud of? 877-881-1053. Not received, but the one that you have given that you are the most proud of.
So, my sister went to the University of Texas. I went to A&M. I found this picture at the Post Oak Mall. That was the mall in College Station. I don't know if it's still thriving. And it was of a little boy and a little girl sitting together, holding hands. They're brother and sister, I assume. And maybe, I don't know. And one had for these purposes, I hope that was the case. One had an A&M hat on, and the other one had a Texas hat on.
Yeah.
And I got it framed, and I gave it to my mom, and she started to cry. It was beautiful.
That's nice. I like that. That's wholesome.
Beautiful.
That is wholesome. Man, I don't know. That's a good question.
She's gonna be like, and I gave this one chick this thing, and she said she's going on a third date with me.
I mean, I was gonna say, does impregnating women count?
Holy
for anything?
moly!
Yes, no, maybe.
I don't know. What do you get to answer?
You got 2 kids out of the deal.
You're the one who impregnated them. What do you say? Gift or no?
I say yes.
Okay.
I say yes. They love them both.
Yeah.
Beautiful
your
children.
Gift is 18 years of Fred in your life.
That's exactly right, and that's exactly what you got. And then I got my dad a TV once, and he still loves, for all intents and purposes, loves that television.
Okay.
So there you go. Shout out to Fred.
Probably would have stuck with the TV there, but I appreciate the input nonetheless, I guess. Geez. Let's see. From the 972, I gave my wife a baby and a Mercedes.
972! He knows what
Christmas.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, what does the rest of it
And
say?
then the rest of it says we got divorced the next year.
Yikes.
So,
Man, a Mercedes?
You got a kid out of the deal, though. Something to be said for that.
yeah.
That's true.
Little you for the rest of your life.
Man, a lot of people are taking the Fred Davis approach to life, which is terrifying. The 469 saying the gift of life to my kids.
Okay. That's exactly right, dude.
It's wholesome, I guess.
I say the quiet part out loud, boys. You guys know that.
Oh, my God. So true. Are your kids like you?
My daughter is.
Oh, interesting.
My daughter. Look, when my daughter MF'd me on the phone a couple months ago because I wouldn't take her stupid dog, that's what I was part torn and sad because she hung up on me and she MF'd me. The other part of me was like, you know what? Chip off the old block right there.
Yeah, right down to the fact that even in the retelling of the story you say, because I wouldn't take her stupid dog.
That's exactly right. I wouldn't take her stupid dog.
Okay.
Jeez. Poor dog. What did it do?
It's a good dog. I just didn't want it.
Because it was stupid.
Take that, dog. From the 817, best gift I gave to my son, a 1-week fly fishing trip in Montana with his dad.
Ooh,
that's
all
cool.
right.
Fly fishing is one of those random things on my bucket list. I used to be a big-time fisherman when I was growing up. Maybe like middle school, me and my dad used to go all the time. We'd go out to Lake Whitney and go fish out there. And I just kind of got away from it in high school. And he was a huge fly fisher when he was my age, and he still has all of his equipment. So he's like, whenever you want to learn, just tell me.
You're down to go?
I'm down to go. But, life is life, and this time of the year is busy. Very busy. And then the summer, I got birthdays and stuff, so I'm just never home at this point. So,
fun fact, I've never caught a fish.
Oh,
that
really?
shocks me. That actually
How
shocks
many
me.
attempts have there been?
I can count on 2 hands, and that might even be too many. How many times in my life I've fished?
Do you just not like it?
I'm just not a fisher person.
I could see that. Is it the talking part?
It's the fact that you have to be quiet. It's the fact that you have to kind of be still. None of which of those things excite me.
Shocker. as you got a large
have to say
McCafe
that
cup
is-
sitting to your left.
That is not the highest on my list of surprises of things you've said today.
Yeah,
right.
Fred has surprised me many, many times in the year plus that I've known him.
That's
not one of them?
Yeah.
That's not one of them.
I appreciate it.
That is definitely not one of them. And Lil Birdie says that you and me got some hosting action together coming up in a couple weeks.
New Year's Day?
So, yeah.
You know what?
So-
I tell you, what does that make? So then, would you be my son? Considering the first time I ever did radio here at the Fan was with you.
That would make you my proverbial radio son as well. I've got a lot of radio kids.
So you and Blake are brothers.
See, I'd already been doing radio though, so does that count? Because that was
Alec had been doing radio.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I'm just saying because it was okay. So you're saying because it was his first time ever doing it in general? We're talking about Blake.
I'm talking about at this station.
Oh, at this station.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yes, so as long as he belongs to this brand and I
That's
belong
fair.
to this brand, that is
fair.
my proverbial radio son. I've had a few of those.
Yeah, no, you
Kinda ran
and you and Khaki Kevin.
Oh yeah.
You and Khaki Kev.
What about
I like him.
That's who I did my radio with for the very first time here on 105 Through the Fan.
He's a good
Oh
dude.
yeah, okay, yeah. Man, time flies.
flies.
That's a long time ago.
Time
it feels like,
flies.
but it's only what, like a year?
June
Something like that?
June 28th, 2024. But who's keeping count?
Wow. Huh. Good times. The old weekend days. Good times. I need to get back in that hosting bag because man, we had some fun. Me and Blake had some chaos on the weekends that we need to reignite.
Don't feel bad. We got it every Friday, every Monday through Friday.
I know.
I've
I
heard
listen.
the show.
Yeah, I listen often. Like I texted Blake when he was talking mess over the weekend. I hear everything.
Well, he was dogging out the Mansfield Stadium that the DeSoto and South Lake Carroll game was at. I thought it was great. I thought it was great.
Newsom?
Yeah. I was gonna say Gavin Newsom. Gavin
Didn't
Newsom.
think I'd have to do this again. Politics.
Oh, we did mention snowflakes earlier.
Everybody gets in for free. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Don't California my Mansfield.
Trust me, Mansfield is not getting California anytime soon. I can tell you that.
I could see that.
I can tell you that for sure. I did see from the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney's text line 877-881-1053. She doesn't know yet, but getting the wifey a pair of Nike Dunks for Christmas.
Ooh, nice.
Am I wearing some right now? No, I'm not. I'm usually wearing them frequently. Those are some of the easiest shoes to, one, style, but two, wear them when you go out because they're so easy to clean. Oh. If you get stepped on and stuff, they are so easy to clean.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So if you're a bit of a social man or a woman, you need to get out there in some Dunks because you can just scrub them. Take a brush to them, get some soap. Easiest cheat code to going out and socializing and still looking nice because they do look clean. Guys, I do want to know, do you think that the owner of the Golden State Warriors hates Steve Kerr?
Yes.
So this is my favorite thing in sports because I don't think people realize how incredibly easy it is to find people's contact info online.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Especially important people. Like, I remember in college, I booked Mark Cuban on my college radio show at UTA because I just emailed him. And he emailed me like 10 minutes after I sent the initial thing. And he was like, yeah, hit me up in June. And I'm like, okay, cool. Thanks, Mark. You know, like, it's easy. So, you know that the Golden State Warriors have been in an interesting place where they almost feel like the Dallas Cowboys, where they want to act like they're relevant, so they bring in these veteran names that you heard of 10 years ago, but you don't really know what they've got anymore. So they're trying to hang around the rim, kind of. On Sunday night, a 27-year-old Warriors fan from Panama named Justin Dutari tracked down the Golden State Warriors owner's email and sent him an email that says, "Dear Joe," this is to jlacob@kpcb.com. It's super easy to find. You just Google his email and it's right there. He said, "Dear Joe, please do something about this team. What Steph need to do every night to win? Drop 50 points? Team need a real second option." This is a drunk email. "Jimmy's tools are being underutilized because he is playing as a power forward due to the small position players. We have no true center. I am so frustrated. Thanks. Signed, Justin." To which he actually responded to this email and said, "You can't be as frustrated as me. I am working on it. It's complicated. Style of play, coach's desires regarding players, league trends, Jimmy is not the problem. Signed, Joe." He said coach's desires regarding players.
Wow.
To a email from a random Golden State Warriors fan.
Not the problem.
Of course, this gets brought up at the next press conference with Steve Kerr, where he was like, have you seen this? And he said, yes, I've seen this. And he said, quote, not a big deal. Imagine if everyone's emails were posted publicly. How tough that would be to live. Shout out John Gruden. Joe supports me. I support him. End quote.
It could have been worse, right?
Yeah,
it could have been way worse.
I thought it was a cordial, professional back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, but calling out your coach when the coach wasn't even mentioned in the initial email, sure, hinted at it by saying he's underutilizing Jimmy.
Yeah.
But he didn't say Steve Kerr's name, and he said coach's desires play into why we suck right now. Incredible.
Yeah.
More owners need to do this.
We could probably make that happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we power rank the NFL quarterback power rankings. Next on The Fan.
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Allen on 3rd and 3. Only a three-man rush from the Bucs. Allen buys time. He's going to toss it downfield. Open man. Caught by Shavers. Touchdown, Bills. That's old-fashioned Josh Allen football.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Let's start with a couple quick notes before we get to the quarterback power rankings. Laramie Tunsil will not play for the Commanders against the Eagles on Saturday. Remember, if the Eagles win, that officially ends the Cowboys' already minute playoff hopes. And the Colts are opening the Anthony Richardson 21-day practice window.
There you go.
So, hey, there's that. All right, we like to start like this. Fred, who do you think is the absolute worst starting quarterback in all of the lands?
Oh, man.
Of the NFL.
Max Brosmer was pretty bad, but of course he's a backup, so in his little spot duty. Worst starting quarterback in the land. Man, that's such a loaded question. I will go with off the top of, let me rack my brain here.
The questions will get tougher.
I mean, right now, I don't know. Tua
is not a starting quarterback.
No, I mean, not anymore, no.
That means Quinn Ewers slides in to take the spot of number 32.
The worst starting quarterback.
And this has got to hurt your feelings.
Yeah.
Consider this. All right, 29, Gardner Minshew, replacement.
Oh, well, okay.
But think about this. Tell me whose feelings get hurt. 29, Gardner Minshew, replacement.
Kenny Pickett. What am I talking about? Kenny Pickett. Duh. Hello.
30, Brady Cook, replacement. 31, Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
And 32, Quinn Ewers. Now, at least Kenny Pickett was
I'll
there.
take Quinn Ewers. No. Give me Quinn Ewers over Kenny Pickett all day, every day.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I am much more excited to see him play than I would have if they just trotted Tua out for a meaningless game.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the top. Who is the best starting quarterback in all of the lands?
I mean, dude, you give me, dollars to donuts. I got to go with Josh Allen.
Ooh. Now, to support Josh Allen's case, he now has 86 regular season wins since entering the NFL in 2017, tied with Tom Brady and Russell Wilson for second most all-time, trails only Patrick Mahomes. So if he wins out, he would be tied. However, Josh Allen, number 3 on the list.
Matt Stafford?
Number 1 on the list. And who would number 2 be then?
Dak Prescott.
Incorrect. It is. I'm proud of you for saying that. It is, in fact, Drake May. So the top goes like this. Matthew Stafford, Drake May, Josh Allen, Jordan Love is 4th, and Dak Prescott is 5th. What do you think about Dak Prescott currently being rated the number 5 quarterback in all of the NFL?
Hey, look, Dak. Last I checked, Dak doesn't rush the passer. Dak doesn't drop the defensive scheme. I mean, has he looked a little ant the last couple of weeks? But I don't know. You has he been great? No. Have you lost because of him?
No. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I'm with you.
I mean, I don't care. Look, I don't care who you are. All right, whether it's Tom Brady, Pat Mahomes, Matt Stafford, Drake May, Josh Allen, Dak Prescott. When your left tackles can't block, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And then, oh, by the way, when your number 2 receiver, a.k.a. George Pickens, gets taken out of the game, all right, for 2 weeks in a row.
For totally different reasons, though.
Totally different. I mean, I wanted to ask Mickey Spagnola, what exactly would you say Clayton Adams does here?
Oh.
Okay.
Because he couldn't fix Terrence Steele.
I'm just saying, well, not even so much that. Look, I remember last year, Blake and I asked Bobby Belt, what was Shoddy's role as offensive coordinator? I'm fascinated by offensive coordinators who don't call plays.
Okay.
So what do you do then? Because that's what offensive coordinators are want to do, is call plays. So if Clayton Adams doesn't call the plays, and for 2 weeks in a row, Dan Campbell and Brian Flores have put you in a body bag offensively, then what the hell is Clayton Adams doing?
Do you give him any credit for the strength of the interior of the offensive line? Is that just talent? The interior of the offensive line's been good.
Tyler Booker was the 12th overall pick for a reason. Last I checked, Tyler Smith's one of the best tackles in football.
He really is.
Guards in football. Yeah. Cooper Beebe has gotten better considering, oh, by the way, he wasn't even a center coming out of college. So
Adams take any credit for that?
I give him credit for coaching these guys up. But at the same time, I mean, I envision kind of like, and I know you guys have talked about it. I know the morning show's talked about it. RJ Choppy's talked about player development. We talked to Isaiah Standback the other day about how there's just been a dearth of overall player development in the National Football League. All right. Terrence Steele doesn't seem like he's got any better since he got paid, and Tyler Guyton and Nate Thomas and Hakeem Adeniji have been kind of a revolving door. Not necessarily because of quality, just because nobody can stay healthy.
Now, I'm going to throw it over to Alec real quick. Will you say that on air? Matt Eberflus on the move, not employment-wise.
Yeah, that was a scary phrasing there.
No, is he? He is? let's...
No, he is moving from the sidelines to the press box to call plays.
Look, he could call
the
from the roof. Who cares? You know, he could call.
He's coaching for his job.
You got to try everything at this point, right?
I'll tell you what. He get a job with K-Post Roofing. Does it really matter? You know what I'm saying? I mean, does it matter?
You know what? I've got an overreaction or reality question for you coming up. Then, all right. One of the things I wanted to throw out in the quarterback power rankings, Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is ranked number 18.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to throw this out there about Bo Nix. Since the start of 2024, can't throw the long ball. Most touchdowns on 20-plus air yard thrown.
Yeah.
Bo Nix with 18.
Look, I remember, how'd he start off that game against Buffalo in the playoffs last year, throwing a dart, and I don't mean Jackson, for about 50 yards out. Now,
Is he underrated, underappreciated?
I think he's about where he needs to be right now.
Okay.
I mean, here's the reality. You're not necessarily losing games because of because of Bo Nix. Maybe offensively, things got off to a slow start. Look, you got a great defense. You need him to do just enough. We shall see come playoff time if he can put a team on his back and make throws when he has to. That's what it's going to come down to.
You have to say right now, do you think he can?
No.
Okay.
No, I think he's a good quarterback, but at the same time, too, though,
not yet.
Side rant, dude, we got to in the same vein that we're throwing quarterbacks out year one and expecting them to be, ballers right away. When did we stop letting guys, take their lumps? He's in year two, for God's sakes. Same way we're giving, we're throwing out J.J. McCarthy after 7 games.
Right.
The kid's played 7. What has he played? 10 now, I think, at this point.
How much of a byproduct is it just increased scrutiny on the salary cap and how much the quarterback prices have skyrocketed?
That's it. Because we got it 5 years, rookie deal.
Yeah.
All right, so let's sign make as many irrational signings as possible because we got him on a cheap deal. The day of reckoning for the NFL to me is going to come when they figure out these quarterback contracts.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand.
This idea that, and I know me and CA have talked about this ad nauseum on the weekends, this idea that, well, he's next. He deserves it. No, that's not the case. Let's put it this way. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, I got you. You're a Midwest person.
I am.
What do you think about, and this definitely feels like a bluff, but what do you think about the Bears president saying that maybe Northwest Indiana would be amenable to having the Bears' new stadium? That feels like that would make so many people mad.
Okay, my issue with that is, and of course, I'm no Blake Elliott when it comes to geography, but I want to say, if I'm thinking Indiana and Illinois, I mean, isn't Indiana up here? I mean, Illinois and Indiana are right by each other, right?
I would like to go back to your question of, is Illinois in Chicago? Illinois and Indiana are right next to one another.
I knew that, right?
So Northwest.
But that'd be like you'd have to go across the state of Indiana. I would think Southwest Indiana would make more sense, right?
Oh, comparatively to Chicago, not just the state of Illinois.
Yes.
I got what you're saying.
That's where I'm going with this.
Okay.
So you mean to tell me that if I'm a Chicago Bear fan, I got to trek across the state of Indiana to get to my game?
Not going to happen.
No. I mean,
People would be really
it's
mad.
no different. Okay, so in Kansas City, they're trying to get a new stadium for Arrowhead, right? And so people are saying, oh, you can't put in Kansas. No, you absolutely can. There's KCK and KC Mo.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yes.
It's the same, same principles.
You know, we talked about that 3 years ago. You'd have been amazed at how many people were like, hold on. There are two different Kansas cities.
It's
really blew people's minds.
Our own president didn't realize it. So
politics again.
Third reference.
By the way, Devontae Adams is listed as doubtful for Thursday Night Football.
That's not good.
And that makes sense. But what do you think about this quote from Mac Hollins? Did you hear?
I did.
Okay. Do you love this quote? I'm going to say it the best I
If
can.
this guy wasn't barefoot and shirtless, would we care about anything that Mac Hollins says?
Those abs, though, man. They were ridiculous.
I mean, he's look, he's been in the league 6-7 years. I give him credit. I mean, he's a 500-yard receiver, for God's sake.
Right.
Why are we talking to Mac Hollins?
Because this is a great quote. Once we watch the tape, analyze everything, flush it. When you go to the bathroom, you don't look at the S forever.
Yeah. Unless you're Blake Elliott.
Or my 3-year-old. Eventually, you got to push the handle.
Yeah.
Every time he does that now, he's like, you guys got to come see.
Yeah, no, well, I tell you what, maybe him and Blake can get together, because Blake was going around the other day to myself and the G-Bag Nation trying to show us pictures of his...
he has pictures?
He was so proud of it. So, just a little peek behind the curtain of what goes on at in the evening.
And after dark.
Yeah.
Those fatties.
And G-Bag Crosstalk. G-Bag Crosstalk.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. How about we do a little NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan?
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got the great Christmas movie bracket coming up in about 20 minutes or so. But right now, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And I want to start with this because I thought you might enjoy overreaction or reality. And Fred, we'll start with you.
All right.
Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus is essentially already fired.
Reality.
Yeah.
Reality.
I think you're probably right. Like, what would you need to see, if anything, in the final 3 games to change your... Okay.
Nothing. I joked last night. I mean, if Kenneth Murray, had 30 tackles a game for the next 3 games and held everybody to 0 points just by himself, that'd be impressive. You'd wonder, okay, where was this the first 15 games of the year? But no, I mean, and again, the old, well, he doesn't have the players to fit his scheme. I mean, how many times have we heard great coaches fit their scheme to the players?
By the way, and Jerry pretty much said that on Tuesday.
Strangely enough, my cousin Eberflus was the linebackers coach at Mizzou when my cousin was there. And, he said, look, a great guy, knows football. He's as surprised as anybody that it hasn't worked out here. But and I'm thoroughly shocked that, again, no one's saying that this defense was going to be the 85 Bears.
Right.
But my God, dude. Like, did we think they were going to be a sieve?
The 8th team in NFL history to give up 500-plus points. And the Bengals.
The only reason you may not is because, A, the 3 offenses you're about to play aren't necessarily geared towards that.
Right.
Although we didn't think Minnesota was either, and J.J. McCarthy looked like, peak Randall Cunningham. So he grittied into the end zone, for God's sake.
He really did.
I mean, are you kidding me right now? You should have fired Eberflus for that. You let J.J. McCarthy gritty into the end zone, man.
Alec? NFL overreaction to reality. Matt Eberflus is essentially already fired.
This is unfair having Fred go before me because I don't know if I have that strong of an opinion about a dance move or a defensive coordinator. But I will say reality. The writing's on the wall.
Gotta be.
I saw that in his media availability today. It was the first time all season he didn't start with like an opening statement. He just went straight to questions like, let's get this over with.
I got nothing to say.
He's going through the motions. He's going through the motions, as we say. The writing's on the wall. And when Jerry, voices his thoughts on these very airwaves, he has a very particular manner of saying things without saying things, but actually saying things.
Yeah.
And he definitely aired him out a little bit, saying that I don't think we've done a great job in this area. And I love how he picked on the linebackers a lot, because what was the thing that everybody said Matt Eberflus was really good at?
That's his deal. That's his shtick.
He's a linebackers coach. And he said the linebackers should lead the team in tackles every game. And they don't really do that. So, he's gone.
Plus, he's one of the top 3 highest paid D coordinators in the league.
Is that right?
Yes.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, we just found out, he's making $4.3 million.
Overreaction or reality. Puka Nacua is right just about this one thing, not about the other stuff he did. And sometimes NFL referees make calls just to be on TV.
I hope for the sake of the NFL that's an overreaction.
But what do you think?
I'm going to lean on the side of caution and say overreaction. We've heard from plenty of folks. Officiating is not an easy job. Let's make that clear, especially when you consider these guys aren't paid full time. But we're just getting to a point with officiating across all sport, and more so, I think, football and basketball, where they're just so flagrant pun intended, that they don't like it, just making wrong calls in front of us and just don't care. Like, you guys will still watch.
Alec, overreaction or reality?
I'm going to go reality because I can go back as far as 2017 when the Dallas Cowboys saw Gene Steratore pull out an index card and he was trying not to laugh as he walked back to the hash mark to signal first down. He was literally trying not to laugh. Like, he knew exactly what he was doing. I go back as far as that to say that, yes, these referees care about the conversation surrounding them. Good, bad, or indifferent, they care. They have feelings too, and it's a really cool feeling when you have the opportunity to be seen by millions and millions of people. I get it. We're all human, but don't screw up the quality of the game in the process. It's dumb.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Detroit Lions are going to miss the playoffs.
Ooh,
They dug themselves a deeper hole with that loss to the Rams.
No, they certainly did. They certainly did. I'm going to say reality because there's a lot that has to happen. Everybody's counting on the Chicago Bears to lose their next 3 games. And yes, they do have a tough schedule. I mean, between the Packers, Lions, and Bears, I mean, that's going to be a dogfight over these next 3 games. I just don't understand why everybody is so quick to feel like the Bears are just going to, spit the bit over these next 3 weeks.
Do you think that's shifted at all to the Packers will spit the bit just because of the Micah injury?
I think that's being thrown in there now just because you got no Micah. But look, your defense can be good enough.
Okay.
All right. And as long, I mean, the question to me isn't about the Packers defense. The question to me is, can Jordan Love elevate his game? Because again, as you and I talked about earlier, when you talked about Bo Nix being able to rise to the occasion in the second half or in a postseason, Justin Herbert being that same guy. I mean, I think we still got questions about Jordan Love.
There are plenty of Packers fans who have questions about Jordan Love.
Hey, you're not playing the Cowboys in the postseason, so
that's true. That is true. Alec, overreaction or reality? The Detroit Lions will miss the playoffs.
Reality, I'm with
too.
I'm with Fred, where people just have this unrealistic expectation that because there is a chance of other things happening to allow one team in, that it's a good chance. I don't see Chicago slipping and sliding in any way. I think if it's gonna be a meltdown for them at all, which I think they're ready for a playoff run. If there's gonna be a meltdown, it's gonna be in the playoffs, and it's gonna be very unfortunate.
Yeah.
But the NFC, and especially the top of the NFC, has gotten so odd and it's gotten so confusing, but we do have clear-cut winners in terms of the Rams, in terms of the Bears now. I would point more at Green Bay, like you posed, and I don't know if I'm being totally fair there just because they lost their one pass rusher that they have, and I'm like, hey, they're the ones that could screw it all up, but I just don't see Chicago screwing up enough to allow Detroit in.
Well, since y'all are mentioning the hierarchy of the NFC, overreaction or reality? Right now, you have no idea who will represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
I'm going to say that's an overreaction. I mean, I think it's the Rams to lose. Okay. I think it's the Rams to lose. I think Sean McVay is the best coach in football. I would love for Andy Reid to get fired tomorrow and Sean McVay take over. That said, I think it's the Rams.
Alec?
I'm with Fred. I'm going to go overreaction. I think it is the Rams. They're the most complete. They have one of the best offenses in football. They have one of the best defenses that doesn't get talked about enough, in my mind, with that litany of youth and talent that they have across their front seven. Again, Sean McVay. People kind of forgot about him for a couple years.
They sure did.
You make a Super Bowl run and people forget about you right after. It's kind of weird. And I don't think he gets enough respect. I don't think that team gets enough respect.
Let me ask you this. Should we... I'll ask both of you guys this. But should we hold him a little more in contempt for the fact that Jared Goff has actually played better football with the Lions than he did with the Rams?
I think a little bit. Yeah.
You know, like like we say, okay,
Jared Goff's a good quarterback.
Jared Goff is a damn good quarterback, right? Now, again, he kind of freezes up, but we do forget he did get to a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, maybe it was one of the worst Super Bowls in the history of football.
It definitely was.
That was an awful Super Bowl.
13-3, right?
My God, that was terrible.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Seattle Seahawks are last year's Minnesota Vikings.
I see what you did there because of Sam Darnold.
Well, that, and they're going to have a big-time record, and I bet a lot of people are expecting assuming they don't get the number one seed.
Does Sam Arnold piss down his leg in weeks 18 in the first round of the playoffs? That's what it comes down to. Because that defense is good
until proven otherwise.
You've got pieces on that offense. You can run the ball. You've got a go-to wide receiver in Jackson Smith and Jigba. Cooper Kupp is still up and running around. Which shocks me. I didn't think he was actually still going to be able to play big time football at this level. And you've got again, great defense, good kicker. It's all about Sam Darnold, man. So I say overreaction. Sam Darnold bounces back. Rams, Seahawks, NFC Championship.
Ooh, Alec.
Bucket.
Oh,
bucket.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
Oh.
What?
I thought he said F it.
Hey now.
And I got really scared.
Yeah, you did.
I really did. I was like, oh no.
You like that phrase too?
I really thought you were just like, screw it. Blake can say the S word. I can. Now I'm just kidding.
I can say the other F word.
Alec, overreaction to reality. The Seattle Seahawks are last year's Minnesota Vikings.
I'm going to go reality. I don't know. The team is unexperienced in terms of leadership, which I do think Mike McDonald is one of the better head coaches in the league. He's just got to get his feet wet in terms of leading a group into the playoffs. I know that he's been a part of a staff that has done that in the AFC previously, but I don't know. I can't believe Sam Darnold until I see Sam Darnold do something more than Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. I know what he is, and Corey has been saying it forever. He will eventually revert back to the pumpkin that he is. And he has a couple times here and there. But it seems like he might have gotten those shape-shifting maneuvers out of the way at the right time because it seems like they're playing good football again.
Yeah,
so maybe I'd be totally wrong in the end. But I think right now I got to go reality.
I got one more for you. I will tell you straight away. This is a personal Kevin statement, and this is an overreaction for sure.
Okay.
Overreaction or reality? Tom Brady could still play right now and whoop some ass, like
reality.
he said. There is
reality.
no
reality.
way in hell.
Reality.
Did you see his last game when he got crushed by the Cowboys defense?
Reality. Don't talk about my GOAT like that.
That is an outrage. Alec, overreaction or reality? Tom Brady could still play and whoop some ass right now.
It's an overreaction. I don't know. Like, does plastic surgery and stuff work in pads and
mad at him.
football?
I ain't mad at him.
I don't know.
Oh. Has he said anything about that?
Look, his face doesn't look natural.
Okay.
At all.
I'm not mad at him for it.
I'm not mad at it
Okay.
either.
I
It's
ain't
just
mad
you
at him
can't tell
for
me
it.
that's natural.
Okay.
I'm a TB12 guy. The fact that, and what does that tell you about Giselle? The fact that it was like, you know what? I would rather play football than hang out with you.
Tells me that Tom Brady cares about Tom Brady and Tom
Hanging
Brady
out with
alone.
Sydney Sweeney at the...
Hey, whatever he's got to do to not hang out with his kids, you know what I'm saying?
He takes his kids everywhere!
Right here.
How dare you.
Once he eventually claims them. We're the Can't-See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the time has arrived. The great Christmas movie bracket of 2025. Get ready. It's next on The Fan. prepared. We're going to do a Motley Crue ticket giveaway, and you know what I wonder?
And pour some sugar on it?
Yeah.
Afterwards?
I wonder if perhaps, Alec...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 7.
Now!
Right now, will win a pair of tickets to go see Motley Crue when they come up to the Dos Equis Pavilion on September 10th, 2026. No doubt you can hang out with Fred at that show. The tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. You can go buy tickets at livenation.com, or you can win them right now for free. Caller number 7, 877-881-1053. Now, we have loaded it up for this because Fred is here, Carter is here, the nosebleed seats are here, all to take part in the great Christmas movie bracket of 2025. Gentlemen, have you looked at how the bracket has been formed? Do you have thoughts? This is based on votes from mostly people at the Fan, though I did get some outside feedback as well, perhaps from some former 105.3 The Fan employees.
I'm excited. Let me see. I haven't looked at the bracket. I never really studied for things.
Did you just put some sort of magical elixir in your armpit?
Yeah, that's deodorant.
That was deodorant.
He smelled a little, and I'm happy that he did that.
Well, I don't even know if I smelled.
No,
that was the mildew that Tim was talking about.
I could feel the sweat.
Yeah, dripping. I could see the drippage.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I could feel it.
It does smell good. I don't love that we've got multiple Grinches on here. I think we need to stick with one Grinch,
stick to one.
whichever one gets the most Grinch votes, and then
that's interesting.
That's the one that
goes. The only Grinch we acknowledge is Jim Carrey's.
I'm with you.
Obviously not.
I agree.
Because the higher-seeded Grinch is the original animated one with Boris Karloff.
Because that's a
good one, though.
That is
You
a
gotta
classic.
leave that on there.
The new one is
You do.
so ugly and mean-spirited of a Christmas movie, I cannot stand the live-action movie.
The Jim Carrey one?
Yes.
Oh, that's
I think it's
such
an
a bad
awful movie.
take. That's such a great movie.
And yeah, exactly. That's why it's so low on this bracket.
It's fantastic. Well, this is because people don't have taste. Whoever the heck you are not even putting in your top 5.
And did the Cat in the Hat one around the same time with Mike Myers? Also an awful
That was
movie.
awful, but The Grinch was great. Why? Because Jim Carrey was fantastic.
We're going to need 2 expressways for this, Hagee.
Man, we really might.
I'm going to end up punching Carter in the
show-wide
face.
I'll drop kick him after I donkey kick him.
After I vote this terrible movie off this bracket.
Get out of here, Carter.
Just for the record, I did not vote
like
in
the
this
playoff.
whatsoever.
Seriously.
So I could not.
Where's your team?
I could not.
4 Christmases is on here?
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Thank you, bro. 4 Christmases.
The
You
fact
are
that
the only person.
Fred. No,
Fred
that's
didn't
two-
get a
that's two
vote.
of
I had
us.
I had enough white male representation.
No 4
already.
Christmases.
All right.
That's a shame.
So we are going to start.
Polar Express?
With isn't
that a Coca-Cola commercial?
That's an art movie.
Why don't we just do the matchups? This isn't an ESPN 3-hour preview show, okay? God!
This is like the World Cup unveiling.
I know.
Football playoff bracket.
Yeah. Stick around next Thursday on actual Christmas. We'll do the bracket. Right. All right. We are going to start with this. The number 1 seed, Home Alone, against the number 16 seed, Home Alone 2. Home Alone 2 had to win a play-in against the Christmas Chronicles to advance into the bracket. What is your vote? And Tolos, Twitch, YouTube, terrestrial listeners, be ready. You will be our tiebreaker.
Be ready.
I mean, it's Home Alone 1.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Home Alone versus Home Alone 2, are we really doing this?
I've never even seen the second one.
Peyton would vote for Home Alone 2. I mean, that was his number 1.
And again, Home Alone 2 shouldn't be on here.
The second one does have a president in it.
That's a good point.
And that super hot bird lady.
Was
that a lady?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I've never seen Home Alone 2.
Rosie O'Donnell?
No, it's not Rosie O'Donnell.
If you squint, you can actually see, like, she was kind of hot.
I thought it was
Scenes in the dark, and the
maybe, but not her. You're right.
I'm going Home Alone.
Lord,
the
let's
first
tell
one.
the affiliates.
Oh, Home
Yeah,
Alone
it's the
1's
first one.
All right.
given.
Home Alone.
Speaking of birds, you know they don't pee?
Well, because they're not real.
That's true.
Birds don't pee, man. They just poo.
Did you say birds aren't real?
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Look, we need to take this seriously, guys. Lock the bleep in. All right, get in your
It's a
zone.
fun fact about birds.
I wanna
man.
talk
It's
about birds.
educational.
Comes out of their cloaca. Yeah. So let's
definitely
go.
There's a medical term or
What
a
he
scientific
said.
term.
So we'll get to a matchup, old school versus new school.
Yeah.
I feel like you'd appreciate this, Fred.
Yeah.
The number 8 seed, Elf, against the number 9 seed, It's a Wonderful Life.
Give me It's a Wonderful Life. I think Elf is one of the most overrated Christmas movies of all time.
Fred,
really?
Give me some, man. I feel the exact same way. I think Elf is as obnoxious as the Jim Carrey.
Are you just anti-Will Ferrell? Like, that's the only reason why you could say Elf sucks, is if you're just anti-Will Ferrell.
I love Will
in that
Ferrell,
case.
but I
Will Ferrell has
thought
so many
Elf,
better movies
he does.
than Elf.
He does.
But not Christmas movies. Elf for the win for me. Well, Chuck?
Yeah, it's definitely Elf. First off, It's a Wonderful Life. I saw for the first time like 8 years ago.
Do you not think it's a Christmas
People
movie?
don't forget, well, Chuck.
I was thinking I've been told one of the best Christmas movies of all time.
Because it is.
It's a 2 hour and 10-minute movie. I'm 2 hours into it. I haven't seen a damn thing about Christmas. Christmas is not mentioned until the last 10 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
Is it a great movie? Yes, it's fantastic. But the fact that we're billing It's a Wonderful Life as the greatest Christmas movie is an absolute crime, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, I guess that's what we're doing with Die Hard. It takes place on Christmas Eve. So therefore, Die Hard's a Christmas
Die Hard
movie.
lets you know from the jump.
So that's right.
Gremlins,
We're going to get into that.
Whatever you want to be a Christmas movie is fine. It can be a Christmas movie.
This vote is from y'all.
I'm going with Elf here, not It's a Wonderful Life.
Alec, what say you? It's 2-2.
It's Elf. Y'all are weird.
Yeah.
Well,
That's fair. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah,
it's fair.
Good job, except not a good job. It's a Wonderful Life.
Wow.
Thank you.
It is a tie.
Tolos, back us up, please.
877-881-1053. Text in, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. If somebody that is not me could monitor the voting, that would be
I'll lock
tremendous, except for Fred.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and give me cut number 12. You guys tried to naysay it. This is the number 5 seed.
I must stop Christmas from coming. But how? Then he got an idea. An awful idea. The Grinch got a wonderful, awful idea.
All right, you can stop right there. We're going to have to keep moving. By the way, if you have no respect for your time, there's a movie on Amazon Prime called The Mean One, which they go out of their way to not say it's the Grinch, where the Grinch is a murderer. I enjoyed it, but I also have no respect for my time. So it is the animated How the Grinch Stole Christmas versus the number 12 seed, Bad Santa. Fred Davis.
Hey, well, this vote, by the way, is a lot more nip-tuck than I thought it was going to be.
It's 8-9 game. You never know.
I like Bad Santa. I'm a Billy Bob Thornton guy, but give me the Grinch just for the vibes and the fact that, from my childhood nostalgia.
Carter?
Back when you could watch it on network TV.
I've clearly made my point about which Grinch is my favorite, and I do like the original Grinch more than Bad Santa, though Bad Santa is a funny movie.
It is.
The original Grinch is like, that's your childhood. That's growing up. That's what you watch.
Thank you.
And it's short, it's trim, it gets to the point, and it's a great film with great music. The original Grinch.
Man, Bad Santa's my childhood.
Explains a lot.
Whoa, man, I did not know it'd get so contentious in this room. This is the first round.
Yeah.
Zach, what
Man,
say you?
This is a tight vote on the text between It's a Wonderful Life.
It is, dude. I'm telling you. This is going back and forth.
I will say I did see about 12 elves in a row.
It was the same guy, though.
That was the same guy?
It was the same guy,
Okay, because I'd never seen that many of the same texts in a row
Then that would have
before.
swung it. By the way, I'm going to vote for Bad Santa as well. Make it 2-2. Zach, what say you?
I would rather watch Bad Santa than the animated Grinch.
How dare you?
Alec?
How dare you?
You know, Bad Santa is one of my favorite Christmas movies of all time. But it's not better than the animated Grinch.
Alec gets it.
What a comeback.
Another one.
What a comeback.
I do not know if we have time for this. All right, are you guys, is the desk prepared to declare a winner between Elf and It's a Wonderful Life?
Dude, I
It
mean,
is really close.
It really is.
I think
I would
It's
give
a
it
Wonderful
Elf.
Life.
Oh, really?
Oh,
See, I would give it.
I would have thought it was Elf.
I would give it Elf by the slimmest of margins.
No, there's. I mean, I can't.
Here's what we're going to do.
I feel like it's a 2000 presidential election all over again.
It is Elf.
Full response.
It is Elf because it's the same person texting and It's a Wonderful Life over and over again.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, so you got one for
Nice.
each.
Okay.
Although we did get an F Elf.
Son of a gun.
No, there were some people hating on Elf. I tried to take those out of here.
All right.
But there are more pro Elf than there are.
Okay, so Elf is the winner.
Yeah.
We are going to switch it up for this
close,
next
though.
tie
That's
break.
a tough one, man.
We're going to take one phone call. 877-881-1053. The first phone call that Alec answers. The question is, animated Grinch or Bad Santa? That's it. I don't want to hear about how Jerry needs to fire himself or anything like that. The first call that Alec takes, 877-881-1053, that will be the winner of the 5-12 matchup as the tiebreak. Now, we move on. I'm excited for this one. The number 4, Die Hard, against the number 13, Gremlins. Which, by the way, if you've never seen Gremlins, Phoebe Cates is walking along and then tells the most depressing story in the history of any Christmas movie. So check that out.
Fair enough.
You sold it, man. I've never seen that.
It's a fun movie, but they're walking along amidst the chaos, and she's like, hey, you think Christmas is hard for you? Check this out. And then you're just like, oh my God.
We got Jared and Grapevine on the line. He's going to give you the tiebreaker. Go ahead, Jared.
Love Grapevine.
Bad Santa is awesome, guys, but animated Grinch will always be king.
Wow, bro.
Thank you, Jared.
All right, Jared.
All right.
Any thoughts on spicy Latinas, Jared?
No, we do not have time for that. That is an off-air conversation that I know Fred wants to wipe out the 1 o'clock hour. All right. Woohoo! All right. Die Hard, Gremlins. What do you say?
It's Die Hard because I've never seen Gremlins.
Okay.
Oh, it's Die Hard.
It is Die Hard. This is a tough one, though, because Gremlins is, I think it's an underrated Christmas movie, but Die Hard is...
Maybe has the greatest Christmas song of all time.
I mean, after you pour water on Gizmo, I mean, it's kind of over, right? I mean, we kind of get it at that point, you know?
That's when the Gremlins come out.
I know, but...
That's when things get started.
Shout out to Chris Columbus, but Gremlins, as a child, not good. It freaked me out.
Yeah, I could see that.
It definitely was one where I was like the Furbies. Yeah. I couldn't look at the Furbies.
That was wild.
I thought the Furbies were Gremlins as a kid.
Get the water poured on.
Did you go crying into your mom's bosom like Caleb Williams did that one time after he lost a college football game?
Why are you bringing up old stuff, all right? I'm going absolutely Die Hard here.
There you go.
Die Hard.
Clean sweep? We about to get a clean sweep?
I'll say Die Hard as well, just because Phoebe Cates is awesome in Fast Times at Ridgemont High, but really bums me out in that movie. All right. And by the way, this is going to be my answer to every single thing that comes in. And by the way, if you wanted, I made notes about this because I'm a nerd and that's how I like to party. We had 18 different voters representing pretty much every intersection of the world you can have. 31 different movies got votes. So when you ask, why is Friday After Next not in here? Because not enough people voted for it. The number 6 seed, Love Actually, against the number 11 seed, Scrooged.
Ooh. I'll never forget that time I sat in a theater with Alec Medford and watched this, and we all kind of just touched each other, didn't we, Medford?
That sounds like a Love Actually vote to me.
You listen to everything, don't you?
That sounds like a Love Actually vote to me.
It's
not.
I
thought that was just Corey that did that with him.
Yeah. That's how we spend the holidays together, man.
I didn't even know who's in Love Actually. Give me Scrooged.
What? Okay.
There's a lot of people in Love Actually.
I would love Love Actually.
So,
But you're a rom-com guy.
Have you ever seen, this is the example
I did just watch
use.
The Breakup the other day.
Have you ever seen the Nate Bargatze bit when he's like, what are we going to put on the dollar? And he goes, everything, all of it. Same thing with Love. Who's in Love Actually? Everyone, all of them. They're all in it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. I've never seen Scrooged. I'm admitting over
I think you would really like
100,000
You of all
watts.
people would like that. Bill Murray.
Okay, so because of that, for now I'll vote for Love Actually, but I will watch Scrooged.
You should.
Hey.
These are both fantastic films. This is probably the toughest one for me to call.
Wow.
I am going to lean Love Actually because I'm a believer in love.
I'm going to vote for Love Actually as well, regardless of how many terrible people make terrible decisions in that movie.
Breaking news, I still haven't seen Love Actually, so give me Scrooge.
There you go.
But I still think that's 4-2.
That's right.
Love Actually.
Rendered useless vote. Thank you, Alec Medford.
It's because you didn't invite us
That was
to
my
go see
nickname in high
Scrooged.
school, Chief.
Oh, you went for Love Actually?
Heck yeah.
Okay.
There's no game. All right.
Sorry, Fred.
Last year's
We'll let this
finalist,
slide.
the Santa Claus, seeded number 3 against number 14, the Polar Express, which I learned in the break, or maybe that was on air, has infuriated Fred Davis.
I think it's what wasn't it like Tom Hanks animated or something like that?
You have thoughts on Tom, don't you?
With his dead eyes.
Dick and Harry.
Yeah, I'm going the obvious here, which is Tim Allen.
That's it.
And maybe the greatest hot chocolate that you've ever seen?
Yes.
Like, you just want to try it so bad.
Are you ever sad when you get hot chocolate and nobody danced around to like give it to you?
Did anybody follow up with that elf? Hot chocolate girl.
I think she was in the next ones, wasn't she? Didn't she
might have
grow
been a
up? and-
baddie.
Oh, I got you.
I could have seen it.
I mean, I'm old enough to have seen the Santa Claus in a theater. So,
oh, really?
I mean, that's the last time I saw it, was in the theater. So,
So your vote is what?
Santa Claus.
Okay.
Wasn't Tim Allen still doing Blow?
No,
Santa Claus?
He did that?
Yeah, that was the highest Santa of all time.
I thought that was
Have
bad
to look
Santa.
into that.
His
Wasn't his name
mugshot is
Fred
hilarious.
in that movie, too?
No,
no, that's Fred Claus.
Fred Claus.
I can see that being your favorite Christmas movie. How's that not on here? You and Vince Vaughn.
How's that not as a
around.
write-in vote?
Yeah.
Fred Claus.
Carter?
I'll
Wolchuk?
go Santa Claus. I never liked the look of the Polar Express. It was creepy.
Seriously?
Yeah, the Santa Claus is a top 3 all-time Christmas movie. for
Thank
me.
you.
Okay.
So it's the Santa Claus.
Don't
by
sleep
landslide.
on this 3 seed.
Let's move to the 7-10 matchup. It's a Charlie Brown Christmas at 7 versus the Holiday at 10. And I will point this out for people who are worried or questioning how the Holiday made it. Only women voted for the Holiday.
Well, it was not on my list, but it's fantastic. I mean, Jack Black, Jude Law, Cameron Diaz.
Oh, in the Holiday?
Is it
Kate
Kate
Winslet?
Winslet?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm totally. Yeah, it's
Okay,
fantastic.
that's one for the Holiday. Zach Wolchuk, Charlie Brown, who is what I'm voting for, or the Holiday.
Yeah, I'm going with Charlie Brown because the Holiday to me is pretty overrated.
2-1, Charlie Brown. Carter.
I just can't take Jack Black seriously in a rom-com. I just can't do it. So I'm going.
You
And
think they're about to kiss and he's going to go, come on, yeah!
they start singing Tenacious D songs or something. And look, this goes along with my Grinch vote, the original Grinch. I got to go with Charlie Brown.
I was a child when I first saw the Santa Claus, okay? So that was a child looking at another child and saying, whoa, she's attractive.
I was wondering
Don't
if
you
anybody
put that on
heard
me,
that.
682?
I don't know if that's better, but it's better to me because I thought you were talking about somebody from the Polar Express, and I was like, did you think that computer animated girl
animated
was hot?
CGI?
All right,
No.
Fred.
Charlie Brown Christmas, 2 reasons. 1, great movie. 2nd, might have the best soundtrack of any.
Vince Giraldi.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you right now. So
And they
Charlie
talk
Brown.
about the New Testament. All right, the defending champion, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, the number 2 seed, against the live-action Jim Carrey, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Zach Wolchuk, you look flummoxed.
I'm very flummoxed. This is terrible seating here.
You don't have to be.
How is this down to a 15 seed? It's obviously Vacation. It's the best Christmas movie ever.
Well, there you go. That's how it's at 15.
But
because you're
goodness
voting
gracious,
against it.
come on. The Grinch live action with Jim Carrey should have been way higher on
You
this.
just hate to see it be a round 1 knockout.
Absolutely.
I get
It's
that.
very sad.
What say you?
Yeah, it's Christmas Vacation.
Christmas Vacation.
Yeah, hands
Do I
down.
even
Not
need
even
to say
close.
anything? I think I made my point clear.
Not even close.
Ooh, okay. Man, a lot of chalk.
Lot of chalk.
In this first round. All right. We are going to start the quarterfinals. Alec, can you give me cut number 8, and then we'll get to your vote.
Marv,
Harry?
why the hell did you take your shoes off?
Why the hell you dressed like a chicken?
I'm up here, you morons! Come and get me! You guys give up, or you're thirsty for more?
The number 1 seed, Home Alone, against the number 8 seed, Elf. Alec, what say you?
Oh, give me Elf. I'm not even going to try to pander.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Home Alone's overrated.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Man, I feel like every vote's starting with Alec now. We're bringing that
seriously,
That's
man.
a worse take than anything Carter said, and that
Yeah.
says a lot.
You'll hear that take again at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Taking the crown.
Damn.
Carter?
I'm kind of with Alec where I think Home Alone's overrated, but it's a way better movie than Elf.
Yeah.
They're both very mean-spirited movies, and I don't really like that in a Christmas movie.
They're funny, man.
They're mean-spirited.
Yeah, Home Alone's the mom leaves the kid like that's
It's an
that's
accident.
It's a horrible
She's
family
got a gajillion
dynamic.
children.
It's hilarious when the criminals are getting beat up by all the traps and stuff. But I don't know, something about the vibe of the movie. It's not very happy, and I don't like that.
Okay, so it's 1-1 as we go to Fred Davis.
Home Alone.
By the way, somebody said this bracket was made by the same people who made the college football playoff, if you mean perfectly, because seeds 1 through 8 all advance. So just saying, it is 2-1.
That's because the 15 seed shouldn't have been a 15 seed. It should have been a top 8 seed.
You should have voted harder.
I did.
Okay.
He was super.
Eric, stop it. Eric Chiafalo.
I was erect.
Home or Elf?
Home Alone.
It's 3-1 Home Alone. Zach Wolchuk, what say you?
It's absolutely Home Alone.
There you go. There you go. Not a kid.
Home Alone looking to take the crown for the first time ever. In maybe the weirdest matchup of the bracket, the animated How the Grinch Stole Christmas against Give Me Cut number 11, will you please? The number 4 seed.
You don't work for Nakatomi. And if you're not one of them,
I'm a cop from New York.
New York.
Yeah. Got invited to the Christmas party by mistake. Who knew?
Who knew?
Yeah. It's better than being caught with your pants down, huh? I'm John McClane.
So much awkward laughing.
I love it, man.
So do you go with the animated How the Grinch Stole Christmas or Die Hard?
Die Hard.
Die Hard.
It's probably not going to win, but I'll give a vote to The Grinch, even though Die Hard is top 3 Christmas movie for me.
Zach Wolchuk.
I'm going Die Hard.
Alec Medford.
This was the wrong Grinch.
That is 3-1. Alec Medford, what do you say?
I'm kind of with Carter on the mean-spirited thing, but both of them are mean-spirited in my mind. Give me The Grinch. I love Die Hard. I just don't watch it during Christmas time. It's a great movie. I just don't watch it this time of the year.
I think IFC always does the Die Hard like marathons, and I'll usually end up watching it a couple times on IFC.
You didn't even have a Christmas Story on here, which is fascinating.
Yeah, Nightmare Before Christmas either. That's my favorite.
I agree. I think it's overrated.
You know what? Let's go to more analytics. By the way, you can write Die Hard down because that's what I vote for.
No, a night before, 8 crazy
so Die
nights.
Hard beat The Grinch.
Die Hard beat The Grinch. New to the bracket in 2025, The Holiday, A Charlie Brown Christmas, and Gremlins. They took the place of, dropping out of the bracket, The Christmas Chronicles, Four Christmases, and Just Friends. Notable movies that have never made the brackets: A Christmas Story and The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Wow.
So
interesting.
Here's your analytics. All right.
Kev Analytics.
Oh, I like that. The number 6 seed, Love Actually, which is my vote, against the number 3 seed, The Santa Claus.
Oh, Love Actually beat Scrooged?
Yes.
Oh.
There's a lot of hate of Die Hard on here now. Not a Christmas movie. Shouldn't have advanced.
Ooh.
Oh, the Santa Claus.
Gremlins was in the bracket 972. It didn't move on.
Lost to Die Hard.
Yeah.
It lost to Die Hard, yeah.
All right, I like the Santa Claus over Love Actually.
1-1, Carter.
I think I do too. Give me Tim Allen moving snow.
Whoa.
Yeah, in more ways than one.
Alec Medford. It is 2-1 Santa Claus. What say you?
I believe the Santa Claus was my 1 seed when I voted, so I have to stand tall on that. Give me the Santa Claus.
Yeah, you do.
Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, give me Neil and his sweaters and the Santa Claus.
Woo! The Santa Claus moves on. Now, 2 Christmas classics, our final quarterfinal. Number 7 seed, Charlie Brown Christmas, against the number 2 seed, Christmas Vacation. Eric Chiafalo, what say you?
Christmas Vacation by a mile.
Zach Wolchuk.
It's absolutely Christmas Vacation. Bleepers full.
I love the music from the Charlie Brown Christmas special, so I'm going with Charlie Brown.
Oh, 2-1.
Chucky.
As much as I love the music from A Charlie Brown Christmas, I mean, Uncle Eddie, Chevy Chase.
I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet. I wouldn't be more surprised.
Elaine Bennis as the neighbor.
Yes.
Okay.
Elaine.
Yeah. So, yeah, give me
Babs
National Lampoon's.
from Entourage as the wife with the jugs.
Tell you what, let's give some love to I Hot Beverly D'Angelo.
Is that
for
a
those of us that were prepubescent? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
You know the vibes.
So much sap. Alec.
Colby?
Charlie Brown Christmas or Christmas Vacation?
Christmas Vacation is a lot more enjoyable as an adult, so give me that.
There has yet to be a single upset as the 1 through 4 seed have advanced to the semifinals. All right, semifinals. Home Alone versus Die Hard, Santa Claus versus Christmas Vacation. Let's start with Home Alone versus Die Hard.
You know what? I'm going in honor of Bruce Willis and his fact that he's retired medically from the acting game, and he will always be Butch to me. Die Hard.
By the way, Die Hard, first time into the semifinals.
Fun fact, Arnold Schwarzenegger was originally picked to do Die Hard, but he was filming Commando at the same time.
That makes sense.
So. Carter?
Yippee-ki-yay mofos. Give me Die Hard.
You know the vibes.
2-0 Die Hard. Alec Medford, what say you?
I don't consider it a Christmas movie, but I think it's a better movie than the other. So give me Die Hard.
No.
It is 3-0. Is this going to be the 2004 Red Sox situation? Let's find out. Zach Wolchuk, Die Hard or Home Alone?
It's absolutely Home Alone. And don't make me do it.
Okay, hold on. I also say Home Alone, which means it's 3-2 Die Hard over Home Alone. It comes down.
He lives for moments like this.
To Eric Chiafalo.
He lives for moments like this.
Eric.
It's Joe Pesci. It's Marv.
Yeah.
It's Home Alone, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
It is now 3-3 Die Hard and Home Alone. You know what to do. Twitch, YouTube, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. If you don't think Die Hard's a Christmas movie, now's your time to vote. Home Alone or Die Hard. Vote, vote, vote into our other semifinal. Gentlemen, this was the final last year. The number 3 seed, the Santa Claus, against the number 2 seed, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Alec Medford, we're going to start with you. What is your vote?
These are both great. Christmas Vacation, like I said, now that I'm older, the more I watch it, the more I enjoy it. But nostalgia always wins, gentlemen. The Santa Claus is going to be my finalist here.
Ooh.
Give me Christmas Vacation.
Oh, 1-1.
Christmas Vacation.
2-1 Christmas Vacation.
Santa Claus.
It's 2-2. Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, this is a toughie because these ones are neck and neck.
The
for
right
me.
thing.
They're right there. They're right there. But it is my
Pause. I don't like this from the 254. This bracket is trash. And then they voted Home Alone. I just want to point out that this bracket has played out exceptionally well so far. And just saying. All right, 2-2. Zach Wolchuk, Santa Claus or Christmas Vacation?
Give me Christmas Vacation.
Ooh. Give me Christmas Vacation as well.
Another favorite wins.
The defending champion moves into the finals, the number 2 seed. All right, how is it looking on Home Alone?
Looks like Home Alone to me, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's definitely Home Alone.
I think it's Home Alone.
Moved on. We had a lot of debate about.
I mean, you got a lot of people fighting over whether Die Hard's even a Christmas movie.
It's an action movie with Christmas elements, which to me makes it a Christmas movie.
Absolutely.
I'm with you on that.
I can move the goalposts however I want.
And so it comes down to this. There has literally been no upset this entire bracket. We've got number 1 Home Alone, who got the most first place votes with 5, versus number 2 Christmas Vacation, which is the defending champion. You know what? Go ahead and give me cut number 9 because we played a clip from Home Alone. We got to keep it fair. Here is a cut from our defending champion.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun, old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together. This is a full-blown 4-alarm holiday emergency here. We're gonna press on, and we're gonna have the happiest Christmas since Bing Crosby tap danced with Danny Kaye. And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's gonna find the jolliest bunch of this side of the nut house.
I'm not kidding when I tell you I was just looking at the Home Alone Die Hard discussion. That might be the most concentrated amount of text I've ever seen in that short of a time frame.
It's going off.
All right.
Home Alone is the child version of Die Hard. I like that from the 214.
Oh,
Okay.
I could definitely see that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Fred Davis. It's the finals. It's Home Alone versus National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. What say you?
I'm going to start this thing off. Christmas Vacation.
We're doubling up. I'm going Vacation too.
It is 2-0 as we go over to Alec Medford.
You already know my answer. It's going to be Christmas Vacation taking a strong, commanding lead.
So we find ourselves in this situation. I will go ahead and vote for Home Alone. It is 3-1 Christmas Vacation. We go to Eric Chiafalo. It is 3-1. Christmas Vacation is in the lead. Do we get a repeat champion in our first upset of the bracket, or does Home Alone stay alive? It is 3-1. What say you?
12-year-old me would go Home Alone here. But I'm not 12. Not anymore. I'm going Christmas Vacation.
Christmas Vacation.
I'm not 12.
Zach Wolchuk.
I'm not 12 no more.
What would you have
I have been
voted
delivered.
for?
I'm not 12 no more.
What would you have voted for?
Well, in my order that I sent you, I had 1 Christmas Vacation, 2 Home Alone, 3 The Santa Claus. So 3 out of my top 4.
Wow.
All made it
What a
into
bracket
the finals.
choice by you.
I was very happy about that, although the Grinch with Jim Carrey got hoed.
Rightfully.
But give me Christmas Vacation as well.
Christmas Vacation, the first and only upset of the bracket as the 2 defeats the 1. It's chalk the rest of the way. We have done this 2 times, and both times National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is the greatest Christmas movie of all time. We feeling good about that? Does that feel right?
I feel great about it.
I feel great.
You're not 12 anymore.
I'm not.
We learned a lot today, I think, during this expressway.
This has been educational.
Yeah.
We did.
I like the Arnold nugget that you gave us about Die Hard. I had the birds don't pee kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
Wolchuk gave us the scouting report on that young elf and Santa Claus.
I thought that's where you were going when you said you weren't 12 anymore. That was like in your face, Zach. So
She was like 400 years old in that movie.
Okay.
It's a good call.
Fine.
That was a good call.
But most importantly, I want to run through with all these people, all these votes, all these analytics. We are exactly on clock. We are the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do some baseball
The Hanukkah
nuggets
bracket
as well. That will be in 8 crazy nights from now. Coming up next, it's time for the Combat Corner and baseball nuggets, all merged into one segment. Next on The Fan.
Our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. From the 214, I've never seen, they said, or heard of Christmas Vacation. That is odd. If you've never seen it, I get that. And then from the 817, y'all, this stinks. Home Alone is way better. We still have people to this day who are upset about a Nuggets sauce bracket we did back in 2018.
Yeah.
So
who won that?
Ranch beat barbecue in the final, and people were upset. I imagine this will linger. Hopefully it'll make Home Alone
How far did
better.
Hot Mustard make it?
I would have to go back and check. I'm not sure. All right, I'm going to give you the option here. We could start with boxing or go into baseball nuggets. Do you have a preference?
You know what? Let's just get baseball out of the way.
All right. Now that's a tease. All right, so not exactly what I was hoping for, but let's fire up some baseball nuggets. Really appreciate that level of enthusiasm right there. Okay.
Well, I'm piggybacking off what Choppy said in the morning show.
All right.
Like, why are we not more mad about the Rangers and the fact they don't do anything? I complained about this last year, and it's just the Rangers.
I think the reason why I'm not mad is because we knew that this was coming all year. But you're right. It does suck. Absolutely.
You're in Dallas. Spend some money.
Number 4 market. Let's go. If, in case you're curious, first pitcher-catcher workout will be February 10th with the first full squad workout coming up February 15th. So we're less than 2 months away.
Dang.
And the Rangers announced their team award recipients for 2025. Player of the Year, Wyatt Langford. I think this next answer was kind of soft. They had co-pitchers of the year.
Oh.
Who's the pitcher of the year for the Rangers?
I mean, I'm guessing it's got to be DeGrom.
Yep.
It's got to be DeGrom and Eovaldi.
Yes, but who should it have been? That is correct. They voted DeGrom and Eovaldi. Who would you pick if it was a Highlander situation?
Robert Garcia.
I have not thrown this pen at
Robert
you
Garcia.
all day. I would have picked Jacob DeGrom, but good to know. Rookie of the Year, Jack Leiter.
He'd be my second choice.
Okay. Jim Sundberg Community Achievement Award, Corey Seager. The Good Guy Award goes to Jake Berger, and the Hardest Working Ranger,
Josh Smith.
Jacob Latz. No, because I think they're worried that Josh Smith stops in August.
Man, look, Josh Smith worked his ass off last year.
No, he did. He played his ass off. But the idea of him being a starter right now confuses me to no end since he falls off a cliff production-wise starting in August.
He does.
So we need to figure that out.
Tell you what, though, he's got a great glove. Something to be said for that. I mean, look, you kept throwing Adolis out there in right field, even though he couldn't hit his way out of a wet paper sack.
I am glad that Josh Smith is on the team. I just think we need to figure out a way to avoid the swoon.
I mean, look, right now, based off of that tweet that went out the other day, outside of the fact it's going to be a rather melatoninless lineup.
Man, are you in that group too?
I mean, I saw what I saw.
Did you say melatonin?
You heard me.
That's what makes you sleep at night, Fred.
And yet I understood exactly.
You know exactly where I was going with that.
Yeah.
Exactly where I was going with that.
We've already spent too much time together.
Where's Ezekiel Duran at when you need him? For crying out loud.
Okay, actually, maybe that's a fair question. All right. In other baseball news, though, I feel like this could be a lost cause now. The St. Louis Cardinals went ahead and signed Dustin May, former World Series champion pitcher. We've actually had him on the show in the past. And then have you seen the youth movement with the Washington Nationals?
I have not.
All right, so they hired Ani Kalambi as their new general manager. Rude. Their manager is 33. Their president of baseball operations is 35. It's not just the team, it's the front office. They're going youth movement.
I'm here for it.
Okay, that shrug
I'm here for it.
really led me to believe that you are here for it.
Look, I'm all in on the Rangers this year. I got to get my Rangers tattoo. So
are you? Even
we
though
can
you
get
just
geeked
said
for
they're
it.
too white, and why haven't they done anything?
They are, but look, I mean, hell, 6 months out of the year, we got to get excited about it, and we got to start coming up with storylines. So, Kamar Rocker wins 10 games. Who's with me?
Oh, Man, that is a bold.
You like that?
There. Yes, I do.
Chris, CY, are you going to get us closer this year? I'll hang up and listen.
We don't have enough money. So they're going to get a whole bunch of relievers and see
more Robert Garcia
elevates. Yes.
Robert Garcia, look, Robert Garcia, put some respect on my man's name.
For a chunk of the season, he was very good.
He's a good setup guy.
Yeah. By the way, Tarek Skubal, Mason Miller, David Bednar, all added to Team USA for the World Baseball Classic. And that'll be another interesting thing during spring training. You're going to see the World Baseball Classic go down as well. All right. Let's go ahead and move over to some Comeback Corner. Can you please give me cut number 7, Alec?
Let's see if Anthony Joshua can destroy
So, as we fire up a little Combat Corner here, what I really want to know to start, and then we'll go from there, are you guys invested in the Anthony Joshua-Jake Paul fight?
I am.
Okay, tell me more.
I mean, I don't know how much I'll be able to watch of it since I'll be on the air, but
we have streaming options.
We do.
Up here?
No, we do. I mean, I'll put the Netflix in there. I want to see because Joshua should beat the brakes off of.
Correct. And did you
Jake
see?
Paul.
Did you see what he said? And this feels like different than just regular hype. Anthony Joshua said that this fight is a failure for him if he does not knock Jake Paul out in the first round.
Yeah. I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, it's absolutely a failure. I mean, he is a real boxer. We can question all day, did he ever live up to his billing and what we thought he was going to be? I mean, I'm trying to think, who was it, Ruiz that knocked him out or whatever it was in the Middle East like 5 or 6 years ago?
Ruiz, yeah.
And so, yes, does he look the part? Absolutely. You should. The only real boxer he's ever fought, and I'm talking about Jake Paul.
Lost to Tommy Fury.
Lost to Tommy Fury.
Yeah.
Okay, who's a shell of what Anthony Joshua is. So Anthony Joshua should knock him out theoretically in the first, no later than the second round.
Meanwhile, Jake Paul has promised the biggest upset in the history of sports. Now, this is a serious question.
Good call by 972. He said the last Netflix fight didn't start till like midnight.
Oh, yeah. And
so so I should be okay then. You're right about that.
And so there are a ton of fights on this, including 2 like legit fights in the co-main spots that are like actual, factual, top-level boxer versus top-level boxer.
He will sprinkle in a few actual fights every now and again.
No, absolutely.
So there is that.
And look, we talked about this before. Whether people like Jake Paul or not, the spotlight that he shined on women's boxing cannot
he absolutely has.
questioned. All right, let me ask you this then. I know that statistically the answer is no, because Jake Paul is more of like a 10-1 underdog in this. Do you think if Jake Paul were to defeat Anthony Joshua, do you personally feel like it would be a bigger upset than Buster Douglas?
No. No,
really?
because
even though Buster Douglas is a real boxer.
Hell no, it wouldn't be. Because for one, that just tells me the fix was in.
Oh, you think that was a fixed fight?
No. It's
for this fight. I got you.
That's the only way the only way Jake Paul is beating Anthony Joshua is if Joshua takes a dive.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right.
That's it. Under no circumstance. Look, I appreciate what Jake Paul has done as far as, becoming a pseudo amateur boxer that draws in millions of views and has helped, to some extent. And boxing has done kind of a piss poor job of being able to capitalize on this. Maybe they will at some point. Who knows? But Anthony Joshua should beat the you-know-what out of Jake Paul.
Alec, are you invested in this as a sporting event? Because I've made clear I am invested, and I kind of hate myself for it, especially when it was going to be Anderson Silva against Chris Weidman. I know they've mixed that up just a little bit, but are you invested in this?
The second that the fight got announced, I told you I hate it, but I'm going to watch it.
Absolutely.
And for multiple reasons. One, you mentioned some of the real fights that are going to, some real marquee fights that are going to be on the undercard and some of the co-main events.
There are two multi-government body and ring championship fights. So those are like 2 real deal, legit world title fights.
Yeah, and like anytime I see Alicia Baumgartner's name pop up, I'm in. I think she's the next big thing in terms of women's combat sports. But at the same time, boxing has needed something like this. Whether it's not the exact answer I thought we were going to get in terms of making the sport popular again and bringing a megastar into the game. I didn't think it was going to be a social media influencer. I didn't think it was going to be a celebrity of any kind. But what he's doing for the game is incredible. And the presentation of it all. Netflix makes it feel like the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah.
Outside of the streaming issues that they might have had the first time around and a pair of butt cheeks later, like that felt important the last time they did something like this. And I like big fight feel. It gives me that childhood nostalgia of, okay, there's a reason to get hyped and set aside your weekend to watch some boxing again.
Yeah. And look, I understand, and we've had this conversation round and round for people who are like, he's not a real boxer. I hear you. But I don't think there's anybody who can question he's at least the second biggest draw in the sport.
I mean, I would almost argue he's the biggest.
Yeah, I would listen to that argument.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And Canelo and Bud Crawford did huge numbers, and this is what I said. If the unfathomable happened and Jake Paul were to win, 100% I think the next fight for him is Terrence Crawford. Even with the discussion of
Terrence
his
Crawford
retirement
might kill
yesterday.
Jake Paul.
He could. Absolutely.
Seriously. I mean, after what he did to Canelo,
yeah,
he might kill Jake Paul.
I was at that fight.
You went to that fight?
Yeah, covering it for Press Row. Boom.
Yeah, I'm scared of you.
That's right. I got it like that. All right. Do you want a happy-go-lucky positive story or a not happy or anything positive sports story?
Give me the latter.
Ooh, okay. Let's go back to Sherrone Moore. Now, more accusations continue to pop.
No pun intended.
I warned you.
More accusations.
Yes, he has now been alleged, again, just alleged.
Is this where I think I know where you're going with this.
The Michigan staffer alleged domestic violence during the relationship, and this thing has just spiraled further and further out of control. And honestly, it's just sad. Like, regardless of which accusations are true or not, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's very sad. That's what I'm going to stick with. Now, positive story.
Yeah.
Happy-go-lucky story. Did you watch the videos of all the Mavericks riding around in their golf carts?
Absolutely.
And Kyrie punching out like a little robot? Not really sure what that thing was.
Do we think the robot handlers were upset when he gave that robot a pretty hefty shove?
Anthony Joshua.
Yes, he did. And that I was expecting the robot to get up. So right now I think we're okay against the machines, but give it another 5-10 years.
Okay, what is
it
your
could be
general
Terminator all over again?
What is your general thought about us as a society eventually getting taken down?
Y'all better educate yourselves on this AI is all I got to say. Learn yourselves up.
I'm with you.
That's what I tell my kids. You better learn on this AI.
And also, I feel like every day there's a new development with AI that I'm like, whenever we write the end of our story, these will be the stories that are in there because we set this all up.
That and get yourself a German Shepherd. I just got done watching the original Terminator the other night. So learn up your AI and get you a German Shepherd. If you know, you know.
Okay. All right. I like that. Alec, were you kind of hoping that we would gift you a golf cart?
Oh, yeah, that would be really cool. Yeah. I've only driven one like twice, so
I didn't get one for you. I'm really.
Oh, well, you got me something cool though, so I appreciate that.
Okay, that's true, and you never know. There could be more on
from
the
the 469. Was it the QT robot? It's the same one that It's that same one that's over.
I hate that thing.
Oh,
is that the one that's over in Austin that talks smack and does
I'm
all
cleaning the floor.
Yeah.
Yes, I hear that.
I don't know.
And that's exactly. I'm cleaning the floor.
Hate that thing.
Why do you hate that
thing? I want
thing?
to punt it as far as I humanly can.
Why?
Because it's so annoying. Because it goes everywhere that it's not supposed to. It's like you clearly see me here right in front of the carbonated beverages
to you.
Yes, and it bumps into my ankles. I don't like it. It's like a Razor scooter on steroids with an annoying voice. Get out of my way, you stupid little robot.
Wow. Jeez. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where you never quite know what's going to fire up somebody on the show. Coming up next, we bring you the Campus Connection with previews and picks for the opening round of the college football playoff. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Way clock at 1 when he snaps, the pressure comes. Simpson backpedals, heaves to the end zone. Caught, touchdown, Isaiah Horton. What a throw as the rush was closing in on him.
As the Hornets of Munster are about to win their Class 2A Division II title by defeating previously undefeated Shiner, we'll continue to keep an eye out on the Texas High School Football State Championships at AT&T Stadium. And as a reminder, tomorrow when we are at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound, we'll be giving away a couple pairs of tickets for the Texas High School Football State Championship. So hope you can join us out there tomorrow, Taco Bueno in Flower Mound. Now, we bring back in Carter Freeman. Been very busy today. For the Campus Connection, we have got a lot of ground to cover. Do you want to start with football matchups? Do you want to tell people about yourself personally? Where do you want to go?
Let's go with football. We're finally, the CFP's here.
Okay.
That's what the people want.
All right. I know a lot of complaints about Tulane and James Madison. What is y'all's general interest level and thoughts on competitiveness of Tulane at Ole Miss and JMU against Oregon? I know obviously we've already seen one of these and it was not competitive at all.
Well, just as far as being mad that the two teams are in the playoff, this means that the system, this is the way that the system was set up. Mm-hmm. So whenever you were happy that the 12-team playoff came to be,
it came along with this.
This was always a possibility. It's the committee can't take into account the fact that the ACC is going to completely implode and that their conference champion isn't going to be one of the top 5 ranked teams, right? Wow. So because of that, this is what you signed up for. This was always a possibility. As far as competitiveness, Tulane was missing one of their best offensive linemen, and Jake Retzloff, their quarterback, was in his 3rd game at the school when they played Ole Miss earlier in the season. So they lose that game by 5 touchdowns on the road. This game, I do not believe it's going to be that big of a spread this time around.
17.5,
It's 17.5, but
okay.
I think after a full season of playing and learning how to play together, Tulane is going to be a better team now than they were whenever they played in September. And there's the Ole Miss factor where
I think we're totally underestimating that aspect.
Because Pete Golding is going to be coaching in his first ever game as head coach in this game. He's former Ole Miss defensive coordinator, takes over for Lane Kiffin. That is a huge mystery. Now, the talent gap is still pretty big because Ole Miss did win 11 games for a reason. So I do
and the
still
only
expect,
game they lost was to top 4 seeds. So.
In a game that they were up by double digits at several points. So it's not like they just got, one of my favorite phrases, mollywopped in that game. They were competitive for a lot of it. And that would be a rematch. Ole Miss would play Georgia again if they are to beat Tulane.
Do you think that game or the Oregon-James Madison, I know that spreads at 21, which one of those is more likely to be competitive? Because you have another team in Oregon. Their only loss is to the number
Indiana.
1 team in the country.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen Tulane play a couple times this year. We watched them play and handle North Texas.
You're hated North Texas.
I'm just saying. I know we got so many North Texas super fans around here.
Should I throw this out there?
At the station. You got one alleged super fan here in the studio. Yeah,
Mestamaker played 2 ranked teams and threw 6 interceptions.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Mr. Wiltruck? What'd you say? You heard me.
Well, why are you talking right now?
Whoa!
What is your deal? Who is right now one of the most coveted quarterbacks in the entire country in the portal? Drew Mestamaker. Yeah. All right, you wish you could have him at KU.
I would love to see him.
You wish you could.
I would
so
love
you pipe down over there. All right, rock chalk.
I mean, look, it only took us 8 years to get rid of Jalen Daniels, so I totally get that. I don't know what to expect out of James Madison. I just know that Billy Napier's a new coach.
Okay.
All right. I think Oregon handles their business. I like Dan Lanning, and they're going to play what? Texas A&M?
No, they would play Texas Tech.
Texas Tech. That's right.
Classic Orange Bowl matchup of Oregon and Texas Tech. Because we crave that matchup in Miami, right?
I'm here for it.
The reason they put the Oregon-James Madison game as the late game on Saturday is because at the same time, there's Bears-Packers, right?
Yeah.
I believe that's the Saturday game we get this year of the NFL.
Yeah, because the earlier one is the Eagles game.
Yes, and
Well,
that's
and you
when
get
the
the
Ole Miss
Soto
Tulane
CE
game
King,
is.
too. So
there's going to be a lot of other things going on. That's why the A&M Miami game is at 11 Central, is because ESPN wants all eyes to be on that.
Yeah.
So I know you're going to go to the Oklahoma game. Obviously, I'm thoroughly invested in Texas A&M and Miami. How do y'all think those two games play out?
So for OU Alabama, the last 2 times OU has played Alabama, they've beaten them. But the only way that OU has scored in those games is off of short fields. They put together no long drives, but they did get 2 pick sixes, and they're 8-1 in the turnover differential in those games or something like that. It's a ridiculous disparity.
Yeah.
And that's what OU's done over the second half of the season is when the offense has struggled. It's one of the 3 facets not great. Well, they have an elite defense, and they have elite special teams too. They have the Lou Groza award-winning kicker and Tate Sandell who can bomb 50-yard field goals like it's nothing. So you have the advantage in 2 of the 3 factors of the game. And Ty Simpson allegedly is dealing with an ankle sprain or some sort of injury that's hampered him over the last couple months of this season. For them to go on the road in the cold, it's going to be in the 50s for this game.
Yeah.
And especially seeing Alabama, they struggled at. They struggled at Auburn as well.
Yeah.
They obviously struggled against Georgia in the SEC title game. I'm not buying into them going in and getting a big win. This is going to be a close game, and in a close game, I'm going to give the advantage to the home team. And OU had their worst performance against LSU, and they still won.
Yeah,
so I'm just buying into how good 2 of their 3 facets of the game are, and I think they will come away with the win tomorrow night.
Now, Texas A&M, also the home team, they have been really struggling down the stretch because I know they won against South Carolina, but it took a Herculean comeback for that to happen, and then they lost decisively to Texas on the road. They're still 3.5-point favorites, home field advantage. I have no doubt that place will be insane Saturday morning. How are we feeling about Miami, Texas A&M?
I think from a Texas A&M standpoint, right? I mean, your boy Marcel Reed, I think, has a lot to prove. And I think from the, Colin Klein's gone, right?
Yep.
And so
he's going to coach in this game.
He's going to coach, right? So I think after what we saw from A&M in the UT game, do I think Miami is a better overall football team? I do. I really, really do. But I think Texas A&M being at home, I think defensively they'll do enough, all right? And I think as long as Marcel doesn't make any major mistakes and doesn't spit the seed and can move the offense the way they did, throughout most of the year, and plus the home field advantage, I'm no Carter Freeman at this. Would give me Texas A&M. Gig 'em!
Love that.
Love that. There was a point this season where I thought Miami was the best team in the country.
Yeah.
And then they lose to Louisville. They lose to SMU as well.
Both close games, but still.
Which at the time were like, maybe Miami's not actually that good. Well, those 2 teams they lost to ended up being in contention to go to the ACC title game. It's not like they lost to a 1-11, 2-12, 2-10 kind of team, right? So Miami recovers from that, blows out everyone on the rest of their schedule, does enough to where the committee eventually puts them in. I do still wonder about Carson Beck. He's been good this season, not great.
Yeah.
And A&M secondary is very good, in my opinion. A&M could be getting back Le'Veon Moss, their running back who's missed the second half of the season.
The rest of them are healthy.
He's a touchdown a game. And I think A&M's going to come out wanting to prove that they are what they think they are, right?
Absolutely.
Because they've been dogged for who they played. But in my opinion,
which is absurd. Their strength of schedule is actually really high.
But they're not. They haven't played the top half of the SEC.
Georgia,
right?
Dregs,
And the one team with the winning record in SEC play, they did play Texas. They lost to. So I think coming off of that game, they've had enough time to look at the tape. Kind of get all their ducks in a row. They're going to want to prove that yes, we are the team. Start out 11-0. We're beating the crap out of all these bad teams we played. Right. So I do think A&M's going to win, but look, Miami on the lines of scrimmage, Ruben Bain, their defensive end, and Francis Maioa, is that how you say his name, Wolchuk, the Miami offensive tackle? He's really, really good.
Maioa, apparently. Apparently it's a Noah. I didn't realize that until yesterday, but that's what we were told, Maioa.
This is why we have Zach Wolchuk in the studio with us, so he can cover for my blind spots. Francis Maioa he's going to be a first-round pick at offensive tackle for Miami. That is a super talented team. And Malachi Toney, the Miami wide receiver, if Jeremiah Smith didn't exist, we'd all be talking about him. That is how good that kid is. But I do think Texas A&M is going to win.
Now, I saw a couple of bet lines that I thought were really intriguing. Who will be the conference of the college football playoff national champion?
Well, I mean, the SEC has 5 teams in it, but your top 2 teams are both from the Big Ten.
Yeah.
3 are top 5 because Oregon's the 5 seed.
Yeah.
So, but what if it was Big 12?
I say Georgia.
What if it was the one Big 12 team?
Well, and see, Big 12, 7.5 to 1 on your money. SEC, 2.5 to 1 on your money. It is very much in favor of the Big Ten.
But if I'm looking for value,
yes, those are both good value.
I want the Big 12 because Texas Tech, people finally started to realize this, the way that they dominated BYU in the second half of the Big 12 title game. That's what they've been all season.
Yeah.
And they did that twice to BYU, the same team. They always say it's hard to beat the same team twice. Well, Texas Tech made it look really easy with what they did to the Cougars. So they're going to get either James Madison or Oregon, and then they would either get Indiana or the winner of Oklahoma, Alabama after that. I don't know, man. I think Texas Tech is probably the most slept-on team in this entire playoff because their offense, they do have red zone struggles, but they do have playmakers across the board, and that defense, man.
The defense
it's a top 5 unit in the entire country. Like it's as good, or it's close to as good as Ohio State or Indiana or Oklahoma or Georgia. Any of those up there, Texas Tech is on that same level.
Now, you'll get a kick out of this then. The over-under for the winning seed of the college football playoff championship is 3.5. So it's like cut off right at Texas Tech, essentially.
Yeah, well, look, last year, not your average 8 seed, but Ohio State was the 8 seed, and the team they played was Notre Dame, who was the 7 seed. Because last year, none of the teams that had a first-round bye won a game. All the 5 through 8 seed, all the home teams for the first round of the CFP won their home games. Yeah. Then they all won their second game. After those other teams had, about a month of rest.
Yeah.
So we'll see this year. I think I think especially because the seeding is different. It's not the conference champions that get the seeds. It's just the top 4 teams.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an Arizona State and a Boise State that have that bye. So I don't think it's going to be exactly the same this year. But 1 year of this, that's what we saw last year. So that's the only thing I have to go off of now.
That does worry me a little bit when it comes to Texas Tech.
Really?
Yeah.
So we had Joey McGuire on Fan University earlier this year. Got to shout out my show. And I asked him, last year they were like 4-1 going into their bye week, and then they collapsed after that.
Right.
So I asked him, like, how do you kind of get over that? How do you get over that hump? Because, that's something that you struggled with last year. You have that momentum this year. How do you fix that? And, he talked about how they learned from that, what he learned as a coach from that. So I don't think the time off is going to affect them as much.
Well, the only thing, and he was on with G-Bag, last week, whatever that was. And we played parts of that back. It's going to be a month between the Big 12 champion. I mean, damn near 3 to 4 weeks. And so that's my only concern. And I think the college football's going to have to figure something out.
They won't.
You're right. They won't.
They're not going
to. The idea that you're going to have a hot Oregon team. All right, and I say hot, but I mean, you're going to have an Oregon team coming off a win with some momentum, haven't played a game, and then going to Texas Tech. And I'm not saying Texas Tech isn't a good football team and haven't paid $1 gazillion, and they've spent the money the right way, but I'm telling you, man, Mo, can't discount it. And Oregon's been there, and I'm a Dan Lanning guy. I like our boy Joey McGuire, but that would be my biggest concern. Let's be honest. I mean, they played nobody in their non-conference, and the Big 12 was just okay this year.
And they beat the crap out of everyone. That's why I think they're on such a higher level.
Fair.
And look,
That's fair.
Oregon, when they played Indiana at home, they lost by 10.
Yeah.
So it's because Oregon's best win is USC.
Of course, they turned them over, 2 or 3 times that game, too, though?
Indiana did?
Yeah.
But that's what good teams do.
Well, and you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. So, no, that's my only, look, being a Big 12 guy, that is my only concern is that the conference hasn't been great this year. They're Texas Tech's kind of in the same ballpark or conversation right now as Texas A&M. Right, it's like, yes, you won a lot of games, but we still have questions because, who's your marquee win? BYU, you beat
Notre
up
Dame.
Right? And then you beat a quarterback that wears number 47 and probably shouldn't have been there in the first place because your other quarterback was getting some booty.
I understand. So. Wow. I understand.
He was, and he's in the playoffs.
And he's in the playoffs.
I understand
that booty gets you, the playoffs. Think about that.
Let's save that just in case. Texas Tech, Texas A&M, the rooting interest there. I also find myself outside of A&M rooting for Indiana Just because of the thought process and the wildness of your national champion is Indiana, thus really cementing the greatest turnaround in the history of college football.
Just looking at the bracket and picking it myself, if OU is to win on Friday, they would play Indiana in the second round. And in my heart of hearts, I want to pick OU to upset the number one team and
tough, though.
Go on. And because if they do that, I'm like, oh, they're going to win the whole damn thing. But when I look at the bracket and everything, it just really seems like we're barreling towards an Ohio State-Indiana rematch.
But before that, how much would you want to see Indiana-Texas Tech?
That would be awesome, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I get two upstarts doing it in somewhat different ways, right? Like, Texas Tech has been very brazen about how they spent the money. And, look, they spent their money the right way because they're winning, and they're winning big. And then, Indiana, they spend money, too. All programs do now, but not to the same level as Texas Tech. They don't have a Cody Campbell who's, bankrolling a lot of the payroll. But they just do it. It seems like in such a Midwest, old-fashioned, just hard-nosed football kind of way that, it would be a basketball national championship game in the football national championship if that's how that ends up.
Would college football want that, though?
No.
No, I don't think so.
If
they want Ohio State, Georgia is what they probably want.
We get excited about Indiana, Texas Tech. But I don't know that the general public would be excited about that.
And
you don't care about that.
I've always said, look, it's a big ruse. Like, TV ratings are interesting and they're good to know, but you should not care what a game gets rated. That does nothing to affect you, right? Mm-hmm. That affects Fox, that affects CBS, that affects ESPN.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with us. They're just numbers to us. It should be about how you watch the game, how you take it in, and if it's a great game, who cares if 10 million people watched it versus 20?
No, you're not wrong about that.
Yeah, that's one of those soapboxes I will always stand on.
I appreciate that.
That might be a good way to think about tonight. Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. It is the first Xbox Bowl.
Yeah.
Missouri State against Arkansas State. Are you going to this game?
I will be there.
Stupid question.
I will be there. In this one,
Arkansas State favored by 1.5.
So because the spread is close, this is Missouri State's. This is their first season as a member of the FBS. They play in Conference USA, I believe. This is their first ever bowl game. They because there were not enough teams to fill bowl games, they got in because, first-year FBS teams are not allowed to be in bowl games yet unless there's some, outside circumstances. And look, Delaware won their first bowl game last night. I'm going to say Missouri State gets their first bowl win tonight.
Can you tell me Missouri State's mascot?
They're the Bears, right?
Can you tell me Arkansas State's mascot?
The Red Wolves.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that's why Carter Freeman knows everything about college football. Now, Carter Freeman, is there anything else that you would like to tell us college football related or not?
Well, this Saturday, Fan University, we've got, we'll have the OU Alabama game already done. So we'll have that to recap. We will have the full day of the CFP to talk about. Obviously, we will talk about the Xbox Bowl as well and any other bowl games that may happen, but that will be my last Fan University for the foreseeable future because next Wednesday is my last day at the Fan. So It's true, Wolchuk. It is true. So wanted to just thank the Tolos, thank everyone who's listened and, put me in the spot. I never thought I'd be here talking ball with you guys, but you guys have lifted me up, you especially, Fred, and lifted me up and helped me into the spot. So, this Saturday, Fan University, 9 to noon, and then I'll be on with KNC next Tuesday. But then, it'll be curtains for me.
Because you're starting an OnlyFans. That's correct? Isn't that what I heard?
Mostly feet.
You aren't supposed to get that out yet. It's supposed to be a secret.
We want to tease it a little bit.
You're going to be my first subscriber.
Well, I know Blake will be.
Oh, could we call it from OnlyFans? Never mind.
Only if we get Kid Analytics on him.
Okay.
Carter Feetman.
Oh!
Can't do much better than that.
That is the best one. That is the most worthy walk into the office to say one
what I'm
thing
talking about.
ever. Thank you very much.
He's not 12 anymore. Remember
Carter.
that.
That's
He's not
right.
12 anymore.
I will never forget that.
That's a fact.
Thank you very much for today. Thank you for all of it. We appreciate it very much. Good stuff.
Thank you guys, too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to remind everybody, tomorrow we're going to be at Taco Bueno, 4500 Long Prairie Road in Flower Mound. While we're out there, we're going to be giving away tickets to the Texas High School Football State Championship games. And today is the final full day to jump on social media of Taco Bueno. Enter to win a pair of Cowboys-Chargers tickets. So a lot of fun stuff happening with Taco Bueno right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing super well. I'm very glad that Fred fired up the state championship games. I know it was already going at least yesterday, and it's going to go today, trickle into tomorrow, and then Saturday. I feel like the main event is actually at 3 o'clock with Galena Park North Shore against Duncanville. That's,
again?
Whoa. Yeah, for the sixth time in the last 8 years.
Wow.
Those two teams are playing, but it's super fun. You obviously have been holding it down for high school football. I did that for a really long time. It is a fun atmosphere. Have any of the rest of you guys ever been out there, or are you interested in the state championship vibe?
I'm really not that interested unless a friend of mine has gone to one of those schools and he's fired up. Then I'll kind of get in on it. But once Sunnyvale was out, I was just on to
but if
high school
Sunnyvale
basketball
was in,
season.
do you think you would catch the fever?
Oh, yeah. We'd go down
Raiders,
there. Yeah,
right?
we'd definitely go over there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a blast.
Hagee, I just see that Munster won the state title here.
Yeah, they did.
I got thrown in jail in Munster one time.
Okay.
Big fan of the cheese.
First of all, they defeated the previously undefeated Shiner, but not more importantly, also of importance, why did you get thrown in jail in Munster?
We were disturbing the peace, minor possession, and we were at a Dairy Queen there in Munster, and we were kind of causing some problems, and we had to go to court. A few weeks later to go back for
Did you have to stay overnight in the jail or anything?
No, got out of the jail. Got out of the jail and had to go back to court. I pleaded the Fifth Amendment to protect my rights because me and a buddy were getting charged for the same thing.
You saw it on Matlock once.
and they separated us, and his case got dismissed. And then so when they brought me back in, they dismissed my case too.
Nice.
We had drank all the beer. There wasn't anything left. There wasn't any possession.
You didn't have any Blue Dolphin on you or anything?
No Blue Dolphin.
You didn't have your backpack that you take skiing?
No, none of that. It was all consumption of alcohol. This is a town where everybody in that town drinks Miller Lite. We were playing quarters with some people one time in this town, and we tried to pour Coors Light in the glass. You thought there was a national revolt as people came after us. Munster known for duck hunting, though. Some really good duck hunting in that town, by the way.
About 1,500 people who live there.
Yeah.
What about y'all, nosebleed folks?
Yeah, me and Wolchuk had a great experience, didn't we?
Oh, we got to do Friday Night Stars back.
I was talking about jail.
Oh, jail! I didn't think.
I got put in jail in Denton.
Dude, we weren't supposed to make that public.
I know. My mom's listening.
Yeah.
Does she not know about that?
Nobody knows about that until now. That was a one-time thing that I thought we got away with.
Was it in Denton?
What did you guys do?
Yeah, it was in Denton. Where else would it have been?
I got thrown in jail in Denton. Not a bad jail.
They were nice, but yeah, it was something that I chose.
Line of possession again?
I'll just say this: we didn't assert dominance quickly.
Tailgating at a UNT game, probably.
A little something like that.
Fry Street got the best of us.
No, but seriously, the
try and hit somebody.
Yeah,
the state championship. One of the many. Was it the first installment of Duncanville?
It was
versus?
first Duncanville North Shore, and it was the Hail Mary that North Shore won in the walk-off. We were like on the air doing the post-game show, and it was crazy. Longview won that year with Haynes King, and the whole city of Longview was out there. Highland Park won with Chandler Morris. It was awesome. I mean, those are amazing events at AT&T Stadium. So I was able to go and cover that for several years.
And being on the sidelines for that, dude, especially when you're at that top, like the 5A, the 6A.
Absolutely.
Like, you're talking about real big-time monster beasts moving at great speeds, and you're like, oh, my gosh, I can't believe these are high school kids, man.
2007, I got booed at the old Cowboys Stadium because Plano was playing Euless Trinity.
State semifinal.
And in our versus column, I said that I thought Trinity was going to win. I had no idea who's reading this or watching our videos. I'm walking down and people are like, "Boo! You're on the wrong side of the field." It tripped me out.
I believe it.
That's a heartbreaker.
That
of a
Hawk
game
will
that
do
was.
it to you, though, man.
I know.
That's double overtime loss. Ryan McDuff missing the 40-yard field goal.
That is the best Plano team in
we should have won state that year.
Sometime.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker.
Absolutely. All right. And you? Are you geeked up for it? Or are you going to go out there?
Yeah, no, we're going out there because, look, you got a whole Saturday's by far the best, and no disrespect to all the other smaller schools, but you've got Richmond Randall. I mean, it's very Houston DFW square off Saturday, right? So you got Richmond Randall and South Oak Cliff to start things off Saturday. That's a rematch from last year. We already mentioned the aforementioned North Shore and Duncanville, which, by the way, I bet you money right now, and I'm just going off of what I read, Samples retires if Duncanville wins.
Yeah, I heard that with Dhoni this morning.
Yes. What's that?
Dhoni this morning with Sean and RJ was saying it's.
I'm telling you, we'll just see. And then the game I'm geeked about, not taking nothing away from North Shore Duncanville, is going to be that DeSoto game at Saturday night, 7:00 against CE King. You got CE King making their first time ever, and of course, our boy Claude's trying to win his 4th state title.
Who are you rooting for?
The best team. Because here's the thing: I've talked to a lot of these coaches. and you guys have all done this.
Talk to a lot of coaches.
When you talk to the coaches, hey,
it's the coaches.
They love you up. They tell you nice things.
Which one of the coaches is a little bit more nicer to you than the other coaches?
You know what?
One of them, Josh Harted you, right?
I'll be honest.
Was that finger up the?
No. I'll be honest. Every coach I've talked to, never had any issues with.
Okay.
Now,
thanks,
I will.
Pollyanna.
Hey. Now,
Knowing
there are
that
coaches
is a
that
lie.
have. Now, I will say this:
mythical high school.
The mythical high school
coaches.
show. That's exactly right. Now, I have been big time by a couple coaches. All right, Coach Dodge, and
I can see that.
Yeah,
Big time. Is that why you took the L, you think?
Well,
That's
because
right.
they had a bad year.
Not that one. The
They had a
older
bad
one.
year.
The one in
Old
Lovejoy.
Dodge.
He was
Oh,
frustrated.
that one I can
Old
see.
Dodge. He'll tell you what he talks like an old Dodge. And then who's the other guy? Old dude in Permian. Bro, this ain't Friday Night Lights. Okay, this ain't Friday Night Lights. It was 20 years ago. Come talk to me. Big time me.
It's
Big time me.
embarrassing.
Wouldn't return my calls.
Disrespectful.
Totally.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. It is a Thursday Jake Ferguson show at 5:15.
Nice.
Love it. Roll home with the G Bag Nation. Fred, thank you very much for jumping on with us. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, and we'll be at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, feast me, Kevin.
Feast me.
contention on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're off and running. We got 5 hours of sports coming up here for you. And yes, it is a Jake Ferguson Thursday. He'll join us coming up at 5:15. And Sherrone Williams is going to join us at 3 o'clock. We'll be talking all things football with her, Cowboys, Aggies, and whatever else comes up. But Jake Ferguson's been amazing all season long, so salute to him. A very high bar with the Cowboys player show over the years, and we've had some outstanding guests with us: Amari Cooper, DeMarcus Lawrence, Zach Martin, Joe Looney was great. Yeah, a number of guys have been outstanding with us over the years, but Jake Ferguson's the best. He set the gold standard, the silver and blue standard, if you will, the Cowboys player show. So we're off and running. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. We're trying to get his mic on, Kevin. I'm not sure which mic he's sitting at, but
he's mic 5, I believe.
Mic 5.
K-Dub is in for Lucius Alexander today. And send LA some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia follower here. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I still don't think your mic is on, is it?
I don't think
there it is
now. Yeah,
baby, we got it going.
There we go.
All right, so you got all 5 of us. We're going 5 wide for 5, and it's a Thursday night. So you got a great Thursday night football game tonight. Rams and Seahawks.
We sure do, boys.
Digging.
2 most likely teams to be the number 1 seed in the NFC, but after tonight, it'll only apply to one of them. One of them's going to have a precipitous fall in their odds. It just kind of sets the tone. But you got Matt Eberflus today on the podium saying he's going to go into the press box to get a different look. That's your top Cowboy story. And to that, I say, too damn late. What the hell are we doing it now?
Yeah, I don't know what that's...
I don't think he's ever done this as a defensive coordinator. I think he said the last time he did this, he was a linebackers coach in Cleveland.
17 years ago?
Yeah, so this is... It's like a last-ditch effort thing. Shotty's like, hey, man, we got to try everything. Pull out all the stops here. Maybe
Dan
this will
Quinn
help
was
you.
upstairs, right?
Yeah.
Dan Quinn was upstairs.
He did both. I think we did have a situation where he moved back and forth as well.
I thought during COVID he was head coach guy, and that's when he was on the field.
He did have to step in and was head coach once for
Against
sure.
New Orleans.
For sure, yeah, and got that win.
Why now? The season's over. I suppose he could be trying to save his job to show something to the Jones family. But I wonder, my gut's telling me this might have something to do with what happened on the field with Shoddy saying what the bleep is going on. And maybe they're kind of and then,
get out of my face.
Yeah, kind of get out of my face deal. This is my side, that's your side.
Yeah.
You kind of threw me under the bus there, made me look like an idiot. And I think that's consistent with what we saw last year in Chicago. When that disaster happened at the end of that game, Eberflus's press conference was basically, well, that's the offensive coordinator. He should have known to call the timeout. Mm-hmm. So I think for Eberflus, there's a line between offense, defense, head coach, and the coordinators. You got to respect what I do. He might have taken that as disrespect, and this might be a move to make sure they don't have an awkward sideline blow up between the coaches in the remaining 3 weeks because the tension is that high. And maybe that's wishful thinking. I hope Shoddy hates the fact that Eberflus is his DC that much.
I think that could be, as long as we're speculating here. The other element was that Aaron Whitecotton is going to be spearhead on the field for the defense. Could this be without actually saying anything or making it public, and we're moving on from Flus? Is this kind of somewhat of an audition for Aaron Whitecotton? Is his role being elevated here?
Let me ask a question if I could. I asked this question of Voch Lombardi this morning when we were doing our work, and I wanted to know where you guys were when it comes to with Coach Whitecotton here,
okay,
and his situation. And let me see if I can find the question exactly. I want to ask this in the way: has Aaron Whitecotton lived up to the billing?
No,
as a coach,
no. Not at all. Not at all.
See, I know we kind of crush Matt Eberflus right now, but Aaron Whitecotton was a guy that when we were seeing things, and it was all a lot of positivity and a lot of development and a lot of all this, and watch Quinnen. We're learning that Quinnen Williams is a damn good football. I could coach Quinnen Williams.
Right.
And I mean,
but he has also been the guy to get the most out of Quinnen Williams throughout.
I think Quinnen Williams is a damn good football player, regardless.
No, he is, but the numbers certainly did jump again when he got with Aaron Whitecott here in Dallas.
I would like to say among the committee here, I think their players on defensive line have gotten worse.
Yes, there's no question. Yeah. Osa's worse than he's ever been.
One. Yeah.
And Ezeraku, I think we expected more out of.
Okay, rookie guy, playing much better against the run than the pass. What about Fowler at 10.5 sacks?
Yeah.
What about Sam Williams?
I think Sam Williams is Sam Williams.
Okay. But to me, you look overall at how that defensive line has played as a group.
It's underperformed.
It's way underperformed what they thought they were. Sure. I think that he came in with these, whoa, this guy's he's one of the best that we've ever had. Listen, I'm still waiting now, bro. We're 16 weeks into this thing. If you're going to look at Matt Eberflus, you need to look at all these positions, and I think I would start with him.
Yeah.
If it was me.
I don't think there was a lot of talent down there to begin with. Quinnen Williams has been better than what he was with the Jets. Solomon Thomas has been just as good. Osa's taken a step back. And Kenny Clark fizzled out last year in Green Bay. He's been up and down this year. Ezeraku's a rookie. Clowney's kind of washed up. I think he kind of got what you got there on that defensive line, and I think
no elevation of any game? No, I mean...
Yeah, no one got better.
Did anybody? I mean, like I said, I feel like that Ezeraku and Zach. I'm not going to speak with you. I think Dawson's now starting scouting, so I'm saying he's probably didn't sit down and watch Boston College film.
No,
this guy's a legitimate pass rusher.
Absolutely.
We haven't seen that at all this year.
We haven't seen him finish. We've seen pass rush win rate pressures.
He gets pressure. Yeah. He has not finished being able to get the sacks. He has gotten pressure.
Did you feel like that maybe he was a 6 to 8 sack guy?
Absolutely.
I haven't seen that at all.
But I think his ability to be disruptive as a pass rusher, to me, has been a little bit better than I think you have given him credit for. Just to me. But he has not finished with the sack numbers.
Have we seen consistent pressure from him?
I wouldn't say consistent throughout a full 60 minutes. But I think there are probably 3 to 5 plays every game that you can look at and say, there's that guy.
Why do they always seem like they're run plays?
Well, he's been great against the run. He's been consistently great against the run.
Yeah, and I don't know how much you would expect from a rookie, in that sack department, and how much is the loss of Micah Parsons, a new defensive coordinator. But to your point, it's not like Aaron Whitecott has done stuff that you're like, wow, this guy's a rising star, this guy's a great fit. But I thought where Wolchuk was going to take it is this a way to audition Whitecott maybe as more of a defensive coordinator calling plays. Wasn't there the deal with Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore a couple of years ago where it was sort of in a gray area who was actually calling the plays?
I still think Flus is calling the defenses.
Okay,
I do. I'm not going to buy into he's down there auditioning for the job. Now if all of a sudden camera clicks down there and he's got call sheet and we see lips moving, that's how we learned about. We've learned about Chris Richard and guys like that calling plays. When all of a sudden you don't see what was our guy's name way back? It was. Wade Phillips had to take over. Brian Stewart.
Oh, yes.
Brian Stewart. He was the defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. And then what's the next thing we know? We look over at Wade Phillips and he's got the sheet. He's got the sheet and the mouse moving. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Flus also said Trayvon Diggs has had a positive week of practice so far. I mean, too late for that as well. Yeah. If you activate him this week when everything's already been done and you put his medical security at risk and end up costing the team salary cap space once we get to the offseason, that would be the ultimate mismanagement. That would be a tragic comedy of Cowboys proportions. CeeDee Lamb was not at practice for the second straight day. He was involved in the meetings this morning. Apparently, he's got this illness that's flying around. Sure. I was reading today on CBS DFW, they got an alternate strain of this flu, and this flu is it's hitting people hard. Deron Bland was absent for the second straight day as well with his foot. And Quinnen Williams and Hunter Lipke are on the field as they attempt to work back from a little bit of a concussion situation. The salary cap story is massive, and the national media reacting to it like, oh my goodness, the Cowboys are here and they're $40 million over the cap next year. This is just horrible mismanagement. I think this is the low hanging fruit on the Cowboys. Like, and it's Hagee did a great job yesterday detailing how you're going to get $70 million under the cap by the time you're a week into March. It's just like the shell game of the salary cap space, and the Cowboys have been doing this for a long time. But hey, I'm always up for more Jerry Jones criticism if that's what we want to do. But Stephen A. Smith had a rant about his guy. Mavs are taking on Cade Cunningham and the Detroit Pistons tonight. Dude's averaging 27 and 9 plus 6 rebounds a game. He is like Brandon Roy reincarnated and more athletic, better knees. Cunningham is one of the one of my favorite players to watch in the league. Just wish he wasn't in Detroit where you can be anonymous. But the big Mavs story of the day: Kyrie Irving pushing down a robot. Looks like some fans brought it by the Mavs facility. Did you guys see this?
I did. Robot was acting like he was doing karate moves.
Yeah.
Kyrie walked over to him and just pushed him over, and he was laying on his back, not moving. And then I think Kyrie felt bad for dumping the robot on his back and tried to help the robot up. It was kind of crumpled.
Yeah, it looked pretty dramatic, almost like a made-for-movie scene. So I thought it was a skit in the beginning.
Yeah.
But apparently he pushed the robot down. They couldn't get the damn thing back on.
Yeah.
Had like a robotic head injury of some kind. Pretty good content there.
He was concussed.
Yeah.
Decent looking robot.
He's doing kicks and everything.
Yeah.
But
that's awesome.
I would say at least for now we're safe from these robots.
If we could push them over,
Yeah. You pushed them down and basically just powered them off.
Yeah.
It's like you dropped your phone and it went on the fritz for good. But something tells me they can make these things significantly stronger. It's a matter of time.
Yeah, this one was tiny.
Thing had a poor base.
Yeah,
it did. It got pushed over.
Down.
It got pushed over. If it should see intruder, it should get in a better base.
Yeah.
It just, and Kyrie just walked over and pushed him over. Not even any real effort at all.
Not much contact balance there for that robot if you're scouting him up, Brian.
Yep, I think so.
I want
narrow base, bad problems.
I love the idea of robot like servants everywhere you go, just like able to help you doing the yard work. You got like a fleet of robots.
Twitter. If there was a robot Twitter expert, I would love that.
A robot Twitter expert.
Yeah,
we're going to have a robot as a witness in a court case in like 15 years from now.
How can you trust that robot?
Maybe even sooner. Dallas Stars are in San Jose at 9:00. Sharks are a pretty good team. They're 10-5-3 at home. They are over 500. So Stars going to have
West Coast swing right there, Wolchuk.
Got to be.
Yep.
Next couple of nights here.
Yeah.
Guys, I believe Joe Burrow is going to move on from the Bengals in the next couple of years.
See it?
Updated quotes. He was asked if he ever envisioned playing for another franchise. Said a lot of crazy things happen every year.
Yeah.
Noted how Micah was traded by the Cowboys. He was asked if he might want to play somewhere else one day. He said, you think about a lot of things. I think he's trying to put pressure on the Bengals, maybe to put a better team around him, maybe to keep Trey Hendrickson. But the Bengals aren't going to be pushed into spending money. It's just not what they do. I guess they could hit the draft super hard and put them back in the Super Bowl mix, so all of this could change next year. But he noted that Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, and current teammate Joe Flacco were all successful at an advanced age for NFL players. He said, I want to be in the conversations with people like that, and I do everything that I need to for my body to prepare it for these games and for long-term success. So I plan on doing it for a long time at a high level. I guess you hope it's a trade inside the AFC, but I think he's going to be moving on. It's going to be really exciting for one quarterback needy team or another here in the not too distant future.
9 games will be good for that team's future.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if he stays healthy,
that's the problem. I mean, you'd love Joe Burrow, and I'm so blessed that he went to my school and won a national championship. But if you're a front office and you're trading for that, you're kind of thinking that is the injury stuff going to be worth it? It's Joe Burrow, but damn, I have Joe Burrow for 8 games. We're 6-2, and now we're out of the playoffs because we can't win another game after that.
It would also help if you just got an offensive line that was somewhat competent.
Yeah. I think
that's not something they've done.
And that's not too much to ask for if you're Joe Burrow. I still have him in my top 3 quarterbacks. Maybe that should be under evaluation since availability is the best ability. But
Eric, on their offensive line, are the majority of their guys they got from other teams? Didn't all the center, the two guards?
Yeah, the guards. They got like Alex
Kappa. They go to Kansas City. I know Alex Kappa's
Orlando
awful.
Brown Jr. They did, and then they drafted Mims in the first round.
Yeah.
And then I think another guard maybe they took high.
I think the evaluation of the offensive line has been their poorest subject. I think that's the problem. I mean, I think they've tried to build an offensive line. I don't think they're any damn good at it.
No.
I don't think that Duke Tobin and his dad and everybody else that scouts at that place, obviously they got a really good handle on wide receivers, maybe running backs too. But, man, their offensive line evaluations are horrible. And it might be because the offensive line coach, small scouting staff, coaches do a lot of the evaluations. I need to think about that.
Yeah, they might need a new coach. I mean, Zach Taylor might not be long for them.
I don't think that hell, they kept Marvin Lewis around for damn near.
They did, but at least
years.
Marv, I guess, was making the playoffs, and he'd just be one and done. I mean, they're on 2 years in a row now, missing it.
Oh, this guy took him to a Super Bowl at least, right?
Yeah, he did.
I think Forrest Gregg was the last one that did that.
He did, but I mean, you giving him the credit for that, or was that Joe?
Forrest Gregg?
No, Zach Taylor.
Well, yeah, he called ball plays.
He did. I think Joe Burrow though was.
Joe Burrow was great, but they called some ball plays.
He did. But
Hi, I'm Zach Taylor. I call ball plays.
I mean,
it's badass. I like that.
I think they need to make a change at the head coaching spot, but maybe they're too stubborn as an organization.
They're not
going to do it.
Change. Yeah, they got to change. The Bengals.
Could you see the Rams winning it with Stafford? He retires. They have an extra first-round pick.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be that's nightmare scenario number one, isn't it?
Yeah. That would
Burrow and
F them
McVay.
picks, moving that thing out.
He's going to F them picks.
Yeah.
Go get Joe Burrow.
He's got 2 first-round picks.
Wow.
Yeah, that would be.
Because you got the top 10 pick. Like, if you're the Bengals, you're going, okay, at least I got.
Yeah.
I'm not trading with a team that's I'm getting the 30th pick in the draft.
So frustrating. Yep, that would be amazing for Sean McVay and the Rams.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, where you taking us?
National Twins Day. We've got the top 10 twins in sports history. That's next. But let's chat Trajan well.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3. The Fan segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Kevin Walker in for Lucius today has your champ.
Welcome into G-Bag of the Day. Every weekday we play our champ at 2:20. Day 2 going on day 3 for our champ this week is our very own Gavin Dawson, who had some fun explaining a lower body injury.
I played a flag football game about 5 or 6 years ago, and it felt like every muscle in my lower half was coming off the bone for about 2 weeks. Do not do that again.
Yeah, the groins, bro.
Yes,
the groins are bad.
It felt like I'd pulled my butt cheeks apart.
My bull cheeks.
Oh no!
Huh? Yeah.
Wait a second.
Like the muscles on the very inside of your butt. Right?
Okay.
Right as the cheeks come together. Yeah. I pulled those. Like muscles I didn't even know were there.
You saying you tore your crack?
Yes, I pulled my crack. That's what it is. Thank you, Wolchuk. You got me home there.
That's a Dwight Howard injury.
I pulled my butt crack.
Suck it up.
Yeah, when I learned that day, because there was an older guy out there, actually, he probably had 5-10 years on me, but he stayed ready, you know? He had the gloves and the cleats, and like flag football was still his thing.
Wow.
If you're doing it regularly, you can stay in the game. You can stay in the game well into your 40s, 50s, maybe even 60s, as that gentleman was proven that day. You know, you see these guys at the pickup basketball game. But if you let a couple of years go by, you need like a full-on physical therapy routine for weeks or maybe months to get back to that level. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 220.
Thank you. Let's do this. We've got the top 10 twins in sports history. Shout out to all the twins out there. 877-881-1053. Do you have twins in your family? Eric, I think you do. Your mom's a twin, right?
Yes. Yeah. Shout out to
Mom's
my
a twin?
mom and Aunt Jill.
Aunt Jill.
My friends used to get them confused all the time.
They are
They'd be
identical.
like seeing my Aunt Jill and be like talking to her like it's my mom.
So were you worried that you might have a twin situation whenever
a little
you guys
bit
got pregnant?
Yeah. It's been the topic for me and all my brothers, but
nobody's twinned.
Haven't had that yet. So
yeah, mother-in-law's a twin, so we went through that. There's a couple of sets of twins in their family.
Dane Brugler has twins, 2 sets of twins.
Ooh,
so he's got 4 total and 2 sets. Wow.
Yeah, he had the 2 kids. He had the 2 kids early, and then him and his wife got pregnant again, and then had another set of twins.
That's crazy.
So he got 4 kids.
That's nuts.
2 times around, twin sets.
Wow. Khaki, any twins in your fam?
Actually, my mom.
Okay.
Yeah, my mom had a set of twins. Unfortunately, not to bring the vibes down, but one of them passed away, so I just have a younger brother. But
right, thank you so
yeah,
much.
So, yeah, I did have a set of twins in my family.
That was good. Yeah, well, a lot of twins around here in the G-Bag Nation, and certainly there's a lot of twins in sports. But, boys, this weekend, if you look at the best games left on the NFL slate, this weekend's a banger. The number 1 rated game left in the last 3 weeks is going to be tonight, Rams-Seahawks. You've really got the number 1 seed on the line.
Yeah.
What about Denver-Jacksonville's got something going on?
Denver-Jacksonville did not end up making the list of the best games remaining. It was an honorable mention, Jags at Broncos, but that's also this week.
And aren't both teams like leading their division?
They both are 2 division leaders right now, and the Jags have to win if they want to keep pace, because you've got, of course, Houston all of a sudden has gotten red hot.
Yeah.
They're looking really good. You've got Patriots-Ravens. That's going to be Sunday night this week. That's a big one. Baltimore, 34% chance to make the playoffs. Of course, it's all going to come down to that last game against the Steelers, but the Patriots playing for home field advantage. That's a big one. 49ers-Colts. That's Monday Night Football this week. Colts still have an outside chance after starting 8-2 to make the playoffs with Phillip Rivers. They got a 14% chance now. And the 49ers, they've still got a chance to maybe get the 1 seed, depending on what happens tonight. If the Seahawks can beat the Rams, that would open some things up for the 49ers to go ahead and get that. Then you've got the battle for the NFC South this weekend, Bucs at Panthers.
7-7 teams battling it out.
Crazy. That one's going down.
The pass caught.
There's some bad games. There's some bad games too, though, huh?
There's probably some sting. I mean, you got Steelers-Lions this week. That's a good one.
That would be good, like in 1944.
Week 16, both 8 and 6 teams. They're fighting for their playoff lives. Packers, Bears. Oh, my.
That's on a Saturday, right?
Yeah, that's Saturday night. Yep, Week 16 game. So a lot of big ones this weekend. The other ones that will be later on the season, Lions, Bears, the finale, Week 18. That could have a lot riding on it. Seahawks, 49ers could have a lot riding on it in Week 18 as well. But this weekend...
Needed Philadelphia lost on Saturday, right, to have any kind of hope?
All of a sudden, Eagles lose to Washington. Don't tempt me, boys, but we're right back in the thick of things. Hey! Yeah, baby! Eberflus up in the booth. Screw that guy. It's his White Cotton's time.
Yeah, so we need the Eagles to lose out, right?
Yeah, they've got to lose out. Cowboys have to win out. So the likelihood of that is like 0.01% chance.
We also have Packers losing out to hope for, though, at Chicago versus Baltimore, then at Minnesota. Could happen.
Could happen.
Yeah, that'd be exciting. And they're at 9 wins now.
That would be ideal, right? Like, if you're not going to be able to make the playoffs, at least we can root for the Packers to lose, and that'll help out your draft pick.
I already started doing that.
Let's make that happen. Yeah, every week. The unfortunate part was they weren't really losing. Now, maybe. Let's go Bears. Come on, Caleb.
They're going to lose in Chicago.
Let's go, Caleb. Caleb Williams. You can make this happen. That's what Mike McCarthy called him? Yeah, I can't believe that. Mike McCarthy called Caleb.
Yeah, and he did it on McAfee, so you knew they were going to let him know about it.
Well,
and they did. It was good.
He interviewed for that job. No wonder he didn't get it. Can you imagine that? He's in the meeting the whole time, and he's calling the starting quarterback by his wrong name. They're like, are you doing a bit right now, Coach? Do you want to be here? Is this like the Packer in you? Just not taking this seriously? Here in Hallis Hall?
What do you mean not taking things seriously?
Dude.
That's his MO.
Well, he's probably a good interviewer, right? I mean, we're slumber partying and doing all kinds of stuff to get jobs.
I saw him on McAfee. I don't know if it was today or highlights from an appearance this week, but as he's being asked questions, I just see panic in his eyes. He's like, oh, crap, they think I'm still paying attention to the NFL. I haven't watched a game in 3 months.
Yeah. No, he's watched all the games and all the plays.
Right there in his
barn.
Watch them all back.
Oh, honey, I'm going to go out to the barn and do some football.
Watched every play that the Cowboys ran on offense that year. Look at that. They believed me. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's talk Twins, shall we? The top 10 Twins in sports history. We did get a text in the Cavender Twins from the 832.
Yes.
Shout out to Ferg.
Mm-hmm.
And they've put out a TikTok to try and get him in the Pro Bowl. I think Ferg has a good chance to make the Pro Bowl. I don't know what the voting looks like, but he's had a hell of a season.
Did we determine that we're really playing a game, or are we playing tug of war?
There's no game. It's just funsies. We're just showing up and basically getting
we have
Pro
tug
Bowl
of war
gear
involved or something like that.
There's the tug match.
Yeah.
There's the
Tie
there's the
rope around
accuracy.
Kelsey. Yeah.
Justin Tucker judges that one.
Yeah, that's true.
So does Mike McCarthy.
I think they do an egg toss.
They're both the coaches on that. Maybe Watson gets in. Yeah, a sack race would be fun.
I think a video game would be fun of the two best Madden players
Play
with
Madden?
the Pro Bowl rosters.
Yeah, why the hell not?
I think I'd probably watch that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he'd be locked in like Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
I'd watch a snap.
Remy, come help me with this puzzle.
Hey. We got Brooke and Robin Lopez in the NBA, both 7-footers going top 15 in the draft.
I don't know which one of them is on TV now.
Okay.
It's Robin because Brooke is still playing.
Okay, Robin's on TV, and he's actually really good.
He's hilarious.
Yeah, they're funny. They're funny, goofy dudes.
He is like,
the hair,
but he actually has good takes.
Oh,
like
does he?
Like they,
He's
yeah,
Stanford guy.
Yeah,
Brooke was clearly much better as the player, so it makes sense that Robin now.
Well, he's got good takes.
He needed comic relief to get the attention.
Yeah, just getting that thing done. I just got sent something here, college football related. Looks like a picture of Will Muschamp.
Oh, where's he going now?
Something happening with him? Oh, no. Texas has fired their defensive coordinator, and they're hiring Will Muschamp as their next defensive coordinator.
Oh, are they really?
That is breaking news. Texas is bringing back Will Muschamp. The school has just announced. So, Pete K, out of here.
Doesn't he headbutt the whiteboard or something from time to time?
That is crazy. That is absolutely nuts.
When he gets fired
They're
up.
really bringing him back?
They're bringing him back as defense. I mean,
where was he? At South Carolina? Where was he?
Well, he was the head coach there, wasn't he? And then he got fired.
But
has he just not been coaching?
I lost track of him. You got butt cracked, I think, there.
No, I didn't get butt cracked. My brother-in-law sent it to me. He wouldn't do that to me.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, journalist.
Yeah,
he's a journalist.
Yeah,
he's got bleep integrity, Brian.
Shout out to Benny G.
He's been with Georgia the last several years.
Oh, as an analyst, dude?
Yeah, he's been an analyst.
Oh,
he's been at Georgia since he got fired from South Carolina.
That's right. His son was playing. His son went out there, and he was like he was like a scrubber. And so he got to play in the game, and they were so excited for him.
I can't believe nobody else has tried to bring him in as a DC. Maybe he just liked it there at Georgia because of the son situation.
Yeah.
And then now Texas is home. Wow. I think that's a great hire for Texas.
He was coaching waiting there for Mac Brown, remember?
He absolutely was. And then he got a little too antsy.
Florida,
left
the Florida job.
Just didn't work out. I mean, some people are just better as coordinators than head coaches. I think Will Muschamp's one of those guys.
I owe him a bit of gratitude. He was on Nick Saban's staff there at LSU when they won the national championship.
Hey, that's wow.
Him, Kirby Smart, man, they had a hell of a staff.
Quite the news there for the Texas Longhorns.
Quite the deuce. Is that what you said?
Quite the news.
Oh.
Or the deuce. We'll get to Russian Revelations in the final hour of the show. Brian, don't get ahead of yourself there.
You excited?
Eric, did you see the story? I meant to send it to you.
Was there a poop thing?
Oh, yeah. Longest bathroom lines in the NFL at stadiums.
Oh,
you didn't see that
okay.
one?
No, why don't you be, for the first time ever, you can be a contributor to Restroom Revelations, and you can bring that story to the table.
Why don't I just send it to you and you could be that guy?
No, this is your story. You need to run it.
No, he doesn't like to read.
I was going to send it. I can't read.
Don't put the fear in your eyes like you're Mike McCarthy. Here, you can do this. Yeah. I got belief in you.
Send it over, man.
I got fear whoever hacked me in Twitter. That person's a
That person stinks.
Yeah.
Horace and Harvey Grant come in at number 9. Best set of twins in sports history.
Horace and Harvey.
Harvey played 11 seasons with the Bullets, Blazers, and Sixers. Of course, Harvey, champion with the Bulls.
And I think it's
Horace is the champion.
Horace is the champ.
Horace
with
is
the Bulls and Lakers.
I flipped this up with my
Harvey's a
dyslexia coming in
scorer. I think it's Harvey's kid that's in the NBA now, Jeremy Grant.
Horace Grant.
Horace made an all-star team, but he was best known for winning 4 NBA titles with Michael Jordan and the Bulls. And Harvey played 11 seasons in the NBA with the Bullets.
Yeah,
right?
he nailed it.
That's what I said?
Yeah.
We're good? We're okay?
Horace is the champ with the Bulls and
said,
with the Lakers.
You flipped it. Horace is the champ.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Devin and Jason McCourty coming in at number 8.
Saw them on TV this morning.
They are on TV, and they're actually not bad. They do a good job, I think.
I think it'd be fun to have them in the booth together doing a game.
I can't tell them apart.
Ian with Ian Eagle or somebody like that.
I thought you were going to say Ian Hartitz.
Does he do commentary?
No, I think he just writes for NFL.com. Right. Paul and Morgan Ham, the gymnasts.
Probably from
2004.
Nebraska.
Paul won the all-around gold medal for Team USA.
Never heard of him.
Dick and Tom Van Arsdale.
Basketball players, Phoenix Suns.
There you go. You nailed that one. How about Bob and Mike Bryan, the tennis bros?
Those are tennis guys.
Retired in 2020. Most successful doubles team in tennis history.
They are.
Tennis guys.
The Bryans.
Jermel and Jamal Charlo, the boxing twins.
Oh, yeah, I interviewed them once.
Yeah, Jermel owns all 4 belts at 154. Jamal, a minute older than the bro. He's on the world boxing title at 160 pounds. So they're both trying to get back at the top of the mountain there in boxing. The Pouncey twins, Marquise and Mike.
Florida grads, eh?
The Babas, Rondé and Tiki.
Yeah, Virginia's own.
Rondé definitely better than Tiki, right?
Rondé was really good in that scheme at Tampa.
And Tiki had some really good years. The fumbling thing, the high and tight with him. But number 1, best set of twins on National Twins Day in sports history.
Coors Light twins.
No, not the Coors Light twins, but those are good twins. Daniel and Henrik Sedin. Or Sedin, excuse me, from the Vancouver Canucks. They're picked 2 and 3 overall in '99. That's pretty awesome. Both playing 17 years together in their career. That's really, really cool.
That is cool
for the Sedin twins right there. So there's your top 10 twins.
Great logo with the killer whale on
it's
Vancouver
epic.
sweater.
Vancouver's got some sick sweaters.
I thought Anna Kournikovas twins were pretty impressive.
She does have a nice pair.
It's neither here nor there. We got
TD Tuesday, huh?
We got sports coming up here next year in the G-Bag Nation. It's a college football darty with the Chief. What's in store?
That's right. Crack him if you got him. Nick Saban has some thoughts on Kyle Field. Plus, Pro Football Focus truly needs to be canceled after this one.
It's about time you join the show.
Seriously, man. That's next. But for...
It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Kevin Walker, in for Lucius Alexander. Today, it's the G-Bag Nation. Here we go. Sherrone Williams coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk all things football, Cowboys, Aggies, and more with Sherrone coming up in about 15 minutes. Here's the chief of that Darty.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to here right after this.
Oh, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again!
Well, I don't get they bring the head cold.
Okay, College Game Day Friday in Norman, College Game Day Saturday morning in College Station. Your guest pickers will be Brian Bosworth for the Sooners on Friday night and Johnny Manziel, of course, for the Aggies. It's pretty star-studded right there. I mean, it could get buck wild. Couldn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely could. You know, those guys are legends, I suppose, still in those towns. You have McAfee usually like feeding Saban steaks and stuff like that. It'll be Johnny Manziel handing him over like a little key. You should be like, hey, give this a try.
So go ahead and do a chug of beer here.
How does this work in college? Does it not matter how embarrassing your life or NFL career was after you leave? If you were great, you'll forever be a legend?
Yes. Next time, I'm telling you, like over the course of the next 50 years, whenever game days at Vanderbilt, Diego Pavia urinating on the opposing team's logo. It was Pat McAfee's just cracking up, and everybody's cussing. Like that's just what it's going to be. So Kyle Field is of course quite the home field advantage. I'll get into it, but Nick Saban believes Texas A&M pipes in noise at Kyle Field. Okay, he says, I did more complaining to the SEC office. It was more than complaining that I don't really want to say on this show. This was on McAfee about this is the noisiest place. Plus, they pipe in noise. You can't hear yourself think when you're playing out there. And I think when you start talking about home field's advantage in general, we saw last year how much that mattered in the playoff, and that'll probably be the deciding factor in this game here with Miami. I think that is going to be a giant factor. Now, the weather won't really be a factor. It looks like it's going to be pretty nice and warm out there. It'll be in the 70s or something. There's a chance that game could have been really dang cold, especially from like a Miami's perspective where it's like 40 degrees is freezing.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be the case. So that's certainly good news for Miami. But Miami has not been, like when they go on the road, it's 50,000 people, 45,000 people, 35,000 people. Their largest road game was just over 67,000 people. Kyle Field's going to be packing in well over 100,000 people in that game.
102.
Yeah, 102, and they'll probably squeeze as many in there as possible. If they say it's 105, I won't be surprised.
Isn't it against the rules to pump in sound? Like, can't you get fined?
Yes.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
That's
probably why Saban was complaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, those allegations are not ideal. And it's like, why do you even need that? If you have that many people, like, why do you even need? You should take pride in the fact that we don't need to pump in the noise. But
when you're playing Bama, you know what?
Pull out all the stops.
Maybe it's like taking a Blue Chew, even if your equipment works fine. You know, you want to put on an extra show.
Yeah,
you want to go Rhino and Blue Chew.
That's true for like special occasions. And when Alabama comes to town, that's a special occasion.
Yeah,
so I get that totally. Put on the grip socks and everything and just let it ride. Everybody was wondering too, like, man, this is an earlier game. It's an earlier game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how lubricated are they going to be?
They're going to be crazy.
They're going to be crazy.
Yeah, they're going to be starting probably like 6 a.m., maybe even earlier, ready to go.
Well, they got the midnight yell practice
camping
the
out
night before.
Might just not even sleep.
Yeah,
these crazy
go right
hooligans.
to it. Yeah.
It might actually be more locked in because you get some of those night things, and about half the crowd is too drunk to focus on the game.
Yes.
In this situation, you're going to be somewhere between 3 and 8 drinks. You're still going to have a lot of your morning energy going.
for sure.
Be building throughout the game.
I think we're kind of getting used to now in the SEC playing those 11 a.m. games, though.
Well, and A&M is really not giving you any excuse here because they're going to have the free Coors Light beer garden open to the public starting at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
So that'll be.
Didn't we determine that they were the drunkest crowd?
Yes, they sold the most.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be no joke.
Where's this free Coors Light garden?
Yeah, east side of Kyle Field, outside entry 8. It'll just be a rambunctious
Section 8,
breakfast
we had
beers.
Multiple pickups where friends had to come and get buddy, sober friend.
Yeah.
Section 8.
Yeah, the only concern there is that the line would be too long. There's maybe not a good porta potty setup, but just post up right there, baby.
Yeah, dude, that's gonna get rabid over there, and I cannot wait. I will be following along that TAMU police report on Twitter all day long. Like that's gonna be fantastic.
Let them lose that game, and you might have a real fun day.
It could happen.
That's true. I mean, it should be a really good, close, tight game, and I do think the home field advantage will probably be what swings it there. But you also have so Pro Football Focus, man,
going downhill.
This is pretty embarrassing. Like when you just start rattling off the names, like who are the best players in the college football playoff? Like what are going to be some of the names that you immediately start rattling off here?
The Miami wide receiver, the Miami tackle, the Ohio State wide receiver, Ohio State safety,
Caleb Downs,
2 linebackers,
Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles.
Yeah,
of course, right?
Jeremiah Smith.
Georgia's got a bunch of them too.
So I'm looking at the highest graded players in the playoffs, and it's just the top 10 according to Pro Football Focus. And every single name you guys mentioned really should be in there. When you look at Ohio State, the Ohio State players that are the top graded players according to Pro Football Focus, you're going to get their quarterback, Julian Sayin, and then you're going to get their edge rusher, Caden Curry. And this is not an indictment on either one of those two players because they are good players, in particular Curry, I would say. But there's no Arvell Reese. There's no Caleb Downs. There's no Sonny Styles. There's no Jeremiah Smith. Like, their top 10 players in the college football playoff don't involve those names.
What, is Fernando Mendoza in the top 10?
Fernando Mendoza is in there. It actually starts, their highest graded player, and we'll appreciate this, is Jacob Rodriguez.
There we go.
Texas Tech linebacker. Nobody's going to have any issues with that. Then it's Julian Sayin.
He's all right.
Then it's, and it's like really?
Ruben Bain, was he in there?
Yes, he's in there, but third on the list is also Texas Tech, David Bailey.
Okay.
Good no player. Problems there.
Yep.
Ruben Bain, the Miami edge rusher, is next. Then it is Romello Height, also of Texas Tech. Then you have Akeem Mesidor, the other Miami edge rusher, who is really good. Like, that's a guy that when you start getting into the second, third, round, he'll probably be a pretty solid player.
Well, I'm looking at it right now. For the top 5 grades they've got on their big board are all players in the playoffs. They've got Caleb Down number 1. They've got Arvell Reese number 2. They got Bain number 3. They got.
Is this for the NFL draft?
Yeah, I mean this is.
Yeah, this is for the draft.
This is the 2026. This is their big board. These are the names they.
Yeah.
So
but for
Jeremiah
whatever reason,
Love is number 4. Mendoza's number 5. Dante Moore's number 6. He's in the playoffs, right?
Yes. Yeah, and he's on this list.
Carnell Tate at number 9.
He's not in the top 10 of
Bailey at number 10.
Yeah, Bailey was there.
Styles at number 11. Just going down the list here.
I think that's like the projection or whatever for the NFL.
Cassius Howell, number 16.
When you go look at their college football grades of what they have for the players for this season, the top 10 doesn't involve many of those guys that you just mentioned.
Wow.
It's crazy. You have Mesidor, then you have Dante Moore, then you get the Caden Curry guy, edge rusher for Ohio State, then it's Mendoza, then it's the freshman wide receiver who is the super beast, Malachi Tony.
Sadiq from Oregon. He's got a grade of his grade is 73.6. They got him as on their big board. They got him as player number 18.
Okay, so what do they have as Caleb Downs? So you said was number 1?
He's number 1.
What's his grade?
Let me look at it. I'm going back up to that spot. Going back all the way back to number 1. There's number 2. His grade was a 86.4.
Yeah. So all these guys here are all graded in the 90s. All their grade, like Malachi Toney is the freshman wide receiver for Miami. He's 10th on this list.
Wow.
And he's got a 90.3.
Okay.
So it's like, I don't know.
So are these underclassmen who aren't eligible for the draft?
Probably so.
Yes. This is just in general everybody that's playing in the playoffs. So they're not necessarily going to be on the big board if they're not eligible.
Yeah, but I mean, Jacob Rodriguez is their number 1 player. He's
what's
draft
Miami's
eligible.
guy's first name?
Yeah.
What's the first name? Tony's first name?
Malachi.
Okay.
But Jacob Rodriguez, I mean, in terms of a college football player, he just won the Butkus. He's been the best linebacker in the country this year. He's probably not going to be drafted as the best linebacker in the country, but he has been the best linebacker in college football. So
He's the most decorated
I can
linebacker.
Understand that, but not having like Jeremiah Smith higher up there. Like there are some players that you're like, what are we doing here, man?
It's kind of crazy.
Like, I love Romello Height, but Romello Height shouldn't be higher than some of those guys that you named.
Right. So that's just a weird quirk. And then I saw the economic impact. This weekend's college football playoff game at Ole Miss is projected to generate at least $74 million in economic impact for the city of Oxford.
That's amazing. I mean, getting to have the home game. That's huge for these teams. I mean, I wish the teams that had the bye also got to host.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we got to do, the Cotton Bowl and the Rose Bowl and all that stuff.
Yeah, but won't they make more? Well, yeah, that's true. I was thinking they would make more money going to the bowl game, but they're going to have to pay money to travel.
Yeah.
I think they get money to travel.
Okay.
From the NCAA for this thing.
But if that game was in Columbus, I mean, man, or the game was in Lubbock, that'd be great for those cities.
Yeah.
A lot of money flowing through this college football now. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
We got Sherrone Williams talking Cowboys and Aggies with us next to the Nation.
Take us with you. Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got Sherrone Williams coming up here in a few minutes. Last night I asked the question, is Puka Nacua the new biggest dumbass in the NFL? I think there might have been a vacancy in that title for a while, but he's filling it. I did not know about the anti-Semitic gesture that he had done on social at the time I rolled that out. So I get home last night, I'm poking around on social. I'm like, wait, what is this?
Yeah.
It's got even worse, but he has apologized, says he had no idea that gesture was offensive. And I believe him on that, even though I do think he is an emerging dumbass in the world of sports. I had no idea what that was. Did you, Wolchuk?
No. Obviously, doing some, it's kind of easy to tell once you know about it. In the moment, having seen the clip of this, Aiden Ross, who is the streamer that he was with, one of the streamers, who is Jewish, is the one that was kind of pushing him to do that gesture. So Aiden Ross should have really known better. And I don't believe Puka. He really was clueless. I don't think that he had any bad intentions, but certainly not a good look. And I think for Sean McVay, who was already probably annoyed by this, I don't think this is going to be happening again with these streamers around.
No, I think this is the perfect moment for them to go to Nacua and say, hey, we're done with the social media, right?
Yeah.
Like, this career is going pretty much perfectly. The only thing that could make it better is if you were like 6'2" and 218 pounds, but we can't snap our fingers and make that happen. But everything else is going perfectly, but things are starting to get weird here, Puka. And I think this is just an example of how you can unknowingly step in a steaming pile of bleep when you're out here running around with these social media influencers. But it wasn't done. We were not done with the night of Nacua stories. His brother, one of 2 men arrested over the weekend for allegedly stealing a vehicle that belonged to Lakers forward Adu Thiero. Yeah.
Household name.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And I guess Nakua's brother takes over the title of biggest dumbass sibling in sports from Mahomes' brother, who's kind of slipped back into anonymity after a failed attempt to be a social media influencer himself.
The funniest part about that story is they steal the car and then they go and valet it at a hotel.
No way.
And that's what sent off the alert signals. You valet a stolen car. I mean, that's the height of stupidity.
Absolutely. You got to be laying low. You got to get that thing to a chop shop
immediately. Yeah, like they did to Broadus' truck.
At least change out the license plate, maybe paint that thing if you want to keep it, cruise it around. Yeah, they did. They took Brian's right to the chop shop. It was in probably, a couple thousand pieces there in Arlington one afternoon.
They found the engine, the Grand Prairie.
That's a toughie.
The rest of the body has still not been recovered.
No, and you sold me that truck.
Yeah, and you loved that truck. It's the best car you've ever had.
It's the best
damn car.
In
no way did I think it was going to be such a great truck that it was going to be stolen.
If you'd have told me it was going to get stolen, I would have.
Yeah, if I could see the future, I'd have helped you on that. I would have sold you the Pinto, the other one you were looking at.
Gosh.
They tried to steal Ben's truck from that same spot a few years before yours was stolen. Apparently, that was a hot spot to steal trucks right there at the old building.
The lady right there was kind of like, oh, I saw something going on. And I walked by her every day after that and just looked at her like,
why would you not have said something?
Shout out to Tracy.
Could you have helped me a little bit more there?
Yeah, if you're at 75 and Fitzhugh, which is where our old office was.
Be careful.
They're cruising that area looking for, I think, American trucks, probably American big body trucks.
It was, man, I miss that damn truck. I miss my Twitter.
It was a great looking
truck,
man.
Happening to me right now.
All right, joining us now with 30 seasons covering the NFL under her belt, Hall of Fame voter, writer for Pro Football Talk, and an A&M alumni. It's Sherrone Williams here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, Sherrone. How the heck are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing today?
Doing outstanding. How you feeling about your Aggies this weekend?
I feel good since it's a home game. So hopefully they can pull this one out and get to the Cotton Bowl, and then we'll see what happens. It's obviously a tough road that they've been given, but, if you're good enough, you get it done, and if you're not, you don't. So we're going to find out just how good they are. I don't think we know yet.
Were you more confident going into the Texas game this year that you were going to emerge from that one and everything was going to be okay?
I don't know, Brian. If this was the NFL, like you would have, well, you wouldn't have probably done that. They were better off. Let me put it this way. They were better off not playing in the SEC title game. The road is much tougher than it would have been if they had won that game.
Sure.
Nobody wants to play in a championship game. They need to get rid of those. I realize they're not going to get rid of those. It's just like the Pro Bowl in the NFL, which may or may not be going away. But the ratings are so good, they make so much money off of it that I just don't know that they're going to go away. They like to have it, and that's how they like to crown their conference champion. But I think it does a disservice to especially the team that loses in the conference championship game. So I do think they were somewhat better off in getting another week off and getting healthy, and I think Le'Veon Moss will be back, and they'll be at full health come Saturday. But, yeah, that's one, I don't think it hurt them losing that. They were in the playoff anyway, but it's one for bragging rights that you certainly want to win.
Nick Saban's going around alleging that they pump in crowd noise in there. Any response to that?
Well, they did in the past. They haven't this year because I've been at every game this year. But in the past, what they did is they put up speakers before the game because people were saying they couldn't hear the band and they wanted to hear the band before the game started. So they did put up speakers before the game started. And I'm sure that's what he thought was talking about and didn't realize that the speakers were gone once the game started. So neither here nor there, there will be no crowd noise piped in. It will be very loud, and it will be very loud because there'll be 110,000 people in there screaming and yelling.
Are you going to be first in line at 7 a.m. for the Coors Light Beer Garden?
I saw that. I can't imagine drinking beer at 7 a.m., but I'm sure there will be many people there drinking beer at 7 a.m., that's for sure.
What's the craziest thing you've seen at an Aggie game? Because Eric's always filling us in on those police reports there at College Station.
I don't know if I've really seen anything that crazy. Not like we see, certainly not like we see on the A&M police blotter, which has become one of the, I guess, most read social media sites ever. They do a great job with that site. They're hilarious. But yeah, I really haven't seen that much craziness where I am, but I'm in a different part of the stadium. I guess where the craziness goes on.
With all the momentum that the program has built, Sherrone, hitting unprecedented heights, how confident are you they can be a new power here in college football?
Well, it's changed. And, we used to have the Blue Bloods, and people wanted to go to Alabama and Texas and USC and the Penn States, Ohio State, all that. Now they want to go where the money is, and nobody has more money than A&M has. We know that. There's some that have as much money as A&M, but no one has more money than A&M has. They can spend whatever they want to spend, and so I think this changes the playing field for all of college football, and it changes the playing field for A&M, and that they can pay these players and pay them as much or more than anybody else. So I expect them to contend. I think they finally found the right coach. It took a really long time, but I think they have that coach in place, and they have the money, just like Texas Tech. Nobody thought Texas Tech would ever be in a playoff. They have the money, same deal. They have the money, and they have the head coach, and I think both of those teams, I think you're going to see them around to contend, and it's not going to be I don't know that any team is going to contend every single year. I think we've seen that with Notre Dame. Alabama certainly could have been left out this year. I guess Ohio State's kind of the one program that Ohio State and Georgia have kind of been there year after year after year, but I think they're a program that can contend most years, just like Texas and Texas Tech. I think will be there most years.
Sherrone, we're not advocating firing anybody on the Dallas Cowboys, but reading the tea leaves, what do you think is going to happen with the coaching staff and mainly at the defensive coordinator spot?
I'm still going to be surprised if they move on from him. I am, just because what they threw at him at the beginning of the season, the fact that they've had 3 defensive coordinators in the past 3 years, I think they want some consistency there. I think they want to match, as we've talked about before on this show, they want to match the personnel to the scheme, something they haven't done very effectively because they have changed coaches so much. So I think they want to try to do that and make some changes. I think they thought that they would play more man under Matt Eberflus, and that's the reason they went out. Ravel was a perfect example of that. He's a very good man cover corner. He's not as good in zone defense, at least not his rookie year. And so that's one of the reasons they drafted Ravel, or the reason they drafted Ravel. They thought that Eberflus was going to play more man defense than what he has. But, they can get those things fixed in the off season Mike Nolan is the coach they fired after 1 year, historically bad year. It's not been a good year for this defense. I'm not going to be surprised if they do fire him, but I think they keep him for another year and give him another chance to see what he can do if they get some personnel in the offseason to match what he wants to do.
Sherrone, you're a veteran of many locker room discussions with players, Jerry Jones, front office, all that stuff. Who are you siding with on the Diggs situation right now? Because you talk to players eye to eye, you talk to Jerry eye to eye.
Yeah.
Give me your thought of which way this thing navigate. Tell us how this thing, probably how you see it.
Well, I think it's time for Diggs to move on. I think I don't expect him to be activated. I guess we'll find out if they're going to do that or not, but I don't expect him to be activated. I think he's played his last game with the Cowboys. They'll move on after this season, and it's probably good for him to get a new start elsewhere. I think the knee injury was going to take longer than what it took. I think he probably came back on it too quick, and then he had the in-home accident. Whatever happened there, there's been several different versions of the story told. And I don't know that anyone will ever know the real story. I don't know if the Cowboys know the real story of what happened, but
I don't think
whatever
they do.
whatever happened, that put a crinkle in things as well, and sort of further severed the relationship with the team. And I think that relationship is over. I think it's ended. I think the ship has sailed, whatever cliche you want to use. And I think he's played his last game with the Cowboys. He'll go somewhere else in the offseason. Interesting thing to me will be, I'm sure teams will want to work him out and see how that knee is and do a, physical and see, what it looks like. And I'm going to be real interested to see what he gets on the open market.
Jerry was shown on Hard Knocks talking about the future and mentioning George Pickens. It seems like he is in their plans moving forward. What do you think about the last couple of weeks with Pickens and what's been going on there?
Yeah, he hadn't played that well, that's for sure. So, I think you have a question of what's he going to do when he gets the money. That's the concern that I would have, and the concern I'm sure that they have is what does he do when he's not playing for a contract? And I think these last 2 weeks we haven't seen the same George Pickens that we saw for most of the season when he was one of the best receivers in the NFL. So, they're going to have to decide, how much to pay him. We've seen him overpay some players, Diggs being one. You can mention right off the top of your head of players they have overpaid, and you hope that doesn't happen with Pickens and you pay him and he's not the same guy that you got for most of the season. So I just think that's a hard one. I think it's a really hard decision about whether you pay him and how much you pay him if you do pay him. And it's hard to know what he would get on the open market if he hits there in March. But I'm with you. Jerry makes it sound like they have every intention of either signing him to a long-term deal or franchise tagging him. And my bet is they're going to franchise tag him and try to work something out. And if they don't, they're going to make it play on the franchise tag.
Do you think Eberflus moving up to the booth can change anything, and why do you think they did it now?
Maybe they want to see how he's going to do up there, rather than being down on the field. Does that make any difference whatsoever? And I do think these last 3 games are probably something of a trial. If it goes okay, they, maybe that's a deciding factor in whether they bring him back or not. Why they didn't do it before now, I don't know, because you're essentially eliminated, probably will be by Sunday when the Eagles win on Saturday. So I don't know why they didn't try this earlier when they were really struggling. It's still a struggling defense, not quite as bad as they were earlier in the season, but they're just not making enough stops. So we'll see if it helps or not, but I do think it's probably something of a trial run to see how they're going to finish up this season and see if they want him back or not.
It's always fun getting to talk with you about the Hall of Fame as you're a big part of that selection committee. When you see Phillip Rivers, who was one of your modern-era semifinalists, get back in, what was your reaction?
Well, I had him on my 15, and then, what happened. He came back and wanted to play, so now he goes 5 years back in, won't be eligible till 31. I probably wouldn't have had him beyond my 15. I haven't gotten there yet, obviously, when we vote next month sometime. but I did have him on at 15. I thought he was one of the 15 finalists and should have been. So then we had to recast our votes this week. And hopefully it's a good thing. It opens up another spot for maybe Jason Witten or Darren Woodson. I've been pushing Woodson for so long, and he's down to his last 2 years to get this done. So I really hope to see him go in. And I just talked to Jason Witten 2 or 3 weeks ago about his candidacy, so we'll see what we can do for him. I maybe it helps one of our guys to get into the Hall of Fame.
Sherrone,
it certainly can't hurt.
Yeah, what has been the biggest knock or like the biggest argument against having Woody in the Hall?
There's been nobody said anything. Nobody's pointed out anything. You look at really big plays. There's not that many in the postseason to point to. Was a Super Bowl MVP. There's not. You don't have really those signature plays in the biggest games to point to. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Like to me, he's just the modern day guy that you can put at safety and then put him at nickel corner. You ask him to do anything. He could play anywhere in the secondary and be very good at it. That's what he did. And last year we voted the dude in with the Chargers. He was the nickel corner, safety playing nickel corner, and that's what Darren Woodson did. Like, he was that guy. He was that prototype of that guy who could move around in the secondary. And I just think he was ahead of his time, which has kind of been the argument for getting him in. But there's just, when you look at it, if you want interception numbers, those probably aren't there. Which it's just such a stat-driven thing. The Hall of Fame is, which is why there's way more offensive players and defensive players. And we look at stats for Darren Woodson. What stats are there? There's not. Yes, he was the all-time leading tackler when he retired. But people look at stats and go, well, that's not an official stat, or tackles don't mean anything because they were down the field. A lot of them were down the field. You know where they came. So, you just don't have, aside from interception numbers and sack numbers now, you don't really have that for defensive players. And he doesn't have the sack numbers or the sack numbers or the interception numbers. And maybe that's it. I don't know. But if you watched the game, if you saw the guy play, and maybe that's it too. Maybe there's young voters who didn't see him play.
Yeah.
So if you watched him play, he's a Hall of Famer.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, Sherrone. How different is the voting now with the younger guys and gals that are in the room, seeing these players? They're like, oh, I've seen this guy play, as opposed to, I've never seen this guy play. How those discussions seem to me that like they're going to argue like hell for somebody they've seen, for somebody that yourself or a Rick Goslin or a Clark Judge or any of those the guys or gals that vote for this thing. It just seems like to me now it's going to be even more of a difficult task.
Yeah, and there is some of that. And I guess I was trying to think back when I was a young voter and didn't see some of those guys play probably, although most of them I had because I had followed the NFL since the 70s. So most of the players you're talking about by the time I got on the Hall of Fame committee, I had seen play back in the day. But yeah, it's a big difference, I think, when you don't see a guy play. And one of the things you use in that room, you say, use your eyes. Was this guy a Hall of Famer or not? And if you didn't see him play, then you don't know. Like, I don't know that even highlights do him justice, but to see what he did game after game after game and what impact he made, and if you talk to anybody and listen to anybody who was around those teams, he was the glue of that defense, and I just think he made a huge difference. And I always point out, like, the Cowboys' defense, people, you think of the triplets immediately when you think those teams of the 90s. Darren Woodson and that defense was the better unit that the Cowboys had. They were number one in total defense for 3 years. And they were better than the offense even. And people, a lot of their plays came when the other team was trying to come back. Well, that's not true. It's just like I pointed out with Charles Haley. Most of his sacks were when the Cowboys were behind or tied or one-score game. So, you really have to dig into things and not just say, okay, it was all the Cowboys' offense. It was a lot of that defense, and I don't think the defense has gotten the recognition that it deserves based on the number of Hall of Famers in there.
Yeah, Sherrone, I'll be honest with you. I was on the same team with Roy Butler. I was on the same team with Brian Dawkins. Neither one of those players is as good as Darren Woodson, and I was with Darren Woodson.
Agreed.
And I just and I love Brian Dawkins. I love Leroy Butler because Super Bowl ring because of him, but they were not the players that Woody was. It's just flat not the case.
And I covered John Lynch. That was my first team I covered.
In Tampa, right. There you go. Yeah.
With John Lynch was a great safety. I think he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He was not as good as Darren Woodson.
Yeah, exactly.
Great stuff, Sherrone. Enjoy this football season, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you, guys.
There she goes, Sherrone Williams, proud Aggie here, getting ready for Aggies and Hurricanes coming up this weekend. Always has an eye on the Cowboys and pro football and the Hall of Fame, and it's great to have her on here in the G-Bag Nation. We got the C-Note, updated valuations according to Forbes. Jane Slater has a Trayvon Diggs report, and what is the best way to finish this season for the Cowboys? Multiple folks weighing in on that. We'll get it to you next year in the C-Note of the Fan.
But first, I bring Fort Worth some fantastic news because the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, people, conveniently located.
from joyful performances to a holiday pet parade, dazzling drone show, and, of course, Santa. It's Main Street Magic, only in downtown Grand Prairie.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here we go with the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening, Week 16 edition. Elijah Clark not at practice today. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll get an official practice report here before too long.
He had a family matter he was taking care of, I learned.
Little family issue popping up there on you. Yeah, so hopefully everything's okay with the Clark family.
Yep.
Forbes list of new highest valued teams in the league. And we'll get to where the Cowboys are, how much more they are worth today than they were just 12 months ago. Some really interesting takeaways on this article you sent me, though, Chief. Like 6 years ago, the world's most valuable sports team was worth $5 billion. Now that figure would not even crack the top 50 most valuable teams in the world. Together, the top 50 teams are worth more than $353 billion, or an average of 7.1, up 22% from 2024 on average.
Isn't that crazy?
This is, yes, I mean, it's really unbelievable. And as the revenue continues to go up in the television marketing world, I don't know where the end is. Like, I think 6 or 7 years ago, I thought the end must be near when the Cowboys were like worth $2 or $2.5 billion. It's 4 or 5x from there. 8 franchises in the top 50 posted year-over-year increases of at least 30%. Like, if you could just buy into American pro sports teams right now, it would outperform most every stock that's or cryptocurrency that's gold, silver, all your commodities. It's just an incredible windfall for these guys. That number does not include, by the way, Ferrari and Mercedes, which are both up 58% since 2023. So they have made the Forbes list now. Broadly speaking, the soaring sports valuations in the past 2 decades, the result of surge in media rights fees. Last year, for example, the NBA struck an 11-year deal with ABC, ESPN, NBC, Peacock, and Amazon for the $76 billion, or an average of $6.9 billion per year. That's why they had to get Luke on the Lakers. They didn't want to lose this deal. Roughly $4 billion annual raise over the previous agreements. The year prior, the NFL did a deal that's at $125 billion TV revenue through 2033. The NBA and the NFL franchises have seen their average revenue climb 141 and 91% over the last decade, respectively, to $417 million and $662 million. That means the average NFL team is making $662 million a year. Wow. That's why the valuations are going up so high, because it's like an estimation of what you're going to make over the next 20 years, I think, if my Shark Tank education is still paying off for me and still valid. I don't know. The Cowboys might be making $1 billion a year just off running the team. That's, pretty incredible. The other angle is just how much faster American teams are growing compared to the European teams. The NFL's 32 teams spiked 25% this year. The 20 most valuable European soccer clubs have inched up just 5% amid issues including stagnating media rights fees for them. Apparently the TV money's not flowing quite as easily across the pond.
I'll tell you what, though, to me, I do not know how they make payroll every week doing what they're doing.
They pay some insane.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at what they pay a day just on payroll on European soccer, it would blow you away.
It's massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in a couple of the leagues, there's no constraints on it. So you can, just go hog wild and, pay Messi $250 million a year, something like that. Although he's in Miami now, that did happen. Okay, number one, the Cowboys are up 29% from a year ago on Forbes magazine's rankings. They're now worth $13 billion. You guys hearing any whispers that maybe they could be getting ready to sell at the top? I mean, this is just...
No. They're going to keep that in the family, I think, forever.
No.
Would be fascinating because as these dollars
I think
go
that's
up,
why they're all the children are now co-owners.
Yeah.
Does it have something to do with taxes? Listen, I'm acting like I know.
Oh, I think that has been a topic before.
I think I'm acting like I know what the hell I'm talking about. I don't. But I'm saying I think now the fact that they're listed as co-owners, that there has something to do with Jerry. If when he moves on, that it's all kind of taken care of. It's not an inheritance deal.
Yeah.
So,
if I'm Jerry, I might be thinking nobody's going to be able to do this like I did it. You guys aren't going to be able to keep the Cowboys as relevant as I have. Steven doesn't want to throw the dice and be a gambler and go buy up players. He's going to run this thing like it's a hedge fund here for the next 20, 30 years, however long he's in charge. Like, the organization isn't in as good a hands. And I don't think the Cowboys are going to be nearly as popular once Jerry Jones is gone because of how he continues to make it a soap opera. Like, that is a gift. That's his number one talent, is getting on the radio or the TV and keeping the Cowboys the hottest iron in the fire. Golden State's number 2, the Warriors at $11 billion.
Goodness gracious.
That's crazy.
Well, they got a new arena, too.
Yeah.
That arena in San Francisco helps.
Yeah, they are up 25%. The Rams are number 3. I mean,
another newer, modern arena. Yeah,
for an NBA team to be worth more than every other NFL team, that's shocking to me. And maybe the building,
the building in San Francisco where it's located.
Oh yeah, real estate, and all that.
Yeah.
So number 3 is the Rams. Number 4, the Giants, $10.1 billion. That's crazy because they have not really been good or relevant for over a decade now.
I think the Mara family, the patriarch who started I think it was $500 he paid for that team.
Jeez.
In 1925.
I want to come up. The Lakers are at $10 billion. The Knicks are at $9.75. The Patriots at $9 billion. The Niners at $8.6 billion. The Eagles coming in 9th. And the Chicago Bears sitting there in a tie with the Yankees at $8.2 billion. That's pretty interesting.
Did you guys hear that the Bears are talking about, I guess it's all moving around and posturing and all that?
Yeah, the Football Fix is going to give us the scoop on they might be a different team, different area.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, yes, I have seen those. Looking forward to that story coming up at 4 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation, because it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I'm going to try and explain this Chargers defense to you. We'll do that next.
Let me explain to you how important it is to have a great foundation repair company that you trust. For me, it's Permapeer Foundation Repair. These guys are the best.
One Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
It's the G-Bag Nation, all 105 through the fan, and this segment is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Kevin, and for Lucius today. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the fan. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much there, Khaki Kev. Appreciate that, you playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one as well. Me and Wolchuk are taping a Love of the Star tonight. So did you put out a call call for questions? Make sure, don't check out my
I'll tag your Crown Global.
Yeah, don't take my word for it, because I'm trying to sell you crypto on mine. Make sure you check
Looks like
out.
you're doing quite well.
Yeah, that's
congratulations.
Bunch of crap. But anyway, we'll get that done right. But yeah, we're doing Love of the Star tonight. We always like to take your questions if we can. So if you're following along at Zach's, Zach Wolchuk, right?
Yep.
And so if you see that, fire a question, and maybe we'll get it answered tonight on Love of the Star. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us for that one, for sure. Can I ask you guys a couple of questions?
Fire one ready.
You know, I watched this Chargers defense, and there's a lot of good there. But I want to ask you guys a couple of questions, if I could, just kind of get your takes on this, and then maybe we'll get to the Chargers defense. Dawson, let me start with you on this one.
Sweet.
Have the offensive coaches let George Pickens down these last 2 weeks?
No, I don't think so. I think what you're looking at now is a defense that kind of has an idea of how to defend George Pickens, and part of that is understanding Dak Prescott's not going to throw into double coverage. He's not going to throw into cloud coverage. Like, what has made Dak really effective is ball security throughout his career and looking away from where the congested bodies from the defense are and finding the open players. So, it'll be interesting to see if there is an adjustment needed, but I think the passing offense is working just fine.
How about you there, Wolchuk? Do you think that these offensive coaches have let him down the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I think that specifically in the Vikings game, since you saw what happened against the Lions, kind of some of the things that they were trying to do to eliminate the slant and try and take him out of the game, they could have had a better plan going into the Vikings. Like, if they were going to do something similar, and they've got the personnel to do it, But yeah, I think they could have tweaked things in game and made adjustments to try and change some of the routes that he was running, and maybe try and put him in a better position to be able to get open instead of just kind of sticking to the same three. Really, is what they do with him. So I think they could have added and been a little bit more creative with ways to try and get him the football.
Chief, have they let him down, the offensive coaches?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much could you be moving him around a little bit, and I don't know if he's anti that or whatever, but I think you saw them do that a little bit more when CeeDee Lamb was out.
Yeah.
And they haven't really ushered that in while CeeDee Lamb is here. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's some of it. And like Wolchuk said, like, you saw a blueprint for how to slow him down. Then it's like, okay, you have 10 days to prepare. And it's kind of the same thing. Now, maybe they're fine with it. Maybe they're like, hey, we're cool with them sending all that coverage over to Pickens because we know that Lamb's going to crush and we can get other guys going. But specific to, like, you do feel like there could be more of an effort to try and get him open. And it seemed like they were just fine with running it back the same way it happened versus Detroit.
Sure. Yeah, I kind of feel like they're letting him down. I agree with you guys.
What would you do? Yeah, would you move him around? Or
I
what?
would. You know what? The metrics tell you not to play him on the same side, but start him on the same side, move him. You can put him in the backfield, move him. You know, you could do some various things with him as far as you could try maybe some of those routes. When's the last time we saw a vertical route where it was, and maybe it's the offensive line can't protect, you know, but I'd max protect this thing if I could. When's the last time we saw a vertical downfield route that ended up either in a catch or a pass interference?
It's been too long because you saw they did it when they were backed up and they did it down the right sideline to Lamb.
No question. To me, there's other routes you could throw this guy other than just the slant. You know, there's ways of getting him more involved in the offense and set up picks for him, whatever you have to do. But the fact that you just let teams double team him and it's like, oh, cool, everybody else is eating. Well, Lamb eating or Flournoy eating has not equaled wins. Wins. It just hasn't. You need to get everybody. You need to get everybody going. I think he's a big part of this offense, and the fact that the last couple of weeks they've just been okay with not helping him, I think is just as bad as what they're doing on defense. All right, Dawson, I'll ask you this question.
All right.
Did I start with you on this one? How about this?
Good.
I'll go with you on this one, Chief. Okay, here's another question I got for you. The biggest defensive mistake, is it Matt Eberflus not adapting to his personnel or the players not adapting to him?
I think it is more on the coach to try and get the best out of his players. Like, I think it's more feasible for a coach who's been around as long as he is and been in a multitude of different systems to try and calibrate something to where you're setting up your players for success. I can't ask a guy who does X, Y, and Z well to do something that he doesn't. Like, you don't just snap your fingers as a player and be able to do something that you're just not physically gifted enough to do. You got to the league playing a certain way, and so like it's on the coach, and it always has been. Like, that's the mark of a true great coach, is that I can, or a great chef. Tell me what ingredients I'm working with, and I'll tell you what it is that the end result is going to look like.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the most frustrating things about Eberflus, and I don't want to let the front office down or off the hook here because they did not give great ingredients. But at the same time, you have guys that we've seen perform at a pretty high level that have regressed in this system. It's one thing to say, hey, I didn't get the most out of guys that we haven't really seen do it before, but you got your guys that have been pretty good players that look like a shell of themselves. So that's a huge gripe for Eberflus.
How about you there, Wooly?
I mean, absolutely. I think it's definitely a case that we've talked about in the post-game show. I mean, early in the season, I can kind of, you're getting a feel for what your players do well.
Yeah.
And who can do what and where maybe I can play certain guys. So that's fine. We're now at the end of the year. You got 3 games left. Like, some of this stuff is inexcusable, and I understand you like to do things a certain way.
Sure.
If it's not working, you've got to be able to adjust, and maybe that's not comfortable for you, but that's the mark of a good coach. Find a way to make it work, and I don't believe he's got the right players to do that, and I don't think there's a lot of defensive coaches that would put out a good product with the lack of talent that this defense has. But his inability, clearly, when he's got corners that are better in man than in zone, and in a stubbornness to not go away from that, and then continuing with single high stuff with Donovan Wilson, the continuation of playing guys like Kenneth Murray, and there are probably times where we're too critical on Kenneth Murray, we don't know what the call is, and it looks like he's way out of position. It's probably a defensive lineman that screwed him. Sure. All that stuff is totally fair, right? We have knee-jerk reactions as fans. We see something into our eye. It's like, oh, my God, that dude stinks. But in open space, when it comes to missing tackles and running yourself out of place, that's on Kenneth Murray. Sure. That's not a schematic thing or somebody else messed up and now Murray's in a bad spot. So, like, playing players that clearly are now not in a spot to be in a good position, that's on your coach. And to me, there hasn't been any corrections there.
Dawson, I got a different question for you in this regard, if I could.
Sure, yes. The Joneses are most responsible for this whole dynamic, though.
Okay,
yeah.
The question I have for you is, did Matt Eberflus not benefit, or he didn't get the year off benefit?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he should have, because I don't think he's hireable right now, considering how bad this has gone. Yeah. Almost all coaches out there know I have to be adaptable and versatile to fit my scheme around what the players do. And I don't think any coach or any front office is going to hire Eberflus. Like, his one opportunity was with the Joneses, who just love loyalty and a name and somebody they're familiar with more than they like actual coaching ability. They did with the Eberflus hire what they did with McCarthy.
And one more final question, and I'm going to talk about the Chargers real quick. And I'll ask you this one, Willie Boy. Give me the position you'd spend the most money on in free agency right now.
Defensive end. Edge.
Because we talked about that with the Cincinnati guy, right?
Hendrickson.
Yeah. Hendrickson. And it might not be, I mean, I'd love to pay Hendrickson. I got to make sure that he's healthy. That core injury that he's dealing with at his age, I don't know. Is he going to be the same player? That might be the thing that turns his career into, like, he's now an average player. So, I mean, Jalen Phillips was a target we were looking at. He's a free agent. Like, I like the linebackers in this draft, and I'd love it in a dream world to be able to fill my boxes so I can be aggressive if I need to go get Caleb Downs. But I think edge, because there's not a guy that I think you're going to be able to get that's going to be a game wrecker day one. There's players that I think are talented and good, but I'd like to spend money at edge if you can.
If I had to choose, I would probably say safety or linebacker, because at the top of the position there, I'm saving $10 to $15 million. You pay for an edge in free agency who's among the best, it's 30. You pay for a linebacker safety, it's 15 or 20. So I want to draft those guys and maximize the rookie contract advantage.
Chief?
I like that. I like what you're doing with that one there, Dawson. In general, yes, I do think like this defense need more pressure.
All right.
So I would probably go that route.
All right, you're going to get a team that plays quite a bit of nickel coverage in this game. They're going to play a lot of dime coverage. They play the second most dime coverage of any team in the National Football League. That's with the extra defensive backs. They're going to play zone quite a bit. It was very opposite of what you saw last week. They're about 80% zone in the way they play. They really are one of these teams that wants to rush four, but they'll bring a fifth rusher. When they bring a fifth rusher, they will get pressure on you over about 54 to 55% of the time. Jeez. So this is going to be, they don't want to. They blitz the least amount of any team in the National Football League, right around 20%. But they get the second most pressures when they bring 5. So after watching what Minnesota did to you last week, don't be surprised if they try and do some of that with some of the blitz package stuff, even though they don't want to do it. I kind of feel like this is a team also that's one of those, they're going to, last week with Minnesota, you saw a lot of drop. You know, when you look at how the drop of snaps, you get guys walked up, like the metrics told you that it was like 55% of the time Vikings were going to drop somebody out of there. The Chargers are a little bit lower than that. They're right around 32%. So I have a feeling they're gonna look at your Minnesota tape. I think the guy you have to worry about the most is Tui Pelotu. I think he's the one, him and Owe. They've got some really, really good pass rushers. I know everybody talks about Khalil Mack, but Tuilopo is the how do I say this the right way?
Tuipulotu.
Yeah, Tuipulotu.
USC.
Yeah, he is I think their best pass rusher. And like I said, I think that if you find ways to protect, there are ways to make throws. The problem is this team does a really good job in coverage of deflecting balls. I've not seen a team that deflects more balls and ends up in defensive backs' hands. If Dak overthrows, they seem to be at the right spot. This is a well-coached defense. They play for each other. I think it's going to be difficult. I think there's some ways Dallas could run the ball on them. I think that might be important, but they got to be careful, though, of them kind of coming after them with their four-man rush and some of the games that they do up front.
I like it, Brian.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
Krusty's
it.
Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing. I like Chief coming in clutch with back-to-back days of Islander pronunciations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mess those things up. Tuipulotu.
Almost.
Tuipulotu. Right?
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Tuipulotu.
Yeah, Tuipulotu.
Nailed it.
Eventually, I'll get that right.
Got it.
I've been studying up.
Yeah.
We got 2 down, 3 to go. A football fix coming up next. Wolchuk.
Cryptic audio, Cowboys trivia question, and the Indiana Bears. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's T Clinic with you before we do that, though, because if you want your edge back, you want to feel like a...
our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for your daily football fix. Here's Wolchuk to deliver
All right,
it.
prep your bodies, prep your souls. We got a Cowboys trivia question that might be going back to the glory days right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side.
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Alrighty, Cowboys are hosting the Chargers of LA this Sunday. They're 10-4. Cowboys are 6-7-1, in case you didn't know. Back-to-back 10-win seasons for the damn Chargers this year. That's the first time they've done that since 2006, 2007.
Is that a Marty Schottenheimer team?
Those were the Marty days. Oh, the Marty days.
Didn't end well.
Marty Party.
Now, the Cowboys don't play the Chargers at home a lot, right? It's once every 8 years.
Was this a time when it was Phillip Rivers to Keenan Allen for some big games?
When's the last time the Cowboys beat the Chargers?
They didn't beat him. They played him. I went on a trip where we lost a game at home against them. I know we went back to San Diego for a game.
When's the last time they beat them at home?
The Cowboys beat the Chargers at home?
When is the last time the Cowboys beat the Chargers at home?
Well, they didn't beat them then.
Is the last time they went to LA they beat the Chargers? Which was, I think, 2 years ago.
That was
early in the season.
Yeah, that was. I was trying to think of the game because that was the game. That was Steele's first start at right tackle.
Yeah, they won that game, and I think they actually played since then as well. I think they were like the 9th game on the schedule. That might have been like a Monday nighter or something random.
Okay.
And the Cowboys
This
won.
could go
Right.
so far. That was the 17th game, right?
Yeah.
Was that the 17th game?
But the
deal?
last time they beat them at home, you're right. The last time they played here, I believe, was the Thanksgiving game, and they blew out the Cowboys in 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they rarely play. So this, if you told me this went back to the 80s.
Is this like
or
a
something.
Dan Fouts?
97.
Wait a minute, let's go. Wait, hang on.
Warm. We're getting warmer.
94.
96.
Getting warmer.
3.
Getting real.
92.
Ooh, we're starting to get hot.
91.
1990.
1990 season opener. Is the last time the Cowboys defeated the Chargers at home. Troy Aikman obviously starting, and it was rookie Emmitt Smith's first ever career NFL game.
Who was starting for the Chargers? Stan Humphries?
That I don't have in front of me.
Come on, man.
Always got to ask something that is not here. We don't have that information, but I'm sure, Eric, if you want to go look at that 1990 season opener.
I got it.
We can get that
And
for
who
you.
was the center for the Chargers that day?
Was it Carl Mock?
Marquise Pouncey.
I'm just asking bonus questions.
Reincarnated.
Who was the assistant defensive line coach for the Chargers that day?
I think it had to be Dick LeBeau.
Billy Ray
or was he in Pittsburgh by that point?
No, I think Dick might have still been cutting his
He might
teeth.
have still been there. Got ourselves a big-time Thursday night football matchup, boys. And I mean big. Rams at Seattle taking on the Hawks. Now, if you're looking for who you're going to pick here, just let you know a little something here. Got a flight delay yesterday. Rams did not get to Seattle until late. We're talking around midnight.
Let's not act like that's a long trip.
Local time. Well, they were supposed to get there a few hours ahead of time, Brian, all right? So they weren't able to get cozy in their beds at their hotel until, I don't know, what, 2 a.m.
If
maybe?
that thing was going to Jacksonville or Miami, I'd be a little concerned.
So, yes.
By the way, I've seen the Rams travel. They have a big old United plane.
They got a big United plane.
Unless they switched over to Atlas Air, which is all.
Well, they got delayed by an equipment issue with the plane.
Yeah.
So then they had to pivot to another plane.
Oh, wow.
And they had to have the team's players and coaches leave on one flight with the rest of the traveling party following on a later plane.
Oh.
So we had a lot of movement here. The Rams didn't know what was going on with their
They
lives
don't need Bobby
and with their
Belts on
loved
the
ones.
planes. Dan Henning was the coach, by the way, that 90s team that beat the Cowboys.
Dan Henning?
Dan Henning was, yeah.
He was the brains behind the Wildcat, I think, for the Dolphins.
He sure was, man. He's creative as hell, that guy. Sam Darnold hoping to rebound, right? Last time they played each other, it was rough for Sammy. Four interceptions.
Yeah.
4 interceptions. Now, did rally, had them with a chance to win the game at the end with a field goal. They didn't end up making that happen.
Did you say the Chargers beat the Cowboys in that game in 90?
No, the last time the Cowboys beat the Chargers at home
was 1990.
They started the season 0-2 that year, by the way. Yeah. Okay.
The Chargers did?
Yep. Carry on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What'd they finish?
McFly.
6-10. Hey, bro, I'm over here doing research.
He's researching.
No, you're locked
I'm glad
in.
he's doing something.
Doing research.
He's plugged in.
He's our analytics guy.
He is.
Let's give him a game ball.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams not expected to play. And this defense of Seattle looking pretty good. Now, the Rams averaging 30 points a game. Seahawks have allowed a mere 25 points over their past 3 games and only 1 touchdown in the last 3 games. Fellas, make your picks. Rams, Seahawks tonight. And whoever doesn't get this right, something bad's going to happen.
Oh, no.
We're going to outsource.
You get kicked out of work.
It's time for Sam Darnold to crater.
Oh, you're going Sam Darnold to crater.
Rams 40. Seahawks 13.
Oh, I love that. Let's go. Just ram it.
There is going to be some weather here. It looks like the rain is coming down.
Rain's coming down.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
Rams 30.
Big Kyron Williams game?
Tarp bubbles and everything.
Retarding?
Yeah.
Wind?
We're tarping. Tarp bubbles. They have the big
I think
tarp
the Rams
over the
have
field,
the better,
and it's ballooning.
I think the Rams have the better field goal kicker. Is it?
Oh, it's Dicker.
Kicker?
I don't know, but what have you done for me lately? Myers with the walk-off.
Yep.
And don't forget the Seahawks advantage with their analytics guy who just got the game ball.
Very big advantage.
No Devontae Adams. Traveling on a short week with the delays.
Oh,
I'm a Ram guy. You know that.
Hard to beat a team twice.
Rams best team in the league, but they're going down tonight. Give me Seattle at home.
I'm with you, man.
I'll take the Seahawks too.
I'm on the Hawks train.
That means
wow,
the 3 of us could be
Lone Wolf, Dawson.
I like it. You're probably going to end up being right here. We're going to look like a couple of Joe Schmoes. Speaking of Joes, we mentioned this a little bit earlier on the show. Let's carry on that conversation. Here's the audio of what Joe Burrow said yesterday in his presser, and just ignore the loud typing. I don't know who this is in Cincinnati, but you got to get this figured out.
It's my guy Butchie.
I play football. For the same reasons that I wanted to come back from injury, same reasons I want to play this week. It feels like everybody's trying to do everything in their power to make me not play football, and I feel like I'm fighting it, like fighting everybody else. Like I just want to play ball. That's all I want to do.
Is there any world in your mind where you're not the quarterback of the Bengals next year?
I can't see that, no.
Have you ever thought about the possibility of not being the quarterback here during your career, or?
You think about a lot of things.
You got like 2 reporters sitting in there.
You think about a lot of things. Doesn't think it'll be next year, but it might be in the future. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that what you said earlier, Gavin, if this thing doesn't turn around and he's not able to win, you'll see a force out here for Joey Burrow, and you might see a welcome for this. Maybe Cincinnati just says, hey, let's rebuild this thing. We paid your 2 receivers a ton of money, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. We're paying you a ton of money. We're not paying anybody else, but we're okay. And maybe Joe Burrow does move on to greener pastures here in a couple of years. I want it to work out there in Cincy. They're certainly not a team that poses any threat to the Cowboys unless we were to play them in a Super Bowl, so it doesn't bother me. But I do love Joe Burrow. I've also been a Joe Burrow stan, and I want the best for him. And he sounds pretty defeated.
There's some players that love the idea of being a one helmet guy. I'm going to get drafted here. This team brought me in. I'm going to stick with it. He's putting off none of that. And if you don't have like a childhood appreciation for the Bengals, which I thought might be possible because he's from Ohio,
right?
If you don't have family in Cincinnati, like what's really keeping you there? Nothing. And, you know, further in his answer, he talked about wanting to be compared to the greats and the legends of this game that have won Super Bowls or appeared in multiple Super Bowls. You're not going to get that done in Cincinnati. So if you're the driving force for the rest of your career is Super Bowl-related legacy, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it is. And what he needs to do is just hold out, stay in Cincy long enough to get off this Dak deal. You know, when Dak's done playing, and then now you just full go at Burrow.
Man, the injury history.
No, yeah. I'm cool with it.
If you had no Dak situation, you're butt naked at quarterback, sure, let's go Burrow.
Wanda.
Yeah,
let's just move. And you're right. I mean, it is. Oh, it's nerve-wracking. We're kind of dealing with that with Dak a little bit. Now, I got to say, shout out to the fan text. We're idiots.
What happened?
We were thinking of the other Chargers, the other LA team, the Chargers, who are playing the Cowboys. Dicker not involved in this game tonight. He's kicking in Dallas on Sunday for the Chargers.
Hello, McFly.
So the Rams, and Digger, I do believe, did play for the Rams.
He did. That's okay.
He did play for the Rams.
He did. He started.
But then he swapped LA teams.
He did.
So now the Rams kicker is Joshua Cardi.
Get your Ram hands
I think
off
Seattle's got the edge because Cardi, not that good.
Not a party.
Not a party Cardi. Not that guy. All right.
We just dickered the audience. We didn't ball sack them.
No,
we dickered them.
We dickered you. And
Our
apologize.
apologies.
Yeah, that's an embarrassing moment. Hopefully we can clean that up in post. Maybe just dump all of that, Khaki Kevin. That was an embarrassing moment, and really, really ashamed to be a part of that. That's a blemish on today's show. All right, here's Travis Kelce. You guys think he's retiring?
I knew he was kicking in L.A.
Okay, we're moving past this now. This is Kelce. Usually
You're the
we
fantasy football guy.
Talking Chiefs. Here's New Heights.
He's a fearless warrior when it comes to this football thing, and he's going to make sure that he comes back stronger than ever. And hopefully the Chiefs can get him back as soon as possible. I know right now it's kind of right around that week 1 or the beginning of the season next year. So I know he's going to be doing everything he can to get back out on that field for the Chiefs as soon as possible, man.
He gone.
Usually, and he kind of pauses when he's talking about it, and he's typically saying like Chiefs, we, but there he's saying the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And I think that he is, and he probably hasn't maybe he has made up his decision. Maybe he has, but
Mad Dog say nobody listens to that podcast.
No, a lot of people listen to that podcast.
No,
he just shamed them for being a football fan and listening to him.
It's the subtle ways that the words slip out when you have different intentions, Like yesterday when Schotty said, my number one job now is to help Matt Eberflus get this defense together. What you're really saying is, I got to help this dude. Are you kidding me? I got a defensive coordinator making millions of dollars a year, and I got to take time away from trying to fix this offense to go help him fix the defense. I've been doing this since week 5.
Man.
It's very telling. Yeah, it's usually we and us. Like, we can't wait for him to get back, and we hope
we're
to see him.
We're playing good
week
football.
1, week 2. That's weird distancing at this point. I feel like the decision's already been made.
Holy crap, they did bring in the thicker kicker. They cut that guy, the Cardi Party guy, and they brought in the Mizzou thick kicker, the fat guy. So he's the one that's going to be kicking tonight.
I pay attention to one team in the NFL.
Dude, I can't wait to watch him kick tonight.
It's not Dicker, it's Thicker.
Now it's the thicker kicker,
Gotcha.
not Dicker the kicker.
Thanks for cleaning that up, Wolchuk.
It's the thicker kicker.
Yeah.
Okay, we got some Cowboys news. Jane Slater's report on
This is all
Trayvon
your
Diggs.
fault, Brian.
What's the best way for this Cowboys season to end? And there's another Mavs report on the trade deadline scuttlebutt. We'll get that in there first coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back, Cheapbag Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, get this Jane Slater clip in just a second. Evan Sittery, NBA reporter guy on Twitter. Mavs are officially open to trade calls on Anthony Davis, Klay Thompson, and Daniel Gafford per Shams Charania. I guess I should have just credited Shams for the report there. Dallas plans to fully shift towards Cooper Flagg's timeline by the February deadline. So that's kind of sounding like they're going to take best offer on the table for AD at that point.
Yeah, they are.
So we're going to get a shift in approach. I guess I'm a little bit surprised by that. Maybe offers are going to be better, but I just think other than the Thunder right now, like you can climb to the top of the NBA with one really good season if things fall your way. And I'm surprised Patrick Dumont would want to turn that down after being in the finals just a couple of years ago. Because I mean, you made the move to try to get that window going, but heck, if you're waving the white flag within 12 months of trading Luka, maybe that light bulb's finally come on for him a little bit. Okay, let's jump to this Jane Slater clip here, providing more context, more detail on the Trayvon Diggs storyline.
There are two sides to every story, and we really haven't talked to Trayvon Diggs yet, and I wanted to make it clear I did talk to him today, and I want to clear some things up. There have been a lot of rumors about how Trayvon Diggs got injured at home. After speaking with him, I think it's really important that I put this out there. His version is far less nefarious than some of the rumors that have been floating around on the internet, and it's affecting him. And to some extent, he wants that cleared up. Is he healthy? Diggs says he is. Why is he once again on the injury report with a knee issue? Well, according to him, he's been a full go, but conceded that he, Brian Schottenheimer, and Matt Eberflus discussed his mistakes in practice in cover 2. The way he has played, though, has them questioning the health of the knee. Now, Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan this week said as much, saying, quote, Diggs has a very unique way he continues to play on the team. He'll go away from the scheme to make a great play, and when he doesn't make that play, you can have a bad play. Now, Diggs also concedes his talents at corner may not be his strengths in cover 2, but he tells me he's working on it and wants to be here. With effort and communication, perhaps this gets fixed, but right now they are working with guys like Savone Ravel and Kalen Carson as they look to the future because for all intents and purposes at this point, they're eliminated from the postseason. Now, I'm told that they would love for Trayvon to fit here and find his path forward with us, but there is a clear and certain path that must be upheld. And the message there is, guys, there is a scheme. They need him to fit into it. But there are a lot of rumors and conspiracies that are floating around, and I can tell you right now, it is getting to Trayvon, so I think it's important that we bring some of this up.
Do you think maybe they could activate him? Do you buy that they want this to work with him here? I feel like that ship has already sailed, and they're looking forward to the cap savings of releasing him.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm sure they're just saying that right now just because they don't want to, they're just trying to be sort of political with it, but in no way do I think they have any intention of bringing him back.
And I guess they could also be angling for a trade. Like, we like him. It just hasn't been a scheme fit. Maybe he could work better for you, but I'd be shocked if they get anything more than like a 7th-round pick swap for Trayvon Diggs right now. I don't think there's any value there.
No.
Although if he came out and played great over the next 3 weeks, maybe they could still salvage something out of that. You don't have any day 3 picks. But that's just such a long shot. I couldn't imagine that being possible. Any idea what the nefarious rumors are out there that's bothered Trayvon?
I mean, there's been some that have been texted in. I mean, teammate stuff. Yeah, I mean, things that, they're nasty rumors.
Yeah, it's almost like too nasty to even want to give credence to. Like, it's just the online fodder.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the most diabolical thing ever if it was actually true, which from everything we know, it is not true. Now, I don't know that like his home injury is going to be something he's proud of if and when that ever gets out, but it's nowhere near the craziness that we've seen online that involves teammates and all-time tomfoolery.
I don't think it was like a physical altercation due to anything that went down.
Right. It's incredible the kind of news that's being produced out there now, and it looks so professional that a lot of people are just buying it, and there's no way. Like, if I'm Trayvon or any player, it's almost like you have to accept the fact that there's going to be a bunch of really fake news out there, intentional fake news out there, and unfortunately fans are going to buy it.
Yeah, and you almost think if you're Trayvon, like if you don't think it's all that nefarious, like why wouldn't you just with your own voice say it into a microphone, here's what happened.
Yeah.
And sort of
That's
put
the
some
thing.
level of an end to whatever the super ridiculous rumors are.
I appreciate Jane Slater trying to get both sides of the story. But to me, that I would rather Diggs tell me what happened than I would rather her tell me what happened. You know, if Diggs, I'd like to know what happened with at home. Is that something I have an idea, I think, what happened. I've also now recently heard another story, you know, and so is this one of those get to the, you know, is it, which do you believe? To be honest with you, I think the Cowboys believed one thing, and now we're getting, this maybe happened. I asked this to somebody in the organization a couple of different ways. I'd heard something that was kind of ridiculous, and I just let it go. Just let it go. I'm not. That's probably not worth. You know, it's comical how. But then you listen to what's coming from Diggs' camp that, I had a legitimate accident. I think the Cowboys believed the first story. Is what I do. I think
the story's changing.
And now the story's changing, and I can't get anybody from the Cowboys. When I ask, listen, what's the real story?
Yeah.
I can't get the real story.
Yeah.
But I have an idea what happened initially, and now there's a whole nother story to that. And if in fact it's a whole different story, why didn't everybody just address it from the jump? You know, Jerry Jones kind of said, well, you're gonna have to talk to Diggs about that one. Mm-hmm. That's gonna have to come from Diggs. You know, if it's something very simple. If it's something very simple where he was in his man cave and a television fell on him. Now, he was putting up a television and something fell on him or something fell. That's okay. Yeah. You say that. But now it's this kind of this nobody, it was all very, very quiet. And to me, I don't know if there's a real story because I initially heard there were 3 different stories with the Cowboys. And trying to kind of figure out what the real story was. This whole thing just stinks to me. The guy should be playing football. He's not. You know, that's the big issue right now. But it's with him, it's totally, believe what you want with him. Because I say I heard a story that's like, oh, that's ridiculous. To now you hear a whole new story. I'm like, no.
And that I think maybe is the real reason that he's not been activated. Like the inability to get a real story here. And then
who's telling the truth,
right? Like
that's the thing about it.
You have a story that's changing, number one, but then also he's improvising on the field. It just reinforces the idea we can't trust this guy.
Yeah.
This guy's not being honest with us. We can't trust that he's going to go out in the field and try to execute the game plan. And for those reasons,
he needs to move on. The team needs to move on. That's where this thing needs to go.
Yeah, that's why it's surprising when she says the Cowboys really want this to work out here still. They've waved the white flag on the story with their actions.
If they wanted him back, they could activate him and he could be back. Hell, right now I don't think he's going to play this week.
Okay, I got 2 more stories I want to react to here real quick because Ed Warder with the story, the Cowboys are about to have their 2nd consecutive losing season and Jerry needs to share the blame with Matt Eberflus. I like that angle. David Moore now with D Magazine in his pseudo-retirement, semi-retirement, says Cowboys need to stick the landing, and he's going with the angle like it's Schotty's first season. You want to build momentum. You want to show that the last 2 weeks aren't really who you are. It was closer to the team that you were on that 3-game winning streak. You bring both of those stories together, and I couldn't believe it when I looked it up today, but the last time they had back-to-back sub-500 seasons was the 5-11 years when Brian was working for him. Like, you got to go back 23 years.
We were awful.
So my thinking on this is this business plan of Jerry and Steven is working perfectly for the last 23 years. Anytime they struggle, the next year they're back in the playoffs, and it's like the fan base is re-engaged. We don't need them to stick the landing. We need back-to-back losing seasons to see if that can change how Jerry and Steven go about team building. I kind of want to see, is it a morbid curiosity? Maybe I want to see how they would react if they would do 3 losing seasons in a row. Like, the most important thing is not Schotty starting his career with a winning season. It's the Jones family changing how they team build because they're worried. When Jerry bought the team, they were in the process of 5 straight losing seasons. There weren't fans there. There wasn't a lot of advertising interest, and it made him bust his ass, and the old Wildcatter came out to make sure the football team was damn good. That's the version of Jerry that might be inspired by more losing. Is 2 enough? I would hope so, but it might not be.
Well, I don't think that that version of Jerry was really putting the team together. I think that version of Jerry was doing an excellent job of sticking to what he needs to do as an owner and growing the business and growing the brand and getting deals done with Pepsi and whatever else was going on and fighting the league. And the best, and he did an incredible job by hiring Jimmy.
Yeah.
And so everything that he's been trying to prove for 30 years, that he doesn't need Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
It's the elephant in the room that, the proof is you did. You needed somebody else to be able to put this roster together for you.
Yeah.
And it's not that you're not a football guy, but you can. It's the lack of just being able to be satisfied by being an owner. Also having to have the satisfaction of, I'm the GM that built the Super Bowl team.
And for 23 years, for as frustrated as we've become, he's received no credible feedback that he needs to go hire another Jimmy. That's what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, he needs to
make this so bad. Like, he needed the stadium, so he hired Bill Parcells so we could get the votes.
Yep.
He's got this gear in him where he's like, man, I need something from North Texas and Cowboys fans worldwide, so I'm going to do this, that, or the other thing. But when it comes to team building, they probably look at this situation like everything is going fine. Why would we change anything? We're in control. We don't have to pay a real GM. We get to play GM. We get to make the decisions like we're fantasy owners. Like, please, you finish 9-7-1. You don't have the back-to-back losing seasons. The other thing that happens here is you finish 9-7-1. They're going to lie to themselves about Matt Eberflus. They're going to lie to themselves about how close this roster is, and it might affect their free agent approach.
I think, you know what, Dawson? I like what you're saying, but this is kind of what I think. I think 9-7-1 gives Schottenheimer credibility within the room. I think that it also gives him credibility to move on from this defensive coordinator if he wants to. It gives him the power to go in there and say, you know what? Hey, listen, and they could say, hey, Schotty, great job navigating all the issues that we had, the injuries, the untimely accident, the death, of a player. You handled everything brilliantly. What can we do to help you? I want to get rid of the defensive coordinator. I want to make a change at defensive coordinator. I think if he goes in there and if they have a losing season, to me that doesn't. I think, to your point, if it's a losing season, I don't think Schottenheimer walks in there and wants to make a change. I think he only walks in there when he has the power to do so. Like if you're a losing head coach, you're kind of like, hey, I want to make this change. Shut up. No, we're not going to do that.
Unless it's, hey, your offense was out there and they were putting up a bunch of points and your defense totally let you down. And you're losing games 35-30
Like you say, I think Schotty's made the decision to move on for the guy regardless of how the season is. I think that's my...
And do you think the Joneses will let him do that?
Absolutely. I think that Jerry probably doesn't want to do it because of continuity reasons. But if Schotty finishes things out, say they do beat the Chargers, the Commanders, and then the Giants and do finish 9-7, 9-7-1, I think that buys Schotty credibility to be able to go in there and make switches, what he needs to do.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation. You're on the Fan. We're going to make a switch over to a mixed bag, Zachary.
Yeah, let's preview this playoff and some not good Ranger rankings. That's next in the nation, but got a chat prize.
It's also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Kevin Walker, in for Lucius Alexander. Next couple of days here with you on The Fan. We're about 28 minutes from the Jake Ferguson show right now as it stands, so looking forward to having Jake on. It's time for a mixed bag. Here's Wolchuk.
Shout out to the Yoakum Bulldogs. They're up 31-7 right now on the Grandview Zebras in the 3A D1 state title game, so Yoakum well on their way to a state championship. We did get news from the Eagles. They have ruled out Lane Johnson and Jalen Carter for their game on Saturday against Washington.
Let's go!
Might not matter.
.8.
You got to be, you're holding out, right, for just the Eagles to lose out. You've got to win out, and if that happens, then all of a sudden, holy moly, did we get blessed with a playoff trip? But yeah, probably not happening. But never say never. Never say never, Brian.
8%ers hit all the time. Just go ask a poker player.
You're darn right. You're darn right.
We're blessed. We got noon games the next 3 weeks.
We do, and we're going to enjoy those. We're going to soak those noon
Eric
games
will
in.
come up with some weak pregame mantra that we have to live with.
Hey, Royal Flush was badass.
Yeah, I liked Royal Flush. I thought that was good. It was creative. It just took him an hour and a half into the pregame to do it, right?
Hey, better late than never.
That's true. SMU quarterback Kevin Jennings, he's going back to SMU in 2026, so the Ponies are going to get their quarterback. I guess there was some thought maybe he wouldn't come back.
Let me ask you this, though. I've noticed that like USC is saying they've re-signed players.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of they announce when guys are coming back.
Isn't that weird?
It is very kind of strange that teams are doing that.
We're keeping our own.
Like, yeah, we re-signed the quarterback. Yay! It's like a college guy, right? What are we doing?
Well, I guess now you got to
recruit
You're not
him.
sure.
You got to sign him back.
You got to make sure that they stay.
Contract extension?
Yeah. Keep him around. We do have a quarterback that's entering the portal out of the SEC. That's going to be Bo Pribula, the quarterback from Mizzou. He could get $2 million
Broke his leg, didn't he?
Yeah, and he was playing great for Mizzou. He really was doing a hell of a job. Of course, he transferred from Penn State, so we'll see where he ends up going. A lot of quarterbacks in the portal with Brendan Sorsby of Cincinnati. I think he's going to end up at Tech. We'll see. DJ Lagway from Florida, Dylan Raiola from Nebraska, Sam Levitt, of course, Drew Mestemaker from our North Texas Mean Green. So quite a few options if you're in need of a quarterback in college football. Now, the Bears didn't get to this during the
kind of wonder why all these quarterbacks stink in the NFL then, huh?
Yeah, well, you know what?
They're always bouncing around.
Well, they weren't bouncing around, though, up until, 2 years ago?
I'm just saying, we're starting to do that.
But now, hey, you're right. Maybe that'll be another thing. They can't stay at one place at once. They're constantly moving. We'll look back at that and say this was a negative in terms of their development. I don't know.
I think so.
It might be. You very well could be right. The Bears are considering a move to Indiana. And I mean the Chicago Bears.
The
Bears. With an effort to secure public funding for stadium in Illinois that has been stalled. So their president insisted yesterday in an open letter to fans that the team still prefers to build a new home in their suburban Arlington Heights area in Illinois. He also said the Bears are not using the threat to cross state lines as leverage. This is not about leverage, said Warren. We spent years trying to build a new home in Cook County. We invested significant time and resources evaluating multiple sites. So now you could be in a situation where if they can't get that figured out, Bears could be headed to Indiana. And I guess they'd still be the Chicago Bears, but they'd be playing in a different state.
Yeah, there's a big part of Indiana that's still called Chicagoland. So there's a lot of people in Indiana who are major Cubs and White Sox and Bears fans more than Colts or anything going on.
How deep into Indiana would this be? Is it right on the edge here? I'm trying to figure out how far this.
He did not say where in Northwest Indiana the Bears would be moving, but they're just looking somewhere in Northwest Indiana.
Okay.
If they can. And I think that this is absolutely. He's saying it's not for leverage, but it's got to be. For people, if they're going to lose their minds over the Bears possibly leaving Illinois, then this would be a reason for them to act. Like, no, we got to keep the Bears here in Illinois. Don't be going to Indiana.
It's like there's several teams, though, that have moved to different spots, like the New York Giants playing in New Jersey or the Washington Commanders playing in, where are they playing in Virginia? They're playing in a different place.
Playing Landover, Maryland.
Landover, Maryland, that's right.
now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys are in Arlington. We're not in Dallas.
Yeah,
but technically not.
As President said, but I mean, even in Dallas right now, you have the Stars fans bummed that it might be going to Frisco.
Sure.
You don't want to relocate and drag people through it.
No.
But the cost to build these things is so massive, and the real estate costs in Chicago itself it's quite an issue.
Trinidad Chambliss did get a 6th year of eligibility. The quarterback at Ole Miss, he is planning on entering his name in the portal after the Ole Miss season is done. So LSU and Florida State rumored to be the top suitors for Chambliss.
Yeah, I mean, what would that say about him if Lane Kiffin's not immediately trying to get him to LSU?
Yeah. I mean,
we might have somebody better.
Maybe he looks at, hey, I like Lagway. Maybe I like Levitt. But you're right. He does know the player, and they had a lot of success this year. Yeah. So you would think that would be the likely pairing. But who knows? Maybe somebody else wants to float the bag out there at Trinidad Chambliss. We got new additions to the WBC Team USA World Baseball Classic. Tarek Skubal is going to be pitching for Team USA, and so will Mason Miller, who is going to be relieving for the United States. So this is good. I mean, this roster's starting to look nice here. You got Paul Skeens, you got Aaron Judge, you got Logan Webb, you got Tarek Skubal. We got a lot of our stars out there for Team USA. Let's go ahead and get this thing victorious this time. Let's make it happen, boys. And then the sad ranking for your Texas Rangers. This might have something to do with why the team is in the position they're in right now. Bleacher Report ranked the tiers here of first-round draft success since 2010.
Bang, bang.
Rangers second to last. Ouch. The Giants, the only team worse when it comes to draft success with their first-round picks. The Rangers, they said, of course, their crown jewel pick. Well, it happened recently. It was Wyatt Langford. For the first time since Joey Gallo, they've actually got a guy that has come up and been successful for them that they drafted high. Lewis Brinson's been their biggest bust. They took him back in 2012, according to this article. But their overall synopsis of your Rangers since 2010 drafting in the first round, the questions here are, what's going to happen with Leiter and Rocker moving forward? Will they end up panning out, as they're presently 2 of the Rangers' 5 first-round picks since 2010 that have amounted to a -1 WAR or worse? Because if they don't start looking the part in 2026, Texas might need to start considering steering into a big-time rebuild. And this is important because you got to have some cheap labor in certain areas. And the Rangers right now, that's why they had to go out and spend a lot of money to go get a Seager, a Simeon, fill the rest of that lineup out. It looked for a second you had it with Josh Young. Josh Young was going to be your guy. Evan Carter was going to be your guy. Here was Wyatt Langford. Now all of a sudden you got Wyatt, but you don't know about the other 2 guys. So that really hurts your chances of competing moving forward. Not everybody's the Dodgers. They can just money whip everybody. But for the Rangers, this has been a big problem. Drafting has not been good for them.
No, and it sucks because Ray is waiting for this team to figure out how to draft and develop, and he doesn't want to start throwing money. He wants you to be able to, provide the team with cheaper labor through the draft, and there's just not a lot of evidence that the Rangers can do that, although you'd probably say over the last 4 or 5 years or so, it's probably trending in a better direction, especially if Rocker can get this thing figured out. Rocker, Leiter, Langford, that'd be a good step in the right direction of reversing that trend.
It absolutely would be. And I mean, Leiter started to look much better last year. You got a fingers crossed. I mean, that would definitely change the way you look at it. And maybe they can hit on more of the catcher they took, Gavin Feen. Those would be guys that would be in a great spot. The other thing would
why I'll get it figured out if you give him enough time.
I'm hopeful, man. This year, it's hard to be super optimistic on the Rangers' outlook with how this free agency is panning out, but they did a good job building the bullpen last year. We got to hope that this ends up hitting. This was a crazy stat, though, as we close out the mixed bag, but the Dodgers now owe more than $1 billion in deferred salaries. So this was front office sports. There's 8 players on the Dodgers that are going to be owed millions of dollars after they retire. So like Bobby Bonilla type deals. Mm-hmm. Shohei Ohtani, $680 million between 2034 and 2043.
Cha-ching.
Mookie Betts, $115 million between 33 and 44. Blake Snell, $66 million between 35 and 46. Freddie Freeman, $57. Will Smith, $50. Teoscar Hernandez, $32 million. Tommy Edman, $25 million. Tanner Scott, $21 million. I mean, the deferred might be the way to go, but that is going to be a lot of money to be paying these players all the way into 2046 and beyond.
Do we put the money in like an escrow thing and it just grows so much that it automatically pays itself? Is that kind of what we're doing? Like we've got the money and we're just going to just let the interest. I'm not a banker. But I think they got some plan in place where this thing does pay for itself.
My concern from a player perspective would be inflation. If I'm waiting 20 years and we're inflating at 2.5% to 3% per year, like this money's not going to be worth that much. So I would hope you're not only putting in an escrow to make your own passive income to pay us, but I want to be participating in this to offset the aforementioned inflation.
Yeah,
Chuck, it's brutal.
There's your mixed bag.
Thank you, sir. We got football's finest coming up, and then Jake Ferguson. Chief, where are you taking it?
Yeah, the Chiefs get kicked while they're down. The C in Chicago stands for contraband, and the stark difference between Brady and Manning next in the nation.
Football feast. Come join me and Kevin broadcasting live from the home of the official taco of the Dallas Cowboys, Taco Bueno, at 4500 Long Prairie Road in Flower Mound from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be previewing the upcoming Cowboys game and doing giveaways every hour. This week, come feast on some tamales, and don't forget to get your free taco after every Cowboys win. Come see us at Taco Bueno at 4500 Long Prairie Road in Flower Mound this Friday from 10 to 2.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're about 15 minutes from the Jake Ferguson Show or less. So looking forward to talking to him about today's Cowboys practice as they get set for their Week 16 matchup here. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo and football's finest.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
What's the craziest item you've ever snuck into a sporting event? Because we got a Bears fan.
Spaghetti.
You saw that, huh?
Yeah.
Spaghetti. Bags of spaghetti.
Been doing it for years.
Okay. Is that what you read?
Yeah.
Because I saw he's just been doing it during their home win streak.
Oh no, you're right. The guy was talking about we've snuck food in for years, but
the spaghetti.
The spaghetti's the win streak.
Yeah, he's got like big Ziploc bags of spaghetti to avoid having to pay the concessions, and they're on a 5-game home win streak that, of course, started with the
Dallas Cowboys.
We could have left that part out.
So ever since that game, I guess that was the genesis. That Cowboys game was the genesis of him sneaking in Ziploc bags of spaghetti, and ever since then, they are undefeated at home. So now that this has been broadcasted to the world, and you can thank another Bears fan who recorded this on their cell phone when the guy busted out the Ziploc bag.
That's awesome.
And started forking that thing.
We're all bringing spaghetti this week.
Yeah. I think I would. This should be a rallying cry. Like if you are Bears entrance security, you're looking past this. You're like, hey, no problem.
Get your bag of spaghetti.
You know what I would do?
Through.
Bears security. How about this one? I'd kind of evaluate the bags of spaghetti, see who's got the best one.
Confiscate that.
If it looks like kind of ragu and some like not very thought out very well.
Yeah.
But if it's got some like Italian sausage in it and stuff like that, looks a little better.
I'm gonna take that.
I might take that. Like take it for yourself. If it's bad looking spaghetti like SpaghettiOs in a can or some crap like that.
No, you can't be doing that.
All right, go ahead. Take it in. You're good.
You can always tell the Chef Boyardee stuff from the very unique color of the
exactly.
sauce.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't want any of that.
We don't want any of that.
I'd be surprised, if somebody pulled up with a Ziploc full of spaghetti. It just doesn't seem that mobile of a meal. There's a lot of mess that can happen here. I could poke a hole in the bag. Now I got a spaghetti sauce potentially leaking out.
Yeah,
so
that'd be bad. Yeah, it's not just like a easy pocket dog or something like that.
Maybe some raviolis. Once they cool off a little bit, I can take those out, pop
fried
them in.
raviolis.
That's the thing too. Like their latest game was against the Browns when it was like negative degrees outside. Like what happens?
Sick.
What happens to the texture and the integrity of the spaghetti when the freeze? Because you're seeing,
bro, you don't care.
Good.
You
don't care.
You're like
okay.
You're drinking old styles, and you're just hungry. I don't care.
Well, at this point, he might not even be bringing it for the food.
No,
he might just be doing it
is.
for the bit of
But he's eating it. He's eating it out of the bag.
You're seeing the video.
Yeah.
He says
Is the video from this weekend?
Yeah.
With the frozen frigid temperatures?
Yeah, you can tell how cold it is out there. And
it didn't freeze?
No, I mean it didn't look like it. It's hard to say, but I mean it looked like it was just your run of the mill noodles flopping around. They didn't look like frozen solid or anything. He usually waits till halftime, but the guy he brought with him got pretty hungry there in the second quarter, so they busted it out a little early. But cold to make you hungry. That's a fact.
Cold to make you hungry. Yeah,
that's awesome. I think it's a great bit.
So that's quite the X factor, and yeah, I would be keeping this alive as long as the streak goes, so kudos to him, and now he gets to go viral because of it, and we'll see how this works out for him. But that would be an all-time championship rallying cry. Some teams have Creed, other teams have Ziploc bags of spaghetti. Hashtag whatever it takes to your part. Mm-hmm. And this Bears fan is exactly doing that.
I think everybody's probably at one point or another tried to smuggle in a flask.
Yeah, I've done the flask.
Yeah.
I did
those
a case
drinks
of
are
beer one
expensive.
time.
No, very expensive.
You're doing $12-15 a cocktail in there.
Yeah, it's over the top.
You've saved yourself $80 or so.
Case of beer.
An entire case?
Yeah.
Oh, because you taped it to your body or something?
Yeah,
like that?
I had it on. I had one of like those overall suits, the jumpsuit with the like camouflage. It was a cold weather game, Texas Stadium. And I just started putting the cans down my legs.
Oh, down your legs.
Down the legs, all over. And I had it all over my body, zipped up to my neck. And I walked in there just, they don't check you. We got a case of beer in there one time.
This is pre-metal detector?
Oh, yeah, Texas Stadium. This is probably I'll get you. It's probably 1978, 79, somewhere right around there.
And you're like 13 years old?
I was a little over 16, 17 years old, yeah. At that time.
And you were a young drinker.
I was that's why I had to stop. I mean, I kind of slowed down.
I had to stop.
Seriously,
That's why you had to go to LSU, I think, is what you were about to say.
Doctor recommended it 19 years old.
Yeah, I think the LSU days made me, it was.
You A&M guys don't drink enough for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Phillip Rivers effect, apparently Sunday's game in Seattle was the most watched Colts game in Indy on CBS in 5 years. So everybody was gathered
in for the old man.
You had to see what was going to happen.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Now, the other thing that I saw, that the Travis Kelce and Pat Mahomes have their own restaurant.
Yeah, the reviews, not good.
They have the 1587 Prime is what it's called. It's supposed to be like a
steakhouse,
a fine dining steakhouse place.
Brett Favre's got I'm sorry about that.
Oh, man.
Mama give me some little flapjacks to say, hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks to say, hungry for the Crimson Tide.
But yeah, our guy in Green Bay's got one still. That's pretty good.
Well, this one will probably stay open because it's just like it's Mahomes and Kelce. But not a glare.
Are they there checking it out? Are they? Because
I don't know how hands-on they are, but they're mouth-on because they go there and eat all the time.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much they're really contributing to the success other than just having their names and their presence.
Got to be careful about that, man.
There's so many ways it can go bad.
Because you get people stealing from you every day. They walk they go into the walk-in, box of steaks come flying out of there, bottles of wine. Yeah, you got to be there every day. If you're managing a restaurant, well, Chick, you know about this.
We had people stealing stuff.
Every day. You can't have a really nice restaurant without somebody stealing something from you.
Well, there's a longtime Kansas City food critic, Liz Cook. She went to the restaurant and wrote a review.
What did she have, please?
She talked about the restaurant.
She had a little bit of everything, Ryan, and it wasn't good.
Yeah.
Well, did she have a menu? What she reviewed?
Yeah, she says it offered plenty of glitz and glamour but lacked substance. She noted lengthy wait times as well as dishes and cocktails that sounded fancy but failed to deliver.
Okay.
But most importantly, Cook noted that, quote, the main trouble with 1587 Prime is in its childlike idea of luxury. It's that it's a steakhouse that doesn't nail the steaks. That's not good.
Oh, yes.
That's not good.
That's brutal. Yeah.
She says, in some respects, a flashy celebrity steakhouse means the same thing everywhere, but it means something else in Kansas City, a cow town whose economic engine was its stockyards, once the second largest in the country, and which has struggled for years to cultivate a high-end dining scene. Visitors can also order the Mahomes ketchup flight, which involves 3 small servings of Heinz-based ketchup, and it will cost you $10. Used to cost $15. That goes alongside your fries if you ordered the steak frites.
Steak frites, we liked that, didn't we?
At the spot we went to, but we weren't paying $10 for 3 sides of ketchup.
No, we really weren't.
A ketchup flight? What are we even talking about here?
That's
weird money grab. Just contraband that thing like the spaghetti guy. Bring the Whataburger ketchup and you're good. She says, complaining about the prices at 1587 Prime is like complaining about the wind on Mount Everest. Predictable, but hardly the worst part of the experience. She also noted that several signature dishes on the menu are not unique to 1587 Prime and can be found at other properties run by Noble 33, the Miami-based restaurant group that operates this business.
Oh, they paid for the name.
The steakhouse also outsources its bread and desserts, which would be fine, she says, if the restaurant would tell diners as much and not for the obscene prices. She says, ultimately, 1587 Prime is a parched vision of luxury, simultaneously over-reliant on ChatGPT-grade luxury tropes, rehashed ideas from its outside restaurant group, and lazy local outsourcing for stations that a top-tier restaurant should staff. And just overall, she's not impressed with it. She says, don't get the ketchup flight, don't get the Taylor Swift cocktail. The whole thing was kind of a nightmare.
All righty. Thank you for that, Eric.
Not good.
It is time now for the Jake Ferguson Show here on your home of the Cowboys, brought to you by Miller and Ford, and the Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're just talking about this Mahomes and Kelsey restaurant up there in Kansas City. You ever thought about doing something like that, like starting a restaurant?
It's a steakhouse, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd probably do that. It'd have to be something funky, though. Like I don't know. And, they say restaurants are the hardest thing to, start a business. You know what I mean? I'd have to be swimming in cash to do that.
What if you did like a bar? Because you did the bouncing thing in Wisconsin. Yeah, we do a bar.
Yeah, I've always been a big darts guy at the bar.
Nice.
So, yeah, maybe just some little dive bar or something. I don't think there's enough dive bars in Frisco, so maybe one of those.
Do you have a favorite bar food that you've ever eaten?
Man, you know where I'm from. I'm from Wisconsin.
So you got to go the curds, yeah?
Yeah. I'll do cheese curds. I've always been a huge fan of the truffle fries.
Oh wow!
It's a good fry.
Call.
Yeah.
What's your dip? What's your dip on that?
I'll tell you guys something. So my number one sauce of all time is ranch, and at my wedding we're gonna have a ranch fountain.
Oh yes.
Late night, dip pizza, tenders, wings, whatever you need.
Ranch fountain.
If you were going to have a local item, like a food item at a restaurant here in your honor, would it just be something as simple as cheese curds, or would there be something in particular? Is there a sandwich or something like that you would love a restaurant here in the DFW to maybe honor you and throw that on the menu?
I'd like the curd Ferg burger. Cheese curd on the burger.
Yes.
Add Ferg to it. I do have a, I don't know if you guys have ever been down to Fort Myers Beach, so that's where I go in the off season, and my mom lives down there. But there was a restaurant called Root Shrimp, and they had the Ferger burger, and it was a double smash burger with Chipotle beef and queso on it. It was crazy, but they had to shut down because of a hurricane.
Oh wow! Now, when you say it's got to be funky, is that what you're talking about with the menu items, or is there something else in mind?
Yeah, funky menu items, funky drinks, a lot of booze, obviously. But yeah, it's something. You gotta have something to separate yourself.
Absolutely. Now, are you going to funk up the wedding as well?
Yeah, that's automatic though. Me and my fiance Haley, it's just going to be a great time. It's more of a party.
I love it.
How much are we on the planning stage of this thing? Are you involved extensively here with all the items?
As long as he gets the ranch, he's
it's just the ranch
I know
fountain.
Listen, I've done so much planning, I've locked in the ranch fountain, and that's about it.
There you go. My job here is done.
Who's your
crucial things, yeah.
Who's your Cowboys teammate that you think is just going to go the hardest at your wedding?
All of them. Actually, fun fact, Will Greer is going to marry us.
What? Oh, there we go.
That is
that's great.
It was either going to be Dak, Lunda Wells, the tight end coach, or Will Greer, and we settled on Will Greer.
Now, how do your non-football friends or your friends from back home get along with the Cowboys? Is there?
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
They're great. I mean, so I actually just had all my groomsmen at the Vikings game. And you know how every friend group has that one little guy who kind of pushes his limits? I had one, and he was trying to get a picture of George.
Oh, no.
I was like, listen, we're not going to do that. All the other guys are great.
Yeah, you got to have rules, man, because it's like, if you're just an average Joe bro and you're going to a wedding where you're going to have the likes of Dak Prescott there, you got to lay down.
Maybe ask him for an autograph.
Yeah. Exactly. I've already put him on a drink limit.
There you go. So what was about the first song that played at practice today over the speakers, Jake?
Oh, yeah, yesterday. So that's crazy. That took off like wildfire.
Oh, it takes off.
But, so the trainers in the training room, I tend to be in there quite a bit before practice. I'm getting old. But they put me onto this AI app that literally, I'm not even kidding you, you can just type in a genre and what do you want the song to be about, and in 30 seconds it creates a song. And so I created one for Lunda Wells, and we played it pre-practice. It was hilarious. It was opera.
Oh, no.
It was opera.
Was it Man in Black or anything like that, right?
Yeah, it was like, Lunda, he was a 300-pound man.
So how many other songs do you have cooked up here?
I've got so the app only lets me do 5 songs a day on the free version. So I've only got 10 right now. I've had it for 2 days.
Wow. I saw Clayton Adams says it was terrible, and I loved every second of it.
Oh, yeah. There was like a beat drop and everything. It was I'm surprised it was that good. I still have it saved.
Who generally gets the aux cord like in the locker room? Is there a hierarchy with how that plays out?
No, so I think it's the first person to get there. Like, whoever gets there first, because we just have a big speaker in there. It's nothing crazy. But then at practice, they have, in the equipment room window, a giant, sheet, and you can basically write whatever songs you want to have played at practice.
Oh, I love that.
So do you think we might get the Lunda Wells song at, AT&T or something? Is it going to take off and become, a team anthem?
Now that you said that, I'm gonna work really hard for that. AT&T Lunda Wells song. That'd be awesome.
I mean, at least try to get it posted on social. I'm sure the fans would love it.
I might post my Instagram with that song in the background. We'll see.
I think it'll take off.
Yeah.
Jake Ferguson show here on the Fan. So, what's your mindset kind of for the rest of the season? How do you want to finish this thing off?
Yeah, I think it's tough being in the spot that we're in with the goals that we had. There's still a shot. It's really slim, but at the same time, we talk about this a lot, going back to the start of the year, this, you can't cheat this game. You can't take this for granted. You can't, it's the only thing that's not loyal, but you got to be as loyal as you can be to it. And we just talked about, you know what I mean? Play for the love of the game, play for the guys next to you, don't cheat the game. And at the same, also, something that we say in the tight end room is they remember you on what you did last. And so it's, you know what I mean? So I can't, if I go out there and, drop every ball or jump off sides 10 times or something like that, that's what you're going to remember me as versus, going out there, playing my heart out, getting the blocks and doing the right thing. That's all we can do.
So obviously we're looking ahead at the Chargers, but just the 6 field goal attempts offensively. Have you guys? I mean, what was your thinking having played in the game with some of the stalls that you guys had offensively?
And Vikings,
Minnesota? Yeah, Minnesota.
Yeah, I think you know how like past weeks we've talked about like shooting ourselves in the foot and stuff like that, and I think you didn't see as much like guys jumping off sides or like the blatant holds or flags or stuff like that. It was more on just like execution and the super minute details within the play. And like when a couple guys are off on those real small details, it becomes a big detail. And I think that just was what happened. And then, you know, they had a great scheme, cover zero. And we just had to, you know, trust the prep, and then also we should have changed some stuff throughout, but I think it ultimately goes down to execution.
You know, we were talking about this Vikings defense all week and just how unique they are and all the pre-snap and then post-snap, how they're changing the picture on you. Is that the most mental toll of a defense that you've had to go up against this season?
For me, not really. I think we kind of get that a lot. I think they were mixing it up fairly well. I also, me personally, I know I hate when DNs butch me, which is like they put their hands on me or try to slow me down right off the line. And they were doing a lot of that and then like still rushing, or they sometimes even hit me and then drop back into coverage. So they were just, you know, they were playing a lot with their Abbey fronts and then their loaded fronts. And it was, I think it was just a variety of different stuff. And we needed to like lock in on our plan and, like I said, execute it.
Would you have done anything differently to attack them?
Maybe just a couple more cover zero answers just to keep 4 a little bit more comfortable, or not more comfortable, but just like, okay, I got these in my back pocket if I need them.
Jake, how close?
Go ahead. We were beat. Like there was not a single play in that game, like even the run game, like where I was like, man, we're getting stopped, or like, you know what I mean? Like I felt like we were moving them in the run game, and we had explosives. I mean, we popped off for a 12-yard run at the end of the start of the half or whatever that was.
Yeah, there was a lot of good. Yeah. And looking at the box score at the end, I felt like it could have gone your way. Okay, so you come into the league, you go on this run of the 12-win seasons. How close is this roster right now to being back in that kind of a mode maybe next year?
I think – sorry, my girl's driving right now. What did you say?
How close do you feel like the roster is compared to when you first got here and you were going on those runs of 12-win seasons?
Oh, man. You know, I truthfully, and I say this like I could stand on a hill and scream this, I think this is the best offense I've ever been on in my life. Obviously having Micah every day at practice, but the one who I always was like, this guy is like ruining my day, was D-Law. And because, you know, there's guys like Micah and some of those big name DNs and stuff like that. Those guys only really try really hard on third down or when they know it's a pass. Guys like D-Law are gonna beat you up in the pass game, but they're also gonna beat you up in the run game. And I think having that versatility on the edge was pretty crazy, especially being a young guy in the league and kind of seeing that for the first time. But I don't think it's too far off, honestly. I really like the roster we have right now. I really like, and you know, I have no doubt. I mean,
how much does college football have your attention this weekend?
Dude, they're playing a bowl game in the Star. We just left in Arkansas State, Missouri. It was crazy. I had no idea. But no, college. I'll probably watch a lot of games on Saturday, but I'm not really. Wisconsin's not in, and I don't really care. It'll be a while.
Hey, going back to Tank, I mean, obviously you play with Dak, who is thought of as one of the best leaders in all of sports. So the offensive side of the ball probably taken care of from that regard. But the outside looking in, we always talk about like leadership in a locker room. Tank seemed to be maybe that guy. I could be mistaken on that defensively. Has that been missed? Not only him in practice, but just some of that stuff off the field?
I thought he was a great leader on the defense. I also think defense is a little bit different than offense.
Sure.
Just like the dynamic and like you almost need a couple guys on defense rather than like having Dak be just like the quarterback be your guy. It's kind of hard to find that. But no, in any way was he a cancer or like a bad to the locker room? No, I didn't think so.
Wait, so what percentage of the time when you're with your girl are you driving compared to her? Like, does she do most of the driving for you guys?
I always drive. I'm just on the phone right now.
Okay, respect. Respect. I feel that.
Hey, by the way, Chargers coach Jim Harbaugh said you guys do have the best offense in the NFL. So best of luck. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you. Go prove him right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Salute. Thank you. There he goes. The Jake Ferguson Show brought to you by Miller and brought to you by Ford every Thursday here in the G-Bag Nation. Although next week it's going to be a Christmas game, so we'll get something else worked out for Jake next week. He's been outstanding with us all season long, and salute to him. And Miss Cavender out there bumping around town. Say hi if you see him. Okay, we got the G-Bag of the day on the other side. Then we'll get into some LA Live with you right here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to the G-Bag of the day here in just a second. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Boys, we have some troubling Cowboys news that's breaking just a minute ago from the Twitter account of one Todd Atcha. Cornerback Deron Bland facing surgery on his left foot for the second time in as many years, according to multiple sources. Bland is seeking a second opinion. No surgery has been scheduled yet. Even without surgery, he's likely going to end up on injured reserve with 3 games remaining. When these fifth metatarsals come up, it always takes the air out of me because it can be this bad. Or the Lis Frank. You hear fifth metatarsal, right. Jones fracture, or Lis Frank. Either one of those 3 things, and you're like, okay, brace for this could be a long odyssey. It impacted 2 or 3 years of Kevin Durant's career. There's been several examples of players now. About 80% of the time, it's fine, and you're just out an annoying amount of time, like 6 months or so, and then you're back. But sometimes it won't go away.
Yeah, this is a possibility. It sounds like that they might need to replace the screw.
Okay.
In the foot.
All right.
So maybe it's something that it's still surgery, but evidently he has a screw in place, and maybe there needs to be some adjustment to that.
But maybe it's been bothering him, which might explain why he's not been as good as he was earlier in his career. And I wonder how this might impact. I think Kalen Carson was limited today as well. Could Trayvon Diggs be pressed into duty due to needing bodies?
Yeah, I mean,
you got the Josh Butler deal. He started practice.
Yeah, you got the thing with Josh Butler though. That's not going to cost you a move. You got 2 left, so he was on PUP. So
okay.
So he doesn't count as one of the moves. But I was just talking to some people in the organization about Diggs, and he's been doing more with the defense. I kind of think like a little bit of the same last week what he was been able to do it, but it appears like there has been a little bit more desire, a little bit more effort on his part than say the last couple of weeks, but. We'll see if that in fact plays out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, though. I mean, if they do hit the 0.8% to make the playoffs at this point, probably not going to have Deron Bland.
Yeah, that sucks. I mean, the contract they gave him, I guess.
Well, they're saying it's a possibility on the foot, Dawson. They're saying possibility on the surgery.
Yeah,
did
but
Archer say it that way?
Todd said one way or another going to IR. The surgery is possible, but one way or another, the foot is dinged enough.
It's the same foot, so it sounded to me that they need to do something with the screw.
Cowboys keep swinging and missing on these contracts, though, Chief. I think that's what you're getting ready to say, right?
Yeah, well, so, I mean, they have the contract they gave them is, I mean, you have the out after next season.
Okay.
So it's not like you're totally married to him forever. You would have just under $9 million of dead cap if you move on from him after next season.
Yeah. Man, it's just it's horrible what's happened with the injuries.
Yeah, it stinks
with this team, and we'll hope for 2026 is the bounce back year. I mean, the Cowboys had a horrible run like in 2012, 2013, and all of a sudden they get healthy in 2014 and 2016 were great, and these things over time do seem to smooth out, but they are right in the midst of some horrible injury luck continuing to drag this football team. Now it's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Kevin Walker in for Lucius has a Thursday night edition here of your G-Bag of the Day.
Welcome into G-Bag of the Day. I don't know if we're ever going to get 2 starting corners that can stay healthy at the same time, guys.
Who knows? Doesn't look like
snake bit.
Can't get we can go ahead and take that in transition into our winner of G-Bag of the Day. Day 2 going for day 3, Gavin Dawson. He had to explain an injury that he faced.
I played a flag football game about 5 or 6 years ago, and it felt like every muscle in my lower half was coming off the bone for about 2 weeks. Do not do that again.
Yeah, the groins, bro.
Yes.
The groins are bad.
It felt like I pulled my butt cheeks apart.
My bull cheeks.
Oh, no.
Huh? Yeah.
Wait a second.
Like the muscles on the very inside of your butt. Right?
Okay.
Right as the cheeks come together.
Yeah.
I pulled those. Like muscles I didn't even know were there.
You saying you tore your crack?
Yes, I pulled my crack. That's what it is. Thank you, Wolfchuck. You got me home there.
That's a Dwight Howard injury.
I pulled my butt crack.
Suck it up. Pulled my butt crack.
That's just rough. Now,
you ever done that, Kevin?
Have I ever pulled my? No, I can't say I have.
Not yet. Inner glute.
But I'm early
Not
in my
yet.
years. It could happen.
It's around the corner.
Oh, it'll get you eventually.
If you play in the Diddy Flag Football League, it'll get you. Be careful.
I mean, we're all used to some quad soreness, some calf soreness. But, once those are totally worn out and useless in whatever athletic endeavor that you're in, they have 0% left, your body still needs to move. So it starts recruiting other muscle groups to help propel you. That's when it'll happen, K-Dub. Looks like you're about 15 years away.
We got 4 competitors today competing with Gavin's win. Let's start with a Throwback Thursday edition, if I may. Back in October, and this is a fatty special, so Blake and Fred, it can get crazy. They did a top 5 segment. Well, it kind of went wire and had a mini top 5 inside of it, and it went a little bit like this.
Would it be inappropriate to play sports talk while having relations? 877-881-1053.
I like that.
Something to think about.
Because what about?
I will shout you out.
Okay,
we will shout you out.
Quick side top 5. What do you think the top 5 audios that are played while people are intercoursing?
817 texted in. My girlfriend would allow it if it was LA Live.
Wow. Okay.
Your girlfriend would
Shout
allow
out to so she's basically thinking of Lucius while you're freaky deaking her.
So when he said A, I said she'll allow it. LA Live is still my idea. It's your idea. That doesn't make
I was gonna say, that doesn't make it better.
No, babe. I want to put it on.
I'm trying to find out what G-Bag of the Day is.
Also, LA Live, that's an early time to be getting it on.
Unless you're listening to it on the Odyssey app.
Imagine you're doing it live.
Well, unless you're listening to G-Bag Snacks.
Snacks?
LA Live's gonna come on, take our clothes off.
It comes on at 12:45. Hurry up. We got 5 minutes.
Quick, hurry.
That show's great.
The old Tolo Go situation, right?
Tolo Go.
Yeah, that was. I had to inform them about the Tolo Go situation, so I'm pretty sure I might have started that with the fan text. But you know what? We got a G-Bag of the Day clip possibly. Let's go over to Husker Radio, where we had a game winner.
14 seconds, 13 seconds. Hoiberg across the division line. We got 10, 9. Everybody flat along the baseline except for Sam out into the timeline. 5 seconds to go. Sam drives the ball, kicks it. It is Lawrence, puts it up. God! No. 2 seconds to go. Inbounds play. I'm going to pass out. The game is over. Nebraska wins it. Nebraska wins it. Nebraska wins it. Jamarcus Lawrence hits one with 2 seconds, 2/10 of a second to go.
Jeez.
I'm not going to last this year.
No, you're not going to last this year.
I'll last in the night.
Sounds half in the bag.
Wow. I think he just...
2/10. Damn it.
That sounds, I mean, that should have been a college voice coming across the speaker. Yeah. To have that level of basically a panic attack. Lack of polish.
Yeah, I mean, you would think he's long enough in the tooth to have been there before.
Thank you.
Just something like he sounds like he's an aged veteran.
Yeah, it should be smooth. Maybe a little boring and monotone, but at least smooth.
God!
What is going on?
He hurt himself.
That might be the biggest fail of a basketball play-by-play clip I've heard in a while.
That's incredible.
He was in physical agony.
Nice to know old Fred Hoiberg's getting work there up there as the basketball coach in Nebraska. Didn't know that.
Me neither.
Kind of lost track of him.
All right, so for our next clip, it's going to take us into youth sports. And it's going to feature a kid who's quite upset after a playoff loss. We're probably talking, 12 years old, somewhere around there. And, he wanted to sound off on his coach.
Don't touch me, man. Don't touch me, man. Don't touch me, man. Nah, I didn't want to. Let me talk. Listen, these coaches, look at me. These are the worst teams ever. Don't ever come back to this team. He said, nah. Anybody, don't come back. There's going to be no youth football team next year. No one come back. This has been the worst team, the worst experience I ever did. Players, this is not on you.
The coaches.
This is not on you. Players, y'all did everything. Y'all gave your heart. Y'all did everything right. It was the coaches. The coaches. Listen up.
Mom laughing in the background.
This is not one of y'all fault. Y'all did the right thing all day, every day.
Whew. That's an oldie but a goodie right there.
Is. That's a classic
That
one.
is awesome.
Had a youth sports situation last night.
Oh, no, what happened?
Abby's high school soccer game near Sunnyvale. Made it to the stadium, pouring down rain. Luckily, had a raincoat from my days in Portland. About 15, 20 minutes to go. Bangs the game winner. Yeah, freshman. Playing right wing.
Dude.
She was on cloud 9. I was on cloud 9.
That's awesome.
Yeah. You should have been rolling on
That's
that. You'd have been
awesome.
sounding like this Nebraska play-by-play, man.
Bangs the game winner.
Mom was rolling, but if you check the video, I say nothing because since I've stopped coaching, I've just trained myself to say zero because I didn't want to be that coach who's the parent trying to coach.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You know? Yeah.
So I actually didn't say anything.
Okay.
Which was a little bit
so
disappointing.
you acted like you'd been there before.
Yes.
Dude, a game winner?
That's
Game
my
winner.
girl. Expected it.
Yeah.
She must have been on cloud 9. Did you celebrate with some blizzards after?
Actually, she wanted a chocolate milkshake from Chick-fil-A, so of course she got that.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's time to
Dude,
vote here for
that's
the
awesome.
G-Bag of the day. Is it me, 3-time champ, looking for 4? By the way, they should have kept Jordan Lewis, right? Shouldn't they have? You go back and you keep Jordan Lewis and you keep DeMarcus Lawrence and you don't do another deal with Deron Bland. Maybe you trade Trayvon Diggs in the offseason. That would have been amazing to the Chicago Bears. You could have done this thing a lot better if hindsight had been 2020, or if you're just dealing with the front office that had any ability to have foresight. Okay, 3-time champ Dawson, Fred Davis asking, is it okay to listen to sports talk while you're having relations? Husker Radio, the game winner there, or the young football player upset after the loss. I'm going to go with Fred Davis there on the Fan After Dark. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with the Cornhusker.
We're tied at 1, K-Dub. What do you say?
I'm going to have to be partial here, and I'm going to go with Fred and Blake.
We got 2 for Fred and Blake, Wolchuk.
I'm taking the Husker Radio call.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
Let's go with Fred and Blake.
My score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion is the Fan After Dark. We're about an hour away from cross-talking with them. And with that, it's time for LA Live, brought to you by Greystone Roofing.
Well, all right, you squares. Time is fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
That's right. Welcome into LA Live on this Thursday, December 18th. 2025. I think Lucius might have taken the day off to celebrate the announcement from El Presidente. You see that?
Veterans?
We're not talking about Portnoy.
Yeah.
Talking about Trump.
Yeah.
Reclassified cannabis sativa from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 today.
I thought they were giving the military more money.
Well, might have been doing that as well.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure it was a busy day for Don, but said it can be legitimate in terms of medical applications when administered carefully. So now it's in the same category as your Tylenol with codeines.
Right on.
Just, I don't know if that's an executive order or if that's got any other pathways that it's got to get through, but he said he promised to be the president of common sense, and that's exactly what I'm doing. It seems like that one's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Wow, that's a huge day.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, historic maybe.
It is.
It might buy him some votes if, in fact, he gets the third term that he's looking for.
Yeah, I saw that. Is that even so? There's
it was in betweens.
They're not consecutive.
Not consecutive.
There's the loophole that he needed.
That's the loop-de-doo.
There's the people, the people on the Democratic side believe that they should have gone ahead and let him win, so he couldn't.
Oh, in hindsight now?
In hindsight,
to nip it.
yeah. So they're
and
like,
I don't think it's official he can. I think they're looking to clarify in the next couple of years that you could go for a third term.
he's
I
going
think
to try and
This is
push.
one of those things that it kind of depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
Like, should it be constitutionally allowed or not? So we'll have to see how that one plays out. But with with an announcement like that, maybe he'll get some more support from both sides of the aisle. Favorite Christmas memory of all time. We go to Houston, where a camel at a mega church Christmas celebration dropped a churchgoer with a side kick to the head. Did you guys see this today on your socials?
He donkey kicked the goat. Donkey kicked him.
Okay, so a donkey kick would be straight back. It looks like the camel has like horizontal hip flexibility because he threw that thing out to the side like Daniel LaRusso style.
Was it a rear leg or was it a front?
It was the back left leg.
Okay.
Those camels, you don't want to mess with them.
The lady in the aisle seat on his left just caught one directly to the head, knocked her out. Hopefully she's.
You got the video?
Gosh.
Okay.
See it now?
So this is walking. Wow, they got a camel in the sanctuary.
We're doing the full-on nativity scene here, right? Is that what you call it?
Hey, they went all out for this thing, man. The performance.
Gotta have a real camel, real baby.
Jeez. Yeah, we had multiple camels.
Boom. Yeah, so you might want to vet those camels a little bit better. I think usually hitting it with some kind of a tranquilizer, might be a good idea as well.
I think they'd use on Bevo would be good.
Yeah.
It's like, what did he have out for that lady too? Because he's walking by all the pews or whatever, and so he's passing by plenty of people without kicking them. There was something about this lady that he didn't like. Something was off.
Those camels are ornery. You hear about them. They'll spit on you.
Yeah, they will. I rode a camel once.
Well, and how did that go for you?
Not good. I mean, it was fine. We made it. We survived. Gosh, dang it, that kick is bad. There's an alternate view here.
I need the all
They're
22.
uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable to ride.
Yeah.
The way they walk.
Well, it gets you in like the
seasick.
The downstairs mix-up, man.
There's a technique to it.
Yeah, it's just like, get me off of this.
Might need some stirrups. Yeah, I don't even know how you survive a kick like that.
Well, think about just how disgusting that is. Because if you're going to have a bunch of camels, like one of them's going to take a leak, like on the stage.
Yeah, you don't know
one
what's
of them's
going to
drop
it's
a deuce
be very
in
realistic,
there.
though, I think.
Like you're turning this thing into a literal barnyard.
Okay, speaking
the three
of that,
wise men showed up on, right?
Yeah, I mean, did they have actual gold, frankincense, and myrrh?
Yeah.
I mean, did they have a real angel make an appearance here?
Looks like they might
all good
have.
points. We could make.
Were they riding? Was Mary riding a real donkey on the way in? Like, did we get one of those?
If you're gonna do it, do it. If you're not gonna do it, please leave the camels outside. Is how I would answer that situation.
They did just keep this thing going though. Like after this poor lady